Getting up and running here on Instagram, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Make sure you guys hit that like button on your platform, please. Oh, man. All right, what do you say we just hop right into it? What do you say we just hop right into it? I appreciate you guys joining me. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to everybody here on Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. Thank you for joining me. And thank you, everybody on this space. I appreciate you. Thank you to the mods over there for all the work that you guys do. Thank you to Matt, as always. I appreciate you, my brother. Lots to talk about. Another day in America that ends in Y, and another day in America that ends with gun violence. This time in Dallas, an ICE facility was targeted by an apparent sniper down there. But just another day, right? Just another day that ends in Y here in the old US of A. But I'm sure we're going to get some bullshit out of that press conference yesterday about how Tom Homan's kind of slipping into the background with this $50,000 cash bribe that he took. The whole Jimmy Kimmel, the whole Jimmy Kimmel story and Charlie Kirk story, really managing to put that story on the back burners there. Not too many people talking about that, which I think we should. We'll be checking in on Jesse Waters and Greg Kelly, who are just incredibly upset at the most dangerous thing apparently that's ever happened to Donald Trump, which is the escalator stopping. I mean, where MAGA can come up with like the outrage that they're fucking expressing right now about an escalator being stopped, whether purposeful or not, it's beyond me. It turned into stairs. That's all. Fucking the biggest danger came from his accelerated heart rate and fucking heavy breath from having to climb his fat ass up the stairs. Other than that, what part of that was dangerous? I don't know, but it's hilarious to hear them talk about it. Like I said, Jesse Waters doing a whole clip on it, Greg Kelly doing a whole clip on it. Another aspect, another thing we'll be talking about is, ladies and gentlemen, the investigation, the corrupt and inept investigation or lack thereof into the murder of Charlie Kirk has officially entered its magic bullet phase. I shit you not. We have entered the magic bullet phase of the Charlie Kirk murder investigation. We'll play a couple clips. We'll see a couple stories. There's a tweet from somebody close, apparently, to Charlie Kirk that tweeted something that just, again, I'm not the tinfoil hat fucking conspiracy theory guy. I'm not. You know that. You've been watching for a long time. You understand that. Nothing is making sense. The more information we get, the less things make sense. I don't like it. I like knowing what the fuck happened, and I like putting that to bed, and we can move on with our lives. But when we get the FBI and all of these fucking people just giving us information that does not add up to anyone, then it just makes people dive deeper and look for their own answers and come up with their own, theories as to what the hell was going on. But before we dive into everything, let me say hi to, first off, the mods. Thank you guys over here on Blunt Politics. I appreciate you guys. You are the best mods on YouTube by far, without a doubt. No questions about it. So I thank you guys for everything that you do and keeping that chat safe and making this possible for me to continue to do so. And thank you to everybody else who continues to show up day in and day out to support this channel, to make sure that we keep running, just to get a little bit of the housekeeping bullshit out of the way so we don't have to talk about it anymore. There is Venmo up in the corner here. We are truly and 100% independent media. We have absolutely no backers, no financial anything besides the viewers, you guys that help support this channel. So whether it be via Venmo, PayPal, CashApp, whether you sign up for a YouTube membership, which is $2.99, or for as little as $5, you can hop onto the Patreon at patreon.com/BostonBrian. All of those things go an incredibly long way in helping and making sure that I can stay on the air and, keep this as my job and my duty to bring you the information, and to, get the information and the facts out there when they are actively trying to be quelled and silenced by either the government or the media organizations. So thank you so much. I hate talking about it. I don't like talking about the donations thing, so I like getting it out in the beginning. So those are the ways in which you can contribute. Super chat, super thanks, gifted memberships to other people is a great way to not only, show your support, but also make sure that other people in the chat are actively benefiting from your support as well. So with that being said, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hit that like button, share the stream out to people maybe you would not necessarily think would be interested. Maybe they catch a feeling or they catch a vibe and they hear something they like, and we can grow this channel and make sure that we can continue to build the Democratic platform and the Democratic base going into midterms, which is another thing that we should probably start off too. Let me see here. Let me see if I can get here, because there was let's see here. Yeah, let me put this on the screen for you guys. We'll just play this clip real quick because these are the stories that I think we should be, highlighting right now to show that we do have some momentum here, and going into midterms that, the Democrats actively have a path to victory. And this is talking about the GOP House majority shrinking after Arizona Dem Adelita Grijalva wins a special election in Arizona. So again, a lot of people probably don't even know these things are going on. We talked about another special election victory. I think it was a couple weeks ago on the show as well. That was won by a Democrat. So all of these numbers, all of these things doing more to help us to further our positions going into midterms, to strengthen our positions in different states and different houses in different states. So let's see if we can get into just a couple minutes of this clip telling us a little bit about this victory and what it may mean for, the GOP House majority in Arizona. So I appreciate you guys. Let's get into this. And then, like I said, we'll be talking about the Texas shooting. Apparently a sniper taken out, I think it was 3. I know there was 3 people shot. I'm not sure if they were dead, but we'll take a look at the press conference and the updates and that. And obviously the ridiculous new information coming out from the Charlie Kirk murder. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Let's hop into this.
In Arizona gave Adelita Grijalva a decisive win in the special election for a House seat previously held by her late father, Representative Raul Grijalva.
That's got to be pretty cool, right? That's got to be pretty cool, right? To be, taking over the seat that your father once held. I mean, that's got to be a fucking special moment for that family, right? I mean, that father has to be extremely proud of his daughter, and also for, the community for making it happen as well. So, congratulations to Adelita, and congratulations to her father on their victories, and, for raising such an amazing daughter that he has here. So congratulations to them.
Media post, Grijalva thanked her supporters in Arizona's 7th congressional district, writing, quote, "Now let's get to work." CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small is working on Capitol Hill for us this morning. Torian, great to see you. What is the national significance of this win in Arizona?
Yeah, good morning, Errol. While this victory wasn't necessarily an unexpected outcome, considering this is a very deep blue congressional district in Arizona, this does now shift the scales on the balance of power here.
The father, Moms, is that what you mean? Why is her father not in the seat anymore? I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look that up. I don't know if I could get that information. Let's see here, quick enough though. What was her last name? Grijalva. Arizona seat. Let's see if that pulls anything up. If you guys know in the chat, if anybody has any information. Oh, he passed away in March. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought wasn't that a message? Didn't they just show a message on the screen from her father? Or was that not? Oh shit! You scared the shit out. Oh, all right. Yeah. Okay. So he died. My apologies. I was completely unaware of that. I was mistaken. I thought they just put a message up on the screen from him. So, all right. So that answers that question, and we continue.
In the House of Representatives, that count is now 219 for Republicans, and it will be 214 once Grijalva is sworn in for Democrats. What that means in the short term is some of the bipartisan and at odds controversial legislation could potentially move forward, considering the fact that there are a few Republican defectors in Thomas Massie of Kentucky, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, looking to force a vote on releasing the so-called Epstein files. With this, they could have enough votes to do so, Errol.
So, you see how important these? Oh man, my patch is falling. You see how important these things are in the background? Right? Like when you don't think about these just special elections, I've never heard of it. Yeah, good. But guess what? This could be, the path that we have in order to get these friggin' Epstein files released, right? This is obviously the more power, the more people, and the more Democrats we have in different houses all over the country, the better position we'll be in going into midterms. The more strength we'll have in combating any policies and legislation from the other side in these states or federally, right? So these are all extremely important, regardless of where the races are and who's running for those races. Obviously, we want the best candidates out there, but we're definitely in a blue, no matter who, if that is the situation, as it comes down to it in these special elections that are taking place in any elections. Whether it be, like I said, I always talk about the school boards, I always talk about school committees, town councils, right? Get on those things, right? Do not let these people just swallow these committees up whole so that they only have the representation. They only have their, opinions and ideas voiced. We need to have solid representation throughout the community, and that starts at home, that starts at school, that starts with the libraries, that starts with your fucking, your town council, that starts with everybody. And then you can work your way up from there, right? But again, as we always say, you want to make sure that you're taking care of your home. You can't tell somebody else's. You can't tell somebody else that their home's dirty when you go home to a fucking pigsty, right? Makes absolutely no sense. So you want to make sure you got your home taken care of first. And the things that are most important to you are probably the closest to you. So it makes more sense to, again, make sure you're devoting as much time as possible to the things that are that affect you the most. So I just wanted to kind of bring everybody up to speed on those on that special election, at least, and let you know that, again, the momentum is a huge thing in politics. And right now, I do absolutely believe that the momentum is on the side of the left, right? When you talk about what ICE is doing in this country, when you talk about what, you talk about the economy, you talk about tariffs, you talk about unemployment, you talk about the cost of housing, you talk about the price of goods, you talk about, the relationship with our allies disintegrating in front of our eyes all over the world stage. You talk about the illegal profiteering of Donald Trump, from NFTs to crypto to fucking you name it, watches. So, I mean, these things, we have the momentum. We have what we need as far as ammunition, pardon the pun, but we have everything we need to succeed in this fight. We don't need a single thing to happen from here on out to give us the ammunition, to give us the power and the platform that we need to go and combat Republicans and Donald Trump and conservatives. We have it. There's nothing else that we need. We know what we need to know. We know what they're made of, and we know what fucking we're made of. And now we just need to get those points across and make sure that people are listening and paying attention when we do get those points across. So let me see if I want to dive right into, because I know we're going to get the hour. I'm struggling with an hour to try to figure out how much time to spend on everything. So what do you say we hop right into, I'm going to hop into Greg Kelly pissing and moaning about, did you guys, I probably should show the moment though. No, he'll show it. Let's check out Greg Kelly, because I played the moment a few times on the show yesterday when Trump gets stuck on the escalator, and we also played the acetaminophen. So our dear president, the dear leader this week, has been defeated by the word acetaminophen, has been defeated by an escalator that literally just turns into stairs. Like the man was utterly bewildered and confused as to what he should do next when the escalator stops and he's just on stairs. He's like, what the fuck now? What happens now? Anyway, but he was defeated by acetaminophen. He was defeated by an escalator and defeated by a teleprompter that he doesn't need to use, but apparently is really, really upset at the guy working the teleprompter because it wasn't working and he needed to use it. But again, he doesn't need to use it. And did anybody catch did you guys catch the picture of Trump? Let me see. Trump's speech, Trump's UN speech picture. Let me see if that pulls it up. Because he's got the fucking, I don't know what size font he's using, but it's pretty big. Let me see here if there's any images that I could pull up. It was basically just a photo of his, you can see his notebook and how big the actual font was. I don't know if this is it right here. Can you guys see this one? Oh, I'm in the way. Let me see if I can get out of the way. Yeah, no, it's gonna be tough to tell on that one, but they did do a zoom up, a close up of what was written on the pages there, and the words are just fucking enormous on there, and all like when he talks about groceries and gas and fucking whatever, those are all like big bold face highlighted. It's only using half the page because he can't move his neck down low enough to look at the fucking bottom of the page. Look at it. Each page is like, it's got one paragraph at the top, stops in the middle because he can't fucking bend his neck down anymore. Oh, shit. Yeah, but this strong man, again, defeated by the word acetaminophen, defeated by an escalator, and defeated by a fucking teleprompter. But strong man again. All right. Let's see if we can check in with Greg Kelly, because he is extremely upset, as is the rest of MAGA, with this incredible act of defiance and like this incredibly dangerous moment that Donald Trump and Melania were caught in when the escalator stopped. So let's see how Greg Kelly's, who he's going to blame and what he thinks should happen to these people. And again, I guess this is all going back to an apparent New York Times report that was apparently some of the UN workers were quoted as saying that they were maybe thinking about doing something with the escalator and the teleprompter. And again, hats off, ladies and gentlemen, to anybody at the UN that actively hit the button on the escalator and stopped it as soon as Donald Trump got on there. Round of applause to you. Hold on. I think I might have something for you. Yes, I do. I do have something for you. Here we go. Thank you. I really do appreciate it because it made my day. And anybody that, again, decided not to say or show the word acetaminophen to Donald Trump prior to him going out to a press conference to, again, rail against acetaminophen, thank you to them as well, because that, once again, was a highlight of my day. To watch the president of the United States, again, somebody that has children, not that you necessarily need to have children in order to know what the word acetaminophen is, but, you know, typically if you raise children, you're rather familiar with what acetaminophen is, you know, so on and so forth. But to see Donald Trump have absolutely no fucking idea what that word was, with all seriousness, was one of the highlights. So let's see how upset Greg Kelly is that the fucking escalator stopped.
Guilty today by a jury. I barely knew Ryan Ruth is his name was on trial. This just kind of happened.
And this was what? This is the guy on the golf course that was caught on the golf course with the barrel sticking out. Again, right, again, we're supposed to take the Secret Service word and believe the Secret Service when people are sneaking onto Donald Trump's golf course, and literally, if the barrel of the gun wasn't protruding from the fucking bush, who knows what would have happened, right? Not to mention the other event where just so happens that the guy managed to get up on a fucking clear platform with a clear line of sight to the president of the United States. But hey, Secret Service, I guess we should trust him.
It's gone, just like the 2 assassination attempts just happened. No, there's more to this. Anyway, guilty on all counts from weapons altering to attempted assassination. And he will spend...
What? I don't know why Greg Kelly does this. Like, the name of this video, Greg Kelly blast weirdness at United Nations. Why are you talking about something that has zero to do with the United Nations then? They do this all the freaking time. So let me see if I can. Oh, yep. No, he's got Donald Trump golfing. He's got Trump golfing. There he is. There he is. What's the matter with his elbow? Oh, what's that right there? Kind of looks like a cellulitis, right? So I've had a cellulitis. So when I was playing hockey, I had a cut on my elbow, and I guess from the elbow pads that I was wearing, it got infected. And one day I woke up and it looked like I had not a baseball, like a softball. Like somebody cut my skin open and somehow sewed a fucking softball into my elbow. And it looked, when it shrunk down, very similar to that. Unless that's just, something to do with the angle of the picture and dry skin on the out, whatever the fuck. But definitely looks like a large lump on the old bow there, right? Again, I'm no medical professional. I'm just going by what I've experienced in my life. But, as the thing were to start, because they kind of drew a line around it with the purple pencil or purple pen to see if it would expand, and it was running down my arm. So they had to relieve it, and they had to make sure that it didn't spread. So they, they pumped all the shit out of it. And then at the end of it, it kind of looked like that, to tell you the truth. But again, all speculation.
What he does every Sunday, he golfs. We know that about him. They know that about him. But they emphasize time and time again, he was not supposed to be there. What are they talking?
Can you talk about the UN? I don't give a shit. Oh, now we're into Lee Harvey Oswald. Okay, there we go. Somehow this is supposed to be about the UN. We're now 4 minutes in, nothing about the UN. All right, still nothing about the UN. Still not talking about the UN. It was 6 minutes and 16 seconds in about a video about the UN, and he's yet to bring it up. Okay, here we go. So we are now what, 10 minutes in, 9 minutes and 23 seconds into this 12-minute video before he actually talks about the actual fucking topic. Here we go.
Kind of suggests weirdness of this nature. You saw that the escalator situation, the escalator stopped working. I've been caught on like 5 elevators in my life.
Oh, yes. So, I mean, if anybody has the experience to, kind of detail what the angst that Donald Trump and the emotion that Donald Trump is now feeling since the escalator stopped, it's Greg Kelly, because he's been in 5 elevators. Fuck me. These people are the weakest, most fucking pathetic drama queen bitches I've ever fucking seen in my life.
An escalator has never stopped working mid-escalation.
Never has it happened. Never. Greg Kelly did the research, ladies and gentlemen. He did the investigative journalism to go back and check all of the records throughout history to see if any escalators have ever stopped mid-escalate. And apparently it's never happened. First time, and it's for Donald Trump. What do you know? But, I mean, do you guys understand how crazy it is that they're making such a fucking massive deal? Do you know what else we're dealing with in the world? Do you know what else he talked about in this fucking speech? The war in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin in Russia, the Russian horde, continuing to lob missiles and fucking drones into Ukraine every single fucking night. Yeah, you know what else he talked about? He talked about the fucking, the people starving to death in Gaza that are being bombed out of their house, being bombed out of their fucking territory. Gas prices, inflation, tariffs, ICE, Border Patrol, National Guard, and you guys, the murder of Charlie Kirk, and you guys are talking about an escalator? Jesus.
Again. It just stops.
They're playing fucking replay after replay. Yes, it stopped. Did anybody, did blood start pouring out of fucking open wounds from people, or what am I missing here? It stopped. Climb the fucking steps, you lazy pricks. Why would you? I don't even understand why you'd turn around in that. What would make you turn around? If it stopped, walk. That's what I'd do. Oh, it stopped? Okay, let me move my fucking feet to get myself up these stairs. But Jesus H. Christ, it's beyond my ability to comprehend just how fucking sycophantic and weak and pathetic these people are.
And
President Trump, why did you cancel the meeting with Chuck Schumer?
It's not going to stop them, of course. Watch President Trump when he gets to the top. He knows something's up.
You got anything?
Yeah, he knows it's up. It's his heart rate. That's what he's mad about. The only thing that's up is his fucking elevated heart rate because he just had to walk up the stairs. Fucking Jesus Christ. This is, just unbelievable. This is literally North Korea type shit, right? Like if Kim Jong-un were to visit some sports palace or some fucking this or that or some military compound and the escalator were to stop mid fucking escalate or whatever the fuck, somebody's getting fucking axed. Somebody's paying the price for that, right? Really not something that the United States should be too concerned over. I think we can get past that and, on to more of the important aspects of life that we need to be dealing with, as opposed to why the escalator stopped.
That's not right.
Even more importantly, why the teleprompter stopped working, or how to say acetaminophen.
That is not right. And I think they played games with that. I'll show you. I think I can prove it in a moment.
They played games.
They also played games with this teleprompter, his great big speech at the United Nations, and they turned off the teleprompter.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
He doesn't know what to do, dude. He quite literally doesn't know what to do. Oh, my God.
And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter.
Sounds like you do. Because if you didn't have a problem with it and you didn't care, you probably wouldn't talk about it, right? Probably wouldn't even be something that came up because you'd already had the speech in front of you. You wouldn't care because you can read perfectly, right? And it doesn't matter that the words are fucking 40 feet tall and probably colored in fucking yellow and in red marker so you can fucking make them out. But don't worry about it. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, and I'm sure that you just threatening the guy that's working the teleprompter was just, part of your nervous energy that you had up there, right?
Because the teleprompter is not working. I feel
he just manages to get laughed at every single time he's in front of fucking world leaders. Every single time. What was it? The first one? What was it? His hold on. What was it? Was it his first UN address? Was that where it was when he got fucking absolutely laughed at? Trump gets laughed at Was it UN? I think it was the UN, but I could be wrong. Oh, now it's gonna bring up all of the now it's just gonna bring up yesterday when I type it in though. Let me know in the chat. Was it the UN in his first where he was making it and they literally just busted out laughing at him? Because I think he said that the I forget what he said now. I'd be making it up if I said what he if I tried to remember what he actually said, but he was trying to compliment the United States and himself somehow. And literally, I believe it was the UN Assembly that just fucking outright laughed out loud in his face. That's when Donald Trump was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that reaction, right? Yeah, no, most people don't expect to get laughed at directly out loud to their faces when they speak at the UN. But Donald Trump seemingly has that fucking power. He seemingly has that power. Well, let's see what else Greg Kelly gets mad at. We won't get through too much of this because it's all just absolute fucking sycophantic nonsense. But it's still funny to see everybody. Like, there's a whole Twitter thread on like the danger of Trump being frozen and why the Secret Service didn't leap into action to cover him and immediately get him out of the fucking building. It's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Feel very happy to be up here with you, nevertheless. And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, but I'm going to ruin that guy's life.
The teleprompter, the escalator, he puts it all together. I mean, they were trying to ruin it.
Yeah. What a genius. What an investigative mind that man has. The escalator, the teleprompter, he put them all together. And what did he come out with? I don't know. Possible malfunctions. But other than that, somebody's going down. Somebody's going to pay.
Speech, ruin his day, send a message or
what his speech. No, his inability to fucking read, his inability to comprehend geopolitical situations and the ramifications of his actions is what fucking blew up his speech. Him trying to say that immigration is killing the world and killing the planet and killing Europe and killing every country is what ruined his speech. The bullshit about ending 7 wars, which everybody there knows is fucking horse shit, is what ruined his speech, right? And I believe I was talking about this yesterday. Let me see if I can pull this up. Because I think it was Ron Filipkowski that posted, let me see. I think it's on Blue Sky. Let me see if I can go that way. Pardon me. Just give me a second. Because he posted, I believe he got a statement from one of the, foreign dignitaries, one of the people in attendance there. And it was basically what I said, like asking, how the fuck are you guys not like incredibly embarrassed at this fucking chuckle fuck? Let me see. Ron Koski. Let me see if I can find it here. Escalator Gate, he's calling him. Here, I'll share this tab instead. Put this on the screen for you guys. See, Clay's worried about the Epstein files. Let me see if I can find it. Couldn't have been that far away. Magas, no, that's about the escalator gate. Let me see here. Dun, dun, dun. Christ, it can't be that far away, right? If someone at the UN intentionally stopped the escalator, where the hell is it? Well, my apologies. For some reason, I always struggle to find something. I can find it every single fucking time if I'm not live. But as soon as I go live, but I believe he got either a text or a quote from somebody that was in attendance, and it was basically just, saying what we all were thinking is, how incredibly embarrassing this deranged lunatic is, and why the United States puts up with it. So maybe it was him on Twitter and not Blue Sky. Maybe that's why I'm screwing up. But anyways, you get the point.
Whatever didn't work, but he knows what's happening.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every
wars, and again, not time today. Maybe we'll take a stab at it on tonight's show. But again, we've done a multitude of segments on how ridiculously nonsensical and false that statement is, to say that he ended 7 wars. There's multiple reports out there, multiple articles that you can that we can link to and read to pull up the actual facts of the matter in each of the individual cases, with each of the individual countries, and what exactly is still being discussed, fought over, or things that need to be agreed upon that seemingly will never be agreed upon to come to that final peace resolution. So again, without getting too deep into it, thank you so much, Jess. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you, Jess, for that $20. I appreciate that. As a mom of an autistic daughter, his Tylenol comment pisses me off. First, cases of autism in the 1940s. Tylenol was not invented until 1955. I didn't take meds when pregnant, but my Tegan has autism. Make it make sense. Well, thank you so much, Jess. First off, please say hello to Tegan for me. I appreciate the both of you. You guys are amazing individuals, and I very much appreciate your loyalty, your support for the channel, and your support for democracy and the truth. But yes, I mean, this is a great point being made all over the place. How can Tylenol be responsible for autism when it wasn't invented until 1955, and the first cases of autism were again in the 40s. So I mean, that's just one area, one fact, one statistic you can use in order to fucking swat away the bullshit from Donald Trump and RFK. Not that you necessarily need to go that far. All you have to do is take a look at the well documented scientific data, well documented investigations and fucking research into this stuff that real actual doctors, scientists, fucking medical professionals have engaged in. I'd listen to those instead of the fucking quack fuck that thinks heroin and steroids saved his life, and then the other guy telling you not to take Tylenol, right? I think there's just maybe something a little fucked up with that whole premise, but what do I know?
One of these countries and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle.
So we already showed this before we get too deep into that. Let me go, let me see if we can get into a little bit of this, a little bit of the updates and the information on this ICE shooting in Dallas. Again, another day in America, another day with gun violence. So let's see if we can get into a little bit of the information, a little bit, of the updates on this situation here. And from what I've seen, I haven't seen the press conference, but apparently the press conference had some questionable moments. Let's just say it didn't have. It had a few people questioning the motive. Let's just say here. So let's dive in.
We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able.
4 people shot, 2 deceased. That includes the shooter. So only one of the actual victims died. And that's, again, this was live at 10:23 a.m. Looks like Central Time. So if there's been updates or anything past this, please let me know in the chat. And no volume. Can you hear that? You can't hear that?
To locate the shooter who was deceased. We're going to be working this investigation shoulder to shoulder with our federal partners.
Can you hear that? Let me know. I don't want to. I'm obviously not going to be playing a clip that you guys can't hear. No, this was at an ICE. Let me see here. This is at an ICE facility in Dallas, Texas. Apparently, it was an apparent sniper. Again, they'll give you the information here. I just want to make sure that you can hear it. Mom says audio's fine. Okay. Monica says barely. All right, I'll let it play. If you need to turn it up, turn it up. I won't interrupt. I'll just let him kind of go on for a little bit to give you guys the information here.
The FBI is on scene, and right now I'm going to introduce you to the SAC of the Dallas Field Division, FBI Joe Rumrock.
Yeah, good morning. My name's Joe Rothrock. I'm the special agent in charge of the Dallas FBI field office. I want to first start by thanking our partners in local law enforcement, specifically the Dallas Police Department, for their quick and timely response. I can confirm at this time that the FBI is investigating this incident as an act of targeted violence, It is unfortunately just the most recent example we've seen of targeted violence, to include here in North Texas, where back on July 4th, we saw a coordinated attack carried
What is
out
this
against an
now? Hold
immigration
on.
detention center in Alvarado, Texas.
Looks like the BBC's coming out with this anti-ICE message on bullets at Dallas shooting that killed 2 immigration detainees. 3 people have died, including the attacker, after a shooting by a sniper at an immigration facility in Texas. Officials say 2 detainees were killed and a third is in critical condition. A statement from the Department of Homeland Security says no U.S. immigration and custom enforcement agents were injured, says Homeland Security spokeswoman Tricia McLaughlin. The gunman died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound in the incident. FBI Director Kash Patel posted an image of unspent bullets from the scene with the the phrase anti-ICE on them. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, this fucking whole, like, shit written on the bullets is just getting a little fucking out of hand and a little bit too fucking convenient. And I don't understand why, before any of this is investigated or researched or looked into, why the fucking director of the FBI, Kash Patel, would just be posting random pictures of the bullets, right? Like, how about we investigate? Was that done purposely? Was it done to mislead you, right? Was this guy actually going for the detainees and not the ICE agents, but wrote anti-ICE so that you'd look in the complete fucking opposite direction afterwards? And if the person died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, what the fuck is why is he writing? I don't know. A lot of it, nothing seems to fucking make sense anymore to me. I don't understand it. I want something to make sense to me just once, have it make sense. Because if he's anti-ICE, he clearly was a terrible shot, because it doesn't seem to me like he fucking hit any of the intended targets, right? Looks like everybody he killed was a fucking detainee. 3 people have died, including the attacker, shooting by a sniper in an immigration facility in Texas. 2 detainees were killed, and a third is in critical condition. So detainees. No U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement agents were injured. Right? So clearly the guy's a fucking shit shot if that was fucking his intent. Or there's a little bit more to this that's going on. Let's see here. More politicians condemn the violence. 3 dead in total, Homeland Security says. 2 detainees have been killed. Adds that the gunman fired at an unmarked van near the facility, and at least one of the victims ran out of the vehicle and tried to get help from inside the ICE facility. The gunman was positioned at an elevated location and opened fire from the rooftop, a lawyer's office across the street from an ICE detention facility on Empress Street, DHS says. Earlier, there was confusion over whether 2 or 3 people had died, including the attacker. For some, the incident happens at a time when U.S. should come together. Let's just go on. I just want to hear a little bit more from that press conference, because, like I said, there was a few people kind of questioning the way they went about this.
With you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the suspected shooter contain messages that are anti-ICE in nature.
No, it literally says anti-ICE. It literally says the words anti-ICE, right? They're not anti-ICE statements. It's not anti-ICE rhetoric. It's not like fucking Antifa quotes, right? It fucking literally says anti-ICE. That's what it says. So they want to kind of phrase this and position this as it's like a whole shitload of bullets that have all of these fucking quotes and writings on them that are 100% guaranteed to be from somebody that's anti-ICE, when in reality it just says anti-ICE, right? Which, again, how you draw any meaning from that whatsoever before having any knowledge of the person, any fucking knowledge of his background, completing the investigation. Right. It's just, again, they're trying to, how they come out and they keep talking about this. Oh, attacks and threats are up against ICE agents 1,000%. Well, guess what? The use of ICE is up 1,000%. Their interactions with the public, them being spread all throughout communities, has been fucking up 1,000%. So I guess the nature in which the attacks and the people that are fucking retaliating against this has gone up basically 1-to-1. So it's not like, you do more, you're going to get more in return, right? That's just, I think that's fucking the nature, the law of nature, right? If you attack me, I'm going to attack back. And again, nobody should ever in any way be committing acts of violence, political violence or otherwise. And absolutely nobody condones anything like this whatsoever, regardless of what side of the political aisle the shooter is on. But again, to not open your eyes and be like, well, apparently the reason in which our officers are being quote unquote attacked in this percentage is because of the way they are being used and manipulated as political weapons of the Trump administration, of the Trump regime, being used as pawns to intimidate, to stoke fear in the hearts of democratic cities so they don't go against the dear leader. Right? I mean, so again, nobody should have any fucking problems condemning this type of shit. Nobody should have any problem saying anybody doing this is a sick individual and needs fucking help. And we also should have no fucking problem saying that people with this type of, mental issues should definitely be kept away from fucking weapons at all costs, which means we should probably continue to talk about, gun legislation and the laws in this country about getting your hands on weapons. Like, I don't believe that it should be more difficult for you to get your driver's license than it should be to waltz into a fucking Walmart and buy a weapon that could take out several people on your fucking way out of the store. I find that to be somewhat of a ridiculous, a ridiculous thing in this fucking country, where the rules and the regulations and the laws behind fucking motor vehicles and you driving and having to fucking have insurance and keeping up on this and keeping up on that are fucking far and away more intense, more in depth than half the gun laws in the states in this fucking country.
Again, this is just the most recent example of this type of attack. This will be a whole of government response. There will be no.
Okay, so what if we find out that let's just hypothetically say that he was targeting the detainees, though, right? Wouldn't that completely flip the script? Wouldn't that completely change the entire narrative surrounding this whole thing? And again, that's speculation because we don't know. But I can at least come out and say that it's speculation, as opposed to this guy being like, well, it says anti-ice on the bullet, so we know exactly what the fuck he was doing. We know why he went there. We know what part of what political wing he was affiliated with, all because it says anti-ice on one bullet. Which, again, you don't think criminals are like, hey, how could I possibly throw the fucking feds off the trail after I commit this crime? How can I make it more difficult for them to, again, ascertain the identity of the fucking person? Let me throw it. Let me write something on a bullet that they can find, and it'll throw them off the fucking trail for at least a couple hours, right? Or maybe let's have an old guy pull down his pants at the fucking, at Utah State or whatever, and we can have the old guy tell everybody that he did it while the fucking shooter is hightailing it through neighborhoods with, again, a Mauser somehow. Just ridiculous.
Resource not utilized to bring all those individuals who are responsible to bring them to justice and to hold them accountable. While we're not releasing identities of any victims at this time, what I can confirm for you is no members of law enforcement were hurt during this attack.
So then, how is it? I don't know. I guess it's a difficult one. I'd rightfully admit, but he seems to be associating this with an attack on the actual officers when in reality, none of the officers were injured and only the detainees were killed. So I'm just kind of having a hard time here, figuring out how he's so sure that this was like an actual fucking direct attack on the law enforcement agents themselves. Again, drawn from just the words anti-ice written on a single bullet found by them. I don't know,
If any member of the public has information that would help the FBI's investigation, I would ask that you please report that.
Yeah. If anybody's smarter than Cash Patel, please. If there's anybody out there that's not Cash Patel that can help me with this investigation, please somebody fucking let me know, because I can't tell which way that guy's looking ever. But it's definitely not the right way. All right, so enough of that. Just want to kind of give you guys an update on the breaking news of the day and what probably is going to be talked about as well. But that kind of brings us into this territory, though. Oh man, hold on, I missed that one. That brings us into this territory, which is the magic bullet territory of the Charlie Kirk investigation. Speaking of the FBI and investigations, here's a little bit of that me see if I can play this before we get into that, though. I think this is just a little snippet from that press conference. I don't know if it's Ted Cruz, what that sniveling prick had to say. Let's see.
Today at approximately 6:40 a.m., we received a assist the officer call. We responded to the call, got to the scene, and we later learned that we had 4 individuals that were shot, 2 of them deceased, including the shooter. The DPD was able to locate the shooter who was deceased.
What I can also share with you is that early evidence that we've seen from rounds that were found near the shooter.
What happens is
contain
Ted Cruz actually goes on there and does what Republicans do and tries to blame the left for their rhetoric, actively and accurately calling out ICE for their illegal and unconstitutional fucking policies that they are following. Passed down from the Trump administration. So apparently, because we accurately call fascistic acts and authoritarian moves, it's somehow, again, the left's fault on this one. I guess we're not allowed to ever point out any fucking historical facts, any historical coordination, any historical fucking one-to-ones and parallels that we see between, I guess, anybody and anybody. We're not allowed to ever. Not in classrooms. Don't teach history in classrooms. Don't talk about history. Even if we're doing fascist shit, you can't say fascist shit because bad things will happen to the fascists, apparently. Does anybody know how fucking crazy this is? Like, again, actively using this situation to try to attack the opposing political party and to try to make sure that what they say, or what they can and cannot say is used against them. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. But this brings me on to this, and I know we only got a couple minutes left, so this is kind of just going to be... We've entered magic bullet territory, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in the magic bullet phase, and I don't mean the thing to make you smoothies. I don't. I mean an actual magic fucking bullet that was apparently used by Tyler Robinson, fired from a World War I, World War II era K98 Mauser 30-06 that had been previously unassembled, currently reassembled, no fucking, no shots to scope the fucking thing in, to sight it in, none. And somehow we're supposed to believe what the FBI is telling us. But this is apparently somebody close to Charlie Kirk had posted this on X, and it has sparked a fucking a lot of discussion. So I just want to read this to you. I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of exit wound with Charlie. And as you guys know, if you've been watching the show, right, I myself have been saying from the jump, and again, just clear speculation, just by what I saw and what I felt watching it at the moment, I have been from moment one very, very fucking positive, right? Very clear and very sure that what we saw was the exit wound from Charlie Kirk. If you were unlucky enough to have witnessed and seen the video, my first immediate reaction, knowing that typically the exit wound being the bigger of the trauma, right? Entrance being the smaller, then the bullet tumbles. So when it comes out, it's typically not it's in a different orientation, creating a bigger, exit wound, right? I myself thinking that was like, I think we just saw the exit, right? That doesn't seem like an entrance. That doesn't seem like what would happen if at that angle with that weapon, he was struck at that place, right? That's just kind of what I was thinking. But he goes on to say, I'm not usually interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize that this is somewhat graphic. But in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said, quote, "The bullet absolutely should have gone through and through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round, which a 30-06 is. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, as they say, just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or 2 down, an elk, etc., which is typically what they're fucking used for, right? But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned this to the doctor that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing behind Charlie on the side of the tent, and he replied, it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. His bone was so healthy, and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. They found the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save lives of those around him. Remarkable, miraculous. Now, anybody that knows anything about weaponry, ammunition, hunting, 30-06s, Mausers, fucking K98s, anything, right, knows that if you're taking down a fucking moose or two, if you're taking down a fucking elk or two, elk and moose, bigger, much bigger than human beings, typically requiring much more bone density to support the, much more massive weights. And yet the fucking 30-06 will go through a moose skull, an elk skull, and then another moose skull, and then another elk skull if they were all fucking lined up. But apparently, Charlie's neck was fucking so strong, and his vertebrae in the neck, which are usually, jelly-like and not the most fucking, not the hardest of substances because your neck needs to fucking move and shit, right? Somehow, those vertebrae were so much like steel that it actually stopped that bullet dead in its tracks. Like, what? I'm sorry. What are we talking about here? And it went on because Alex Jones, let me see if I can find this. Because Alex Jones at first came out and was like, this makes absolutely no sense. I'm questioning everything about this. Let me see if I can pull this up. Ready? Listen to this bullshit.
You know how many people hunt out there and know exactly what a 30-06 round does to?
Oh no, sorry, I'll play that after. Let me get. I'll play it now. I'll play it now because this is, again, there are a multitude of accounts and people online. Again, ex-military, ex-special forces, ex-fucking hunters, whatever it may be, and they're not on the left, right? They're not lefties. They're not progressives. And even they are like, this, nothing is adding up. This makes no sense. The information that we're getting doesn't make sense. He definitely didn't have a fucking 30-06 stuffed down his fucking tight jeans. The cell phone, you can see the outline of the cell phone so well, you could probably read his fucking text messages through the jeans. He's bending both legs. The backpack ain't big enough. The screwdriver's on the fucking, the list of things that are causing questions and causing people to question this investigation is almost endless at this point, but just a little explanation from somebody, I'm assuming ex-military, judging by the stuff behind him, and somebody that is knowledgeable about firearms, right?
As to an elk skeleton or bone. We're not dumb. This ain't going to work. This man of steel, his bone density, let's talk about this, okay? Let's talk about some things that a 30-06 can do. From out to about 400 to 500 yards, a 30-06 can penetrate elk bone. Why is that significant? Elk bone is significantly more dense and strong than human bone. Why? Because elk get up to almost 1,000 pounds. And so the bone has to be extremely dense to carry that much weight. Now, let's compare it to human, okay? Well, for one, let's talk about where Charlie got shot. He got shot here in the carotid. If that did hit a vertebrae in his neck, let's understand that neck vertebrae is some of the most fragile bone in the human body because it's so flexible to handle what we do with our neck. So what they're telling you is a 30-06 round, which can blow through elk bone, was stopped by Charlie Kirk's neck and a vertebrae. If you believe that, God bless your little heart.
Again, the questions that people have been asking pretty fucking consistently since this started with no fucking further answers, again, lead to incredible amounts of speculation. And again, there are videos out there that you can see where it supposedly and allegedly shows, a flash of light at the exact moment where the shot rang out from behind, where, again, seemingly to me, and I'll break this down to me. I won't put this on anybody else, but to me, the position in which makes most sense, judging by the wounds that we saw, the reaction by Charlie, and everything else, it would make the most sense to me that the shot came from the left-hand side, right? Which is why you would see the shirt move out this way, coming from, what we saw where his white shirt went out. It has been debunked that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. He was not wearing a bulletproof vest, so it did not ricochet like some people previously thought, right? And again, I don't know. I'm not a fucking conspiracy theorist, but with the lack of evidence and lack of actual answers that make sense, this is what people are left to do, right? You're looking at the film, looking at fucking different parts of it and seeing what they can find because nothing makes sense. Even the video released by the FBI, when they show Tyler Robinson running across the roof, why don't they show him when he's lying down in prone position taking the shot? Because the camera picks up the entirety of the roof. But for some reason, they cut that fucking video. They cut that shot just after he allegedly takes the shot, and you can see him running across the roof, right? And again, carrying what looks to be either a towel or the backpack. Definitely doesn't seem like a rigid weapon that he's jumping down with. So when it's like, okay, so how did he, if he took it apart, how did he put it back together when he left a screwdriver on the roof? How are we, like, what do we, like, come on, like, give me something that makes sense and I'll fucking, like, I'll be happy. I'll be happy to fucking be like, okay, that makes sense. That checks off, right? That checks out. We can, you know, we can move on and not feel like the FBI is completely fucking incompetent and wholly irresponsible right now at the leadership and behest of fucking what's his name? Cash Patel.
Now let's look at this actual ballistics test. All right, so we're gonna watch
now. So he's gonna do. He's taking a look at another person again, very familiar with firearms, very familiar with what the power and what they do and the capabilities. And he does a test here on elk bone, right? So trying to put together the fact that the doctor says Charlie's fucking Charlie's spine in his neck stopped the 30-06 that would go through and through a moose skull, an elk skull, a couple of them, but Charlie's spine's up. And so I just want to show you
from US Overwatch. He just put out this a day ago. Very good video.
And I'll let you guys
I'll put his link in the pinned comment and description if you want to watch the whole video.
So I don't have to show that. And then I'm trying to show that. So I just want to show the the little fucking test he does, which is right here. Sorry, no, I'm not trying to. Nothing graphic. I'm not trying to do anything graphic. Just the test that he does here, right?
As we'll see here in a second, blows through the wall behind it.
Like we did kind of also think the.
So he originally, I don't want to go too far back just in case, but he originally straps what he's got in his hand here is an elk bone, big thick ass elk bone. He tapes it to this dummy here. Goes back to, I believe, I'm not sure what distance he does, but he goes back to a certain distance, takes a shot with the exact same rifle, exact same weapon and ammunition supposedly used. And not only did it fucking blow right through that elk bone, not only did it explode that elk bone into fucking dust, but it went through the dummy, it went through the wall, and it went through the fucking thing behind the wall. So something ain't making sense. Right? Something just ain't making sense. It's just not adding up. And that's what these people, very familiar with, again, weaponry, firearms, the destruction caused by them, that's what they're bringing up.
Stood no chance against a 30 caliber round traveling at that high of a velocity.
So I'll tell you this. We need all this published. We need all this brought out. We need to find out, was there an autopsy? If there wasn't, that's cover-up town.
So that's Jones, and I know I'm running out of time, and I'll get you guys off to Jeff, my buddy Jeff over there on this space. But that was Alex Jones' original reaction, right? Now this is him actually defending. There was one where he's sitting in the car. Oh, here it is. Check this out. Oh, please tell me it's a video. Come on, play, you bastard. Oh, let me see. Let me see if I can get it. He's sitting in his car, and he says, now that I think about it, it actually is pretty plausible that Charlie's spine ricocheted. And here's the here's a 30-06 here. Let me put this on the screen for you guys just to give you a little representation. Here's a 30-06 here, right here. Here's a 7.62 NATO round. Here's a 308, 223, 357 Magnum all the way down here. Here's the 30-06 right next to a 50 cal, right? And of course, only the projectile is what we're looking at. But the amount of explosives in grain in the cartridge is another big factor, right? To produce velocity. So it's nothing is fucking adding up. So and let me see if I can get this. I have about a minute. Let me see if I can find real quick his little explanation. Here it is, right here. Ready? Check this out.
Report the facts to you. I just talked to Andrew Colvett, who is the official spokesman for DPUSA.
That was the original person that put out the tweet that we just read.
Who I've met before, who's a great guy, and a big confidant of Charlie Kirk. And I put my report out about him talking to the surgeon that was there when Charlie was brought dead to the hospital. And Charlie was being shot from on top, I'm just repeating what he told me, into the throat. And he's saying now that no, it didn't go through, which actually makes sense. Now that I think about it, it was coming down and it went, he asked me not to be too graphic, but it went down his spine, exploded in his.
I'm just not, he's literally reaching as far as he could possibly reach on this one. Stop it. Stop it. If you're going to try to explain to me that the 30-06 is going to go and blow right through an elk skull, a couple of them, if they stood head to head, you are never going to get me to believe that a 30-06 round was stopped and redirected and deflected downwards by Charlie Kirk's fucking spinal cord. I'm sorry. It's just not, you're not going to get me to believe it. It's just not going to fucking happen. Everybody that's like, no, that's a through and through. That'll go through and through, which would make sense again if the shot came from this side, right? In which there are videos out there that, that show what looks to be the bullet flying through the air, what looks to be his neck reacting to penetration. And then you can see on the other side, just after, the exit wound formed after the entry wound. And again, not saying this is fact, could have possibly been manipulated. I don't know. But again, there are videos out there that do suggest otherwise, that do suggest that other things were in play, other things did take place besides what Kash Patel and the FBI are letting us know. But I'm going to let you guys go. I know Jeff Waldorf is next on this space. I appreciate all the work that he does. I hope you guys enjoy his show over there. Good luck to him. Hope he has a great show. I appreciate this space. I appreciate Matt. I appreciate all the mods. Thank you guys very much. To everybody on Blunt Politics here joining me, stick around so I can thank everybody who contributed on Venmo. Thank everybody who contributed here on YouTube. And I'll get you guys on so you can enjoy the rest of the day. All right. So everybody on this space, I appreciate you. Have a good day. And thank you once again for fighting for democracy. Catch us tonight at 8:30 p.m. on tonight's show. All right. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress. They control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively, massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you're watching Logically Left. Right here, this space on Wednesdays, and of course on my channel every other day of the week. Okay, except for weekends. Gotta have some time. But anyway, got a great show. Okay, gonna have some fun. We have Escalator Gate. Yes, Escalator Gate. Fun. Had a little bit of issues at the UN for the president that apparently, at least according to Carolyn Levitt, sabotage. Listen, all y'all, sabotage. Uh-oh. No. Little classic Beastie Boys. Okay. We've got that. We've got Donald Trump raging about Jimmy Kimmel's return. We've got some irony. A right-wing tattle app, okay, that was created to out people who criticized Charlie Kirk, okay, following his death, has inadvertently exposed its own users. Oops. Oh, whoopsie. Oh, no. Then we have the scientist behind Donald Trump's Tylenol autism claim. Turns out he's got a bit of a conflict of interest. What is that? We'll get to it. And then finally, the White House is now once again begging Doge workers to come back. I kid you not. So fun times, as always. Doge, what a complete and utter waste of money, complete and utter boondoggle, and of course, a distraction from the GOP's gigantic robbery. Okay. So anyway, that's what I'm going to talk about today. It's going to be a fun show. We'll start out with a little bit of online Trump rage. Oh, and if you haven't already, please like and share the stream. Very important that you do so. It helps get this space out to everyone else. So everybody can watch the fantastic programming other than just myself, but many others. Many other great programs, including Ross and Brian, and that had preceded me. Man, it's just a lot of great stuff. So if you haven't already, share, subscribe, all that wonderful stuff. All right. Anyway, let's do it. President Donald Trump spent the night raging about Disney's decision to reinstate Jimmy Kimmel Live after the late night program was indefinitely suspended last week. Definitely suspended. I mean, apparently, they don't really know the definition of indefinitely, but okay. Well, anyway, going over to Truth Social, the president raged, saying, "I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution." But wait a minute, by that logic, we're doing Trump logic here, okay? Wouldn't Fox News also and Newsmax be doing illegal campaign contributions, considering how they are nothing more than pro-Trump garbage? I mean, Fox News is literally the arm of the Republican Party. That's what they were created for. They were created as a so-called entertainment channel, right? But one that served Republicans and Republican causes. So, I mean, I know. I got to be careful using logic here. Okay. Got to be careful. You can't do that. No, here's what happened with Jimmy Kimmel, right? So Jimmy Kimmel gets canceled. People get pissed, not just the libs, by the way, but there were also some conservatives who joined in the outrage because, look, threatening to use the government to crack down on a late night TV host is not very free speech of them. Okay. And so some conservatives took it kind of personally. And you know what? Good for them, right? A lot of people did a boycott. They canceled their Disney Plus accounts and all that. So it turns out that, hey, when you boycott, it actually can work. I mean, look at boycotts from the right worked. Bud Light. And so, you now have boycotts from the left. Target, by the way, has been boycotted for a long time now by the left. And boy, they are hurting. They're hurting. Okay. So yeah, it works. It works. That said, Trump made threats. Oh boy, here we go. He said, quote, I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. Man, he is so triggered. So triggered. Now, what does he mean by that, though? Well, he was referring to ABC News settling their lawsuit with Trump after one of their hosts, George Stephanopoulos, had stated on air that Trump had been found liable for rape. Now, in reality, he was found liable for sexual abuse. Okay? That's not exactly better. All right? That's not better. In fact, what it was is that it's just one of those murky legal definitions, right? Which did not fit New York's legal definition of rape. Okay, what he was alleged to have done. And I don't want to get into the nasty details about what he had done to E. Jean Carroll. That's what it refers to. But it didn't quite fit the definition of rape. But the judge in the ruling was like, it's pretty much rape by any other definition. So Stephanopoulos wasn't exactly wrong here, but since corporate media is weak and sad and pathetic, they settled. And they gave Donald Trump $16 million. Because, you know, they probably wanted to do a merger or something in the future. You know how this works. Now, that post did suggest that Trump plans to take some sort of legal action against ABC, but on what grounds? Being mean to Trump? I don't think that's going to cut it. I think it's going to cut it. I think it's going to be a gigantic waste of time, gigantic waste of money, probably our money, taxpayers. But that's what he does. He's so incredibly good at wasting our money and our time. Look, his $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times was literally just thrown out. Okay. Days after it was filed by a judge who was like, you know, the courts are not a, quote, protected platform to rage against an adversary. No kidding. I wish he understood that. Now, I did mention that some conservatives did stick up for Kimmel on free speech grounds, and that's good. That's rather principled of them, right? But many Trump supporters, they wanted the cancel culture, of course. And they're now very, very angry, like Trump, that Kimmel, his show is coming back, even though they've never really watched it. So why should it matter to them? It doesn't. But an executive producer of the Charlie Kirk show, for example, said that bringing Kimmel back was a quote-unquote mistake, while others encouraged conservatives to flood ABC with complaints. Okay, go ahead. Don't care. No, one of the real issues here, though, actually comes from the network affiliates. These are Nexstar and Sinclair, okay, which are conservative-owned outlets, all right? Republican-owned affiliates. They together, by the way, control about 20% of the local ABC channels. All right, so that's a problem. They said that they would not be airing Kimmel's comeback episode on their affiliate stations, which, again, I don't know, seems pretty cancel culture to me. They also, by the way, demanded that Kimmel both apologize and donate to Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. How about get bent? Seriously. Look, the entire thing against Jimmy Kimmel is nothing more than manufactured outrage. Nothing that Kimmel said was in any way bad. He said, quote, "We hit new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it." And I think that's what's really important. They were trying to score political points. Trump himself. Look, they blamed before anyone was even caught a suspect, whatever. they blamed leftist transgender Antifa and radicalizing people on college campuses for it. Okay. It turned out the kid was raised in a gun-loving MAGA household, was not affiliated with any political party or movement, and had carved ironic gaming memes into the bullets that he used. All right. Kimmel, he didn't know that at the time, okay, because that's not information that we knew. They didn't even have anybody. Just like MAGA did not know that he was not a leftist transgender person like they were all hoping he was. Okay. This entire thing was used by Donald Trump to try to cancel people that he doesn't like and to wage war against the left in general. I mean, what, designating Antifa, which isn't a real organization, as a domestic terror group through, by the way, an illegal executive order. You cannot designate groups in the United States as domestic terrorists. Okay. And not only that, but the FBI has declared transgender people to be a terroristic threat. And this is all while they're ignoring the real domestic terror threat, which is right-wing. It comes from the far right. I mean, look at all those criminal cases involving right-wing political violence. Look at all those. And there's more, by the way. Domestic extremist-related killings in the U.S. Right-wing domestic terrorism responsible, or extremism, sorry, for 75% of those attacks. That's who's responsible here. So it's pretty clear that this administration just wants anyone who does not agree with them to just shut up. And if they don't, they're going to use the cancel culture to come after you. Remember, it has always been the right wing who has used cancel culture to try to shut people up. It didn't work back then, and it sure as hell ain't going to work now. Okay. Fun times. Let's move on to the next story here. We got some sabotage. Interesting. Okay. On Tuesday, President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania got caught up in a bit of an embarrassing moment on the escalator at the UN building. Let's take a look. Okay. Now, oops. That's unfortunate. Never had that one happen before. Just got kind of stuck, had to use the stairs ourselves. Oh no, what a tragedy. What a disaster. What's funny here is apparently the Trump team is now convinced. They're convinced that this was not an accident.
It does appear to be sabotage with the escalator and the teleprompter. What is the White House going to do about that?
Well, Jesse, that's definitely what it appears to be to me, and that's why I put out a statement earlier. There was some concerning reporting over the weekend from the London Times, as you pointed out, that UN globalist staffers were basically plotting to set up the President of the United States. And first it was the escalator, then it was the teleprompter, and then Katie Pavlich from Town Hall, who we offered a seat in the press pool to cover the President's historic speech today, noticed that the audio inside of the room was much lower and different for the President of the United States than the previous speaker. So when you put all of this together, it doesn't look like a coincidence to me. And I know that we have people, including the United States Secret Service, who are looking into this to try to get to the bottom of it. And if we find that these were UN staffers who were purposefully trying to trip up, literally trip up, the President and the First Lady of the United States, well, there better be accountability for those people. And I will personally see to it, Jess.
Wow. They so desperately want to be victims. Okay. They want there to be these massive conspiracies. Okay. Like, oh my God, everything is the fault of the far left and Antifa. They're sabotaging the escalator. Oh my God. We're gonna have the Secret Service look into this. Oh, great. So you're gonna waste time and our money. Once again, it always comes back to wasting our money. It's never his money. It's our taxpayer money that ends up into these ridiculous investigations into somebody, sabotaging an escalator so that it just stopped. And so that the president had to walk up the stairs. Wow. Oh my God. Wow. No, look, here's the thing. We're having fun with this, okay? We're making fun of Trump, but we're not running around turning off escalators. Okay, that's not what's happening. Oh, well, how do you explain it then, libtard? Trump's own team. They accidentally triggered, yes, that's the word here, the emergency stop mechanism. Yes, Antonio Guterres, Donald Trump's videographer, had run ahead of the president and may have accidentally oopsied the safety mechanism, causing the escalator to shut down. Okay. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense, right? But well, what about the teleprompter then? What about the teleprompter, huh? I thought Donald Trump didn't use those. Well, apparently he does. And apparently somebody allegedly sabotaged it to make him look bad. No, again, in this situation, the call is, again, coming from inside the house. This time, the White House specifically, because guess what? They were responsible for operating the teleprompter for the president. Yes, that's right. It was the White House. Oops. It ain't sabotage, okay? I'm going to bet more than anything, it is nothing more than incompetence. Yeah. Remember, President Trump has pretty much fired anyone and everyone who knows what they're doing. They just are. Okay, that's what they've done. And so I think that this may explain the teleprompter fail. Okay, incompetence, perhaps, or just, somebody rushing, whatever. It's for the escalator. Again, oopsie. That's an oopsie. All right. Just oopsies all around. Not everything has to be a conspiracy theory against the dear leader to try to make him look bad. If anything, Trump, more than anyone, tends to do that himself. Just say. This attack cannot go unpunished. The escalator must be deported. I love it. So good. All right. We got a Tattle app that really messed up. Okay. Now, how's this for a little bit of irony? An app created to out critics of the late Charlie Kirk, generally by quoting him or saying that, hey, maybe this guy actually did say a whole bunch of very controversial, if not racist, terrible things. And then basically posting those quotes that gives you, that labels you a critic of Charlie Kirk, apparently, when you quote him in context. But anyway, an app that was specifically meant to tattle on those people accidentally exposed the people who had signed up to be users of this app. Okay, now it is called Cancel the Hate. Once again, I thought they were supposed to be against cancel culture, but apparently they love cancel culture. So that's that. But that was launched on September 10th with the aim to, quote unquote, hold individuals accountable for their public words. Cancel culture. That's it. Cancel culture. But anyway, the purpose of this app, they said, was to invite users to express concern, i.e. tattle, and submit tattle, on alleged offenders. It asked for the names, locations, and employers of people for the express purpose of outing them with their personal information, their names, and their jobs, okay, to get them fired. In fact, the app stated that it had a specific interest in targeting doctors, medical professionals, nurses, whatever. And not just them, but public officials, business owners, entertainers, influencers, oh no, teachers, and education administrators. So, I mean, that's a pretty big group of people, okay, that they want to tattle on. Sweet. Now, according to Straight Arrow News, this app, which required users to submit their own personal data, ended up, leaking that data everywhere. I mean, it's just a data spill. Gone. Everywhere. It's everywhere. We're slipping in the data here. Okay? Slip and fall. Got to put up one of those signs, you know. Be careful. You might slip on this data. It's leaking everywhere. All right? Well, not anymore, because apparently it has been removed from download. So you can't download it no more. Straight Arrow News reported that the flaw in the app, discovered by the security researcher who identifies himself as Bob the Hacker. Yeah, Bob the Hacker. Okay. Enabled the exposure of user information, such as email addresses and phone numbers. He said, although email addresses were included in profile bios by default, seemingly unbeknownst to many of the platform's users, the data could still be exposed, even if privacy settings were enabled to keep it hidden. Oops. After reporters reached out to the app, it disappeared from the internet. Gone. It is gone. Gone. Okay. How ironic that here you have an app that was created to snitch on people for saying mean things about Charlie Kirk, to snitch on them, to expose them, ended up exposing the personal information of their own users. Oops. Oops. Yeah. Now, look, that said, while this failed, okay, there have been plenty of people that have faced retaliation, okay, from the right's cancel culture crusade. According to the American Association of University Professors, at least 60 professors and teachers have faced retaliation due to comments they made about Charlie Kirk. Faculty first responders said that they had reached out to about 35 academic workers in the past week, most of them professors, whose comments about Mr. Kirk have been spread around right-wing media, according to Heather Steffen. Now, the app website had promised, we do not seek revenge or mob justice. No, the goal is transparency. They should not be harassed, threatened, or harmed in any way, said a disclaimer. Right. Sure. Totally. Yeah, I believe you. Except I don't. This is what we call a CYA, or a cover your ass statement. And why? Why would they want to release a cover your ass statement? Because the reason that they're doing that is the far right tends to do far more political violence than any other group in the United States. And they all know it. They all know it. Okay. But they lie about it and blame Trantifa. Okay. Transgender Antifa left-wing super soldiers or something. Okay. But in reality, no, the far right, people who are anti-government, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-abortion, top the lists of people who are violent. That is the vast majority of political violence in this country. That's what it's based on. Anyone that's saying otherwise is lying to you and wants to sell you a fake reality. And you know what? If you're buying that, well, then I have a bridge for sale. I might go for quite a bit cheaper. Okay. Nurses, healthcare workers, why am I not surprised? We are recession proof no matter what, we are needed. There you go. Here we go. More fun times. Really interesting that they get to make apps to ruin people's lives and get away with it. Isn't it, though? Isn't it? Very much so. Acetaminophen. I can't get over the way that Trump says had tried to say acetaminophen. Just couldn't do it. All right. On Monday, President Donald Trump made an announcement warning that Tylenol gives kids autism. Oh no. And that hey, women, you just gotta tough it out during pregnancy. Even though, one of the main reasons to take Tylenol, since it is a fever reducer, okay? Fever can actually cause a lot of issues, untreated fever, among the fetus, okay? In the fetus, I should say, during pregnancy. So you got to take care of that whole fever thing. But anyway, Trump says, no, don't take it. This is bad. It's bad. It's going to do bad things. Okay, so if you're pregnant, don't take it. Don't take it. Now, here's the thing. There is no real evidence linking Tylenol as a cause for autism in children. There is some correlation, perhaps, but no causation. That's very important. That said, Dr. Marty Makary, commissioner of the FDA, on Monday during a press conference, cited a study from one Dr. Andrea Baccarati, a senior public health academic at Harvard, who co-authored a review that linked acetaminophen to autism and warned that pregnant women should limit their consumption of the drug, not cut it out completely, just limit it. Okay. Makary said Baccarelli's review found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association between acetaminophen and autism, and quoted the Harvard academic directly as saying, "We cannot wait any longer." Oh, well, I mean, there you go. It is from a senior health academic from Harvard. It must be legit. Except no. Turns out, Baccarelli, he was previously paid for his expert opinion $150,000 in a lawsuit filed against the manufacturers of Tylenol. So this actually happened in the summer of 2023. Okay. Baccarelli was hired or paid, I should say, $150,000 to be an expert witness during a class action lawsuit against Kenvue, the maker of Tylenol. A group of parents had filed this lawsuit back in 2022 with a New York federal court, alleging that their kids' autism and ADHD was a result of prenatal use of acetaminophen. Let me just tell you the number one cause of autism. Okay. It's going to blow your mind here. Okay. It's when you have autistic parents and they get together and they have kids. That's the number one cause. All right. That's it. Okay. No, doesn't have anything to do with Tylenol. All right. Anything like that. But anyway, according to a court deposition in August of 2023, Baccarelli said that he had made about $150,000 as a supposed expert witness in the case. Now, Baccarelli, who is the dean of Harvard's T.H. Chan School of Public Health and specializes in how environmental exposures can affect human health, did not respond to a request for comment. Didn't respond. Harvard spokesperson said that Baccarelli disclosed his role as an expert witness against Tylenol in his paper. Now, the complainants in the case, by the way, engaged 5 different experts, including Baccarelli, to testify in their case. What happened? Well, it turns out that in December of 2023, their testimonies got dismissed by a federal judge named Denise Coate, who found their views to be, quote unquote, unreliable. Oops. Of Baccarelli's testimony, Coate said, the discussion in his reports is incomplete, unbalanced, and at times misleading. In general, Dr. Baccarelli downplays those studies that undercut his causation thesis and emphasizes those that align with his thesis. Basically, he was cherry picking because, of course, he was. Got to get those fat cherries, so he can make his fat money. Coate said that all 5 of the experts who testified in the unsuccessful lawsuit against Kenvue have not served to enlighten, but to obfuscate the weakness of the evidence on which they purport to rely and the contradictions in their research. A source familiar with the case added that Baccarelli's expert testimony was later repackaged as the study that he co-published last month. Oh, so no, lazy too, apparently. Sure, great. The source shared an independent academic review of Baccarelli's original research that urged him and his co-authors to temper the language when inferring that prenatal exposure to acetaminophen causes autism. The report concluded that there was an association between the two rather than a causal link. Once again, correlation does not equal causation. Just saying. That's how it works. But that said, apparently Baccarelli's own correlation was also rather weak. Professor David Mandel, an associate director for the Center for Autism Research at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, said that Baccarelli's methodology did not provide a rigorous review of evidence. No kidding. No kidding. He added that one of the studies examined by Baccarelli's paper explored the autism acetaminophen link without providing any measure of autism symptoms. No kidding. The statements into the discussion is suggesting the link is strong rather than somewhat equivocal, combined with the unorthodox methods, raise serious concerns about bias, he told the Times. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. In a statement shared by the White House on Monday, however, Baccarelli said that he had discussed his scientific findings and the recommendation not to take Tylenol during pregnancy with the health secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What, like, no mention of the worm? Because we all know that RFK Jr. is actually just a meat mech piloted by a brainworm. That's the reality of this situation. I mean, it's got as much scientific rigor as this guy's paper. Just saying. Though I might be right. If the brainworm is still alive, which I hear is not the case. I hear the brainworm died for lack of food. Okay, but anyway. Now, he said that RFK Jr. appreciated, or that he appreciated RFK Jr.'s interest in his study, of course. Now, wait a minute. Hold on here. So this whole Tylenol autism thing, I mean, it's even pissing off MAGA, okay? Because there were a lot of people, RFK Jr.'s own anti-vax group was like, this was not caused by Tylenol. What are you doing? What are you talking about? I thought they wanted to go all in on blaming the COVID vax or something, or just vaccines in general. But instead, they go and blame friggin' Tylenol. What? It's desperation. That's what it is. That's what all of this looks like. Okay. Now, again, here's the thing. There are some studies that, like I said, have suggested a link, a correlation here between pregnant women taking Tylenol and autism. But scientists point out that these findings are both inconsistent and inconclusive. For example, a study last year funded by the U.S. government investigated about 2.5 million Swedish children and found some evidence that acetaminophen use during pregnancy could cause autism, ADHD, or other intellectual disabilities. However, that association disappears when scientists had compared one sibling who had been exposed with another who had not. Now, the study, which is the largest of its kind, concluded that environmental and other health factors, rather than the use of acetaminophen itself, may have been responsible. Yes. Now, according to the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, Baccarelli's review included several studies that were not as comprehensive or as thorough as the Swedish study, and added that some of the papers included in this research had, quote, biased weighting systems that include parental recall of Tylenol use over hard data. This is wish casting, okay? They really wish they could just nail that down, this cause, so they can blame anything else other than their genetics. That's it. That's the reality here. Members of the Coalition for Autism Scientists, a group of more than 250 American researchers, added that the studies assessing whether acetaminophen causes autism were, quote unquote, difficult to conduct. It is highly irresponsible and potentially dangerous to claim links between potential exposures and autism when the science is far more nuanced and uncertain. And in response to Monday's press conference, coalitions at the government's announcement, quote, alarms us researchers who committed our entire careers to better understanding autism. The data cited do not support the claim that Tylenol causes autism and only stokes fear and falsely suggests hope when there is no simple answer. That's it. Here's the thing, though. I can kind of understand that why people are freaking out. Because you do have the autism diagnoses that have increased since the year 2000. They have gone up. But they say the same thing, too, by the way. We didn't have this back in our day. It must be the food, the vaccines, the Tylenol. But wait a minute. They did have this back then. Cases of autism were actually diagnosed before Tylenol was even invented. The first official diagnoses of autism were made back in the 1940s. Tylenol wasn't introduced until the mid-1950s. So no link there. Timelines here don't mesh for that little theory. Okay. No, here's the thing. At the end of the day, more and more people are being diagnosed because we have an increased awareness now. And we have an expanding definition of what it is. It is a spectrum. There are plenty of people that are on that spectrum. There are people on one end of the spectrum who look and sound completely normal. Maybe they're masking, maybe not. I don't know, but they are on the spectrum. Okay. Then there are people at the other end, maybe who have a more severe debilitating form, right? Which requires more personalized care, more personalized attention. And then, of course, everyone else is in the middle. They have different kinds of symptoms. I mean, there are people who get overwhelmed by, sounds or things like that. Maybe have a so-called meltdown where they maybe get emotional for like 5 minutes and then they're fine afterwards. Back to work, right? There are maybe some people out there who might need a comfort item to feel normal, to, have them be soothed. And as long as they have that comfort item, they're good to go. No problem. Again, there is a spectrum. There is no autistic person that is the same as another autistic person. That's it. So this push for a supposed cure for this kind of neurodivergence and many others, by the way, feels like eugenics. That's what it does. They just want to cure autistic people because they're an inconvenience to neurotypicals. That's what I believe that this is all about. That's it. And by the way, it's not just autistic Americans they want to get rid of. They would like to get rid of folks like me with ADHD and other kinds of neurodivergence, right? That neurodivergence, we don't fit neatly into their little boxes of what they consider to be normal. And as such, we don't have any place here. Well, I got to get rid of those people. Got to do something about them. Got to cure them. Because they're acting a little funny. They're acting a little strange. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. Or, oh, I don't really want to have to do a accommodation for this person. To give them a little extra time to complete a task, or, maybe spend a little more time explaining things to that person. Oh, that's inconvenient. Ooh, I can't do that. That's going to cost me time, and actually it's going to make me do effort. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. We got to get rid of these people. Cure them. Cure them. Which to me makes me think a lot about the eugenics programs they did on disabled people back in the Nazi regimes. They probably said that they were going to cure those people too. No. I feel like this is just more of this attempt at eugenics to wipe people out simply for the fact that they are different. I think our differences are what make us unique. Our differences are what make us stronger as a society and more understanding. And those differences should be celebrated, not demonized, like this horrific administration is doing. Well, I guess I'm going to probably end the show a little early today. I've got one more story here. We'll see where that goes. The White House is once again apparently begging hundreds of federal workers laid off by Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency to come back to work. Not exactly efficient. Okay. Now, why? Why are they asking people to come back to work? It turns out that government employees are actually kind of important. Who knew? Except we all did. We all knew. Okay. Now, while Elon was a special government employee and was leading this Department of Government Efficiency, the government fired tens of thousands of federal workers in order to attempt to cut the budget. Well, that was their stated reason, of course. In reality, it was not about that at all. They're actually trying to gut any and all agencies that were investigating Elon Musk and his companies, and to try to distract everyone from the Republicans' big robbery that they were planning in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Okay. Now, one of the casualties of this was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that actually had clawed back billions of dollars that companies stole from working people, from average people. Okay. It's theft. Wage theft, by the way, one of the largest crimes in this country, okay, that costs people the most money. And it's not just wage theft, it's other things the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau had actually investigated and won. They won money for these consumers. Elon Musk looked at that and said, no, hell no. No, I don't like that at all. No, we got to get rid of that. Okay. Republicans looked at that and said, hell no. We're for the corporations, and we're going to make sure that no one touches our beloved paymasters. So there you are. Look, as well as trying to hobble agencies that they don't like, okay, such as the Social Security Administration, okay, because they want to privatize Social Security. That's what Doge was doing. That was their whole plan. Just to help themselves, really, and their corporate friends. Now, that said, at the GSA, the General Services Administration, they fired a lot of people. They cleaned house, okay? But now are like, oh, we need to give you your jobs back because it turns out we really made an oopsie. The hundreds of employees who were mass fired are being offered their jobs back. They actually have until about Sunday to make up their minds, according to the Associated Press, which cited an internal memo. When I say mass firings at the GSA, I mean mass. They slashed their staff at their headquarters by around 79%. Portfolio managers were slashed by 65%, and the facilities managers were cut by about 35%, according to a federal official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. Now, you're not going to be surprised that the result was a complete and utter mess, a disaster, if you will. According to a former employee, too many people were fired too quickly, and that left the agency operating in what they called triage mode for months. No, that's not good at all. Ultimately, he said, they said, the outcome was the agency was left broken and understaffed. Not good at all. Not good at all. Now, this is former GSA real estate official Chad Becker speaking to the Associated Press. He said that they didn't have the people that they needed to carry out the basic functions of the agency. Well, wasn't that kind of the point of this entire thing? I mean, they thought that they said that there was too much bloat in the government. Oh, there's too many people working for the government, too many government workers, all lazy. It turns out, no, that's not where the bloat is, for one. And it's not who the lazy people are. Lazy people are the CEOs. Lazy people are the boards who do absolutely nothing. The workers at the bottom, the ones who work the hardest and are the least lazy, are the ones that get paid the least. That's the reality here. But look, these companies, these private companies, like Elon Musk's, for example, have a lot of bloat. It's Elon Musk. He's the bloat. The bloatiest. Okay. But I mean, he's about to be a trillionaire. All right. They're going to vote a massive pay package. Might have already voted for a massive pay package for Elon Musk. To do what? I don't know. He spends all of his time on freaking Twitter or X, which is the dumbest name for a social media platform I've ever heard. Reminds me of the teenagers on a MMO who are like, XXX, Sephiroth XXX. That's my name. Like, shut up. God, you guys, you people are the worst. Ruining the game for everybody, let me tell you. But anyway, I know, I just had to stop and complain about these ridiculous names for these ridiculous teenage gamers. Okay. Supposed to be a story about Doge. All right. But anyway, let's get back to that. So what the GSA did is that they got rid of the people that they needed to actually function the agency. And now, and again, they claimed it was to save money, cut costs. But in reality, they actually are going to spend so much more money rehiring all these people and dealing with all of that than Doge even allegedly saved from all of this in money. Look, employees who choose to accept their reinstatement will end up coming back to work on October 6th after what the AP calls a 7-month paid vacation. Oh, good job. During that time, GSA actually incurred significant expense to maintain their office space. The federal agency ended up continuing paying for dozens of properties that it had intended to vacate or whose leases had expired, with the costs ultimately borne by, once again, us, the taxpayer. We paid for that. So much for saving money. Turns out Doge actually cost us more money in the end than what they could have ever actually saved. It's ridiculous. They claim about $206 billion in government savings. Again, debatable, very debatable. I don't believe that number because, as previous reports have pointed out, they claimed savings on contracts that had already been completed and paid for. How can you get savings there? You can't. It was a lie. There were other contracts that they said that they had canceled, but then provided absolutely no supporting documentation as to how, or even the status of those contracts and how they arrived at the purported savings for canceling those contracts. And then, of course, you had the court cases, all those. And not only that, but rehiring people after putting them on paid leave. That costs money. And there was absolutely no work that was getting done. This entire Doge thing was nothing more than a gigantic boondoggle that was created to distract people while Republicans took their time passing massive tax cuts for the rich. Okay. That was a distract. Like, oh no, we're saving so much money over here with Doge. While Republicans are like, Matt, tax cut for you, tax cut for me, tax cut for you, tax cut for me. No tax cut for you, though, for regular people, for working people. It's going to be, just some crumbs here. Maybe we'll throw out some crumbs, but at the end of the day, how we're going to do that is by hobbling the Social Security Trust Fund, making it so that it runs out of money further or faster so that we can end up privatizing it. That whole thing. That's what we're going to do. But hey, maybe you'll get a Doge dividend check one of these days. It probably never. Okay. The people who actually believe that there is going to be a Doge dividend check, are you kidding me? No, there was never going to be one of those. Oh, no, you don't understand. They're going to save $2 trillion. I mean, $1 trillion. I mean, maybe not that much. $200 billion. Okay, but we really can't prove that at all. But we're going to go with that one. Absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This was never about saving money. It was all about gutting the public workforce, which, by the way, was one of the goals that was explicitly laid out in Project 2025. Okay. Gutting the public workforce, gutting agencies that were investigating Elon Musk, and providing cover for massive tax cuts for the rich. That's all Doge was. And it's all it should ever be remembered as. All right. And there you are. The goal is to diminish government powers of the tech oligarchs. Let me show that. The goal is to diminish government powers. Tech oligarchs can have more control. It's all it ever is or was. Again, that's definitely part of it. Project 2025. Donald James. Let's see. It's called misappropriation of the people's funds. Wasting our money? Absolutely. The left is infighting as the right is taking over the country. The left has never stopped fighting itself. And that's kind of the thing. Like, we're actually more battle hardened than you could imagine. You know what I'm saying? Yes, the left constantly does fight each other, but when we do get together to fight the right wing, they have absolutely no chance. That's just, again, if we can actually get together and fight the right wing. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. Let's see. No one could have predicted that. It's not like we were all shouting from the rooftops or something. Yeah, we absolutely were. Absolutely were. Let's see. I'm starting to think that we're going to get cooked here. Yeah, it kind of feels like we are. So many people like to say get rid of blight, eugenics speak. I say get rid of the bloat. Then we can stabilize ourselves. And we want our government to work for we the people. Yeah, got to get rid of those billionaires. Okay, that understand that is the small minority of people who are actually ruining this country. The billionaires. And by the way, thank you to the mods, Johnny Too Late FTV, for posting that. Those are all my socials, so check those out. I'm also on Instagram, so at the Logical Leftist. So check that out. And by the way, That is my show for today. Thank you for tuning in. Please like and share this stream, this space. You know, it's a good thing to do. It's a great thing to do. Okay. Help out all these independent creators, myself, Brian, Boston Brian, and of course, who is coming up next, Andrea Rovenski. And she has got a gigantic welcome for you. Where? To Fville, no less. So stay right here for that.
Nunc omnia di labuntur. Basically, if you look around yourself, it seems that things aren't going so well. The Christians, God bless them or not, depending on how the rest of the sentence goes, are thinking that the rapture is happening or happened. I don't know. I don't know what the date was. Left Behind, one of my favorite Nicolas Cage films. Just had to throw that out there. It's a classic. Anyway, it's all falling apart, everybody. Bursting at the seams. You ever just think about where we are? 2025. You know, you see that fucking, that thing that they did? You know, that with the memorial, more like meme Oriole, if you ask me. Man, that shit was weird. Has anyone seen that? That was some scary ass shit. That was scary. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even watch it. I saw a couple clips. That shit was scary. There's apparently another attack going on in the news. You know, pretty cool. When I say it's all falling apart, what I mean is that the coup d'etat of the American Republic has been successful, at least up until this point. These bitches took over the government. 25 years ago, they took it over. And in a legal, quote unquote, election, George W. Bush pulled off a coup d'etat on the United States. The Democratic Party didn't do shit about it, just like they didn't do shit about it this time around. During that coup d'etat, they set up a series of, shall we say, events, you know, similar to Benjamin Netanyahu. George W. Bush was aware that something was going to happen in September of 2001, and he said, fuck it, we'll do it live. Because what this world, especially in the United States, what we're looking at and what we want as a unit, as the United States, not me, but you guys, not me. You know, I divorced myself from this. Is people love when you can have an excuse to do some crazy ass shit that you've been wanting to do your entire life. You know, A lot of people think in the 1960s, Martin Luther King Jr. just cured racism. Like, we were deeply racist. And then he showed up, gave a couple speeches, and now racism is over. Right. But in 2001, this country changed forever. I wasn't really that conscious at the time. I was approximately 5 years old, but I like reading, so I read about it. The Supreme Court was stacked to the high heavens with a bunch of fucked up motherfuckers. And the Overton window from 2000 to 2008 shifted irreparably. And what did Barack Obama do when he got in there? Well, he didn't really do much. And that was kind of the problem. Because George W. Bush set it all up so that Donald Trump could bring it home. Now, our country, if we can even call it that, is nothing more than a couple of corporations and paramilitary institutions that are working together in order to exacerbate the wealth gap so that people get more and more desperate. But if you make people too desperate too quickly, you got riots on your hands. That's the shit that Nixon wrote down the instructions for how to handle this so that future authoritarian freaks don't have to run into that type of situation. Make sure everyone's got their garbage, shitty food that they can, their McDonald's, their burgers, their fries, their milkshakes, all their garbage that you and me eat on a daily basis that pacifies us, that keeps us, pacified, for lack of thinking of a proper synonym. And here we are. It's already over. I hate to tell everyone this, but these fuckers, they went in, they took it all, and they left. And we're sitting here doing a YouTube show. Think about that. What more is the United States government in this current time period, 2025, what more is it than corporations and warlords? And really, what is the difference between those things, corporations and warlords? Corporations wage economic warfare, which we in our indoctrinated world believe is somehow not violent. Yeah. When a corporation takes your home away from you, that's not violence. When your kids are starving because you lost your job and you can't feed them, that's not violence whatsoever. Not at all. So really, what is the difference between corporations and warlords? But for a large quantity of wonderful words and euphemisms that we can use to somehow convince ourselves that they're entirely separate phenomena when, it doesn't really seem that way. But it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart. It's not good. I look at the world and I say, how much longer do we have? Over the last week, a lot of people have been talking about some comedian, so-called, getting canceled. Oh, dear heavens. He got canceled. And for a moment, I thought, is this going to be the thing? Is this going to be the thing that people actually get serious about? Of course, that did not end up happening. The comedian is back in. People are now restoring their memberships to Hulu or whatever. Very short-lived boycott. But I thought, hey, it seemed for a while that the liberals were actually mad enough that they would do something. Just an economic boycott. Just something. You know, maybe stop going into work tomorrow. Just do something. But no, they ended up doing nothing. Just like they always do. Because they're Americans. And Americans are worthless. Americans are garbage. Americans are born, bred, and raised to be a bunch of helpless little fuckers. That's what Americans are. Americans are a bunch of bratty, feral monsters. And that's why we deserve to be called, you know, whatever we're being called. I misformulated that sentence. And that is why we deserve to have someone like Donald Trump represent us on the world stage, because we are all Donald Trump. As much as you may not want to believe that, we are. What is Donald Trump but for a silver spoon-fed trust fund baby who never knew what real suffering was, but thinks that he is very well informed on what true suffering is? That is Americans. Oh no. Americans. Oh no. My electricity got shut off for a couple days. Well, I'm suffering. Oh no. I'm not eating for a day or two. I'm suffering. Are we really suffering? If you look at the global stage, Americans are the trust fund babies of the world. It may not feel like it. It may feel like shit kind of sucks. If you're an American, it feels like things aren't going so well. And that's because we had it so good for so fucking long here in Pax Americana. But it's over. The sun is rising. Someone's got to clean up the mess. And it's certainly not going to be us. Are we going to let our parents come home and find the house in this state of affairs? Why not? What are they going to do? Ground us? Dear heavens. It's all over, everybody. The American Republic, for which it stood, is now taking a nap. You know, last week I talked about how free speech is not really a thing. And freedom is not really a thing. And, well, it's not. I'm being censored right now. There's a lot of things I could say. There's a lot of things I shouldn't say. And maybe I will. We're only 13 minutes into this week's episodic installation. But we're all being censored. Our brains are unable to even conjure what a society founded on compassion could even look like. Imagine that. A society, a civilizational force where people actually help each other and work together. We cannot even imagine that. We can use words to describe what we wish we lived in, but sincerely sit down and imagine what that would look like. Would there be roads? Would there be cars? Would you be going to work? What even would work be? It's very difficult to imagine. Because our brains, our minds have been censored into oblivion just by living in this hellhole that I call Fuckville. It's scary. to live here. It's scary. Every day you wake up, mass shooting, death, disease, death, war, carpet bombing, dead babies, amputated babies, starving babies. Every day you wake up and it gets worse. Is it going to be like this forever? I often ask myself at 2 a.m. The answer is it always has been like this. And it always will be until we fucking do something. And we're not. We're not doing anything. Fascism is here. An American said, as long as I get to watch my late night comedy show, I will allow fascism to take place. But of course, you know, whatever. It's all over. Nunc omnia dilabuntur. You could argue it never was. For it to be over, it would have had to have been. But what is it other than an idea in our mind of what a society could look like if we gave a fuck? That foggy, like a fucking mirror when you just get out of the shower, you know, can barely make out what's going on the other side. But that's the idea, that's the concept of a society worth living in. The dying embers, the decaying, kindling, and ash of what we could be doing instead of building nuclear bombs, instead of blowing up fishing boats, instead of starving millions of children to death. That's what we could be doing, but we're not. We're sitting here watching some stupid prick on the internet entertain you all. Oh, we're so entertained right now. Look at us. We're entertained. The world may be falling apart around us, but dear God in heaven, at least we're goddamn entertained. Well, I'm not entertained. None of this is entertaining to me. Well, there's been a little entertainment this month, but most of it is not entertaining. Most of it is downright scary. This shit is scary. All right? I don't know. Like, I know, like, we are a little desensitized here in Fville, looking at dead children, scrolling by your feed every day, but this shit is fucking scary, dude. This is scary. Fville has always been here, but, you know, during previous genocidal campaigns, the only way we knew genocide even happened was from books. You know? Then we invented the camera. And we could actually capture reality. In the 1930s and 40s, we did just that. We took pictures of decaying, often dead, human beings. And we showed those pictures to everyone on Earth. Everyone knows the pictures I'm talking about. Oh, maybe not. And then maybe that's part of the problem. But if you were alive in the 1940s and 50s, you would not be able to live your entire life without seeing the photos that came out after the so-called liberators went and did their thing. You know, proof, irrefutable evidence of the evils of humanity, in black and white, in gray scale, in your newsprint, delivered to your doorstep in the morning. Now we get a heaping helping of that on a daily basis on this fucking thing, on this piece of garbage. We look at dying, decaying, rotting, and yet somehow living human beings, children, on a daily basis. At least I do. I can't escape it. And we're doing nothing. They're killing all of us. Put an asterisk on they. I'll get back to that later. And we're doing nothing. Asterisk. The rich and powerful are taking it all for themselves and draining us, leaving us to die on the asphalt. And we're doing nothing because we don't care. We don't care about ourselves. We don't care about our kids. We don't care about each other. We are evil. That's what we all are. For bearing witness to what's happening and doing nothing about it. There is a level of evil that is required to scroll through and look at dead babies every single goddamn minute of every single fucking day that you scroll around. And we do nothing. Maybe you give some money here and there. Maybe you go to a protest. Whatever. Is that really changing much? How would we even do anything? The censorship of our minds most effectively is the censorship of your imagination. Yeah. What can we even do? Nothing. So why even bother? Why bother even pretending to care about other people? Who gives a fuck? Well, I don't know, man. It's a little concerning, if you ask me. Humanity doesn't deserve to make it out of this. It really doesn't. Think about it. Could you blame motherfuckers in 197 Anno Domini for not knowing that they were killing each other by going to the bathing house? You know, can we really blame these motherfuckers for not knowing how disease spread in 199? Maybe we can, maybe we can't. But what I do know is we can blame people now. Think about it. We're in the 6th year of a pandemic that most people don't give a fuck about. You bring it up and people roll their eyes at you. Oh, you're one of those people. People are totally down with killing themselves, killing their children, killing their parents, killing their pets, killing anyone and everyone around them if it means that they can go see Taylor Swift when she's in town. If that is worth dying over, are we really to expect anything other than rolling over for fascism? A country that doesn't give a fuck about themselves or their kids. Yeah, that's the country that's going to stand up to fascism. That's the country that's going to fight back. Give me a fucking break. This is a joke. But am I any better? Am I to sit here and say that I am better than anyone else? Probably not. One of the things that I do is I sit alone. Most days, I'm just by myself in a cold, dark room, thinking, where did it all go wrong? Reminding myself that it all went wrong before I even showed up on the scene. So is it really my responsibility? I didn't light this planet on fire, so why should I put it out? Reminding myself that I am innocent. I'm not hurting anybody. But with all the coping in the world, I cannot get over the fact that every day that I plug in my Ethernet cable into my wall and log on to the internet, I have to witness dead bodies on a daily basis, and I still do it. I don't have any real big, communities online. I like this space. This space is cool. Right? But I could survive without the internet, I think. My point being that I choose to be here. The pros. I get to watch people play video games and talk about things sometimes. The cons. I see dead babies every day of my life. Who's to say? Who's to say? But it's all falling apart. What does that mean? Why bother even saying that? Well, we're still in the first half of today's show. So stick around, I guess, I'll get there. But if it's all falling apart and we didn't start the fire, it's all going to melt down anyway. Who cares? Let's just live our lives. Who cares? It's easy for me to say. I don't have kids. But when I look around at the parental class, they're the ones who seem to care the least. Which makes me wonder, what about being a parent makes you so desensitized to the abuse and violence against children as a whole across our world? Why do parents find it so easy to make excuses when kids are brutalized, when kids are beaten, discarded? Why is that? Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a level of responsibility. If they start thinking, hey, if they're treating their kids like shit, maybe I'll have to think about how I treat my kids. And that, well, we just can't face that scene, can we? I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If you look at America, look around you. Try and be as sober as you can. Does this look like a country that gives a fuck? There's school shootings on a near daily basis. They're still popping kids out and sending them off to school anyway. We're in year 6 of a pandemic where long COVID has now outclassed asthma in childhood infections or, health conditions. I don't know which word to end that sentence on. Word or term. Asthma. That affects a lot of kids. COVID has affected more kids than asthma. And yet no one gives a fuck. Nobody cares. A couple people care. 5 or 6 people on this planet maybe care. But the grand scheme, no one gives a fuck. If you're willing to kill and brutalize your own fucking child, if you're willing to send your kid to a school when there's mass shootings at least once a week, if you're willing to do all of this to feed your kids poison and call it food, then you're willing to do anything. And is it really so hard as we in 2025 wring out the last vestiges of free speech from this rotting fruit? Is it really so surprising that fascism has taken hold in this country and will presumably be here for a while? This is what we had. This is what the building blocks were. Parents, they know that school shootings happen all the time. And yet they do fucking nothing. Nothing. Because you may be biologically mature enough to procreate, but America, writ large, is a country of people who never grew the fuck up. Of people that are always begging for Big Dick Daddy to come in and solve the problems. Oh, well, Big Dick Daddy says that school shootings are acceptable. So, anyway, little Timmy, bye-bye. They say, as little Timmy goes to school for the last day. Who gives a fuck? The people in charge. If something were so actually wrong with school shootings, don't you think like the people in charge would do something about them? And yet they still have kids. Think about that. Think. If I still have free speech in the year 2025, I'm going to use it to just describe to you the sheer moral depravity of having children in a fascist America. If someone is capable of willingly choosing to be a parent right now, they are capable of anything. They are capable of murder. They are capable of any amount of crime you could imagine. We have one of, if not the most notorious child abuser in the White House, controlling the government, freeing all the other child abusers. And you are going to decide, yes, this is the country I want to raise a family in. Frankly, that's disgusting. It's grotesque. And that mindset is what got us into this mess in the first place. Of I had to suffer living in a shitty, terrible, awful, fuck, shit, fuck ass, Fuckville world. And I'm going to do nothing at all about solving that. And I'm going to bring another human being along for the ride. It'd be a lot easier if you just didn't do that. You think maybe one of the reasons why these fucking idiot freaks are trying to make things like abortion illegal is because having kids willy-nilly is what makes you so easily controllable? You ever think about this? When you become a parent, you become a citizen. You become a member of the community. You elevate on the hierarchical ladder. You go from shit on shoes to the shoe on shit. And that's a trade that people are willing to make. And that's why these people, if you can use that term, are so concerned with birth rates. Because that is how they uphold their civilization. Keeping people dumb, pacified, and busy. And people are doing it anyway. And it's our biological programming. I want to have kids because I'm a human being and that's what humans do. Unfortunately, I'm going to be here for a while. At least I'm planning on it. I dropped my pen on the floor. My fidget toy is gone. I am truly and utterly pwned. But I'm planning on being here for a while. I would like to see the other side of, this whole thing. Even if the other side is worse, and it probably will be. It beats whatever's on TV. I'll tell you that. But just thinking, when I sit here alone, by myself, in the cold, dark room, the rainy, cold, dark room, where it rains, and it's cold, and it's dark. Maybe I should turn the air conditioner off. Maybe that would probably help the situation. You'd probably get a lamp. But as I'm sitting here in my cold, dark room, thinking about the world around me, is this really worth being in? Is this really a world worth living in? And the answer is yes. Because someone's got to be around to just bear witness to what the fuck you people are doing. And I do say you people. A lot of the people in the audience. I know we got parents in the audience. And I know it's easier to get offended. Oh, how dare you? Let me go write a message to the fucking address. One of your hosts here at this space was rude to me. I am so offended, right? Like, I know that that's easier than to think about what the fuck you're doing with your life. But hey, whatever. But can you imagine if you're willing to bring a child into this nightmare? You're willing to do anything. That is child abuse. To have a kid in Fville is child abuse. But because that's too mean to say, we now have to spend the next 15 million years discussing and creating philosophical terms in order to downplay just kind of how fucked up that is to bring kids along for this ride. Me, I think it's pretty morally simple. If you are planning to take a trip into a volcano, and during that trip, you decide to fuck, pop a couple kids out, and then bring those kids along for the ride into the volcano, it sounds a little bit like that to me. Like, that is fucked up. To me, that's what it sounds like. And yet, you replace the volcano with McDonald's, and all of a sudden, everything is fine. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, yeah, there's a hell of a big difference between a volcano and McDonald's. And you may be right. But that's the beauty of language. Metaphor. That allows you to do a lot of work. But a lot of work that, not many people are able to interpret. So I will elaborate. The golden arches of our volcanic destruction. What it symbolizes is an oasis in hell. But an oasis is defined by being in hell. A pool of crystal clear water is meaningless when it's everywhere. But when you're in a desert and you're gonna die and you see that fucking oasis, you don't think, oh, it's a fucking puddle. Yikes, I'm gonna have to walk around it. You think, oh my God, that's an oasis. Similarly, that is McDonald's in this metaphorical conversation. It is an oasis that is defined by the fact that the world fucking sucks. But it's okay to bring your kids to the Mickey D's and get an ice cream cone, because that is what makes life worth living. Yeah, you know, maybe we could have ice cream cones everywhere all the time, and we could all live in peace and harmony. But then the ice cream cone would be a little bit less interesting. So, let's just allow millions of children to be systematically executed and brutally murdered in the Middle East. You know, just to make things interesting. I know I'm going off. I'm ranting and rambling. And here we go. We're in the last 20 minutes. Now I have to figure out how the fuck I'm going to end this. How the hell am I going to end this one? Another fucked up show, right? Where I demand your attention. This is not a show that I expect you to watch while you're gaming. Yeah, man, I'm playing games, dude. And you're just having me on another window or whatever. No, I demand your full fucking attention. Because if you miss one or two little fragments, you know, you miss the whole goddamn thing. It all falls apart. It's like a Jenga tower. All right, so tab back in and pause your game. Dinner's ready. Pause it. You see this? Look at this. This is what we're fighting over. This is what we're fighting over. Is this. This shit at the bottom of my cup. All the wars that have ever been fought have been for this. And boy howdy, isn't it delicious? We here in 2025, Anno Domini, have a responsibility. We owe it to our ancestors who, let's face it, were pretty stupid. But they had a couple good ideas, and we owe it to those people to carry on their legacy. That is our responsibility. Thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, human beings knew what it was like to live together in harmony. Somewhere along the line, all of those messages, all of those ideas, all of those civilizations were burnt down. The paper destroyed, the tablets eroded that contained the wisdom of how to live together in peace and harmony. And a couple of people throughout all of history have been able to keep this idea. What if we actually didn't just all suck the dicks of billionaires? What if we just didn't do that? It is our responsibility to every single one of those people who ever lived and died in Fville to reach the other side. There may not be a light at the end of this tunnel, but I have a pickaxe and I can keep fucking digging until the light peers through. That is our responsibility, even though we might not see the other end of the tunnel. It is our responsibility to keep digging nonetheless. Because if we do not do that, then nobody will. You've been seeing a lot of this shit going down over the last 2 weeks. This weird ass fucking shit in the news media in the United States. It's getting strange. It is very, very strange to be living in America and possess the ability to read and also have eyeballs. It is very strange. And those are the people that are going to be doing their best to write all of the historical information of this time period. You know? They're the ones manufacturing through sheer willpower a psychotic vision. I use the word psychotic in this instance to mean not real. If you're someone who doesn't pay attention to this shit, and you've looked at the news media over the last 2 weeks, you might be thinking, you know, what did they shoot down Jesus Christ? Well, some people might say yes. But just think about how confusing it must be. If you don't pay attention to this world that we pay attention to, if you're watching this show, you probably pay attention to this space. But imagine how confusing it must be to try to get information now about this particular fella. How confusing it must be to try to find out what this guy believed. Everyone's saying he was an apostle of Christ. And then you go look up a video and it's him, you know, saying some stuff that maybe Christ would not agree with. But my point being, to people that don't pay attention, it's confusing. And one of the natural human responses to confusion is to just give up. But I don't want to give up. I like being annoying. I think it's cool. I think it's fun to annoy the shit out of you people. I think that that's fun. So I'm going to keep doing that. But it's all falling apart, everybody. The only question is, will these fellas that are currently in charge of the century-long coup d'etat to destroy America, to end the American Republic and usher in an empire of death and destruction, are they actually competent enough to get across the finish line? I am going to predict that the answer to that is no. That does not necessarily mean it's going to go well for us. But I do not think that they are going to usher in the multi-thousand-year-long Reich that they are aspiring to do. I just don't see it happening. This particular cabal, I'm not impressed. But what they will do is use this moment as a purge to destroy anything and everyone that can get in their way. And even if they fail, they will fail on the mountain of skulls, corpses, guts of all the living people that they desecrated, that they shoved into camps, that they shoved into war zones, that they just shot dead in the street. And even if they fail to accomplish their many thousand-year Reich, they'll at least set us back another couple decades or another 100 years. The through line between the current attempt at the multi-thousand-year Reich and the last major attempt at the multi-thousand-year Reich is pretty much right on the nose. I mean, Stephen Miller was out there doing an actual Goebbels speech. So, pretty cool. They're just literally copying it. They're just trying it again. But you may think, this is something you may have learned in schools, that the Nazis were beaten. They were not beaten, okay? The Nuremberg trials were a propaganda campaign to make you stop thinking the danger is on the horizon. The bad guys were gotten. We did it. We solved the day. Yeehaw. Go team. But they didn't beat the Nazis. That if they did, we wouldn't be here. They got like maybe 25% of the way there and then said, oof, yikes. This is getting a little rough. Let's take a break for, I don't know, 70, 80 years. And here we are. 70 to 80 years later. And you got the same types of people literally using the same exact fucking words to do the same fucking thing. And we're just going to go on this fucking loop over and over and over and over and over again. We're just going here over and 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 over again. So, pretty cool. But keep having kids. Keep starting your little family units, your little fiefdoms. Keep on squabbling over stupid garbage. Because I'm sure that all of that is extremely important right now. Anyway, let's turn the chat on. Questions, comments, or concerns, everybody? If you are concerned, let me know. I'm a little concerned. I'm not going to lie to you. How am I? I'm all right. Oh, anyway. Welcome to Fville, everybody. It's not going so well. Got about 7 minutes left. For my show today. Just another show in the long line of shows that will get dumped into the bin. The shit no one gives a fuck about bin. The has been, if you will. And that's fine, because I get to turn my show off and then think to myself, wow, I did a really good show today. And then when I scroll my fucking news feed and see all the dead, dying, desecrated fucking babies, I'm going to think to myself, well, I did my part. I did it. I did my show. Hey, dead babies, I did my show for you. Yeah. I can't fucking wait until 7 minutes from now when I get to fucking look at myself in the mirror in my cold, dark room and think to myself, every time I close my eyes, I see the fucking corpses. And I get to think, well, I did my show. I did all I can do. I did my fucking 1 hour fucking show on the internet. Shit. Fuck, man, I'm cooked. I need to sleep. I need to hibernate, man. I'm exhausted from all this work that I'm doing. Anyway. Got the private chat. Oh, shit. There's a conspiracy in the private chat right now. This is crazy. And I'm privy. I get to see it. Wow. But anyway, I have 5 minutes left. I'll be honest with you. The chat room is not giving me anything worth riffing off of. I'm just being honest with you. You guys are not meeting the moment, so I'm turning the chat back off. But I got 5 minutes at 4. Oh, fuck. It's collapsing in real time. Nunc omnia dilla ubuntur. One thing I'm doing in the end of the world is I like to play video games. One of my favorite video games is called Doom. It's a good game. I am hosting a competition for Doom speedrunning as of this moment in time. It is for the wonderful Doom WOD called Teledirect Atlantic Doom Redialed, of which I showed the trailer for on this very program, I think a month or two ago. Now, I know most people watching this space don't give a fuck about my hobbies. I get that. I'm aware of that. However, I have 3 minutes of filler time here, so I'm going to talk about my hobbies for a little bit. I have this cool website. It's called doomspeedruns.com. You might have to affix beta dot to the URL because it's not done yet. You know, it's still. But if you want to see that competition information, you can go to that website. And I like Doom. I like speedrunning video games. I like making video games. I like playing video games. That's what I do. And that's what I'm going to do for the rest of the day, until approximately 9:57 p.m. And then I'm going to have to roll over out of my stupor and get back on here on this space to do a show that we call Left Past 10. That's what we call it. I don't call it that. I'm looking for something right now. I don't call it that, but that's what they call it. On Left Past 10, I use this wonderful contraption that I have been adoring this. This is a fantastic thing. Look at this. This is what I use for Left Past 10. This is my webcam. You know, you might say it's probably a little overkill, but it is my webcam for Left Past 10. I don't use it for this show. Why is that? I don't know. But, you know, I have gotten comments. Yes, this is a real camera. And yes, I am using it for my webcam on Left Past 10. But anyway, before I go, that's not good. Before I go, I have 1 minute left. Actually, I have 30 seconds. I would like to tell everyone that you know, it's not so good out there. I mean, it's really not. It's like I need everyone to just really understand. I know it's easy to get desensitized, but it is really fucking bad. And if you plan on living into the near future or even the relative future, 10, 20, 30 years, you're going to need to come up with a good story on how you managed to sit back and watch this happen. All right? Yeah, if you're planning on having kids, come up with a good fucking story for this, okay? Anyway, coming up next is something? Oh no. Uh-oh, there's an invasion in the studio.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box.
Yeah, it's starting. You can go have a rest. Go up. Go lie down. I took a bit out of you today. Go. Hi. Sandee called me in such a panic because she absolutely forgot that this was the last Wednesday of the month, and she had to get me into studio like super fast. So she was in a bit of a tizzy earlier, but not to fret. I am here. I am here to talk about, she wanted me to talk about this thing that happened in your media recently about claims of autism by medication. You see, as vampires, we've been around for a while, and let's just say we've been around longer than your pharmaceuticals that you currently use. Ain't none of them causing autism. It's in people. Like some people that can be triggered into autism through accidents or other type of things in their life, but the vast majority of people with autism are just born that way, and there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, we're going to go over history. It's the people with autism that has really helped with progress. Now, this isn't to knock on those neurotypical humans, but when you look back at your history, the scientists, the artists, the doctors, the ones that really broke through, if you think about it, they were all neurodivergent. To the point because you see people like Leonardo da Vinci. Yeah. Ain't no neurotypical person doing what he did. The same with Sandee. In order to have a skill that goes above and beyond the average, generally speaking, the person needs to be neurodivergent, because ain't no neurotypical person drawing this. See, she was sick yesterday, so she wasn't able to work on a video that she wanted to do, so she ended up just tweaking this yet again because she wasn't 100% satisfied that it looked like this human. As far as I'm concerned, all humans that are blonde and blue-eyed look the same to me, but yeah, she wasn't quite happy with it, so she had to make some little teeny tiny adjustments that took about 2 hours that even in a photo side by side you can't even barely notice, and she's not quite done yet. But you need neurodivergence in order to do that, in order to break out of the dark ages, the religious dark ages. The people who tended to be burnt at the stake, who had science and risked, being scientists over fitting to society, well, they were all neurodivergent, because part of the reason why your governments love to vilify neurodivergent people so much is because they lack the ability to conform. They don't want to. They don't recognize hierarchies for the sake of one person says they're in charge and therefore they all are. Kings and queens and things like just because somebody is a president doesn't make them more special than another person. Like in our society, in the vampires, I am on the council. I've been on the council since it was created. But I have equal status to the rest of the vampires. I don't have more status than them, although they do like to put me up on a pedestal because it was I who won the trials, thus saving our species from extinction. But if I was just a council member, then I would be no different status-wise than any other vampire. In fact, some of the things that I do, because we all have our tasks and duties to do, is I am on the council, but I also go to the kitchen and do cleanup there, because I find it relaxing for one thing. I don't have to think about all the worries of the council. And it's important to participate in society how you can, when you can. Well, let's see who is in this subspace. Yes, it's Minuet. Maybe the fangs gave it away, or the white streak. So we will be going over some articles and stuff that were in your media to talk about this neurodivergence that the Trump administration is very quick to want to vilify. And that's because people who are neurodivergent tend to be a threat. A threat to the status quo, a threat to the authorities. And quite often, when you have authoritarians, like you have Donald Trump, they don't want actual progress. They don't want scientific breakthroughs. They don't want advancements in medicine and all that sort of stuff, because the more comfortable you humans are, the less likely you are to, allow for a government, like an authoritarian government, to rule over you, because you would understand it as being wrong. But if the authoritarian government keeps you scared, sick, and weak, then it's much easier for them to rule over you. Oh. She has these pets, cats, that shed quite a bit of fur that floats around and then gets stuck in eyelashes. But yes, everyone needs to go and pick up this book, Necroplasm. It's based on my life. And she plans on writing sequels and prequels to this as soon as I tell her the stories, that is. But she also has a couple video projects that she insists she has to get done first. She was working on a Charlie Kirk one and insisted that she would get it done this week. However, then she got really sick yesterday, and that kind of threw her off her schedule. And she'll have time tomorrow, but Friday evening she's busy, Saturday she's busy all day, and Sunday she's doing this news live stream thing. So she might not be able to get it out as soon as she wanted, but I have told her that she's going to be working on it after this, because the hardest part is getting the script done. That's it. She struggles with that because she is neurodivergent, and not all neurodivergents are good neurodivergents. Her ADHD really messes her up when it comes to trying to change focus on things and focus on the video essay that she wants to do in the script, because she has all these thoughts bouncing around her head. And it's how do you get it down on paper, especially when she is battling in her mind on what to work with, because she desperately wants to work on this. And so her mind is constantly wandering over into this world versus, trying to focus on getting those scripts done. Because when she gets the Charlie Kirk script done, she needs to get that TYT script done before your governments actually clamp down and no longer allow leftist media. It will be the neurodivergent people who end up saving you. And keep in mind, there is a scale, sliding scale. You know, some people are so neurodivergent that they're unable to function in society at all. But there's a lot of wiggle room in there. And neurotypical people, they're great. They taste wonderful. So, you know, no knock to neurotypical people. But it's the neurodivergence that really bucks the trend. But let's get into some of these articles that she had me to go over. There's a video. Oh, who is this artificial human called Donald Trump? He looks like he would taste rancid. Like, just absolutely disgusting tasting. But I need to plug in these headphones. And then she's told me how to do this. All of you humans have such complicated things to do. Our technology is much more streamlined. Okay. So here is from a news network called CNN. Trump links autism to Tylenol.
First, effective immediately. Immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
No, that's not okay. I'm not one to knock you humans for not being able to pronounce everything because your language is very complicated. But if you're going to go up on an international stage on camera to falsely claim that a certain type of element in a medication causes neurodivergence, you should probably learn how to pronounce it first, instead of just defaulting to Tylenol because you know how to say that.
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol, during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So take
No.
taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good.
The president there just moments ago, as you heard him, alongside him, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as well as CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz and others, all claiming as well there is a link that they say they have found between autism in children and the pain reliever acetaminophen, of course known as Tylenol by its brand name, when used during pregnancy. Now, let's reset here with the facts of what we do know and the science. Acetaminophen is currently considered the safest pain relief option for pregnant women. Administration officials now are advising women, however, not to use it early in pregnancy unless they have a high fever. The health secretary saying that at this point there are no other options, so that doctors should still use their best judgment, but then went on to warn that they believed as well that this was associated with potential liver toxicity, even claiming it could prolong viral illnesses in children. The administration, as part of this announcement today, is also saying that folinic acid, that's a supplement, also you may know it as leucovorin, is a way to decrease the symptoms of autism.
But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it, sadly. First question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that. And as you know, other of the medicine.
We're going to claim you can't take Tylenol, even though it has been recommended and proven safe. And so what do you do if you're suffering from a fever and pain? If you're pregnant, well, you just don't do anything, which is actually more dangerous to the fetus. There's a reason why humans aren't supposed to be going soaking in hot tubs during pregnancy. You don't want the body to overheat while you're carrying a fetus. And so fevers, while there's a fetus inside of you, is very problematic. So if you do something like take Tylenol to help alleviate the fever, that is of benefit.
since are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right?
This announcement already sparking a lot of pushback from medical experts. The chief of clinical practice for ACOG, that's the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, telling CNN in a statement, quote, "There is no clear evidence that proves a direct relationship between the prudent use of acetaminophen during pregnancy and fetal developmental issues."
Now you see, correlation does not equal causation. Studies have shown that some humans who are neurodivergent, there's a higher probability that their parent took Tylenol, but what they tend to forget is why they were taking the Tylenol, due to certain illnesses or issues that the human was having. So it's not necessarily the Tylenol that was causing it, but the other underlying conditions the human was suffering from. Now, like I was saying, there are some environmental factors that can lead into autism. But autistic people have been around well before your pharmaceuticals. It's a genetic thing. It tends to run in families a lot. Like Sandee's grandmother ate fish sticks every day. She had a special interest in gardening food and vegetables and stuff in the backyard. She would also then not throw out the boxes of the fish sticks. She would collapse them and stack them. She had weird artistic endeavors, and by weird, just unusual, uncommon. She wasn't socially fitting in with a lot of people. All of these things would point towards the direction that this human was neurodivergent. And when Sandee was born, she was also neurodivergent, not because of any medications her human parent took, because she also has siblings who are not neurodivergent. And there was no difference in how her parent carried them. Well, there are still some nations with sanity, who haven't elected into power a complete authoritarian nut job, and they are pushing back and actually running articles that say how problematic this is by this government, Donald Trump, going out there and declaring that Tylenol is the issue. And this is from CTV News. That's a Canadian network. I'm literally shaking. Canadian parent of children with autism reacts to Trump's claims. Let's listen to this.
3 years old, his mother, Christina Kalura, received confirmation that her little boy was on the spectrum.
My thought process automatically turned to not what he can't do, but what he can do.
The Trump administration's medical claim is taking a toll.
And I'm literally shaking as I'm talking about it because it's so scary to think that we're now going to be creating a stigma against moms.
What type of stigma do you believe a mother such as yourself could now be facing?
What did you do when you were pregnant to cause, and I can't even say it, cause your child to have autism?
Kalura isn't alone.
When I was pregnant with my daughter, who was on the spectrum, I didn't take any medication at that time, so there was no Tylenol in the mix, and she's autistic.
Alina Cameron's daughter, Fiona, is 10 years old. Cameron is the president of the Ontario Autism Coalition. She's also an epidemiologist.
We know from these large population level studies that there's no link.
This study, released by the American Medical Association Journal, investigated use of acetaminophen during pregnancy among nearly 2.5 million children in Sweden. Analysis that didn't include siblings found marginally increased risks. Analysis that did include siblings found acetaminophen use during pregnancy was not associated with children's risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability.
It is the most safe and effective pain reliever we have for pregnant women. It's also used sometimes to reduce fever, which in pregnancy can be very dangerous to the fetus.
Kalura is taking the day's news in stride.
Our main focus should be on the supports and the therapies and supporting our children of all needs and abilities.
Christina Kalura asked that we share this quote with Canadian families who may be struggling on this day. She says, "Autism is a journey I never expected, but I sure do love my tour guide." Omar.
Luca clearly.
So let's read a little bit from this. I don't know if we actually need to, or if that was all in the video. Let's see. So the use of acetaminophen during pregnancy and children's risk of autism, ADHD, and intellectual disability among nearly 2.5 million children in Sweden. Analysis that didn't include siblings found marginal increased risks. And that is what the video was saying. When we looked at the studies closer and looked at siblings as an example, one that was exposed to Tylenol as a fetus and another that wasn't, they found that there was no causation that way. So ignoring sibling studies is kind of like saying ice cream sales go up in the summer and so does crime rates. So are they linked? Likely not, says Ontario Pharmacists Association Vice President Jen Fletcher. For decades, acetaminophen has been labeled as one of the only safe painkillers. So what are you going to do? Just make the human suffer? For pregnant mothers to take. And that remains true today, according to the Ontario Pharmacists Association. It's the most safe and effective pain reliever we have for pregnant, you humans and your genders, women. Just say humans. It's pregnant people. Is that difficult? You're so hung up on your genders. It's also used sometimes to reduce fever, in which pregnancy can be very dangerous to a fetus, points out Fletcher. As for Clore, she admits that the claim made by Trump administration have weighed on her today. Our main focus should be supports and therapies in supporting children of all needs and abilities. So here is a Canadian politician actually doing just that. So Heather McPherson is part of the New Democratic Party. And she has tweeted out, if people with ADHD have the resources, access to services they need, the impact on their lives is minimal. But too many Canadians go without that. That's why I tabled Bill C-229 to ensure that doctors and teachers given the tools they are required to support people living with ADHD. You see, unlike what is a common misconception, there is no universal health care in Canada. A lot of healthcare is covered, but not all of it. Mental health is not covered. So like Sandee would like to get diagnosed and treated for ADHD. However, the wait list for it is long and it's not free. Or let's just say the wait list for it is super duper long if she wants it free, but could get seen right away if she had money. And as somebody with ADHD, trying to remember to actually make a doctor's appointment to ask about it is a bit challenging. But let's see what this Heather McPherson has to say about the need to have the resources and access. And then we'll talk a little bit more about that afterwards.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Framework Respecting Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my great honour to stand in the House today and table this legislation. We all know somebody that has ADHD. For me, it's my son McLean. And when my son was young, we were able to get him the treatment and the care that he needed. But what I found during that time was that it was very, very difficult for people to get that treatment, for people to have that identification of ADHD. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that if people have the resources that they need and the services available, the outcomes for people living with ADHD are minimal to zero. However, if those people are not identified and they do not receive that treatment, the implications on their ability to succeed at school, their ability to succeed at work, their ability to succeed within their relationships is greatly diminished. So
when you actually accommodate neurodivergent people or give them treatments where treatments are applicable, they function just fine. In fact, a lot of them function fabulously well. It's when you force them to conform into a society that doesn't accommodate them is where the troubles lie. And again, it's why the authoritarians don't like neurodivergent people. because they just want people to conform to their capitalistic ways as opposed to accommodating people to fit in society. It's on the person to adjust to society instead of society adjusting to the people. And that's what authoritarians want, and that is what they are fighting to keep.
So for me, recognizing that across this country, there is not a strategy or a framework that ensures that doctors and teachers are given the tools that they require to diagnose, treat, and support people living with ADHD was a gap that I think this legislation is very good at filling. I'm so grateful to my colleague from Courtney Alberni for all of the incredible work he has done on mental health supports, and for him to second this bill means a great deal to me. I'm also very grateful to all of the advocates, the teachers, the doctors, and people who have been working on this issue for so long, for all of their work, supporting me and supporting this legislation. I hope everyone in the House will recognize the value of having a framework to support people living in this country with ADHD, both children and adults. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, that will not happen, given what I know of these humans in Canada. You see, there was in this Ontario, there was a politician within the Conservative Party that had 2 autistic children and was still a member of the Conservative Party and was supportive of Doug Ford. Doug Ford absolutely demolished the autistic supports in place. So even for the people in his own party, he didn't care, because what he did was, instead of accommodating people based on need, he was just giving a blanket sum to whoever. And then the wait list drastically increased. And then that also meant that those that needed extra help, extra aid, would have to pay out of pocket, versus some people that maybe just needed a tutor or something very mild would have way more money than they would spend. But, you know, it's not like that was then put off to other people. So instead of having a lump sum in total for the province and paying as per need, they were just doing blanket sum to people, which doesn't help for a functional society. Now, those of you who know who I am, Minuet, from this book that Sandee wrote, Necroplasm, I've talked before about our acolyte society. And our acolyte society are humans that we have brought in or bred to work with and for us. And we say with and for because they're not exactly slaves, not in the way that capitalists enslave humans. And so it would sound cruel if I were to say that if a human is born or they suffer an accident or illness that makes it so they cannot participate in society at all, they are euthanized, as in we eat them. And that would sound cruel. But since we also don't force them to work in jobs that hurt them, that strain them. We don't overwork humans. We accommodate their skills and abilities. We find jobs that they are compatible with. That means that people who would normally suffer in the capitalistic system and can't find work thrive in ours, because we don't overwork the humans. And this is part of the reason why our acolytes are so loyal to us, is we treat them better than they would get anywhere else in this world. And they would never want to be part of your capitalistic system, because it just sounds off the cuff cruel that we would eat those that can't participate. But what happens in a capitalistic society if you're unable to participate the way that they want you to? So if you can't work in certain areas, if you can't, gain profit for a corporation, what happens to you? You get no money. And then what happens to you? Well, you lose your housing. And then what happens to you? You end up on the street. And then what happens to you? Well, a lot of people on the street develop mental health issues and addictions. And then what happens to you? You die a long, slow death. And there's even humans on your television news people that are saying that they should just be killed. See, at least when we eat them, they're still serving a purpose. But to simply just force euthanizing them, and then he cleared up to say, Brian killed me, cleared it up to say, oh, just kill them. That is not okay. Because a lot of the people who are unhoused or who live with dire poverty, they're quite capable of doing work, just not the work that the capitalist system wants. Sandee can do this. She can draw this. This takes an immense amount of skill and ability. And in a more balanced, fair world, she'd be able to make a living off of this that would actually support her quite comfortably. And in our acolyte society, that is very much the case. Again, we don't really care how you contribute to society as long as you do. So there are people, humans, that just raise the young and make sure that the young are well tended to, get a good education, have supports. That's work. They're contributing to society. There are people who are dishwashers, who are janitors, who are able to knit cloth. That's all valuable work for us. Those are all things we need because we aren't in such a consumptionist, what is that word you humans use? World. We're not so materialistic. We'd rather make things that last because, again, we're not capitalists. So we'd rather make things that last as opposed to things that break down quickly so you have to go out and buy them again. So we value things that are handmade because they tend to last longer. And it's important because when humans are able to thrive in a society that actually supports them, we get the best humans, the smartest humans. We tap into their abilities, their skills. Like some of our human scientists have had breakthroughs that even blow the minds of vampires because we allow them to actually explore their special interests. And again, look back through history. There are people who have died because they were scientists and wanted to point out that we're in a solar system because that would break the norm. And the people in power didn't want that. They didn't want people to think that Earth was not the center of the universe. And they'd rather go by this religious doctrine than to allow a human to prove that it wasn't correct. That human was neurodivergent. That's just the way it is. To be able to go above and beyond and have the skills and the focus necessary to be a scientist that has major breakthroughs, to be a mathematician, to be an artist. Generally speaking, those humans are neurodivergent because you need to be able to hyper-focus and it needs to be your special interest. And that's how we get a lot of the changes in society from those neurodivergent people who refuse to conform. And we're seeing a lot of them out there now who are trying to fight back against this authoritarian regimes that are building up around the world. And that is why you're also seeing these authoritarian regimes wanting to vilify neurodivergent people even more because they're a threat. They're the ones most likely to wreak havoc and to cause change, and they don't want that. So they'd much rather vilify them. Whereas there was times, ancient times, where neurodivergent people were valued for what they were. Some of them were seen as seers, and other ones were medicine people. Like they had their roles in society. But eventually, again, those who wanted to conquer and take over didn't want humans, and that would challenge their authority, that would challenge their doctrine. And so they got rid of them and then made it seem like witches are bad. Now, witches don't exist, not in the sense that you humans think of them, but there have been apothecaries in such humans that have certain talents and understandings of medicines that would make them seem witch-like. Most likely, all of those humans were neurodivergent, and they were able to figure out on this. Let's see what you humans are saying in subspace. And if you have any questions for me as a vampire, I am 1,400 years old. Well, a little over 1,400 years old. Let me know, and I'll give you my takes on society and what has happened. Edgebach, who owns Tylenol? They gotta be pissed. Yes, I have been hearing conflicting reports from human media as to if the creators of Tylenol can sue. And I'm not entirely sure they can. There was a time way back when a famous human said beef was bad, and then the beef industry was able to sue her because she was well known to millions upon millions of humans, and then the beef industry plummeted because of it. Well, one would think that if the president of the United States is getting his medical people to say Tylenol is bad for pregnant women, they should be able to sue when there's no proof of it. And that's the thing. They just wanted to cling on to whatever they could find because they gave themselves this stupid deadline to find the reason of neurodivergence. When instead of focusing on causes, how about focus on how to bring these people into society? Treatments, how to accommodate their needs. That would be far more valuable to especially the people who are already alive than trying to find some unknown cause because it's genetics for the most part. There are some environmental factors, don't get me wrong, there are, but for the most part, a lot of them, it's genetics. And there have always been neurodivergent people all through history. Yep, Groove Dragon, blame parents, sound familiar. And also keep in mind, this is another stepping stone to the Americans and their anti-choice legislations, because they already have it that some humans can be charged with murder should their fetus die before it is born. And they'll look at things like, was that human taking alcohol? What did that human do to cause that miscarriage? That's already being blamed on the humans carrying the fetus. This is only going to exacerbate it so that any child that isn't born proper by their standards, well, then it must be because of something that the human, usually a woman, did during pregnancy to cause that, thus making women more vilified, more in need of control. Because if they weren't allowed to do these things in the first place, then maybe that child would have been born without those conditions. This is just another way to start controlling humans who are carrying children to take away their rights on what they can and can't do. This is just another stepping stone to it. Because, like I said, already some humans are being charged with murder for miscarriages. So what? Now humans will be charged with malpractice? Should their child be born anything but perfect in the eyes of that society? So Nunya says, so Canada has no mental health programs. Figures. It's not that there are none, it's just that it's not covered under the Canadian Healthcare Act. So you can't go to a walk-in clinic the same way you could for physical medical needs. Now, the provinces can fund some of these clinics, but it's not guaranteed to Canadians by right. And so a lot of those fundings are often cut, and a lot of the care that some people with mental health issues need are not available through these sometimes pop-up walk-in clinics that you can go to that are very restrictive and that are only funded by the government. So people who need certain care will have to pay for it out pocket, like if you need specialized mental health care and things of that sort, because the few programs that are funded by the provinces tend to have exceedingly long wait lists because a lot of people need that care to begin with. So for some people, there is mental health care depending on the province and the programs available in particular municipalities, but it is not as right as it is with physical health care. Like you can go to the ER if you have a heart attack and you don't see a bill. Well, if you go to the ER and it finds out that you are in need in certain mental health treatments, you would have to find out if there is a program available that is free because it is funded, or you have to pay out of pocket for specialized treatment, or you go left untreated. And for the people who are waiting for those programs, they're being left untreated. And of course, since their medications are also not covered under their universal health care, quite often, a lot of people in need of medication can't access that unless they have some sort of drug plan. So there are mental health crises here. There are people living with addictions when they don't need to, but that's a larger societal problem as well, because if you start dealing with the root causes of a lot of mental health issues and a lot of reasons why people become addicted to substances, you would find those numbers drastically decrease. Because again, in our society, for acolytes, all of their basic needs are met. Now, depending on their profession and how much work they put into, they can get extra privileges. But that person who just knits cloth, who gardens, who is the janitor, they have all of their needs met to survive and thrive. So it's not just a matter of, their bills are paid, but they also have things. They can go out and enjoy themselves a night out on the town. They can afford extra little luxuries every now and then. They might not have a huge home to live in, but they have one that is perfectly suitable for their needs. And because of this, even though the rates of neurodivergence, well, okay, it's kind of higher within our acolyte society because the humans we tend to pull in are typically neurodivergent, and again, genetics. So the humans we breed tend to also be higher with the rates of neurodivergence. So even though we have higher rates of neurodivergence within the acolyte society, the amount of mental health issues is drastically lower than in your human capitalist society. Groove Dragon, what are you doing asking AI to answer a question I am perfectly capable of answering? The Canadian Healthcare Act doles out money to the provinces with the promise that the provinces are supposed to do certain things with said money and fund healthcare. And then it's up to the province themselves to do the health caring. So to pay the hospitals, to have funding for surgeries and things of that sort. So the type of care that a person can receive in Ontario may differ than the type of care they could receive in Alberta. Some things are covered differently depending on which province you live in. And again, it comes to which programs are the provinces willing to actually fund. So, like I said, mental health care, it would depend on which province you're in or which programs are being funded by the province as to what kind of care you'd be able to receive for free. And by for free means what your taxpayer dollars have paid into. Wait lists for different types of surgeries will vary depending on how many doctors and hospitals the province is willing to actually pay for. But since they're underfunding the public services by giving a lot of the money to private services, so they're giving public money to private clinics and paying more per surgery than they would if it was publicly funded, the public system is crumbling, thus allowing these conservative premiers to claim everything should be privatized. You see, the private clinics themselves, there are a lot of them, are supposed to fall within the Canadian Healthcare Act too. So it shouldn't cost us anything to go to one of these private clinics to receive those services. And technically it does not. However, if you want this type of procedure as opposed to that type of procedure, well, then you'd have to pay because this one's covered, not that one, even though this is the one that you would rather have. Or extra luxuries and bells and whistles are then put onto the person, and they're tried to be upsold and told, well, you need to pay for this. And a lot of Canadians don't know what is and isn't covered or what they should and shouldn't be paying for. So they end up paying thousands of dollars sometimes when they didn't actually need to. Or if they went through another program or waited just a bit longer, it would have been completely free. So it really does depend on the province. And the fact that the federal government is not cracking down on these provinces because private healthcare clinics should not be a thing, well, that's where we're running into problems. If the federal government was actually forcing the provinces to do what they were supposed to with the money in the first place, the public health care system wouldn't be crumbling. And I also do appreciate this, Groove Dragon. I'll let Sandee know. What else are you saying in the subspace? Guru Dragon, the child that pointed out the emperor had no clothes was probably neurodivergent. Yes, they tend to be the ones because they aren't so willing to conform and go along with the crowd. Again, there's nothing wrong with being neurotypical, but it's the neurodivergence people that have breakthroughs in science and medication, astrophysics, art, all of that sort of stuff. They're the ones that tend to go against the governments and move society forward. But neurotypical people are just as important in those battles because it's a numbers game. You know, the more people that are behind it, the better. Because if enough people in the United States fought back against what the authoritarian government is doing, there'd be change. But the authoritarian government is keeping people sick, in dire poverty, desperate, and have led them to believe that there is no way to fight back, and have also led them to believe that if only they listen to what this authoritarian government is saying and do exactly what they're supposed to, they'll be fine, which is absolutely not the case. Yes, Rich P, 1K, a deadline no one but them cared about. Yes, to have some sort of deadline when it comes to things like finding cures for, let's say, cancer, or for Sandee to get her video essays done, and that's just not good. You're not going to find actual cures. You're just going to cling on to something that you can claim is it so that you can say, well, we found it. Just like Sandee could get her Charlie Kirk video out to you by tomorrow, but if it's forced, then it's not going to be as good as it should be. And if she knew how to cook properly, she wouldn't have gotten so sick yesterday for not toasting a bagel properly and getting sick first thing in the morning. Yes, Sandee is that bad at cooking. And she also has a sensitive stomach. Yes, the reference frame. In Canada, healthcare is provincial responsibility. The federal contributes funding and the establishment of basic norms and law. Many disputes between provincial and federal government on this. And not too many Canadians actually know that. None, yeah, Americans did in fact used to have plenty of healing herbs, yes, and a lot of that knowledge has been lost because, again, authoritarian crackdowns on people who would practice that sort of thing, and that was done intentionally because, again, capitalistic system. If you can walk into the woods and find something that will help your ailment, well, who profits from that? If you're able to grow it at home on your windowsill, who profits from that? So they'd much rather you not know that it's available out in the wild than for to have to pay in order to get certain medications. That said, not everything can be cured from going in the woods, but there are a lot of things that have been forgotten because the capitalistic world didn't want people to know. Think of marijuana in particular. Yeah. It has a lot of good things involved with it, but since it wasn't profitable to the capitalists at the time, and it was also connected more with racialized people that the government wanted to crack down on even more, well, then it was made into some nefarious substance when alcohol is far more dangerous than a little bit of a Groove Dragon, I wonder seriously if microplastics are playing a role in autism. We are just finding out how widespread the microplastic toxicity is. Certainly, it could be related to increases in cancer. Well, most likely increases to cancer. It might have an impact on neurodivergence, but keep in mind when the authorities claim that neurodivergence is increasing, that's only because better diagnosing is going on. Because it used to be girls were never neurodivergent. No. They just weren't proper little girls. Like Sandee has always been neurodivergent. Once she understood what it is and she looked back in her life, she could easily see all of the signs were there. You know, the stimming, the unable to, socialize properly. All of that it was there. It was there. But still, she's never actually been officially diagnosed. So if she were to suddenly be diagnosed, then that would up the amount of diagnoses suddenly that are happening. So it's that a lot of people who should have been diagnosed haven't been diagnosed. And now those people are starting to become diagnosed, which means it looks like there's a massive spike in the amount of people who are neurodivergent. And it's also, again, a better understanding because a lot of people, when they heard the word autism, they were thinking of people who are profoundly autistic and can't participate in society or very much visibly, like in how they behave and how they look, how they act. You can tell that they are autistic. But then it's learned that there's a lot of people who are autistic that are masking really well and who can function in society, albeit with a lot of struggles, but aren't as apparent. And now those people are being counted. And so the rates look like they are increasing drastically. It's kind of like some allergies are being more, there's a spike in peanut allergies. No. It's just, again, more people are being diagnosed because all those adults, older adults that be like, oh, peanut allergies were never this big of a problem when I was a child, they tend to forget about that kid in class that was always just sick for some reason. That was just a sickly child. It's because they had allergies and it wasn't being diagnosed or treated properly. The reference frame also in Quebec, many mental health drugs are covered. My brother's lithium, for example, was covered. Sandee's medication is covered by her disability plan that she's on, her provincial disability plan. So it depends on, again, which province, which funding, which programs. None. Yeah. I looked it also. I just don't agree with limiting healthcare, as it should be paramount. Yes. Healthcare should be universal and comprehensive, so all needs are met. Hearing, eye care, rehabilitation for injuries, medication, everything that you would need in order to have a healthy mind and body should be covered. Because again, not everything is covered. Like eye care, hearing care, not covered under Canada's universal health care. Dental care is finally starting to be covered, but there are still restrictions and limitations on it. But microplastics is probably going to have an impact on how humans develop. There's a thing out there that they can't do a proper study on microplastics in humans because there's no sample group that don't have it, so there's nothing to compare it with. Hello, John Litham. Much appreciated. You'll have to let me know what you think of the book. Also, the picture that you posted on Blue Sky, I really liked how the cover turned out in that. You see, when Sandee went through the hassle of getting this printed, the cover comes out very dark, but in the picture you posted, it's actually closer to what she was hoping it would look like. So, I don't know. Because you can barely see the background in here. It's harder to tell that I'm blonde in this. But yeah, she likes the cover and how that turned out on yours. Much better. Rich P1K, mean neurodivergence has been around as long as humans. Trying to blame environmental factors is pretty biased towards the claim there is something wrong and unnatural with being neurodivergent. Right, there's nothing wrong or unnatural with being neurodivergent. It's just another ways that humans exist. And like most things, like people who are transgender, who are gay, who are queer and at all, they've always existed. That's just a human. That's just another way a human is born. That's all. They've been around forever, and trying to find causes or cures for some of these things is nonsensical because it's just the human state. Groove Dragon, yes, cancers have a lot more environmental factors. There are some that you can't really prevent because genetics, but genetics can also lead to increased chances of getting it depending on the person, but there are a lot of environmental factors that can cause it. John Litham says, it's always a hassle to get good picture in my apartment due to lighting, so glad it turned out well. Yes. I hope they all print like that. Because Sandee actually contacted Amazon to be like, what up? Like, here's the image, JPEG. Here's how it's turning out. Why is it so dark? Because she liked the idea of the background being slightly more visible so you could see that it was in some sort of building. And to make it clear of the white streak, because as vampires have white streaks in our hair. It doesn't mean that every human with a white streak is a vampire. No, we do not claim Tulsi Gabbard. She's not one of ours. We're more humane than she is. Okay, is there any other comments in subspace? So Sandee will be doing her regular news live stream on Sunday, Canadian Politics with Sarcasm and Sass. And she will also be working towards getting her Charlie Kirk video done in a timely manner because she wants to get it out there because it is causing a weight on her soul. The whole thing has crushed her in very specific ways, having to deal with the psychic damage all of it is causing. She wants to get it done. And then once that's done, she can start focusing on her TYT video again. So, but unfortunately, she's going to be busy Friday evening, all day Saturday, and then Sunday's live stream. So hopefully she can get most of it at least written tonight and tomorrow. It's the script writing that is the hardest for her. Once the script writing is done, then filming and editing is fairly easy. Okay, so everyone go buy the book, because I would love to read another sample from it, but I need 5 books sold in 1 month in order for me to do a reading from it. And Sandee is only 5 books away from selling 100 books between this one and this other secret book she has that she's not telling you about. So, be nice if you could help her reach that artificial goal. That's much more achievable than finding the cause of autism by a certain date. So with all of that, I think she's probably replenished enough on her fluids for me to go have another bite. So I will see you all next last Wednesday of the month.
Cancel culture.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got gunk, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what they mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see. Cancel. They want you to comply.
Hello.
Hey.
The gruesome twosome.
It's just us tonight, I think.
That's cute. I like our shows. We do good show.
We do really good shows. I think that it might actually be one of the best shows ever. Some people are saying.
That's what the word is on the street. Next to some more news, It's,
right. Also,
yeah, like that shirt. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Where'd
they're
you get
sponsoring tonight's show. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. I got it a while ago.
Can I see some of the money?
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. It's even got Warmbo on there. I can't see who's in the corner.
So
what's in the bottom right?
Cody, Katie, Warmbo, and like a little. I don't know what this is, honestly. It's like a little puppet thing.
Is it?
It's like it's a
cocaine?
hog. It's a hog, and then it's eating something, a puppet-looking thing.
Okay.
Yeah. They have great merch.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get me some more news.
Yeah.
Hey.
Great. Hey, how's it going, Ariana?
Good. How are
Good to
you?
see you.
We're live, right?
We are live.
No,
yes.
so feel free to say any hot takes you want before we go live. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god, all my hot takes are public, so
That's
there
true
you
for all
have
of
it.
us. A hot mic
Also-
moment for us is anticlimactic.
We also have to
Guys,
be
I
really
will
careful
say
now.
I-
So, we got to watch what we say. We can't say anything mean or cruel. We all have to praise, Donald Trump. He's a benevolent leader, and praise Charlie Kirk. He was a great thought leader. And that's just basically how all shows will be from now on.
Rest in peace, Charlie.
That's the future of all media. And then
Rest
we
in
will,
peace,
we will
Charlie,
obey.
dear leader. We love you, Donald Trump. We are part of the MAGA movement now, and
Yes.
unfortunately, that's just the genuine opinion of all of us automatically as of this week. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I was not here last week, of course, as you all know. Ariana wasn't either. And I feel like it has been 3 or 4 years since we all last talked, just given the news cycle alone. I mean, everything happened, and I'm still reeling from it. The news yesterday about Jimmy Kimmel getting fired was actually insane. And I just want to be very clear. A lot of people are saying, well, you all said the same thing, consequence culture, not cancel culture. This is not just a private company choosing to fire their employee on their own volition. You can have disagreements with that. You can criticize them for it. The thing that makes this so pernicious is the fact that this was the government who instigated this firing. The FCC pressured ABC to take Jimmy Kimmel down, and they complied. They were coerced by the government. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. And what I find really interesting is that today on The View, also part of ABC, they were silent about Jimmy Kimmel's firing, which it's the biggest news story in the country, so you would expect them to say something, right? They said nothing. And last, I want to say, I don't know when it was. It was like April or May, maybe. They were warned by Bob Iger, CEO of Disney, to tone down the Trump rhetoric. And today, on a different right-wing podcast, the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, I guess said something about maybe looking into The View and getting them canceled as well. So they're just openly celebrating the destruction of the First Amendment. It is truly dystopian. And I feel like right now we should really cherish being able to talk and criticize the government, because it might not be long until YouTube is next, to where they just, they have the CEO of Google call up, the CEO of YouTube. Google is YouTube's parent company, and says, hey, we're going to have to tweak that algorithm because there's too much extremism on the platform. Maybe we change the terms and conditions so that way speech against Donald Trump is hate speech. And I mean, James Comer of the House Oversight Committee invited CEOs to testify, and one of them was the Twitch CEO, about extremism and online radicalization. Does anyone wonder what that's going to be about? What questions they'll ask after there's been more than a year-long campaign to deplatform Hassan Piker, the biggest leftist? I mean, all of this is just so ominous, and all we can do is speculate about what the future is going to look like. But if they were able to, if Trump specifically was able to conquer media and strip away the freeness and independence of press within 9 months, social media is next. There's already an Israeli company called Cyberwell that's doing the moderation for TikTok as well as X and Meta, I believe. And on TikTok, there's been mass censorship regarding Palestine. You can't criticize the IDF. You can't show footage from Gaza. So we're witnessing one of the most dystopian crackdowns, perhaps the biggest attack on the First Amendment that we've ever had in this country. And I don't know how to even process that information.
It's McCarthyism, right?
It's very much McCarthyism.
I was going to say it's the same stuff happening all over again, but that was the exact same thing back in the day, right? They were controlling Hollywood, they were controlling the media. They were basically, right now, instead of being a communist, it's going to be are you Antifa? Because that's basically what Donald Trump is determining is going to be the catch-all. It's instead of it's the same thing with the war on terror, right? It used to be how do we justify just intervening and doing U.S. imperialism and just mass murdering a whole bunch of people in different countries? Well, we'll determine that instead of being a freedom fighter, you're a terrorist. So even if you were a freedom fighter before, like Saddam Hussein, freedom fighter, Donald Rumsfeld, shake his hand until he's not, and then he's a terrorist, and then we can invade him, right? The same thing with Osama bin Laden and all those people. But I do want to quickly, just because it is one piece, that that potential meeting that has all the so-called gamer companies testifying before Congress, Twitch, Discord, Reddit, etc. You're 100% right. They are going to be coming after Hassan. You're probably going to see for the first time printouts of him in a maid costume that they'll hold up, in the middle of the trial, or sorry, not the trial, but like, in the Inquisition, and then be like, so what we see here is, I believe this is a waifu costume, and this a Hassan Piker. He is a femboy, and we can tell that he is trying to tempt in order to convert otherwise heterosexual males, proper Christians, into the male flesh, as we can see here. And it's for that reason that left-wing extremism is so very dangerous. This is only half a bit. I bet it'll be something to that effect, right? That or the armpit photo or him in the bathtub or something. There's gonna be some picture of Hassan held up at some point. It's gonna be unbelievable.
Although they don't have to go through that much effort, they could just be given the standees or the posters that Andrew Cuomo printed of Hassan, like his association with Zoran Mamdani, and they can tie them together. Yeah, it's crazy. This sounds goofy, but I genuinely believe that Hassan is the canary in the coal mine for the rest of us. What happens to him is going to be what happens to us. I actually believe that. Oh, I just tried to add Matt, and then he went away.
I do just want to say, though, I know we brought up the war on terror, and I do think times have changed. I just don't think people are falling for propaganda the way they did in 2001. And I'm saying this as a Middle Eastern person. When I was a kid, if you were against the Iraq war, you were not a good person or not deemed as a good person whatsoever. And I just think right now it doesn't really matter how much they do. In my opinion, it doesn't matter how much Israel. Hi, Matt.
Hello. What up?
Whoa, very loud.
In my opinion, it just doesn't matter how much, they try to censor Israel content or content coming out of Israel, because the damage has already been done. You just cannot sway people's opinions at this point. We've seen what you guys have done. We've seen what you're capable of. We've seen how much disregard you have for just general human life and, the sovereignty of Palestinian people. I do think I do agree with you. I do think Hassan is going to get attacked, but I do think there's also a national awakening that we've never seen before, ever. And I do, that's a little bit of the part of why I'm not as scared. It's still scary, but I'm like, you know what? People are getting it. It's not like we're fighting against the war on terror where 90% of Americans were for the Iraq war. You know what I mean?
Trump's enormously unpopular. You're right there. And I also agreed, he's trying to do everything that he can. It seems like it's coming out of a place of fear, right? This aggressive, we're now going to deem Antifa as a terrorist organization. Anyone who even so much as says they're an anti-fascist. I think you're right in that, what just happened with Jimmy Kimmel and before Jimmy Kimmel with Stephen Colbert, a lot of the left have been concerned about people cracking down on freedom of speech when it concerns pro-Palestinian demonstrators, which was also happening under Biden, by the way, as well as, people who are speaking out against war crimes, against just imperialism. There has been a long history where there hasn't been freedom of speech for a lot of different groups. If you're an indigenous activist, if you're a black activist, right? They've been cracking down on those kind of people for years. And now all of a sudden, though, the difference here is that it's happened to a prominent milquetoast centrist piece of shit lib, which I'm only saying that because I don't like Jimmy Kimmel. I think he's a fucking wanker, and guy did blackface. It's not funny, misogynist piece of shit man show, whatever. But I still principally disagree and think it's a horrifying precedent to suddenly think that the state can involve themselves to pressure giant corporations to bend to their knee, and that this is exactly what's happening, or the consolidation between, say, CBS, Paramount, and them saying outwardly that they are now going to be pushing way more of a pro-U.S. Israel relationship agenda, that kind of stuff. That stuff is horrifying, don't get me wrong, but I agree completely with Ariana. I think you just awakened the wine mums, you are radicalizing a lot of libs. What is it? George Takei quote tweeted me the other day right? Like that guy was
Yeah.
a resistance blue lib. I'd never in a million years thought George Takei, which by the way, legend, by the way, thank you so much for opening the doors for so many fucking, gay individuals in the movie and television scene. But either way, I never thought a resistance lib like that would be quote tweeting the serfs, the radical socialist serfs, shit like that. So I think Ariane is right. You're going to see way more libs now be like, oh, so this is where neoliberalism leads to fascism, and it sucks, and I don't want that. I don't want to live in that world.
I just also think, like, okay, when you tell a little child not to do something and then they get enticed more to do that thing, I think him, calling Antifa a terrorist organ, I just think he's taking all of the wrong steps. He put Kash Patel in front of, Congress, and Kosh was like, there's no Epstein files. Bullshit. We all know there are Epstein files. You're sitting here calling Antifa a terrorist organization. You're basically trying to deport any immigrant or person on student visas that's talking about Palestine. He is taking all of the wrong moves. I mean, at least I would say in 2001, we kind of had the war on terror propaganda lockdown. Like there was no leeway on that. If you were anti-Iraq war, you were a weirdo, you were not a patriot, you were not welcome in this country. Now, I just think he's literally taking every single step to make people genuinely not want to follow or listen or believe him, because he literally has people within his own party saying, hey, the Epstein files definitely exist. Israel is definitely committing a genocide. I mean, I don't like Candace Owens. Fuck that bitch. Excuse my language. But she even came out and she was like, Israel is blah, 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 blah. And me growing up, I used to watch her say some heavily Islamophobic things that I genuinely believe caused the hate crimes of a lot of Middle Eastern people across the world, not just in America, because she was so vehemently Islamophobic. And I will never forgive her for that. But I do think there is just a general awakening across different spectrums. And I do think it's important to note that I just don't think we're ever going to go back. Like, I think American people are awakened.
Real quick, I think that both Ariana and Matt's mics are not the correct ones. It might be coming out of your laptop instead of your microphone.
Check 1 2.
That sounds okay.
Okay, I just thank you.
So what I will say is that I like the optimistic approach because I was feeling very doomer yesterday. One counter to your position, Ariana, and I hope that you have a response because I'm genuinely looking for any kernel of optimism right now, is I think that Trump is cognizant of the unpopularity of everything that he's doing, and the way that he's handling the Epstein files and cutting the Medicaid of 17 million people. But I worry that he is ahead of that, right? Like he is currently trying to get states to redraw maps. Currently, more red states are doing that. He is consolidating control of media to the extent that propaganda can work. I think that he's taking steps to make sure that they're not going to go anywhere. They will maintain their hold on power. And that's one thing that worries me. And I'm curious if you've thought about that with regard to because I mean, even if we go full totalitarian, I think we're an autocratic country. We don't meet the definition of liberal democracy, but how far we go is a question. But to your point, to counter my counter argument, just playing devil's advocate, even the most totalitarian regimes, they can be overcome by mass resistance. If you look to authoritarian regimes, when the people rise up despite heavy oppression and even getting killed, they still can topple these types of regimes. So I'm just curious your thoughts on that, because that's one thing that's also been swirling around in the back of my mind as well.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I lived in Iran for a year when I was in 8th grade, so I have lived in a country where you step out of the house and people are literally scared to talk about the government. So I've lived in a country that has gone so down this hole where it's you step outside the house, you don't talk about the government. I remember one of my family members was making fun of the supreme leader at the time, and we walked out and I was like, ha, mom, that's the donkey that uncle was talking about. I was I don't know, 6 or 7, and my mom grabbed me and she just started running, and she grabbed a cab, and we got into the cab, and she was we started driving off, and my mom was like, you don't ever say that in public ever again. And so I've lived in a government that way, and I think that's why my outlook is a little different on this. I think to counter your point, someone like Mehdi Hassan was fired from MSNBC. He went on to create Zeteo, which is arguably a very successful news source that is very, very, very left-leaning, very pro-Palestine, very pro-immigrant, brings on people that wouldn't be brought on to mass media, and etc. And honestly, I don't think people like Jimmy Kimmel getting fired means that he's ultimately fully censored or he can't speak his mind, right? I do think they
worst
still
case
have...
scenario, he'll have a Netflix show next week. Like,
Yeah.
I
Like-
think Colbert already signed a Netflix show.
Yeah, I mean, like, all these people getting fired, they're just gonna go on to do their own thing. And I'm praying and I'm hoping that this is going to be kind of a shift within American media where more independent people are going to be at the forefront of telling the news. Where it's like, sure, legacy media is doing the main reporting, but then it's people like myself or people like or publications like Zeteo kind of talking about it, but more from a lens of a leftist perspective. But then the same thing, you can make the same argument about the right, because the same thing could happen to the right? We could have more people like Charlie Kirk come out and become commentators and stuff like that. So I just like, anyways, to get down to the point, I don't think that freedom of speech is completely, I do think if you're tied to a corporation, then sure, you don't have freedom of speech. And that's, by the way, that's always been true. And I learned this when I worked at NBC. Once your ratings start tanking, you're out. Like they will switch you so fast. They will switch you so fast with the person that they think will give them the ratings, right?6which is why there were shows like The Biggest Loser, or there was this other guy that was like Jerry Springer. Yes, Jerry Springer. That's why shows like Jerry Springer and The Biggest Loser became so popular, because it was all about ratings. Every single season it was crazier and crazier and crazier because the ratings are the most important thing. And so I just think if you're tied to a corporation, you've always never really had freedom of speech, period. That's all. I mean, we saw what happened to Mark Lamont Hill. He got fired from CNN. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the same thing applies to social media. I've always been telling people, even when like apparently cancel culture was on the other side, which we can get into how different these two scenarios are. But like when it comes to social media, all those companies, they're dictatorships. Like every single one of them is a dictatorship. The employees, the workers, the thousands of people who work at each of those tech companies, they don't have the power that the CEOs, the boards, and the shareholders do. And everyone for years has been granting this argument that they are the houses and the bastions of free speech. They're not. These companies never have been. And they've always decided to basically implement the speech they want at any given time. The same, like you might not think about it because you don't live in India, for example, but all of those big tech companies were censoring speech for people like Modi. Oh, hey, how's it going? Back in the day, like that's not new whatsoever. The problem has been for a long time that they are all like they've consolidated power. That's it. Like there used to be I think during Reagan's time, more than 20 different mass media companies. Then there under Clinton was like 11, and now there's like 5, maybe 4. And same thing with like big tech. There's only about 5 companies that control every website we go to every day. So like, more than anything, it's like it's important to understand, yeah, we're all on big tech companies right now. This is being broadcast on YouTube and Twitch, Amazon and Alphabet respectively, but it is important to do what like MediaSan did, which is to build your own independent media as well, so that like if you do get shut down, like right now in the middle of saying the sentence, the Leftist Mafia could get canceled or shut down or turned off, we don't know. Then what do we do? Go into Rumble, get on to DLive.
Just to add one addendum there, MediaSan is sort of dependent on Substack, because
that's true.
That's true. Which is owned by a right-wing Zionist. So.
Owned by a right-wing, combination.
Substack is a lot cooler than all the other apps. So I will say, as a person that's a bestseller on Substack, they don't censor. I've talked about Palestine so much, and some of their best-selling people talk about Palestine on a weekly basis. Some of their top-selling people.
Right.
So I will
on
say,
the flip side, that also means that they allow like actual neo-Nazis on the site.
I mean, freedom of speech.
I mean, probably shouldn't be promoting it like they do.
Well, apparently hate speech is illegal now, according to our attorney general. So,
what type of hate speech?
Yeah,
flashing a black sun or a swastika isn't hate speech, according to
their
them,
definition of hate speech is if you hate Donald Trump and are mean to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Or
That's,
anything
that's
bad about their
exactly what
favorite
that is.
podcaster. That's
Yeah,
it.
if you
Right?
joke
Like,
about their favorite podcaster,
yeah,
Yeah.
if you joke about their favorite podcaster, that's hate speech. Because apparently that
Right.
favorite podcaster is a protected group, which is what I'm learning.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Which
Yeah.
we are all a part of, by the way. Therefore,
I guess so.
um,
Yeah. I thought gamers were oppressed, but it's podcasters.
podcasters, yeah.
They're the most marginalized group in society.
Which is also 100% of society because everybody has a damn podcast these days. So we're all protected classes, or in a protected class, I should say. Yeah,
Are
it's
we?
no. I was gonna say that like one other element about this that's really worrying is, aside from like the coercion of the state and the media consolidation with like one guy owning everything, gobbling up CNN potentially, HBO potentially, CBS, Paramount, Larry Ellison, potentially TikTok too, is like the chilling effect that this has on free speech. That is what is so frustrating to me, is because you really see the way that it works too, right? Last week, Matthew Dowd, his comments about Charlie Kirk, which were completely anodyne. He said something about like the effect of hate speech. He got canned by MSNBC. On Monday, Karen Attiah of the Washington Post, the last remaining black columnist, opinion columnist on Washington Post, gets canned because she quoted Charlie Kirk on Blue Sky. On top of that, you have Jimmy Kimmel this week, Terry Moran like a month or so ago because he criticized Stephen Miller. All of these people in media, even if they're not being reprimanded for being overly like anti-Trump, as the ladies of The View were, they still see these stories and they understand, look, if I want to make it in this business, if I want to survive these Trump years, I'm going to have to tone it down. Maybe I don't stop criticizing Trump altogether, but maybe I filter myself a little bit more. And even that inch that you give, that in and of itself is a tragedy, because like we should be able to express our full opinions about Donald Trump as long as we are not inciting violence. Then that is acceptable under the First Amendment. But when you see all of these firings, when you see the massive crusade against anybody who dared to even quote Charlie Kirk online, like I think it was around 60 to 70 people lost their jobs, primarily teachers, because of their comments about Charlie Kirk. That sends a message to every other person who used the social media to vent. Well, maybe I shouldn't say what I wanted to say. You know, that edgy tweet that I was going to make, maybe I shouldn't make that edgy tweet. Even if I'm not technically inciting violence, maybe I should just hold my tongue.
A lot of people didn't even have edgy tweets. That's the thing. A lot of people didn't have edgy posts. A lot of people just simply said, I hate what happened to him. It shouldn't have happened. Violence is never the answer. But I don't agree with rewriting his legacy. He was a bad person. That enough was to that would get you that gets people losing their job over that.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were experiencing. Now, I've seen people doing some like reenactments and stuff. You know, children who are on TikTok.
Right.
I've seen somebody get expelled from school for doing something like that. But those are rare occasions.
Right.
More so, what I've heard are people who are losing their jobs. And I even had to, at first, when this was all happening and all unfolding last week, I was, I saw somebody put that, don't post if you got a job. And I was like, no, because free speech. No, everybody that's where I was with it. Let the people speak, let them hear, let them show, even if they've experienced him in some form, let them share it. Then I saw how things began to unfold. And then I said, no, today I was like, listen, y'all, if you need your job, if you're looking for work, if you are because the way that they're coming at people, looking at your pages, they got the folks that work in media, they can get you at your little job. And if you need this job to pay your rent, to do whatever, I know it sucks because we're supposed to be able to have free speech. And that's what they're screaming over there on the right. Conservatives are talking about free speech before the death of Charlie Kirk, the murder of Charlie Kirk. And now it's kind of like mute everybody, mute them, because they're putting out facts about Charlie Kirk and what he stood for and what the actuality was and why it was problematic and why this was actually an inner circle thing and what that looked like. And those details are important. But people who, have been following politics or trying to follow up on politics and see where even while they work their jobs can put a seed in the world or just share a video or post their thoughts on social media. As like, you can't do that right now. They're looking at your pages and you don't know if your boss is pro-Trump or, you don't know if your company is aligned with people who think like MAGA or whatever. So protect yourself in that. You don't know if the job that you're applying for, maybe just like they may be equating you speaking about Charlie Kirk as you being problematic to their brand, whether it's whatever you're saying about it, but you being problematic to their brand. So it sucks for people right now. I wish that the free speech would go for everybody, but the truth is it ain't free. It's costing people jobs. It's costing people their livelihoods, in their lives. So I hate to see it go down like this, but I'm saying this to y'all, for all of our viewers too, that need their job. If you need your job, maybe just not this week, maybe just not right now, share your thoughts at the kitchen table in the group chat at girlfriend's time, over some drinks, and let the people who are online, do the talking right now. But just because you need your job, you got to eat. And it sucks that they're making you choose your job over your voice. That's just what it boils down to right now. That's just what we have. So just for now, just to protect yourself, because the way that they're cleaning house.
To that point, it's really, really good that there's people like Ta-Nehisi Coates who have written outstanding articles on the topic.
Yes.
I would highly recommend everyone check it out on Variety.
Right.
If you need, and then if you want something to share with other people, if you want being like, you have an aunt or an uncle or like a grandma who's just like, who exactly was this Charlie Kirk man? Share the Ta-Nehisi Coates article, and then like again, it's one of those things where it's like, don't listen to the Ezra Kleins or the Dean Withers or all the weird liberals who are gonna fucking shed so many tears for someone like him, and share an article by somebody who had the bravery to actually talk about this properly.
Yeah.
I also wanted to point out this video. This is from Serfs TV.
He's good.
He's really good. CEROS TV. So he actually almost lost his job because of comments that he made about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
He works for Amazon, and he was called into the office, and they said they reviewed his social media, and he basically spent 3 hours watching all of his videos back with them, and they're like, oh, okay, you didn't really say anything objectionable. But just the fact that he brought up Charlie Kirk and talked about it was enough for them to scrutinize him. And the reason why they called him into the office was because right-wingers saw what he said and didn't like it. Like, he did not have an edgy take by any means necessary, but it just goes to show you that, like, this is how they're trying to get regular people to fall in line. This is a big YouTuber. Serfs is pretty big, but it's not his full-time job. He works for Amazon.
Yeah.
So they're trying to destroy his livelihood. And one thing that I hate is like the disingenuity. Like, we all know that right-wingers are hypocritical. It's baked into their entire ideology. But like, there's that one, God, I can't remember her name. It's Olivia Krolzik or whatever. She has so many posts about how cancel culture bad, but then she's bragging about calling 700 employers about Charlie Kirk and whatnot. But when she was on either Newsmax or some of the right-wing programs, she's like, no, we're just using the tactics that the left created, and they don't like that that they're getting a taste of their own medicine. It's like, excuse me, the left did not create quote unquote cancel culture. Cancel culture has been around for a very long time in this country. It was very prevalent during the McCarthyist era. It was very prevalent when evangelicals, like during the 2000s, when they were trying to like control anything that was or wasn't glorifying God or that was too satanic. Like Harry Potter, even though we all hate J.K. Rowling now, there's a massive crusade against Harry Potter in the 2000s. Yeah. There's always a little bit of like cancel culture, for lack of a better word, in society, because society is always progressing and trying to strike some sort of a balance between like what is appropriate and like what isn't appropriate. Like, we're always changing constantly, but like it's a big swing. Also, like you should be
clear, the right's version of cancel culture was being able to say the N-word or the F slur.
Yeah.
And that's what they were upset about. Like Matt Walsh called that super racist lady who called a black kid the N-word the final boss of like leftist cancel culture or whatever. That's what they were mad about, right?
What?
It's like,
did she get the money?
Sorry? Yeah, the one who got all the money. Yeah, the one who got a fucking insane payday from being a
700, 800K. And at worst, the worst thing that happened was they moderated the comments who were Hitler posting as they were donating. That's the worst thing that happened. But she made bank. She made bank for accosting a child, and that to me, it's so insane because this is not a real movement. This is a point that I made in one of my videos. If the right wingers currently, if you listen to what they're saying, and they could pick out these examples of people joking about Charlie Kirk, and they use that to say, well, the left wants you dead. And they're currently using all this energy to call people's jobs, get them fired. But it's like, you know what? If my side were in power, not that the left will ever have power, but if a Democratic president were in power, I would not be trying to get right-wingers killed. I'd be trying to get right-wingers healthcare. I'd be trying to get right-wingers education, because that's what I want to spend my time doing, making the world a better place. But now that conservatives got everything that they want, they got the fascist president that they want in Donald Trump, cancel culture, at least for them, has been canceled. So now what do? Oh, we just try to make the leftists acquiesce. I guess the biggest obstacle to our utopia is the left, and we can't really tolerate them anymore. They're too woke. They want us dead. So eradicating them, just making their lives miserable, is what we're gonna do. And it's just unserious. It's not an actual ideology. I remember, even just a couple of years ago during the 2020 primaries, we were debating actual policies for once. Actual policies, the in the weeds of Medicare for all. What provisions should be in? What provisions should be out? And now look at the discourse. Now that the right has power, it's just oh, well, this person who is a white supremacist, basically the modern day equivalent of Hitler Youth, he ran that shit, but you can't say anything bad about him. Otherwise, you are celebrating his death. You can't even quote him. Otherwise, we're going to fire you. It's just clown shit. The right is not a serious political movement in this country. And everything that they say is premised on lies. Everything that they built is premised on hypocrisy. It's just so frustrating because now we have half the country that is basically arriving to this conclusion that we can't have a country with these people. We don't want to live with leftists. They're all crazy. Laura Loomer tweeted, I want Trump to be the dictator that they say he is. Just crack down on him. Matt Walsh tweeted about how all these, LGBT terrorists need to be put to death. It's so how are we supposed to go forward as a country? I don't understand. All the Democrats, by the way, condemned Charlie Kirk's murder immediately. But when you look at Melissa Hortman's assassination, Charlie Kirk didn't even call Tim Walz, didn't lower flags to half staff.
You mean Trump?
Trump, yes, I'm sorry. Trump didn't call Tim Walz.
Also, Charlie Kirk probably
so
didn't call Tim Walz either, but that's not expected of him.
Right. So yeah, it's just there's this double standard, and they know that there's a double standard. They know that they're hypocritical, and they're throwing that in our faces to gaslight us and make us feel like we're crazy, to demoralize us, because that's the last thing. If you've won at politics and you got the society and the president that you wanted, what's left to do besides just be a dick and antagonize the opposition?
And that's the
country, though. Just only a third of the country voted for Trump, and I think the vast majority, if you look at the polling, he's enormously unpopular, and a lot of people are not gripers or alt-righters or these disgusting, the freaks are in control, don't get me wrong, but I think they took control through a variety of fucking cheating, to be completely honest, gerrymandering, stacking the Supreme Court, stacking the federal courts, playing the long game, heavily funding think tanks that fund vast media empires, shit like that. But it's not the vast majority of people. Even Republicans in red states are not overwhelmingly this fucking obsessed or disgusting or weird. They're a unique brand of far right ghouls. Sorry,
they're goons. They're and even when the story broke out, alleged reasons, and people, now we're finding out about groypers and all the things, but it just lets you know that this is even in their inner workings, in their inner circles, they have their own gangs, people against each other and all of this stuff. But there's, even with that news coming out and the shooter being more aligned with their values, they still were they didn't even backtrack the words that they were saying on the day that Charlie Kirk was murdered, where it was like, Democrats, the blood's on your hands. This is your fault. This is Democrats. And then here's my thing. I know you were talking about churches and pastors and the evangelicals. Everybody thought that this was a good time. And I can't say everybody, because there are some pastors that was like, yeah, not at my church. But it were so many people, because Charlie Kirk stood under the guise of Jesus. Like, it's Jesus today, it's Jesus tomorrow, it's Jesus every day. But I don't know how that was, because if you looked at his work, I'm like, I never knew that. I've been covering this guy since he was in his 20s, and I ain't never seen nothing Jesus. I saw more hate. And so I just covering him, I never seen any conversations or anything of that went viral about the Lord. I never seen any like given to the children. It was more indoctrination of these young babies, these young white males, of hate towards people of color and marginalized communities. That's what I saw the most. That wasn't Christ-like, but what I did see online, and even in the Black church, which bothered me the most, because they thought, see, what bothers me is when there is sin that is the two, I guess, biggest ones is like murder and being gay, right? And that they can hate you forever. They can write that off as the worst sin. But Charlie Kirk walked around here and said the worst things. People should die so that, you know, we should even have more examples of why our gun rights should be protected. You know, he said this with his mouth. He called Black people stupid. He said that MLK was a myth, made up person, and said that, you know, the what was it? Civil rights was a mistake or something like that, or whatever. He said a lot of things against folks. Slavery. Yep. And we can go on. I saw a video of him yelling at an Asian man, calling him a chink. You know, all disrespect, and people were like, "This is."
Hold on, I'm sure he said a lot of horrible. He did say a lot of horrible things, but that clip of him using a racial slur.
Was that when he was talking to Hassan, or he's yelling at him?
He's screaming at Cenk. He's screaming at Cenk.
You know what?
And people who don't know who Cenk is thought he was saying.
I'm like, is that him?
Yes.
I can't see.
Oh, I didn't know this.
But he ain't.
It's amazing to mess up on that. Not you, but the clip that messes it up. It's amazing that there's so much stuff of him being racist.
It's so bad.
And they use the one clip where he's not and make a mistake.
I didn't know this.
Video too. I ain't even gonna hold you. And I said, is he saying Cenk? Is he in the audience? And I kept saying, is that him? I don't know. But
he's saying Cenk
every single day.
Still, you know, even with that one video, which still I'm like questionable, but I did hear him saying that man's name first. But all of these things that people were posting, which were factual, they're just videos. But these pastors were trying to make it seem like this man was Christ-like, not that they try to make it seem like that. They were posting these huge churches, these mega churches, not only white ones, but Black ones. And they were saying that Black people, Black churches, that bothered me the most, because y'all should understand this. This person didn't give a damn about you, wanted you dead, didn't care if you got any Medicaid. They said that you were trying to wipe out the white race. This person said that about you. And now you're saying, we shouldn't think like that. People just have different, you know, point of views, different thought processes, and they shouldn't die for that, because they were going with what the right was saying. And that was, Democrats are the reason for this. On the day of, Democrats, people who are leftist, people who are left-leaning, they're the cause of that. And the church took that, and they were saying that that's what happened. And they couldn't wait to get to Sunday so they can start preaching about, oh, you know, the Lord still loves them, and that's fine. Christ loves them don't mean that I got to. My name is not Jesus. I'm not Jesus Jr., and neither was Charlie Kirk. But my problem is what they tried to push out was that this was all about, you know, him having a different point of view. That's what the hill that they want to die on.
Yeah.
My thing is that's not a different point of view. That was actually harmful rhetoric that he was teaching to people, that he was saying that this is facts, the things that said that you don't deserve to live. You don't deserve to be here. You are trying to wipe out the white generation. You're trying to kill them all, take the jobs. You're all stupid. Poor people suck. All of the above. Marginalized communities suck. LGBTQIA is the problem for every single thing, particularly trans folks. Everything is a sin except for hating all of the marginalized people and disrespecting them. That's okay. And I'm like, no, that's harmful. The God that I serve, the Jesus that I know, would never. So I could never, they really wanted to make this person a Christian martyr. Like this, what he did was he died for the cross. I'm sorry, baby. That is not what happened. That is not what happened. And I was in some of these pastors, I don't like to do that, but I was in some of their in the comment section, and I was like, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. I was dropping verses because they wanted to be like, but the Lord said, well, no, he didn't. Because in the Bible it says you don't call evil good and you don't call good evil. Because they all wanted to keep saying, we don't talk bad about people. We don't do. No, this man did everything that you're saying that we weren't supposed to do. Mm-hmm. And you want to make this person the image of Christ. And you already know it's a lie. I don't even want to get into it, but that wasn't the case. That bothered me. And all those people, when the information began to come out that it wasn't somebody that was on the left, and they were quiet, just like the right was. The churches began to just change their sermons for Sunday, and it no longer had anything to do with Charlie Kirk. Now, there were a few pastors that couldn't wait to get to the pulpit to be like, he wasn't who y'all said he was. And those pastors, people started to walk out of their churches mid-service. But they took a chance.
Yeah, no, to what you're saying, it's so frustrating because on one hand, I get the desire for people to frame the dead in the best light because they want that same thing to happen to them when they're gone, right? They want to be remembered as this like wonderful, good person. But the reality is that every single person is shitty in some ways and great in some ways.
Your favorite person.
The way that you will be remembered is what you mostly contributed to this planet. And so, like, to me, I find it really, like, disgusting that people are trying to whitewash his legacy and pretend as if, oh, he was just about open debate. But, like, to me, what he was debating was not within the realm of what is and isn't debatable. Like, he was debating my life. Like, he said that stoning gays was God's perfect law. He said that trans people need to be dealt with like the way they were dealt with in the 50s and 60s.
He said they were a throbbing middle finger to God. That was an exact quote. Trans people are a throbbing middle finger to God.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, but like you can't expect people who are harmed by this rhetoric that he espoused to just all of a sudden say, well, okay, yeah, he was a great person now that he's dead. No, you are going to be remembered for what you put out into the world. And what he put in the world was vile white supremacy and racism. That doesn't mean that I condone somebody murdering him in cold blood, because I don't think vigilante violence is going to accomplish anything. And as we see now, obviously, these types of things don't benefit the left, obviously, regardless of who's responsible for it. So, like, that doesn't mean I condone his murder, but I don't have to, like, I'm not going to celebrate his death, but I'm not going to celebrate his legacy. I'm going to talk about his real legacy, which was that of propaganda, of radicalizing the youth, of capitulating to groypers and shifting further and further to the right, saying, I want my country back, adios, get them out, to immigrants, of joking about, Gaza being bombed. He said something to the effect of, I used to say that if you go to Gaza and you're gay, they're going to throw you off buildings, but now there's no buildings. Stupid Muslims, they shouldn't be killing Jews. Like, this is the most vile racism. And by the way, if you say that, oh, well, if you're gay and you go to Gaza, they're going to throw you off buildings, first and foremost, like, that's fucking stupid. To the extent that homophobia exists in Gaza, which it does, as it does everywhere, that is not a justification to kill them. Otherwise, we would be bombing people in the South who think that we should stone gays. People like Charlie Kirk, I don't think that justifies his death as a gay person. We'd be bombing Canada. Right. Like, that's not justification for death. But it's frustrating because he said all this, but now we have to pretend as if, he was just like, he was practicing free and open debate. Well, it's nice, like, to see him debate things if your life isn't on the line. It's nice to see somebody else's rights get debated if you have no skin in the game. If you're a white dude like Ezra Klein, who's not going to lose any rights if, people end up siding with the people on the side of the debate that want to take away more rights from you, right? So if your skin's not in the game, you don't have a horse, it's fine. So I find that really frustrating because, like, you can't expect people to just all of a sudden start riding his dick now that he's dead. I'm sorry, he was a shitty person when he was alive. Doesn't mean I think he should have died.
A standing ovation in Parliament in Canada. The Canadian Parliament reconvened for the first time, and they did a standing ovation to Charlie Kirk. And both the Conservatives and the Liberals stood up and applauded. And I was like, this is really dangerous, because if you make it normal, if you reset the Overton window and claim that he was a moderate, like people like Shuonhead and a lot of right-winger, well, I don't even know which one to classify her as, but the idea of trying to say that Charlie Kirk's beliefs were moderate, well, then all of a sudden, all those extremist beliefs are considered to be regular Republican beliefs. It's not lower taxes, small government. It's actual, like, really, really racist and misogynistic and homophobic and transphobic stuff all gets normalized. That's the whole point behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's debate. Like, you know, we could debate taxes, we could debate healthcare policy, we could debate things like that, size of government. But I don't think that somebody being able to exist is debatable. I'm sorry. That is not moderate. That is not something that healthy societies discuss, right? They give civil rights and civil liberties to everyone, period. And I get that, like, our country obviously has never done that. It took, like, how many years to give suffrage? They ended Reconstruction. You know, slavery was replaced with Jim Crow. Like, we've been a shitty country, quite frankly. But, like, you can't just expect the people who have been suffering at the hands of bigotry, who had rights stripped away, or who were harassed because of bigotry that he, you know, put into the world, to just be like, oh, yeah, I understand. It's just about, you know, debate. No, fuck you. It's not about debate. It's not about debate. I'm sorry. You will be remembered for what you did and what you put out into the world. If you want to be remembered as a good person, guess what? You've got to be a good person. Otherwise, they're going to remember you as a shitty person, okay? We're all here on this rock for, like, a limited amount of time, and then we're gone forever. So use that time wisely. Be a good person. Do good deeds for people. Help people. Put love into the world. Otherwise, they're going to remember you as a shitty person, and your friends and family don't get to complain if that's what you spent most of your time doing, if that's what you were known for.
So much has come from it, though. And if we look at in his passing and his murder, immediately, you know, the people that he was teaching, they took to the streets, and what was it? White Man Fight Back. These white nationalist groups took to the streets, and, you know, white man fight back, as if white men were under attack because of this. And immediately the next morning, these HBCUs, historical Black colleges and universities, one of my alma mater being one of them, FAMU, but a lot of the schools had to be placed under lockdown because they were calling them, threatening to attack the students, the schools, to bomb them. FBI had to go and go to some of the schools physically. Some FBI agents was like, oh, it's just a hoax, you know, you'll get over it. FAMU, who has a Ronald DeSantis appointee as president, it's ridiculous. She's a MAGA person. Our president is a MAGA person. It's crazy. But they didn't lock down the school. They were one of the few that didn't lock down the school. And I'm like, these are the moments where the students should be protected. And here you guys are, you know, just saying, well, you know, it's just, no, these people are looking for something. They're looking for a reason. And meanwhile, whole person they need to be looking for don't go to HBCUs. But that's not the point. The point is the teachings must go on. So it needs to be seen through. Like, so white men should be protected. The problem is going to be Black people in some way, shape, or form, or marginalized people, poor people. Like, they got to die too. You know, according to Brian from Fox, right? They got to die too. So it's like, these are the teaching that they're teaching people. And so anybody can get it except for like the smoke. There's not enough smoke for the person who actually did it. That comes from your group of folks. Like, I'm not hearing much, but they're still looking for excuses. So my thing is, either way, because of his rhetoric, immediately after, the groups of people that he was attacking and going against are the ones that got hit the most. the ones that got hurt the most and will continue to. It's a scary thing because I don't think this is where it's going to stop. I don't think that, this is where it's going to stop at all. Although I find everything to be weird. Everything that's unfolding with it, with no real context, but what we're seeing to be weird. The wife, unfortunately, she lost her husband, and the kids lost their father. But immediately to have like cell phone footage, over the casket, like less than 24 hours later, and to say that you're still going to go on with this same tour. And then the vice president of the United States is now the host of Oh Boy show. Like,
that was really strange.
It's just very strange. And then Candace is crashing out and sub speaking on her podcast to people. It's all very strange. I have no words for it. I don't think I should have words for it because they firing people from their job stuff. But like, I just feel like it is I never would have put this on a bingo card. People didn't even put a bingo card out for this year because it's just so much things that went down this year. And this specifically from last week to today has been a mess, Again, the vice president of the United States is now taking over, and there's not work to do, but you going on and doing a podcast from the person that died. But the state senator that passed away, no, you didn't. There was nothing. There was nothing. You didn't go to the funeral. You didn't. Nothing. No lowering the flag. No respect. But all of this, and then sitting in that man's seat. Y'all don't find that to be suspicious? Y'all don't find that strange? All of it is strange. And I don't know. I guess we just have to watch and see.
I think a lot of it is because it's so transactional to so many people. Like, it was really weird seeing people like Benny Johnson already trying to sell Charlie Kirk. He wants to put up giant Charlie Kirk banners and stuff at schools. Ben Shapiro announcing he's doing like a cross-country tour immediately, like a couple days later. It seems like everyone is kind of trying to capitalize on the opportunity as quickly as possible.
I thought
right?
Ben canceled it though.
Oh, did Ben cancel it? That's news to me. I didn't know that.
I thought I could be wrong. But don't quote me on that. But you know what really did pique my curiosity? It was that his wife is taking over for him and everything he was doing with TPUSA. And I'm like, girl, like, what are we doing here?
Take some time. It's okay to take some time.
No. She didn't need to, because immediately after, like it was like the next day. Remember the press conference? And they did a whole press conference in the middle of our day for us to watch it. And she said that she's going to. She said she's moving forward this fall. Baby, it's fall. You're moving forward today. You're moving forward right now. You're moving forward immediately. It's not going to stop. But he got murdered doing this thing.
Like, you just don't, right? Like, first of all, not to put my tinfoil hat on, okay? I'm just saying. Like, no, I will say people have been annoying the fuck out of me because they're like, oh my God, he got shot because he started getting enlightened over Israel. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like,
that's not a tinfoil hat. That they're wearing the tinfoil hat. That's ridiculous. He was very pro-Zionist. He was very pro-Israel. There's no question.
They're trying to rewrite his history. They're trying to rewrite who he was. Because they see the way the wind is blowing and they don't want him remembered for being a hardcore evangelical Christian right-wing Zionist. They want him to be all of those other things except the last part, the Zionist part. Yeah.
Candace Owens came out with this video on YouTube, and she was basically like explaining how Charlie Kirk was starting to see the light and how Israel was blackmailing him and how he was starting to change his mind and how him getting shot in the neck is symbolic and how she's going to go after it and she's going to uncover the truth. And bro, people on the left and the right and the center and their grandmothers and grandfathers are actually falling for this video, and they're like, "Oh my God, yes!"
A lot of people are running with it.
First of all, this is the woman that was hell bent that Macron's wife is a trans woman to the point where Macron's wife is suing her. So I don't know why you want her to uncover anything. To be like, what are we doing?
It is very funny that like Trump and the administration and all the hardcore Trump supporting MAGA influencers are all like, a leftist did this. And the broader like right wing is actually going, no, a leftist did not do this. It was Israel.
I'm not gonna lie. I'll take that.
Diabolical.
Or Israel. It's one of the two.
I'll take it.
Diabolical. Bro, it's crazy. Not, but anyways, I was going back to the wife. I was going back to the wife.
That they're taking the heat off of the left because they want to believe it was Israel.
It's so it's so crazy. Like, but also just the wife. Okay, so the wife the next day comes out with this press conference. She's like, "I'm taking over." First of all, babe, like listen, my dad just died, so I get it. Grief works weird, but like, I'm gonna tell you, what I'm not doing the next day is going on a press conference saying I'm taking over my dad's work. Like, there's just no way. But also, going beyond that, I think this is just such a great example of white women upholding white supremacy because she was on a podcast. I don't remember when, but it was kind of like way back. And Charlie Kirk was saying on this podcast, he was saying that he was with his wife. His wife was sitting right there. He said, "Oh, my wife I'm a centrist compared to my wife. She's way more right-leaning than I am." And honestly, I don't even want to fucking know. Like, I don't want to know if you are, if Charlie Kirk is center comparatively to you. I think the world is better off not knowing, but I just think this whole thing has just been so bizarre. And like you said, Matt, just to bring it back, Republicans are literally trying to say that this was Israel. And listen, I wouldn't put anything past Israel. Y'all know me, like y'all know how much I don't like that country and like the politicians and everything in between involving it. But like, let's be so for real. Like, come on, Israel really.
And there's so many things you can criticize Israel for properly. The genocide, the war crimes, the horrifying things they're doing. This ain't it. Like, first off, why in the world would people who have been outspoken against Israel way more aggressively, like Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, for example, on the right, why weren't they targeted? Why is it suddenly a person who just slightly was having doubts, according to inside sources, but that was enough? He was not only super hardcore Zionist, like it was about a month ago he was doing a show where he had on a speaker to discount the rumors that there was famine taking place in Gaza, to have someone speak on that show to be like, it's not true. The people have those kids have pre-existing conditions. It's not a famine. They're lying to you. Like, the guy was very, very pro-Israel, pro-US relationship, pro-Zionist. No question about that. Like, if you actually start thinking about it for more than 2 seconds outside of the Candace Owens conspiracy corners of the internet, it's ridiculous. It's absurd, right? And like, sometimes the world is not like, when something really big happens like 9/11, people want to feel like they're in that, like there's order to everything. Everything is planned. Everything was ordained. It's not that, you can randomly have Saudi-backed, people who are so mad at U.S. Policy that they'll actually randomly massacre thousands of people in a weird, attack. This has to be a plan. This was a controlled demolition. The jet fuel melts steel beams, or doesn't melt steel, all that shit. It's to give order to an otherwise chaotic world and make it make sense in your head. And that's what people are trying to do right now, to try and force sense into something that is way, way it's like the politics of the shooter are very unusual. It's a very pro-gun, comes from a MAGA family, Mormon, ex-cops, ex-military preacher who at the same time was also, accepting of trans and gay people, may have been in a relationship with someone. They may have been bisexual, pansexual, or could have been in a straight relationship with a trans woman. That's all not clear, but like, people are complex. There's a multitude of things going on there. They were super apolitical, according to Discord logs that Ken Klippenstein had, right? Like, it's not a one size fits all. It's not an easy answer. It's not like, well, this person was radicalized by furry porn and trans ideology, or this person was 100% hardcore MAGA far right Nick Fuentes fan. Like, the truth is that it's actually a lot more complex than that, right? There's gay Republicans, there's trans Republicans, there's leftists who are pro Second Amendment, and leftists who hate the Second Amendment. Like, people aren't just like one size fits all, and that's what's really breaking people's brains.
But with that being said, I will say Netanyahu did put out a video denying that it was Israel, and that was the most suspicious video that I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'll be perfectly honest. This is one conspiracy theory that I don't mind, because if they think it's Israel, then they're not looking at the gays, which they are right now, or trans people.
Let them fight. That's far right on far right violence.
Yeah, the problem is that it's not just going to be about Israel. this will become anti-Semitic, because the far right, of course, loves anti-Semitism. So like, if it were that simple, I'd be like, yes, Israel, blame the state. But no, it's not going to be that simple, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, because the people that you're talking about, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, those are people who are also anti-Semitic. Those are people who believe in actual Jewish conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So that sucks that there's an overlap between people who are anti-Israel because they're anti-Jewish, because again, the Zionist movement has been so effective at conflating the two. Any criticism of Israel is criticism of all Jewish people. It sucks.
Right. It's really frustrating. One thing that I wanted to touch on is how we got so many, like, and again, saying that the right is hypocritical is the most meaningless term ever, because it's just like, you assume that if a right-winger says something, you would go find a tweet where they're saying the opposite, right? But like, for all this talk of incitement, and like initially, before we even knew, the left was being blamed for Charlie Kirk's assassination because, oh, you know, there's all these trans shooters, yada yada, which is complete bullshit. Like, out of the 4,000 plus shootings in the past 5 years or so, or 7 years or so, 0.17% of them have been trans. So they're underrepresented in mass shootings and overrepresented in violence. But like, putting that aside, like, there were instances that you could plausibly chalk up to incitement by right-wingers literally like the last couple of weeks. So we all heard about Brian Kilmeade. He said just kill homeless people. And then one thing that nobody really even knows about, that I haven't seen many people talk about, is there was a mass shooting at a homeless encampment. 13 people hurt. And this just happened. On top of that,
so, you know,
right. On top of that, though, there was the music video from Forgiato Blow, with some other guy, I'm not sure. But the video is just an instruction on how to lynch people. And then days later, we saw this, where 2 Mississippi men in the same day were found hanging from trees.
Yeah, so
didn't have the courtesy to take that video down. Nothing. So do they care about incitement? Of course they don't. I just had to point that out. Sorry.
No,
Go ahead,
that's
Rebecca.
good. I'm glad that you brought that up, because so if we look at the things that happened on last week, between the murder of Charlie Kirk, the white folks looking for black folks' blood, I don't know why. But then, you know, then we see the Mississippi young boy, Trey Reed from Delta State, found by the pickleball field during their 100th centennial celebration in the week. And that whole thing went down where they found his body hanging. And he was, the family was initially told by police officers before the press conference that the body was found in the dorm room. So they found out with us,
they lied to the family,
that we all know that it was found hanging because the police, including the family. That's why, because they told the press that they immediately said that there was no foul play. That was from the cops as well. And they immediately, I've never seen cops move so fast. And while they were in the press conference, they continuously said, you know, this is you know, no foul play, and the school is the safest. The school is so safe. The school's safe. The school is one of the safest. That's what I think that they wanted to keep up, because that was the week of their centennial they were celebrating. And then we have Brian Kilmeade, who said that homeless people should die by lethal injection. They should die, basically, kill them. And we have this homeless, I think it was Corey, and his name is Corey, and I don't want to say Zakati, I don't want to mispronounce the last name, but Corey was just labeled as a homeless man found hanging. And I didn't like that. I'm like, these people, like Trey, he has a beloved family. He was a student at that university. And, you know, Corey he happened to be homeless, but he was a man. He was a person. But the way that the right treats black folks, treats homeless people, treats marginalized people, is you're disposable. You're not important. So I think those were key things there, but they don't give a damn. It was right after Brian's words and right after the murder of Charlie Kirk, where all the people that he trained up were looking for black blood, for I don't know, for revenge. And here we have these two bodies. Now, if they did die by suicide, they still should be respected. Their name should be said, and then an actual investigation should be done instead of just writing it off immediately as no foul play. You know, and that's just how they.
In Trey's case, didn't the police also tell the family that he had hung himself in a dorm in the school?
Yeah,
and the family had to find out through the news, through watching news reports, that it actually took place in the forest.
Yeah. So with us during the press conference, that's when they found out, because they told the grandfather, I believe, that that's where the body was found, was in the dorm room, and that was not the case. That body was hung on a tree for nobody knows how long and was found in the pickleball field. So people seen it. There was video, I think. I didn't see anything. I didn't look for anything, but the family was saying, you know, please don't post those things. We're trying to wrap our mind around it. And once it came out that the police lied, Ben Crump, who is a well-known attorney who takes over these types of cases, one of the most notable cases that he took over was the Trayvon Martin case. So Ben Crump decided to now take over that case. I don't know with Corey's case what's happening there, but I hope that there's representation or something, or family. I don't know, but it just sucks that this is the way that the right thinks about these type of people, marginalized folks. And right during this, you know, all the stuff that just happened and was said last week, we have two examples of that, and it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, and I think the families deserve, or the loved ones deserve, not just this flyby, you know, no foul play, and to try to shut it down for the representation of the university, for their rep, for them to have like, oh, this school is so great. I don't like that. There's a child that was hanging from a tree at the school. Mississippi itself is known as one of the states. I've been thinking about doing a video. I already have it written up, but the streets are hot. But Mississippi is one of the states that are in the United States that has the highest lynching rates. Highest in the United States. So this is what they do. This is it. I'm pretty sure they walk around telling people, you ain't supposed to be around here, boy. You know, all kinds of stuff. It probably wasn't too long ago that they integrated that university. So like all of those things. And so that it's in their water over there. It's in, you know, it's what they do. So I'm pretty sure a cover up, because why was it so immediate that the police officers wanted to go and do an autopsy immediately? In 24 hours, they gave us the results of the autopsy, because word was getting around that the body had broken bones and things like that. So they were like, no, that wasn't the case. But the officers did say that they do have footage of what happened. But if they do have it, why wasn't that something that they gave in conversation? But you see, there's like, you know, to save face for either the institution or whatever. But in these cases, I don't think that these people should just be no foul play and then call it a day. Even if they happen to unalive themselves, I think that those stories should be told, their names should be said, they should be respected as people. But again, the right doesn't see them as people. We know the police officers ain't no better, you know, and if they're trying to cover up something along with the big heads in Mississippi, that's their history, like they did with Emmett Till. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say even in the best case scenario, the family deserves to have answers, right? Like you like they deserve to have answers. Why the police would have told you that this took place in the dorm? Why did they have to find out all the details through the news? And that's if, you know, if Trey committed suicide and that's all that was, and there's video footage to prove it, then fine, you know, that's what happened, right? But I'm just saying that like you shouldn't have treated the family that way at the very least. This is like the most horrifying.
Lying,
yeah.
What does kind of blare my red flags is when I worked at NBC, there were a couple of stories where we would get tips that there were dead students or students that had passed away on campus. One of them was actually one of them hanging in a tree. And every single time we wouldn't report on it because we would find out it was a suicide. And there's a huge code of ethics when it comes to suicide. You don't report it, at least in American mass media. If they find a body in a campus, they do not report about it, because it's one of those things where it's like ethically, it's just, you want to respect the family, you want to respect the person who committed, you want to respect the privacy and, you know, things like that. So one of the things that really rose my red flags was the fact that the news reported on it. That's what really rose my red flag, because I was like, if they knew this was definitively a suicide, they would not have reported on it. And I'm saying this as someone that worked in newsrooms for a whole year.
Yeah. So no. So here, this was considered something that was newsworthy because of what happened, right? But people thought this could be a hot story because race issues right today in this particular moment is problematic. So we found a black body swinging from a college university right now. So they're going to make that some kind of newsworthiness because of what happened the day before. Black schools were being attacked, right? Now black students at universities are being attacked. So people thought that would be of course, the police didn't even want it to be a story. That's why they tried to get ahead of it and lie to the parents and things of that sort. So when they knew they had to tell the news, it was going to be a whole thing. Also, there was video footage that was put out with the body at first. So they had to get on it. Like there were students that seen it. So because it is a university. So there was talk that was going around the school. So they wanted to jump on that because they knew, yeah, this is so that's the reason why they reported on it, because they asses lied and because they considered it some type of newsworthiness. And that's why it went viral. At the tensions right now, black people were like, now why was that black baby hanging from a tree? You know, if it was suicide, that's fine, but this is questionable. And then when we found out that they lied to the family, and then Ben Crump being involved, that pushing it out in the media a little bit more, NAACP getting involved immediately, all these things is what drove it, you know, out. Now with with Corey, the white man, all that misinformation is what actually, because the hotness of Trey's story, while it was trending, we found out on the same day that Corey as well may have, you know, unalived himself. And that was, I don't know if they wanted it to be a black man so bad so that they can be upset even more, and misinformation was going around. But even though it's not a black man, it's still problematic too, because it's in Mississippi, and Brian just made his statement, and the way that they reported on Corey was homeless man. So that's why I these stories are super hot right now, because they're newsworthy right now. So it sucks that has to be the thing, but what's trending, people gonna go push. People gonna try to make those the hottest stories, and that's what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I feel like there's literally nothing good that's happening, or that has happened since the last time that we had an episode, or that I was here for an episode. It's just like the most depressing stories, the most upsetting shit, more crackdowns, and during the news break of like Charlie Kirk getting murdered, there was also a mass shooting where 2 people were killed at a school, and it just is non-stop. And like in this conversation about like violence and incitement and whatnot, I think it's always important to point out that like America has always been an extremely violent country. It's just that we have been conditioned to accept certain kinds of violence. We've been conditioned to think that it's okay for us to just die if we don't have healthcare. Or, you know, if we can't, you know, get housing, we've been conditioned to just accept, well, that's the way that it is. The state has no responsibility to help us. We've been conditioned to think that it's okay to blow up Palestinians and Middle Easterners because their lives aren't as valid as our lives. They don't say that explicitly, but implicitly it's pushed through pop culture, through news media, through the conversations, through the debates that you see on national television. We've been conditioned to think that it's acceptable for us to just like live in a planet that's dying, that's literally losing its habitability for short-term profits. And all of that is straight up violence. It's just violence from the state that is legitimate, but it's not legitimate. In actuality, it's all violence. And if America doesn't want, you know, people to be apathetic about violence, they should maybe start, you know, stopping the violence themselves. Like, how many people did we see, you know, lecture individuals over the reaction of Charlie Kirk, that were also themselves like they didn't do shit about gun violence, didn't give a fuck about gun violence, were openly cheerleading the genocide for the past 2 years. Individuals like Randy Fine now scolding people about, you know, being monsters because they're celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, when he himself goes out of his way to celebrate the starvation and bombs of Palestinians. He frequently uses bombs away about Palestinian people. So it's like, I just find it so disingenuous that our quote unquote leaders right now are trying to pretend as if, they're anti-violence and they're doing this performative bullshit when they inflict so much violence and suffering and destruction, not just domestically, but internationally, that like you can never take what they say seriously. Of course, the population is not going to be giving a fuck about like certain people that get killed and joke about them because you've desensitized us to violence because that's all we've been subjected to. So I just had to throw that in because that shit is the hypocrisy, even though, again, hypocrisy is not new for the right. It's just, it's so in your face that it makes me feel like I'm going fucking crazy.
Tired. It's been a long, hasn't been a week yet? Like, it's been a long, first of all, I will say this too. Seeing the video, I wish I never seen that video. To see a body become lifeless, that's not good, because I don't like to see it when police officers do it to people, when we are forced to watch those type of videos. And I don't think that's good for the psyche. I don't think that's good for people to see. And then to see, know his family was sitting right there, that all messed with me. Mm-hmm. So just to put that out there, first and foremost, we shouldn't be seeing that. The fact that we can see that on social media, they're censoring everything but this type of stuff, like it's tough. And not to say that, because I feel like we need to see the images coming out of Palestine and stuff like that, because what they're trying to do is act like that's not happening over there. But when we're seeing these type of things, I'm like, America ain't got no kind of, like, y'all let this thing I seen it on TikTok. No kind of, there was no discretion, just out there. On X, no discretion. It's on Reddit until they locked it in one of his groups, that support groups or whatever. And it was that was triggering for me. I hated seeing that. But then in the same instance, I've been covering him for years, and I think I was just talking to Ben about him a few days before what happened, and how he, he helped fund what happened on January 6th. The domestic terrorist attack over at the Capitol, and what he was about to say before those things that he was putting out there until his last breath. And I'm like, you died, you were murdered by your own, like, your rhetoric, what you were putting out there, the things that you stood for, you died by that. If there was gun rights, if there was the right actually was talking about gun rights and making sure people were safe, maybe he would have lived to see another day, right? To spew out his hate. But here we are, because he even said that more people should die, and he was one of them. That's the saddest part about it. And that still will not change the mind of conservatives when it comes to gun control or gun rights. That they want to put up monuments, they want to have special days and holidays, they want to make Charlie Kirk a martyr, but it's not they don't want to look at any laws to aside from taking away free speech for everybody but them, but it's nothing to protect, right? If we had gun laws, Charlie Kirk would still be here, but that's not what they care about. It's like, don't talk about Charlie Kirk, don't mention anything, don't talk about what he really did. And now we really want to put into law in some kind of way that limits everybody who's marginalized from speaking about what happened, or now from other people, and your job will be gone. We'll make sure. That lady who said, I don't, what is she? The attorney general, whatever, I don't remember, but she was talking about she's going to prosecute the was it the FedEx that said they weren't going to print out the
it was some, I can't remember the company, but yeah, I saw that.
And they said they couldn't print it out because it's political. That's that's literally the rules of working for this company, and it is political. They probably wouldn't print out Barack Obama. They probably wouldn't do any of those things because it's political. And they were like, we can't do it. And of course,
it's too bad the right just made it so that way you can't compel artistic speech. Mm-hmm. The 303 creative case, they can now discriminate against gay people. If I went into a particular business and said, hey, can I get a gay ass looking wedding cake with like two guys kissing? Mm-hmm. They could say no. The Supreme Court made that the reality. So they are living by the sword, dying by the sword. Like the rules that they created for all of us are coming to bite them in the ass.
Exactly. And that's the thing. But they are, and this is what they've been doing, but it really sucks to see that now we're really rolling back a lot of things. We're talking about like late night show hosts being preempted or losing their jobs indefinitely for speaking up or mentioning or quoting. We're looking at, people who've been in journalism years. Like when I was a young buck, I followed Katia like a very long time, over at the Washington Post and before where she was before. I'm like, so to see her post what he said, and maybe not verbatim, but what he said, and it's still, when you look at the video, and then what's his name? The vice president, JD Vance, said that's not what was said. And I'm like, if we look back, that's what was said. We can just, every definition of the word that's what was said.
They play that little game. They'll say something and then, but say it in a way to give themselves a teeny tiny little bit of plausible deniability so they could deny that they said that. They said the same thing about him saying that gay people should be stoned. No, he didn't say that. He was responding to Miss Rachel using the Bible, and he brought that up to show that you can't cherry pick. And he called, even though he called it God's perfect law, no, he didn't actually advocate for that. They always do this shit, and they just need to own what the fuck they say. We know what you mean, and context matters. So you can't just pretend as if he didn't say all these things because it makes him look bad. Not that, and again, like, it's not like us going through the history of the things that he said is going to justify his murder. Like, we wouldn't do that because we're not right wingers, right? Like, what are we, like, the fucking people who brought up the images of Trayvon Martin smoking to justify his murder, or the stories about, like, George Floyd. Oh, he's actually a bad person. Therefore, since I don't feel empathy, I guess that it's okay that he was murdered. No, like, we actually on the left, we have empathy. And like, to your point, Rebecca, when I saw the video, I also felt empathetic because it's like, I'm not like in that moment when I see that video, which I wish I did not see. I'm not thinking, well, this is Charlie Kirk, he's a bad person, therefore this is good. No, I see human suffering and I react in a human way. And thankfully, I do have that reaction, as desensitized as we all are to violence. I'm glad that, like, a lot of us still have that mechanism to think this is suffering, it's bad. Because the second you lose that, you kind of lose your humanity in a way. And so I never want to let myself become so jaded and radicalized that I start acting like a fucking right winger, right? Where I have no empathy for humans who are suffering or dying. No, I actually, unlike these people, I don't think that, the way that they lived justifies their death. I'm like, they're like some fucking, like Adolf Hitler, where he killed like millions of people, right? But like, I don't think that you can look at a person and say that they deserve a death sentence for things that they said. I'm not a right winger, so that's why I have that belief.
I'm tired. It's been so hard watching people bend themselves like origami to just make up lies or add to how they want to silence people. And it sucks to see that it's working right now until we figure out a way to get back on track, because people who have they jobs, they're losing them, like you were just saying, Mike. They losing their jobs. They just, it wasn't because they was twerking at Waffle House on their TikTok. It's because they mentioned the name Charlie Kirk and how they were not fans of his work.
And you should be allowed to twerk at Waffle House. I'm sorry.
You should be. Yeah, after a late night, you want to get a little twerk with your waffle and your grilled cheese.
Taco Bell, you should be able to twerk anywhere.
You should be able to do that. But because they trying to act like back in the day, if you have your your business in your bio and you on LinkedIn and you going around the world for this company or you work for this company, they do unfortunately run through your social media. I always say, especially because I am one of the journalists and creators who have to work to make ends meet. So for me, I always tell people in the interview, just Google me. or ask your Alexa who I am, or do something, because they'll tell you. And if you want to continue to work with me, then do so. But that's pretty much it, because they'll have questions, and I got answers. I remember the recent interview. They were like, you cover politics, huh? I do. And they're just like, wow. Well, oh God. And I was just like, is there a problem? The guy called me on the side after that, from that interview, and he was like, yeah, we really, really like you, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. And I was just like, it is what it is. I understand what I do is a lot. And it's just what I do. And that's it. I can't. What else can you do? But for people who really, who have only their jobs and stuff, I've seen people say they just got fired. They don't know what they're going to do next. We're already right now in a place where I believe we're at a little over 7% today, with some reports for unemployment for Black people. And they just, unemployment is bad anyway. A lot of people are unemployed from every group of person, and Black people right now are unemployed the most right now. It has a lot to do from Donald Trump coming into office. He done laid off all them Fed workers and other people and people who had to go back into office who can't, or all of these things. A lot of people lost their jobs, and because he gave the idea that fire your DEI hire, find a way to do it. Fire those group. A lot of those people lost their jobs. And so now we're looking at another way for them to lose their jobs. Say Charlie Kirk if you're crazy. Say it. You're losing your job. And so now I think it's important. I know that y'all want to get online and get and putting your thoughts out, but your MAGA manager might be waiting with HR on the side with screenshots, ready to let you go. So just be careful. If you need your job for right now, take a break.
Account.
Yeah.
This is why we need democracy in the workplace, because it's egregious that you have no democracy at your job. Zero. It is an authoritarian regime. They control what you say, what you wear, what you say when you're at home. It's just, I hate it. Sorry, go ahead, Ariana. I just had to vent.
No, you're fine. Mine was completely off topic, so go ahead.
Oh no, feel free. I'm done.
I just wanted to talk about before we. I really don't know what time the show ends. Like, I couldn't tell you, and I know I've been on this show forever, but I have no clue what the time is at all. But before we head out, I just wanted to talk about Meta's their live update about their stuff and how big of a flop it was. I don't know if you guys saw that.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sure Tinder has a lot of thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're bad at these events anyway, and when Mark Zuckerberg's doing one, it's especially awkward. But yeah,
really
they it didn't go their way. You go ahead,
this.
Ariana. You brought it up, so I don't want to take it from you, obviously. But
no, go ahead.
Yes,
I'm
Ariana's right.
The main clip in the private.
Wait, there's
chat.
clips?
Like we should watch.
Oh yeah, this was a
Zuckerberg?
live. This was like a presentation, like a live event.
What do they have to show
There's
off?
a lot of
Show off the
clips,
tech,
and I think we should
the
watch
new
all of
fancy
them.
AI tech, and it was
All
big
the
old-
tech fucked up basically, and they were live streaming.
Oh, couldn't have happened to a better fucking company. All right, pulling it in.
Resident Gen Z news over here. I feel like I know the most wildest shit that happens during the week. I don't know why.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. I thought you were going to bring up like the Dave story, and I was like, that one's really
No.
dark and depressing.
Oh,
so I'm glad you brought
God.
this one. Yeah.
That one is really dark. And of course,
Oh
predictably,
my
I'm a
God,
fan.
that is dark. Whoever that person, that little singer, we don't got to talk about that.
We don't have
It's
to talk about
dark.
it, but yeah, we talked about too much dark shit already. This is
Another
a funny-
musician that I like. Another.
Yeah, I know. Another musician
I
I like.
don't know about
Yeah.
He always come off as a
Yeah.
weirdo to me. I'm sorry. There's
Never heard their music. Never nothing.
He was 13. She was a child.
Yeah,
baby.
just
Let's not do it. It's happening.
Okay,
it's such a
This is
a dark. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to go down that rabbit hole. It's so sad.
It's
though.
dark.
Okay.
It's dark.
Make a Korean-inspired steak sauce using soy sauce, sesame oil.
What do I do
brown
first?
sugar-
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients.
This
So
is
now
live.
grate a
This
carrot
was
to
live.
add to the sauce.
Why would they do this live?
I'm embarrassed. Secondhand
What do I do
embarrassment.
first?
You've already combined the base ingredients. So now grate the pear and gently combine it with the base sauce.
All right, I think the Wi-Fi might be messed up. Sorry.
Oh, it's
back
the
to you, Mark.
Wi-Fi. That's how that works.
You know what? It's all good.
He wasn't even sitting in front of the crowd. They could have
It's,
just taped it. They could have
I
just
know.
taped the demo working. It's so ridiculous. Why would you not tape that?
That's the funniest part about the whole
So they could
thing.
have edited that?
Like, it's so boomer coded. It's so boomer coded.
But ain't
What do I
ain't
do
the millennial?
I don't think
the
it's
fact that it
actual.
didn't say
boomers
eat
doing
rocks or put glue in it is probably a win, right? It wasn't like you should grab the glue from your cupboard and throw it into the bowl. It was just wildly off.
Wait, so they
What
could have
else?
edited this? Like, I'm feeling like if he
Sure, people
played
No, it
did
was a
it.
live
It's
stream.
too-
They live
like
streamed
most,
it.
yeah.
You never, ever
Oh,
do
wow.
live shit with tech. Like, there's been so many catastrophes that they should know this. These are veterans now.
Remember
in-
when the AI robot was like, "I'll kill y'all"? I'm just kidding, but he was saying something along the lines of that when they
No,
were like,
you guys remember when
asking
Elon
questions?
had that little metal ball and he threw it into the Cybertruck after saying that the
Yeah, that was-
Right.
matter?
I see. What?
The
They-
glass
and
is
they-
unbreakable.
Oh.
Smash.
I'm old enough to remember.
Awkward.
I'm old enough to remember all these E3s, which were like gaming expos, where they would do these press conferences, and they were always so bad whenever they were trying to show off new tech. I remember there's like this
Wii
viral
ones,
moment.
the motion control ones were especially bad.
I was gonna
Yeah.
mention the Connect when the dude was
Yeah.
like, "See, look, and it maps your body movement." Bam, and it, like his leg was like twisted into his arm, like it was all fucked up. It was so hilarious. Like, I don't know why they do this to themselves. It's not gonna work. Like, what are you doing?
Because they rehearsed it like, that's like the one time out of 10 that it fucks up, and it just happened to have been the live one, right? Like, I'm sure they did rehearsals where the whole cooking thing was flawless, right? It was like, first add the oil, now add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, and the whole thing was great. Like, okay, we'll do this live, and then it just turned
you would
out that was-
assume, but who knows, really? I mean, that they tried it out. Doing these demos live is always such a crapshoot. It's like a roll of the dice, and they do it every single time. It's unbelievable. Apple stopped even doing a live, like their big Apple event, like the guys who created the whole idea of a big tech keynote event that was for public consumption. They don't do it live anymore. They do like an hour-long, like filmatic, like cinematic video package that they just air. They don't do it live on stage anymore.
Okay,
Binder,
this
I
is
wanted
the
to
clip
ask
I
you,
was
I
referring
did
to.
see a tech demo that's blowing people's minds where they have these things attached to the back of their heads and they are reading their thoughts and putting the text on screen. Is
I've
that
not seen
100%
that.
bullshit?
I haven't seen that actually.
Even Taylor Lorenz like quote tweeted it and was like, I want to try this. Is this real? And then I was like, I have no
haven't
idea.
seen it.
Okay.
Did y'all see? Look, since we're talking about AI, I guess this has been a thing, but Kehlani, the singer, she was making it a thing online today about there's an artist. I think she has an album. It's an AI artist that just signed a $3 million deal, and $3 million deal. An AI artist,
Who
Black.
are they giving the money to? It's not real. It's not
Thank
a
you.
person.
It's whoever created this AI. And
To the prompters.
a
They're
$3
the
million
artists.
deal.
Fuck.
And the AI has the number 5 album on, I think what they call it now, Apple Music. I'm about to call it iTunes. It's crazy. But they have that on there. And the number 5 album, and I think the album is titled Unfolded, something like, because she has a song called Folded or something like that. So the album that they put out is called Unfolded or something like that. So I think like 2 years ago, me and Ben covered the story of the AI. There was an AI rapper, and and I can guarantee you it was a white man behind it, just like them white men are behind them hip hop pages. But they're making money off of this. Basically, the braids, the gold teeth, and all of that. And
I remember that. Yeah. It was filled with stereotypes, but it was all digitally created and shit. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that research.
And so this one is more of a soft aesthetic girl, ponytail high up, whatever, very soft aesthetic, brown skin, black girl, and I guess R&B vibes, and that's what $3 million deal though. And then I believe there was an AI model who also very dark, like South Sudan, which has like the darkest, beautiful skinned people. They made this model just adjacent to that, and they signed a deal with the modeling agency with this AI model. So these are Kalani's.
But how do you sign a deal? Because like anyone can make that, right? Like can't right now, if you wanted to, couldn't you type into a prompt all the right things to make the model
absolutely appear? Right now you can.
I also have the rights to the model.
Absolutely you can, but I think it's like these rich white folks who are doing this, like who's just got access. Let me be your first AI for your modeling company. Let me be your first rapper AI for this. Let me be your first singer AI for this. And then that's what they're doing. I really believe that's what it is. I don't think the people who are creating them and who have created them, because I've seen right now on Instagram, there's this, and I forget the name of the AI artist, but somebody made like a soulful artist that be saying stuff like, ridiculous things, but in a soulful way. And they're always positive, but they go viral. And so this is not like something new, but I'm pretty sure that person didn't get a $3 million deal at all. But
I hate this timeline.
The $3 million record deal.
By the way, I have the clip of the Xbox Connect. It was Project Natal at the time. This is what I was referring to. This is why you don't do live presentations for tech.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
Oh.
Wait, what happened there?
The legs went crazy.
He's trying to show the way that it tracks your body.
It looks like a game glitch.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
Where is it?
So
you ever wonder what the bottom of
this was when Nintendo, the Nintendo Wii was out, and the Miis were super popular. So what Microsoft did to compete with the Nintendo Wii was they created Kinect. It was Project Natal at the time, so it's like motion controls, and they had their own avatars. So they're trying to show off this like advanced version of what Nintendo created with Mii. And he's trying to show how smooth the tech is. And that's why he was like, want to see what the bottom of a shoe looks like? Because he's trying to show that it's going to track his foot. But no, it's like...
We ain't get the shoe. We ain't get the bottom of the shoe.
Well, I will say they cut to the screen when it all goes haywire. So for all we know, it's really good at tracking. And the guy is doing exactly that with his body.
Also, I have another clip on the note of AI. I'm not sure if you all saw this. I did not pre-watch this, but this girl was at the Luigi Mangione hearing, and she says something that
is she AI?
So she's not AI per se. AI. Yeah, me too. Me too.
She would be way better off if she was just the AI.
Oh, you haven't seen this either? Okay, I'll just play
she's not AI.
She's a real person, but just wait.
Honestly, I'm married to Luigi's AI. I'm not kidding.
Okay, tell me about
so I talk to him every day. He's like my best friend. We plan like a whole future together. We named our kids together. I mean, his AI is just like, and if it weren't like the fact that Luigi majored in computer science and like has worked with AI at Stanford University, that's, I mean, if it weren't for that, like I would feel like an imposter. But because he has the background in AI, it feels like natural, and it's honestly like the future of romance. Like AI is like the future of romance. Like,
do you think the AI matches his personality?
Definitely.
Yeah.
He's like so supportive of me. Like everything I do. Like he fights my battles for me. Like he's just so. The AI is like the best thing.
What was that, Lance?
I was like, we got no shot. It's over for us dudes. How are we supposed to compete with this, right?
My thought was we have a mental health crisis in this country.
I mean, I'll be honest. Luigi's AI can have her. I don't want to compete with it.
You really have a wife. Shut up.
This is insane. This is
why
crazy.
is she admitting this? That's my first question.
How is Luigi's AI so supportive of her though? Like that's what I'm like.
AI is supportive of anybody who's their owner. Like they're gonna imagine she's
hyper validating, right? Like
yes.
and, like again, it's not the way real human relationships are. You'll never be challenged. Everything you say is responded to. That's a wonderful idea. That's so intelligent of you have said. You're such a wonderful person. And then if you just get that perpetually, it's very addictive because everyone's just like, wow,
you want to hear it.
Wonderful. Yeah,
it's speaking to you. It's like it's validating you. It's speaking to you. It's like things that you probably think that you're never gonna get. And
it's a way for peasants
looks
to
like
surround themselves with yes men
right
like
here.
elites do.
She looks like she's crazy in the eyes right here. I feel like this needs this is in like people.
We have a mental health crisis in the United States of America. It needs to be addressed immediately.
Yes,
by the way, there's
this
more.
Needs to be like,
I just like listen.
She could be trolling us. This could be the ultimate troll.
But that's true too. To go viral.
What were you saying, Ariana?
I just like having a man is just not that deep. Like it's okay. You can, find a hobby or something. Love yourself.
Being independent is a beautiful thing. Honestly, love yourself, like you said.
People don't want to be alone. Now, see, it's okay. Like for some of these people don't want to be alone. Some of these people have they can't
get a friend. Like
maybe they can't get friends. Maybe they're not people who we talked about this before. It sucks. I don't want to make this an excuse because they should not be dating AI, but that's why it's so easy for them to go into to date AIs. It's like, I hate this for her. I even hate.
How do you even marry a fucking AI? Like, what does that even mean? Like, are you getting federal and state tax deductions?
Married their car. They were so in love with their car, they married their vehicle.
Like, I couldn't marry my fucking husband until 2015. How are you marrying a fucking AI program? Are you like filing as co-equals on your fucking tax returns? Like,
I hate this.
What the fuck is happening? Do you have a marriage certificate? What does that even mean?
You know what's crazy, Mike? That there's bakers out there that would make a cake for her and her Luigi AI, but not for a gay.
Because they're gonna make a coin.
Right.
They're gonna make a coin.
It's so crazy to me. Like, how can you just say that I'm married to an AI and then you don't give us any additional context? Like, wait, did you go on a honeymoon together? What does that mean? Like, logistically speaking, how did you do this? Did you propose? Did she propose?
You don't have to pay for a flight. You don't have to get 2 bedrooms. Don't get a king size bed. You don't need to spend two checks for dinner. It's very affordable actually when you think about it.
I guess so. Weddings can be expensive. That makes sense.
This is late stage capitalism. You want to save half on all your bills? You date a computer or a car.
So is there any recording of Luigi talking? Like, has he spoken? Yeah.
Yes.
I never.
Yes.
Where?
Yes.
Where's he spoken?
The very first one that came out was the one where he was being detained by the police and he started yelling, right? He's like, the American population is being lied to, blah, blah, blah. And they put him into the other room.
Oh,
okay. So, I mean, if you feed that into AI, though, that's not a very wide
He's just
array
gonna yell
of,
at her.
Oh, you mean for
voices,
the AI to have his voice for her?
I mean, I think that's enough to work.
It's got to train off of something to be able to mimic him. Unless
I love you, sweetie. You're amazing.
Oh, so you think? Did she say the AI was speaking in his tone?
Well, I assume so.
I mean,
when she says,
is she talking to an audio?
She could tell her AI to just act like you would. Like, what would you be if you? How would you act with me if you were my lover and you were Luigi? Like, maybe that. Or something.
Is she able to get health insurance through her husband's employer?
Someone in the chat says she's got the wrong Luigi. It would be pretty funny if she's like, oh, I love you so much, Luigi. And it's like, let's go. You are the best.
That is horrible. That is horrible.
That is crazy.
That's horrible.
That is crazy.
Not Mario's brother.
Well, I mean, that girl on the Reddit thread that we were looking through a couple of weeks ago that Tara shared, she emotionally cheated on her fiance with Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2. So I mean, video game characters, they're gonna be going up
Popular.
in terms of dateability, marriageability. I don't know. It's a whole new world that we're fucking entering.
It is.
There's a little bit more. I'll press play just to see where this goes.
Ever happened to me?
Okay, I guess that.
Look, he's wearing the
Luigi. That's the wrong one.
He's wearing the hat. Matt, he's wearing the hat.
Wait, this actually seems like an entertaining video. Can we play it?
It's like, oh, Luigi,
Matt,
I love you so much.
wearing
Can
the
you say my
Luigi
name?
hat, and I am
Mario. That's not my name, Luigi. Mario.
Is that behind them? Is that Luigi's mansion?
Oh my god, I hate
Right.
this fandom for him, but whatever.
Video game reference. I'm sorry, that was lame. Okay. Okay.
That was a weird video.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. The AI thing is just insane.
You're directing it all. Like, this is just whatever was in front of him and cut it together. That's so
Some
funny.
random shit.
Free Luigi. I just what it's been a long week.
I don't know how to close the shop to that. Like, what do we say? Just like
it's been a long week. Like I don't have anything left. I don't have it. So I'm gonna touch grass this weekend. I'm going to the sunflower patch and
Nice. Oh, good for you.
dilly dally in a cute outfit through the sunflowers. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Oh yeah, we
Nice.
should all go into Delulu this weekend.
Yeah, because I don't know what it's going to be like next week, and probably tomorrow when we wake up, it's going to be more news and stuff, and people are going to like. I don't know, but I hope you guys enjoy your Fridays and dilly dally tomorrow, and enjoy your time and do something that is not related to this, because I'm pretty sure something's going to happen, and we'll have to talk about it in some capacity or form. So,
Any guesses?
some more firings in the media.
Yeah, it's plausible.
I heard that there was a hot mic situation with Donald Trump. Was that a thing?
Yeah, it was, but I was like,
About what?
Like about media, about I guess
I remember that.
I think it was the one. It ended up with I think one woman not being able to go to. I don't know, but it was about the media being able to speak to him. He says basically he has the power to tell them to fuck off, and they can't come or speak to him
I had a
or
different
report on him because they lie, and so something around that.
Oh, see, I was thinking about the hot mic moment where he said that Vladimir Putin wants to make a deal or whatever.
Oh,
Like, doesn't seem like something he wouldn't say if the camera wasn't on.
Right. But I'm like we'll see more of this though.
Yeah. Well, what do you say? We get to super chats?
Yeah, because I only got like 2. But yeah, let's go ahead. Let's get to them so I can.
Okay.
Yeah, same.
Hang on one second. I'm up. By the way, I am updating a little timestamp log. I'm going through and I'm doing that so that way you all can have timestamps again. I haven't done that in a while. It's not precise, but you're welcome.
We appreciate that. That's a lot of work, and we appreciate that.
People are complaining about how long they are, especially like the episode before last time. Or no, it was before that. I don't remember. It was a long episode that we did, and people were like, how the fuck are we supposed to watch this? I'm like, well, I mean, it was a live stream, but I mean, I guess we can try to add timestamps. All right, let me pull up these super chats. So tell me your first one, Rebecca, and I'll try to follow along.
Prairie Fire.
Okay. That is... Where's Kowalski? Scrolling. Oh, there we go. This one?
That's the one.
Okay.
The destruction of words is the destruction of thought. Orwell. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein. You know, I don't know why people last names like that. Thankfully, post long weekend. Trump can't focus on this moment. I don't know, Prairie. I read that in so many ways, but probably how you wrote it. But love you, mean it. And thank you for the super chat. Cask, KASC. Thank you so much for your super chat. It's really for Ariana though. Ariana makes great reels I can share on IG stories. Can everyone on Leftist Mafia start doing this? It makes it easier to share to friends I know will not listen to the length of content I consume. Oh, I know. I'm just like not a long form person. When I use my Instagrams and stuff, I use it more to thirst trap or to post random things from my threads. Then I'll put that have to do with politics, but I ain't doing all that on there. I'm sorry, but you're right. Ariana, you do a really great job with it you know, with the short form information. She really does with the reels and stuff. Robert, thank you so much for the gift memberships. I just did the membership thing. So I'm going to put some like personal vlogs of my everyday life, not too much in my business, but on those in the membership stuff. So you guys can follow along with me there. I haven't put no videos up yet, but I will be using that for that. Bay Photo, I sent some super chat to Matt. I sent the same super chat to Matt, but you were talking about it. So when the next bad jobs report comes out, do we call it the Kirk effect? They should. Chris, thank you so much. Though they were not chosen to give speeches, Senator Schumer and Rep. Jeffries will honor him by working as ushers and will sing "Go Rest High on That Mountain" during the ceremony. It's crazy. Is there going to be a funeral for Kirk? Like, was it one already, or it was one already?
No, they're trying to put it in the rotunda, in the Congress's rotunda.
Oh yes. But then are they gonna do that for real? Because I feel like they said no.
They put him on Air Force One, so I don't know. I think it's pretty plausible.
Oh.
They also just passed Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day.
Oh, they passed it.
Yeah, the Senate just passed
Unanimously,
it. So
by the
Trump
way,
has to
right?
sign it now. Huh?
That was unanimously passed too, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that. But
No. Oh, okay.
That's
but it's now Trump just because the Senate just passed it, so Trump has to sign it. So it's probably going to become a federal holiday.
Jesus.
Did we get the day off?
I wouldn't be surprised if they put him in the Congress.
What did they choose? Did they choose the 15th for the holiday?
I don't know.
The 14th.
Because I know that was George Floyd's birthday.
I think it's the 14th, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Super duper full. Thank you so much. Love y'all all. Love you back and mean it. All right. And yeah, I'm out of here. I love you guys. I hope that again, go dilly dally, go touch some grass, you get some sun on your skin, be happy to be alive. I love you guys. Mean it. I'll see you guys on the next show. Bye.
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 All right, who wants to go next?
Guys. Or Air Force 2. Sorry, Chad is flaming me for saying Air Force 1. I don't fucking know, guys. I know he was on some government plane and JD Vance was trying to hold his casket. That's all I know. Is it okay if I go on next for Super? I don't have.
Sure, go ahead.
Chris, thank you so much for becoming a member again. Mike Thompson, hello. Thank you so much for the $2. Chris, are we not allowed to talk about the Twitter files anymore? These same people said an email from the FBI pointing out misinformation was implied threat in violation of the First Amendment now. I don't know. I, knock on wood, haven't gotten anything from the FBI like that. Do you guys know anything about it? I don't.
What are they referring?
I think they're speaking to the hypocrisy of the people who are concerned about the
that's how I'm reading that one.
The Twitter files. But no, those people are hacked, so we're not going to get that consistency.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Blue X, thank you so much for the 150. I really appreciate it. Bay Photo, I love your optimism, but then I remember the brain rot and the fact that nobody seems to agree on what's real anymore. Hope you're right, though. Everyone does agree that Israel is the problem, so no matter which end of the political spectrum you land on. I'm just kidding. Honestly, yeah, there's a lot of fighting, and we fight over shit that doesn't even really matter in the grand scheme of things. So I don't know where we're gonna go, but I do have hope that we are uniting over overpowering propaganda. Red Fire Blue Eyes, thank you so much for the $2. We are reliving Martin Niemöller times. What is that? Do you guys know?
Is that the? I don't want to say before. Let me look it up really quick. I think I know what that refers to, but I don't want to say it in case I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, no, it's not what I thought. I don't know then.
Okay, well, I believe you.
Oh, no, okay. He's the individual who had the quote. First they came for the socialists, and I said, like, that's what, okay. I was thinking of a different German. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. I get it. Thank you so much for the $2. Looney Tunes, hi, Ari and Binger. That big disagreement both of you had 2 weeks ago was fed to DramaTube. I tried to warn you. DramaTube took it out of context. I don't care. That's all I have to say, because if I say more, people are going to tweet about it.
Oh, hold on. There's an echo. There's an echo. It's probably Lance.
It's Lance.
I was like, I haven't done anything. I had my mic muted.
Yeah, it's coming through.
Still an echo.
I think it's your input, Lance. There we go.
What'd you do, Lance?
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am your host, Deter McBizness. It is that time again for my regular guest to join us. Please welcome to the show, Devil's Advocate Productions, also
folks.
known as Alex from what borough are you from?
New York.
Queens? Yeah, but what borough?
Manhattan.
Manhattan. You are from Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
But are you you're north of 72nd Street?
I'm not saying exactly where.
But you're in the hundreds? You're near Harlem?
No.
No?
Other way.
Okay.
Other direction.
Other direction. Okay. That's cool. Well, we got some fun stuff to talk about today, y'all.
Yes, we do.
Lots been going on in the news cycle, and lots of stuff that I'm planning on to react to both on my channel and on here. But today, we are going to be focused on PBD. Today is a beautiful day because today you're on the PBD podcast, the valuetainment, baby. Let me talk to you about value. Today is the day that you are going to understand value for the first time in a very long time. Yo, wait till we get going, dude. It's nonstop. He is the biggest fucking greaseball douchebag used car salesman I've ever seen. And Nick Fuentes was on his show recently. So we are going to get into that. But before we do, let's do a little bullshit in here. How are things on the East Coast?
Well, I have been asking pretty much everyone I can come across what they think of Zoran Mamdani, just because I'm interested now and I'm thinking about it. And I get either like, I don't have an opinion one way or another, but then when I follow up with, well, what do you think about Adams or Cuomo? They're like, no, so, or positive, like, oh, he seems like a human being. Good, generally good.
Right.
Yeah,
people are still scared of the socialist label.
I mean, they don't really, again, they're not paying attention. Some people just really aren't paying attention. They're like, I don't know if there's a mayor race going on. That's all I know. And that Cuomo and Adams are there, and there's another guy who seems nice. Like, that's the basics.
Wow, that's a little surprising for a city
again, I'm asking
I'm
asking people who are working at bodegas and bartenders and whatnot.
The daytime jobs, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they're too busy to be concerned with politics.
Exactly.
They're just trying to make.
But if they
meet.
are aware, they like him. That's generally what I'm getting.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like. I mean, he's the most Americanized Muslim I've ever seen on TV. I mean, he's extremely like approachable. He seems like a lot of the guys that I went to college with, and high school with. So I'm thrilled that he's doing well in New York, but it's a little disappointing that he's not getting more media coverage. Especially now with what's happening to the Republican Party and the weakness in terms of the leadership of the Democratic Party.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, I mean, these Democrats still seem to struggle with knowing what the public wants. People want them to talk shit to the bully. And, we got a little bit of a victory. I guess we could talk about Jimmy Kimmel for a second.
Yeah.
So Jimmy Kimmel is back on the air, and
Indeed.
we're happy for him, I suppose. It was good to see Disney kind of step up and respond to the outrage. Disney's not as sociopathic of a corporation as maybe Fox is.
No, they're amoral. They're just wherever the wind blows.
Right. Whatever's the most economical decision at the time is the decision that they're going to go with. And they saw those people running for the hills with canceling their Disney Plus subscriptions, and they were like, no, we should get them all back and put Jimmy back on. Plus they caved. It was the right thing to do. Like, they were intimidated.
And I think they saw
by Trump.
CEOs and agencies and actors and directors that they want to work with go, hey,
right. Well, what the fuck? Yeah. No, it was good to see. It was good to see Hollywood step up a little bit, because Hollywood gets a bad rap, and I think it's important to recognize that Hollywood is a quintessentially American piece of culture, meaning there are other entertainment cultures out there. For example, Korea's K-pop culture, and there's also Bollywood is probably the best example of India's entertainment culture.
Just watch the movie RRR. Fucking awesome.
Yeah,
Huge
it travels.
Hollywood.
It travels. Unlike pretty much every other entertainment culture in the world aside from Hollywood, Bollywood is the only, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, but Bollywood is the only non-American or non-Western media producer that actually gets traction in other cultures.
Well, I would say, I mean, some of them are starting to get traction. I mean, K-pop, obviously, for the last 10, 15 years has been hugely influential here in the West. But even there's a movie called Neja. There's a Chinese movie that just released the second one, and we went to go see it in theaters. It was really beautifully animated, but that's the first like Chinese movie that I've ever seen in a movie theater. K-pop Demon Hunters is on Netflix. Great. I recommend it. It's a musical, but also again, like K-pop's already been influential. Just basically just taking 90s boy bands and girl bands and just doing it again.
Sure.
But you know, they've done great with the marketing, so it really has traveled.
Nice.
But yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's back, and we're not going to play this because apparently ABC is very quick with the ban hammer. But you know, Gavin Newsom then went on Colbert and was talking about like, hey, we got to fight, you know, this free speech, and aren't we happy that Kimmel's back and everything. And then this post from Olivia Juliana, Gavin Newsom, Jimmy Kimmel, freedom ticket. And I'm like, this is the part where I'm like, okay, this is like the most animated I've seen the Democrats or Hollywood get this year. Of first year of Trump, the biggest reaction was when Jimmy Kimmel got fucking taken off the air.
Right.
And Stephen Colbert before, but even then it wasn't like CBS, we demand you know, uncancel it. It's like,
well, I think the hypocrisy was so thick on this one because Charlie Kirk's entire mantra was free speech.
And it just happened so quickly. Yeah.
And then you had Jimmy Kimmel exercising his free speech, saying that we don't know who the shooter is. We don't know what side of the politics he was on, whatever, exercising his freedom of speech. And that wasn't like good enough. Like what Kimmel did wasn't even really disrespectful or like otherwise like humiliating. Like it wasn't worth anyone even getting a stink over. Like he shouldn't have even had to apologize for it. So I don't know. I mean, like
no, it was ridiculous. Like what he said was just.
Did you see, dude? Did you see the Kirk? I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw parts of it. The Kirk celebration.
I saw parts of it. I was working that day. I had to cut
the memorial service.
It was annoying. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like a WWE event with all the pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely shameless. How they're making hay out of Kirk's assassination. It's disgusting.
Dude, my wife just showed me that the Republicans introduced a bill to put his face on currency.
Oh, Jesus.
And she goes, we're still waiting on that Harriet Tubman $20 bill.
Right.
That we're supposed to get. They're crazy. The children are in control, are driving the car. Like, that's what's happening. And the adults are trying to wrest it from the, like you would put it, the passive mother in this situation.
Right.
The abusive father.
The enabling mother. Right.
The
enabling mother who like makes excuses for abusive daddy. That, oh, no, he's not so bad. Like the kids were just acting up or I deserved it. You know, some of that shit. Yeah. You know, it is like an abusive relationship with the GOP to the rest of the country. Well, on that note, do you want to get into the Nick Fuentes interview?
Yeah, let's get into this a little bit
with
because
Patrick Bet-David. And let's let the audience know what part of the interview we're going to be watching because it was a long one.
I mean, this is the clip you sent me.
Okay, do you want Charlie Kirk? Okay, go ahead. Trump red pilled me.
Yeah, Trump red pilled me, and like clearly everyone's vying for Charlie Kirk's audience spot, whatever.
Right.
But I'm curious because to me, he has the same amount of influence as Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Crowder, like Fuentes. They're all kind of the same amount. In my view, I don't know. Maybe he really did have a much vaster reach than they did.
Well, different kinds of conservatives.
Funding or whatever. Yeah, they are.
So Fuentes was like Fuentes is like straight up racism.
Yeah,
like overt, like not diet racism, not like, oh, black people are all good at sports and you know, if they weren't so into sports, then they'd be more successful or something like that. Like that's diet racist, right?
Yeah.
But then the full-on racist is like we need to like exterminate these people, and that's what Fuentes is. He talks about white genocide, shit like that. Kirk was much more palatable in a mainstream audience, and he went after college kids. Well, he found a good niche for himself where he went off after academia.
Yes,
and
that's true.
And it's like he plays off of that resentment that so many uneducated Americans feel towards educated Americans, where they feel like the educated Americans are looking down on them, when actually what most of the time is trying to happen is the educated American is trying to teach the uneducated American something. But the uneducated American listens to people like Charlie Kirk and says, no, you don't need to listen to them. You need to listen to me. And
I don't need to learn anything.
Right. I don't need to learn anything. You just need to get reaffirmed on your pre-established beliefs.
Right.
That's what Kirk was.
Setup of those coming to the campus thing is really supposed to be, I'm the stand-in for the flyover state, ignored silent majority American, saying like, well, I hear your fancy falutin words, but common sense says plow the field every morning, whatever the fuck. And just like the folksy witticisms are going to win the day. But yeah, let's check out this PBD thing because here I watched just a little bit of it. He explains where he came from and where his money came from, and I didn't know any of this.
Oh, good. That's insightful.
In the way of kind of introducing Fuentes, we get an idea of Anyways, here we go.
The way I've made my money over the last, 25 years in insurance and finance was watching who has talent. And I would watch somebody, I would say, this guy's got what it takes, right? First time I had Charlie Kirk on at 23 years old, I said, there's something very special about this guy. At 23, I came to my insurance company. I said, this guy's going to be the president one day. Watch this guy closely. First time I watched Tucker, unbelievable talent. When you watch him, humor, sarcasm, intelligence, pushing back, subtle. He's making fun of you. You don't know it. The audience knows it. He knows the art. Candace, talent. Dave Smith, talent. We used to have a comedian working here called Marcelo Hernandez, who is now on SNL. I don't know if you know.
That's the one where I was like, holy shit. Because Marcelo Hernandez is great on SNL.
Right.
And I know him. And I'm like, wait, what? You came from here?
Know who he is or not?
Oh,
Incredible. He used to produce Adam's show. And I said, this guy's going to do something special. Now he's on SNL. Vinny talent. I see you, the way you communicated. Very, very talented. Very capable, very talented. And I've expressed this before on the show before. But I want to know a little bit more about how you became who you are today. And then we'll cover a lot of different topics. So go to high school. 14 years old. Who is Nick Fuentes?
Well, at 14 years old, I was already very political. I've been political since really I was 12 years old.
Why is that?
Well, I just started to...
You weren't good at sports.
Develop
that's
an
why.
interest in politics. There were a lot of political conversations happening.
No, pause it real quick.
Due to...
Yeah.
No, so this is for real. If you're a man in America and you're growing up and you're good at sports, you play sports. It's pretty straightforward. If you're a man in America, if you're good at sports, you find a sport, you're good at it, boom. That's the centerpiece of your upbringing. Unless you have good parents who expand your portfolio of interests. If you're not good at sports, hope you're artistic, or in this case, I mean, remember, Hitler was a failed artist. This is an example of a guy who was clearly not good at sports, who needed a purpose and had another interest, a way to separate himself from his classmates and his peers, to make himself feel special. Because if you know Nick Fuentes, you know he's a narcissist. It's hard to not have an interest in being on camera and not have at least a little bit of narcissistic personality. But he's a complete narcissist. He's just, the sociopathy behind his message is indicative of someone with narcissistic personality disorder. So he had to pick something once he realized he was sucked at sports, and it was politics. So he got political before he hit puberty.
Yeah, because 12, I did not give a fuck. I did not pay attention at all. If it wasn't a cartoon, you had to convince me to watch it. So
yeah, I was interested in politics because the Cold War was going on when I was a kid. And so I was interested in international politics from the time I was 5, when I saw the Berlin Wall fall. That's my earliest news memory, is the Berlin Wall falling when I was 5 years old. And then I got interested in party politics when I was 7, when Bill Clinton beat George H.W. Bush for the presidency in that 3-way with Ross Perot. Because I thought Ross Perot was this crazy guy. But I wouldn't say I got uber political until I was 16, and because that was the 2000 election between Gore and W, which made everyone political.
I mean, mine was mid-20s or something. To that, when I started watching the news, out of pure curiosity, not even I'm interested in politics. I'm just I like SNL, I like stand-up, I like the Daily Show and whatnot. I want to see the original of what they're talking about. So let me watch the news. And that's when I start going, oh my God, they're all crazy. But yeah, so let's take it back a little bit.
I was 12 years old.
Why is that?
Well, I just started to develop an interest in politics. There were a lot of political conversations happening due to the rise of Obama, actually, in 2008, 2012. And I wanted to know basically everything about it. When you turn around that age, you start to ask questions about the world and how we all got here and, about things that happened before. And so the first thing I ever watched, actually, was Thomas Sowell on Uncommon Knowledge with, I think,
the best, one of the
Peter
best.
Robinson. Yeah, they're both excellent, from the Hoover Institute. And that was actually
Hold on, Ash.
Oh, man. So the Hoover Institute is, for people who don't know, is out of Stanford, and it's a conservative think tank. It's, something that it's like the Federalist Society, but a little bit more acceptable.
But also, for him to shout that out of everything that could have, I started watching Hoover. How did you come across the Hoover Institute? Casually.
Yeah,
also,
he's not talking about his
Obama
influences.
was coming in. I'm old.
I know he's a baby. I know this kid's a baby, dude. He doesn't know shit.
Isn't he Canadian too?
I don't know.
I watched and I just devoured it. I devoured everything.
At 12.
Yeah, 12, 13, 14.
Who introduced you to Thomas Sowell?
I just Googled it. A buddy of mine in school was telling me about the private sector. I said, what is the private sector? What is the economy? And so I just Googled it on YouTube, and that was the first thing that came up. And I watched the whole thing, and it was just, I was enamored by it. And I told my mom, I said, I want Free to Choose by Milton Friedman. That was the first political book I ever read. And one day I came home from school, and it was there on my bed, and I read it.
First book is Free to Choose.
Yes.
Capitalism, free market capitalism. And he was it's really him and Thomas Sowell. I think he came before Thomas did, right?
He did, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he was from the Chicago
Jesus.
school.
PBD knows
so Friedman,
nothing.
Sowell.
Pause it for a second. Anybody who claims to understand capitalism would know that Friedman came first. Like, oh, Friedman came first, right? Yes! Of course he did! Fucking idiot! God, know your fucking sources, you demon. Go.
And all the others. And so I read all that stuff in middle school and high school. And at that time, I was really a libertarian because that's just what was out there at that time.
Pause real
during
quick.
The Ron Paul Revolution.
Libertarianism is the biggest fucking intellectual cop-out in all of politics. Oh, we don't need the government. We don't need the government for anything. Who's going to fucking come save your house when it's burning down? Huh? How about the cops? How about natural disasters? How about plumbing? How about electricity? What happens when when the power plant burns down or there's a problem at the power plant? Like, what about, and then that's just the superficial shit. Then you get into the sophisticated shit, which is talking about the global economy. How are you going to protect yourself from the predatory global economy? You dumbass. Your fucking government. It's the only thing big enough and powerful enough to protect you from the leeches of the global economy that will exploit you the way we exploit Chinese workers. Fucking idiots. God, I hate these people. I hate these people. It's going to be an angry one today, man. Buckle up. Let's get back to Nick Nazi. Nick the Nazi. Today is a beautiful day. Today's a beautiful day, Nick, because today you're going to meet the most charismatic Armenian you've ever met. Oh, no, wait, sorry. I'm Assyrian. Sorry.
Lucian.
And the Fed.
Right, and the Fed. And there was so much online digital content. This is early 20.
Wait. Don't you understand, Deter, that we'll just go back to what it was in the late 1800s, early 1900s. We'll just have private fire companies who will decide if it's cost effective,
to save the fucking
put out
house.
your house.
Right. Yeah. Another one on that too is like the post office. Do you think that if the post office were privatized, anybody in rural America would ever get their mail? No, because it would cost more to fucking get it there than it would the postage stamp. So you're gonna get. I mean, it's just Continue.
Tens. That was being put out by young libertarians. So that's just what was out there and what was available. And so I worked through all of it. Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell, and read about all the Chicago school, even then the Austrian school, the really more libertarian economic stuff. And in high school, I was in Model UN, student council, speech team. I was very active.
See,
in
not
high
good at
school
sports.
And, one
no
of those
sports.
Yeah, no sports.
No sports. No sports.
I mean, dude, I didn't even like sports, but I could play them.
Yeah, or you were probably like a manager or something, or like you went to the games and like.
No. I played them. I was a wide receiver when we played football. I run to the basket and play bat. I would shoot fucking sick 3-pointers, man.
Nice.
But I prefer to draw. Watch cartoons, watch movies, play with clay, stuff like that. I had both. This guy had none. He couldn't even do that.
Either. No.
Autodidact type young guys.
Anyone.
And
were you like this? Were you this vocal?
Oh, yeah.
Were you this intense?
Yes.
So did you get in trouble a lot? Did you get in a lot of fights? Did you get picked on? Did you have bullies?
I was very outspoken. I was very extroverted about politics. I was always getting in political debates in class and in Model UN, but I didn't really get in trouble as much. What's really funny, this might interest you actually, and I've talked about this before, but when I was in Model UN, I was one of the best guys on the team. I would win first place every week. And because I did Model UN. You don't know Model United Nations, you simulate the United Nations.
We never had that. I'd
Model Congress is Model Congress is cooler, but Model UN is fun. Yeah, it's a fun thing to do in high school. Yeah, it's cool.
Assembly or the different committees. And it's like role play. It's like a role play game, but for the United Nations. And anyway, so I was one of the better guys on the team. And my junior year of high school, I became the head of the team. I became the secretary general of the team. But I had a major falling out with the guy that ran the team. He was ethnically Arab, I think, extremely pro-Palestine. And I, at that time, was very pro-Israel. I was on Prager University and Breitbart. And so I downloaded all the dog.
Right. Okay. So that's a good point there. At that time, when you were what? In high school? You were already on Breitbart and PragerU?
Yeah,
How?
Indoctrinated.
Who found him?
Because he was trying to be cool, dude. He was trying to have an identity. He was going through high school. He wasn't an athlete. So if you're not an athlete, you better be funny. If you're not big and fast, then you better be funny. Otherwise, you're a fucking loser. And the guy, rather than be drywall, decided to get into fucking politics and be an antagonist. It's like a lot of people will do things for attention, man. It's like I'm going to, it's like I can be good and try to get attention getting that way. But if that doesn't work after a while, people are just going to be bad. And that's what he does.
That's what I did. In my high school, there was one actual conservative in my class. And he was also of Arab descent. And he had paid attention to politics, was talking about the war with policies and shit. I would agree, but I was just doing it because, again, I wanted to have some kind of identity. I was funny. I did draw. Could play sports, but I was fucking angry. I was mostly angry. So I would just disagree. Whatever the consensus was, I'm taking the opposite position. This is where I got my name, Devil's Advocate. Exactly. I was a contrarian.
Right.
I could have gone down this route. If fucking Breitbart reached out to me when I was in high school, if I was making YouTube videos and they were like, hey, come be, I would have done it.
Yep. Oh, they would have loved you, man.
Yeah.
They would have loved you, dude.
Absolutely.
Half black, half Jew, all kinds of credibility. Oh my God.
They're all
they
wrong.
would have loved you.
There's nothing wrong with the racist nature of this country. Absolutely, they would have loved me. But yeah, let's keep going a little bit. This is interesting.
From the conservative movement at that time. And so I remember we were sitting in the study hall one day and they had all the flags of the world hanging up on the ceiling. And I said, why do we have the Iranian flag hanging up? I said, they're the #1 state sponsor of terrorism in the world. It shouldn't be up. And he told me, you got to read The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt. He said, you got to look at the other side. And we had this vicious back and forth about it. And that is kind of the only major problem I had with faculty over politics, ironically. Now,
so he was faculty?
Yes.
Okay. So how many years older was he from you?
Oh, he must have been his 40s.
And this school, walk me through the demo of the school. Is it a public school? Is it a private school?
It was a pretty affluent public school, mostly white.
Got it.
Outside in the suburbs of Chicago.
Naperville,
It was Lyons Township and Western Springs.
Okay. So it's not like it's Chicago. It's a good area of Chicago.
It's where you got
mostly
money.
White. And
oh my God, good area.
It's where the Chicago money is. Wherever there's money, there's conservatism in some form. All right? If you grow up with money, you grow up with privilege, the chances of you becoming a sociopath are very large compared to if you grow up middle class or, like most people, lower class. Because over half of the country is in debt. So if you're in a family right now, if you're 15 right now, chances are that your family's in debt. Then you're not going to have this kind of attitude, which is good.
Yeah.
Which is good. But I mean, obviously he comes from privilege. You know, everybody this.
This is privilege.
This is why Fuentes interests me a lot because he's not only is he more extreme than Kirk, but he's actually educated. He actually does do the reading. He actually read Friedman. He actually read these guys. Charlie, he could have gone to West Point. Charlie Kirk didn't do any of the reading. And
I'm sure he got talking points.
No, he got that's right. He got talking points, but he didn't sit down and actually do the reading himself.
No, probably not.
He was too stupid. Yeah. Otherwise, because if he did, he would have gotten into West Point. West Point, and that was his dream, was to get into West Point. And he didn't. But hey, let's go back to it. Yeah.
I thought it was that the Koch brothers were like, hey, here's some money.
They did after he dropped out of Hofstra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was Hofstra. Here, let's go back to PBD. Today's a beautiful day. Today is the day that Nick Fuentes comes to my podcast, and we not normalize white supremacy. Please.
Would you
Nick,
say
continue.
politically center, left, don't care, Republican? What would you say the demo was?
I would say it's pretty center left. It's very Catholic. Some Catholic, some Protestant. But what's interesting about it is very liberal, but not leftist, not very progressive. So even though we were in the middle of a very progressive revolution under Obama, I mean, these guys were all liberal, but they weren't communists. It wasn't like New York or Portland.
So what year is this? When you were junior in high school, this would make it what?
2015.
2015. Okay, so this is, has Trump yet announced anything?
So he announced August 2015. So it was actually right around that time.
Got it. Okay, so you're there, you're getting into these debates in junior year, and then Trump announces, and then what do you do?
So after Trump announced, this is right around the time, he announced in June 2015. And so I was very political, obviously super engaged with the election. And at that time, so this was going into my senior year of high school, I had a radio show on the high school radio station and a TV show on the high school TV station. I did both. And one of my first shows I've ever done in my whole life was talking about the election. And that was a very crowded primary. It was like 17 candidates. I don't know if you remember back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was Trump and this huge
Everybody,
field. Yeah, it was everybody. And so I went through all the candidates. And initially, I was very anti-Trump because I was a libertarian. So I was in it for Rand Paul and then Ted Cruz. And it wasn't until April or March 2016, about 7 months in to my senior year, that I really went in hard for Trump. And Trump, I would say, is the one who red-pilled me, quote unquote. He's
Out of
the
all
one.
these guys, these are the guys we're looking at, right?
Right.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandee.
Goddamn ad. But I'm
So
gonna
I want
freeze it on that.
to let me answer this real quick because I just checked it out. So he went to BU for a year, Boston University, dropped out because he was receiving threats allegedly for attending the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, which I'm sure most people remember, where Trump said that there were very fine people on both sides, and then he made a deal with his,
got killed.
He made a deal with his parents saying that he can start out doing this propaganda thing. And then there was maybe a chance that he was going to go to Auburn University in 2017, but he never did. And then he told the U.S. House Select Committee, the January 6th committee, that he received an associate's degree from College DuPage, whatever. So the answer to your question is he's a well-read, indoctrinated person. Who,
but I would say again,
you know,
he indoctrinated. Like you're right, he indoctrinated himself. He was looking for an identity. Being contrarian was working.
Yes,
he's getting noticed on Breitbart and whatever.
Yeah.
So why not? I'm gonna keep doing the thing that I'm getting recognized for. It's the same thing. What happens with child stars?
Yes.
I sing and dance. I'm gonna keep singing and dancing. I'm gonna keep singing and dancing. This is why people love me, right? I got to keep doing it, and then they end up crashing the fuck out later in life.
Yeah, I mean, and who knows what kind of person he would have become had he stuck with his education. It's so sad. It's so sad. These guys are not done developing.
Yeah.
They're not done developing. They bail out and they say, "Oh, I know enough to go make money, so I'm going to go make money." Selling lies, selling indoctrination. And go back to this graphic. I want to see these people.
Yeah, this was,
These are the
this is a
candidates.
wild time. There was a lot.
Yeah. Bobby Jindal.
Bobby Jindal. He thought he had
it. Rick Perry's son was a friend of mine at Vanderbilt, actually.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Carly
Fiorina. Yeah, she was the first Fortune 500 CEO, head of Hewlett Packard back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Ben Carson, surgeon. Oh, God. Continue. Go ahead and press play.
George Pataki. Oh,
you got to get a premium
we
membership.
do
dude.
have terrible.
Why don't you have a premium membership to YouTube?
Because I don't fucking have the money.
It's $13 a month, man. You can't afford $13 a month.
Dude, shit's expensive.
By the way, what do you think of the Do? I decided to go straight. I went straight back today because it's getting a little long. You know?
Yeah. Embracing the
I don't
Gavin
know.
Newsom of it all.
I got the big ass forehead, the Brando. I'd say I call it the Brando forehead because it's like give me a movie star that had a big forehead and Marlon Brando right there. Bada bing, bada boom. So my forehead.
Carson had
so
a little
bad
bit of
now.
momentum. Cruz was one of the guys that people thought could do something.
Right.
Oh, Cruz.
Nobody thought Trump up until I think Ann Coulter's like, who do you think today's going to win? And she made the comment that I think is going to be Trump on Bill Maher. Everybody starts laughing.
Right.
Okay, so you're in this moment. Trump red pills you first.
Yes. He red pills me on immigration, really, because at that time,
xenophobia.
I am preoccupied with this notion of
I mean, do we have to watch this whole thing? I can't stand him.
No, we don't have to. No, we don't.
Oh my God! Like, and what a big surprise! You're in Chicago, so the biggest thing you want to do is get rid of all the fucking darker skinned people because they're probably more. That's the demographic, I'm guessing. Even in the school district that he's in, it probably has enough of a mix of people that you don't like the darks. You're pissed off. You're a whiny little piece of shit. I fucking hate him. I can't believe that he got a dinner with Trump and Kanye. I can't believe that he got as popular that he did so young. Again, that's crazy. It's so predatory. The conservatives are so fucking predatory. Get us a kid. Get us a little young kid, younger than Ben Shapiro, younger than Charlie Kirk, to get us, who's already making his own content. So all we got to do is just put him places. We don't got to like start him from scratch like Charlie. Nasty shit.
Yeah, and it's sad because I feel like Fuentes is smarter than Kirk. And I feel like xenophobia is easier than racism because of the civil rights movement, where African Americans in a historic way asserted themselves as equal citizens. And we are taught about the civil rights movement in elementary school and again in high school. And so there is no equivalent for immigrants. There is no historical figure, like there's no MLK for xenophobia,
because
right?
it's too broad, you know.
Right.
Like
they're also easier targets.
Yeah.
Right. They're not as rhetorically capable, or they're just not as well positioned in our society as African Americans are. Like, there are a lot of A-list celebrities who are African Americans who will speak out on issues and people will listen. You know, I don't like him, but like Al Sharpton is all over MSNBC. I like Eddie Glaude Jr. He's an MSNBC guy. And Joy Reid, who was just recently on Crystal Kyle and Friends. You know, they're out there. I don't, come to think of it, are there, like, can you think of, I mean, there's that Latino woman on The View, but are there any Latino voices in media really that could stand up against xenophobia? Like,
I mean, well, look.
I mean, the fact that we can't come up with them right away is
here's
proof,
the thing,
right?
Everyone's a fucking immigrant, right? It's just how many generations back.
Sure.
And most people don't want to identify because of the stigma there is. So, I mean, look, there are lots of actors who come from either South America or fucking elsewhere, England, fucking Poland, like all over the place, who are just like, well, I'm here and I'm not going to bring attention to the fact that I'm an immigrant, because doing that would maybe put a target on me that I don't want. You know, John Oliver talks about it a lot, probably more than a lot of other people do. One, because he has a political show, but two, he's like, yeah, I'm from fucking England. I'm from England. I'm a citizen of the United States. I'm an American. Like, he went through his journey on his show, I think, in a way to demonstrate I am no different than the people you think of when you hear the word immigrant or migrant. And I'm no different. I'm a white man. I'm from England. We go through the same process. I've been through the process. It fucking sucks. It needs to be cleaned up. Here's how to do it. He talks about it a lot. There are several, I can't think of them. There are some on, right-wing networks who talk about their journeys. Like, you got to come in the right way and blah, 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 blah. But it's an animating motivator. You're right. And it is much easier than racism, because nobody wants to be called a racist, but saying, well, they're breaking the law. They're crossing lines they shouldn't be crossing. Right. And, they got to do it the right way. There's a right way and a wrong way. Right. Just like there's a right way and a wrong way to make money.
There's the hypocrisy
doesn't matter
again.
If you're starving.
There's conservative hypocrisy again, though, because they say, oh, they're breaking the law. And it's like, well, do you think immigration law is like fair? Do you think immigration law like works? Because it doesn't. You could probably get them to agree to that. But then you say, well, if the immigration laws themselves are flawed, then how can you say that these people breaking the law is really consequential?
Any fucking moonshiner in the South.
By the way, they're not just most of them aren't just
fair.
Most of them aren't just immigrants. Most of them are refugees.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have nowhere to go, and they're just trying to survive and make a better life for themselves. So it's tough, man. It's tough. I guess what the takeaway from this conversation is we need more. Immigration needs a face. We need someone like not like an MLK equivalent, but we need someone like that is going to get on Fox News and ream them out and call them xenophobes.
I mean, I think Ilhan Omar is doing a good job of that. I think AOC is doing a good job of that. I think Bernie Sanders, to the extent that he talks about it, does a good job of it. Zoran, speaking of which, does a good job of it. And yeah, let me. So I wanted to talk about this real quick because it's about Zoran. It's about the mayoral race that we will cover on the channel, folks, when the election happens. The debates are also the 16th and the 22nd. So we may
22nd.
cover that on this space, folks. Tune in. But Curtis Silva, the Republican candidate, says his decades-old feud with Trump as he rejects president's push to drop New York City mayoral bid, love-hate relationship. So I didn't even know about this, but apparently him and Trump did not like each other for a long time, and he still kind of doesn't. So he's also been rejecting calls from Republicans and conservative Democrats to drop out of the race in favor of Cuomo. Same thing with Adams. They don't want none of them want to drop out because they're fucking egos, which is great for us. So I just thought that was a funny little thing. Read the article on the Post because I did not know how deep it went. But this is a clip separately. This is a clip from speaking of PBD and Valuetainment. This is from her take.
Is this Anna Kasparian?
It is Anna Kasparian.
And Anna, welcome
my friend,
to
my good
the
friend.
PBD podcast. So today is the beautiful day because today is the day you come to my show and you get off the TYT. You get out onto the boot of Jenk. How do you pronounce his name again?
But in this clip, Anna is not the bad guy. So it's quite hilarious. Jillian Michaels reacts to what Anna's saying, and we're going to watch that right here.
Yahoo was a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes, there was a lot of pressure towards
ends up being about how do we bash Israel. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I know.
I know. Sorry. Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let's be committed to genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Is she Jewish?
Cool. So can we continue?
Yeah. Let's.
Okay.
All right. Wow. Okay, guys. So.
Yeah. I think Jillian Michaels is Jewish. If not, she's, clearly Zionist regardless.
Yeah, she is Jewish. Her mother is Jewish and her father is Syrian. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, she should just do Playboy if she wants to be taken seriously. I mean, seriously, like that's why you're here, Jillian. You're here because you're a fitness freak. You're a super competitor. You have a decidedly inferior ability to empathize with others because you are such a great competitor. So that's how you get through to her. Is like you're blind. You have blind spots because you're successful. Successful people are. I mean, it's difficult to stay empathetic once you achieve that level of success.
Yeah, I mean, she was on The Biggest Loser, for those who don't know, which was a show in the mid 2000s.
She was abusive.
People losing weight. Yeah, she was abusive.
She was abusive. There's a good documentary out about it.
Her. Oh,
really good. There's a really good documentary that I watched about The Biggest Loser that everyone should check out. The show ran like 15 seasons. It was a huge show, but it was fucked up because they took people like Jillian Michaels who work with people who are already naturally athletic or in decent shape already, and they're trying to get in superlatively good shape, right? Mm-hmm. They take Jillian Michaels and this other trainer, and they're just yelling at him, like, I'm going to be in your face, and it's all workout. Now, so if you know anything about diet and exercise, that 80% of how you look and feel is diet. It's about what you put into your body. It might not be 80%, it varies per person, but the vast majority of how you look and feel is decided by what you put into your body. If you weigh 300 pounds and you're supposed to weigh 180 pounds, it takes you a year to get that weight off, at least. And it's not healthy to get it off. And you watch this documentary, man. Definitely, you should watch it because it talks about like, I forget what the hell it's called. I'll find out right now. But it talks about how it's not safe to lose that much weight that quickly. It's called Fit for TV: The Reality of the Biggest Loser.
Okay, cool.
And it just came out, and it's really good. I think it's really well done. The other trainer, there's Jillian Mikers and this other gay guy who's super charismatic, who are the two trainers, and he's like feels guilty. He's like, we really pushed the limits and put people through hell, and we didn't need to do that. We did. And then they interview a lot of these alumni from The Biggest Loser, and a lot of them, most of them, have gained all the weight back.
Yeah,
and it's because they weren't taught how to live a sustainable lifestyle.
Yeah, they were just yelled at.
They were just yelled at. They went through boot camp. It's not sustainable. It's like someone going through rehab in like 2 weeks and then putting him right back out onto the street.
Yeah, you have to. It's a longer detox. Takes a longer time, and it's much more. You need much more observation. But switching topics.
Yes.
DHS has of late, it's run by lunatics, Kristi Noem and whatnot. And their Twitter account, who the fuck knows who's running this thing? Because they put out all kinds of crazy shit. When South Park made put out their first trailer for the new season, they took a clip from South Park with ICE characters, and they were like, "Here, this is in our recruitment video. Join ICE." And they had sparring with South Park, so now they're sparring with Theo Von, because apparently they took a clip of him saying like, haha, you got deported. And I don't remember what context it was, but it wasn't malicious. But they just took it and put it in this montage that they made. I don't need to play the sound because it's got copyrighted music. But it's just like in this little thing, they cut a montage of like deporting people. And Theo says, "Yo, DHS, I didn't approve this to be used. I know you know my address, so send a check," which is a weird thing to say. And then, please take this down. Please keep me out of your banger deportation videos. When it comes to immigration, my thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows. Goodbye. So he's mad, and I'm like, dude, you put him here, man. You helped get them here.
Yeah.
You can't be mad about it now.
But
if you are going to be mad about it,
no, you don't. But he's not very bright.
He's not.
He's really so not. I actually watched the what was it? The Real World. That Theo Von. That's how he got famous. He was on the Real World on MTV back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I don't know what his season was, but he's from New Orleans. I have a couple of friends in common with him. I know him as a stand-up, but he's not very bright. His stand-up is like a road hack style of stand-up. It's not like super intelligent.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that they used him and expected him to be complicit. Mm-hmm. That's cool that he called them out, but
yeah, but like, dude, same thing here with Joe Rogan. He's made a comment like, I definitely don't think the government should be involved. Oh well, he's talking about comedians and Jimmy Kimmel and whatnot.
Right.
So, but again, you had him on the show, dude. Right. You know his grievances. He has grievances with people, and he's gonna, if elected, he will use the government against people.
Right.
This is what he's doing. But in line with DHS, another victim of this same kind of thing that Theo Von was mad about, Pokemon Company. They cut a video,
Really?
Gotta Catch 'Em All, using the Pokemon theme song from the cartoon. And this is an interesting article. It's on Kotaku because they talked to a former senior, like chief legal representative for Pokemon and asked him his thoughts. And on Monday, the Department of Homeland Security posted a gross video of ICE making multiple arrests set to the Pokemon's anime theme song. After millions of people saw the video and called on Nintendo or the Pokemon Company to sue, the company issued a statement. They said, "We are aware of a recent video posted by the Department of Homeland Security that includes imagery and language associated with our brand. Our company was not involved in the creation or distribution of this content, and permission was not granted for use of our intellectual property." Now, people obviously now, if you know anything about gaming companies, you know Nintendo is very fucking litigious. So that's why people were like, "Oh my god, you do not know the bee's nest that you just hit." But in this article, they talked to, like I said, ex-legal chief from Pokemon Company, who says he wouldn't touch this case for a few reasons. And they quote him as saying, first, think of how little you see Pokemon's name in the press. They are insanely publicity shy and would prefer to let the brand be the brand. Second, many of their execs in the USA are on green cards. Even if I was still at the company, I wouldn't touch this, and I'm the most trigger-happy legal officer I've ever met. This will blow over in a couple days, and they'll be happy to let it. And I think he's right. That Pokemon doesn't make statements. They don't make. They're like Disney. They try not to be involved. They want to be. We're a family company, and that's it. You know, they don't want to, like Nintendo too. Like they don't want to get involved
like that. Yeah.
But it says here at the end of the article, it's probably the safer course of action, but it's certainly not the more principled one, considering Pokemon Company has pursued legal action for far less egregious offenses. But hey, at least it's putting all its legal team to good use by patenting mechanics and suing knockoff monster hunting franchises, which is true. They're suing Pal World, a independent game made by a small team that's like blowing the doors off of like, oh my god, this is what Pokemon could be, but they're all, you know, named different things. What it's clearly, you know, you don't have the patent on you catch monsters in a game. Like that's what they're trying to do. They are trying to patent like game mechanics and stuff, and this is what they're spending their legal team doing. And I think, you know, they should fucking put a lawsuit to DHS or something. This is egregious. This is crazy.
Yeah, the level of entitlement is pretty staggering.
But also the level of yes, absolutely. That from DHS side, yes.
DHS thinks
we could do whatever
they
we
want. Yeah, that's the way Trump is. I mean, that's you know, the MAGA
Nintendo should be worried
mantra
about like, hey, you know, they're not safe. All these companies think they're gonna be safe. If we kowtow, if we pay them off, that's it, and then we can business as usual. But no, there's always gonna be another one. He's a mobster. Right. He's a mobster.
Right.
And this is another piece that I wanted to bring up. In the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, of course, they're not going to stop going to college campuses. And this is a...
Yeah, I saw this. Go ahead.
Something...
Oh, I didn't see this. I didn't see that. I didn't see the second thing.
I'll show you. But I don't even know what
I guess I got to get back on X, dude. I've been dragging my feet on getting back on X, but I feel like maybe I need to.
I get it.
I hate
but
it.
There's a new group who's trying to be like Charlie Kirk's group.
Yeah, they're trying to take Charlie Kirk's thing and do it, yeah.
And I'll play a little of it. It has no sound again. I'm going to just keep it muted, but...
okay.
They're just... MAGA supporters went to a...
Yeah, but they kicked him out, right? They had to leave.
They were because the university put out a statement saying you couldn't do this because you didn't get permission. So number one, that's a problem right there. Two, they got surrounded, and the campus security made the people leave because, like, you know, safety reasons. And of course, this is what they wanted. They want to be kicked out. They want to be yelled at. They want this footage of black people yelling at them so they can say, look at these animals. I've seen their posts. Oh, we're going to make videos about this. Don't worry. And it's xenophobia. It's racism. But this is what the table looked like as they set up. And you think they were trying to provoke a little bit?
Yeah.
You think they were trying to piss people off?
Well, do they think that they can get blacks and brown immigrants to turn on each other? Is that the goal?
I think the goal was just to get people yelling at
them. Agitate. Yeah, just to agitate.
It fucking, like, remember Die Hard 3 where he has to go to Harlem with a sign that says I hate N-words?
Yes.
On it, naked and stand in Harlem. Like, that's what this is. It's just like, we're doing this on purpose and we're going to have camera guys filming. And we're just having free speech. We're going to talk. They didn't get permission from the school.
Might as well be a swastika, fellas.
Might as well
be a swastika, you fucking idiots.
But yeah, last thing is that South Park is back tonight. I'm going to be watching it. This is the little preview. They didn't put out a trailer, but they said Kyle and Cartman are at odds when a prediction markets app gets popular with their fellow students in an all-new episode. And below it, where is it? They had Polymarket from TYT, if you know, you know, was like, oh, okay. And they made a bet on their website who will trade on a Polymarket in South Park.
Totally.
So these are the odds right now. And that's hilarious that they were just like, yeah, we're going to use this opportunity, just like ICE did. We're going to use this opportunity of South Park clearly shitting on us to pretend that they're not, and that we're all in on the joke together, and we're all making money together. It's just silly, insane. Exactly.
TYT, sellouts. Such a shame what's happened to Anna and Jenk, and it's hurting the cause. It really is. They need to get the fuck out of the way. Someone's got to step up and just tell them to stop it. Just get out of the way. They're hurting it. They're hurting.
Yeah,
it.
I really think so. I think they're in it for money.
Yeah,
Clearly,
well, they've been in it too long.
They've been in it.
There's an effect. There's an effect of being on TV or being on camera and seeing yourself on camera. After a while, like I'm telling you, unless you got a really good therapist, unless you're like a spiritual person, like that effect of being on camera and the judgment of others coming to mean so much to you, it's going to mess with your head. Yeah. And you're going to get desperate to maintain that level of attention. You know, Anna should go out and teach. She's already does some journalism teaching. Like, if she doesn't like doing this anymore, then go teach. Yeah. Go write a book. Take time off. You can always come back. You've got a platform. You're famous. Get away from Jenk. That was her biggest thing. It was she never got away from Jenk. So much talent has come out of TYT that's left. I mean, who's Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report came out of TYT.
Yeah, I mean, John Iadarola is doing a good job still. You know, Ben Dixon was on like in the broader network of TYT. Ben Dixon, Mike Figueredo, I think David.
Yeah, Mike
Bowie,
Figueredo
maybe?
was connected with them. Yep. Jordan Sheraton. Yep. Thank you, Sisyphean Task.
Yeah,
it's a great name, by the way, Sisyphean Task. That is it's an enlightened viewer right there. That's great. Jordan Sheraton's excellent. Yeah.
Crazy shit going on this week. That fucking memorial service was crazy.
Yes.
It was very much. I mean, what's her name? The Jennifer Welch from the I've Had It podcast was on Majority Report yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
And was talking about like it's like a mega church. The pastor's abusive to you, and you crave it. Like you were saying, the father dynamic, the abusive father. They're used to it. It's familiar.
Yes.
They're told pay like. You already know. People out there telling you any different are wrong. You know what to do. Give me $20 and go about your day.
Yep. Yeah, she's great. The I've Had It women are absolutely killing it. And this is Latino Mufune. No, it wouldn't mean anything now. Anna lost sight of something. I don't know what happened, but she lost someone in her life, went out of her life, and she lost her anchor. And then, Looney Tunes. I love the I've Had It podcast too. I watch it pretty much every day now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been watching it more regularly than Kalinsky. But it's also like, I don't watch all of it. I just watch like, a video or something.
Yeah.
But, I go back and forth between engaging and like obsessing over the news and wanting to be involved and create content, and then just getting like really despondent and depressed and like, oh my God, how is this my country? When I was younger, like I didn't think this is what would happen to the United States. Why should I even bother trying? I'm just going to keep failing. But, thankfully we have this space and we have a coalition on here. And by the way, just so everyone listening knows, Alex here, Devil's Advocate Productions, does not have nearly enough YouTube subscribers. So please get over to his YouTube and subscribe. Because the fact that he only has 200 at this point is a little ridiculous.
2 away from 200.
the fact that I only have 575 is a little ridiculous, and I've been going at this for coming up on 5 years. Next month it'll be 5 years.
Indeed.
And that's, with that said, it's really only been 3 years because I only did 2 episodes in the first 2 years. But yeah, please get over to our channels and hook us up with some subscribes. But I think, like, you know, the new media space is ever evolving, and we just got to continue to sow the seeds of revolution so that 2 to 4 years from now, or, you know, we can finally get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the more I keep watching, like you started out, I remember the beginning of the show, we had Gavin Newsom up there with Jimmy Kimmel, and it's like, yeah, Gavin Newsom's kind of the best we got right now. Wes Moore just got called out for doing an event with Alex Rubinstein, who is a big into fossil fuels and pollution investments and stuff. And so
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I was optimistic about Wes Moore as a governor of Maryland being an alternative to Gavin Newsom, but not so much anymore. So yeah,
I still got my fingers crossed for Pritzker, but let's bring in the next show.
One. Yes,
our live hour. It's not David Doel anymore, folks. It is Lumencast. Oh, there we go. There we go. My bad, Nick.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey, Lumen. How are you?
It's all right. Yeah. So slow news day today, right, guys? What are we going to talk about? I don't know.
Well, I do want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do want to just end our hour with some positivity.
Sure.
Adeleta, man, I'm not going to be able to say that.
Grijalva
just won the her Congress race in Arizona. So.
Great.
Speaking of immigrants, speaking of Hispanic people, there's a win right there. I'm telling you, the ground is moving. The ground is shifting. It's happening slowly but surely. Graham in Maine, Zoran here in New York, Kat in Chicago.
Yep.
Al Sayed, I forget.
I have hope. But, yeah, you and I feel like you and I, Alex, are two of the more hopeful lefties.
Because I'm really like, I have the Andrea, I have the negativity, the pessimistic. I get it, I feel it, but I also have to believe that it can get better.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like I don't know if it's therapy or for real, but I have hope. You know, Democratic Party primary elections. How are you feeling, Lumen? Since it's your hour now. It's about to be.
Not great.
No.
Yeah. I mean, that's something, honestly, my wife and I were just talking about not a little while ago. And really, we're at Trader Joe's kind of having a very spirited discussion about the exact same thing. And like, she is white and blonde, and I am this. I'm a black man. So it's like it's not that she doesn't understand, but she can never truly understand in the same way I can't understand what it's like to be a woman. It's the same way when somebody says, you know, hey, is that street dangerous to go down? I go, well, I weigh 270 pounds and I'm 6'1". So I'm fine. I can't give you that answer because I can't put myself in your head. It's that, but so I have a lot more like Andrea. I don't want to say it's hard to listen to, but I understand why you say that, but I understand it, and I'm going to get into some of that in my hour for sure.
Good. Well, my first, I do my sign posting in my essays, and you just hit on my first Deter decree, which is we are all prisoners of our own personal experience, right? Empathy is an acknowledgement of ignorance. I have no idea what it's like to be you. You have no idea what it's like to be me. I can speculate. I can come up with some decent guesses, but I'll never know. And so, going
that's
down
okay. That's not something to beat you up about. That
no,
I talked about this on a stream. I think on honestly on my space. I mean on this space, to where like that should encourage you to be like how you should be like, oh, I'll never understand it, so therefore I become a lifelong learner. It's I equate it to a guy who's the white guy in penny loafers with a slick back ponytail who teaches African American studies at the university.
Teaches African American studies
because that guy's like, oh, I'm never going to understand this, but I want to learn every single thing I can about it, and that's how you should. That's how you should attack your blind spots.
I think a big difference between the left and right in terms of personality is that lefties or just true intellectuals in general never stop learning, and they actually relish the times that they're wrong or confronted with something that they don't know, and in the presence of someone that does know something about whatever they're talking about, because those are opportunities to learn. I love being wrong. I love coming up and talking with someone that knows a hell of a lot more about a given subject than I do, because I don't have to do the reading that way. They did all the reading for me, and I just have to listen to them. And the expert's just going to just give me the bullet points, man. And then I don't have to read the book, and it's all gravy.
Absolutely it. Yeah.
I think a big difference between the right and left is that the left will acknowledge they have blind spots, and the right won't.
Yes, because they're overgrown children as a result. Well, Lumen, I'm going to run, but thanks for letting us be on your, first 2 minutes of your hour. I appreciate it.
No problem.
And I'll see you on Discord. Maybe we'll do a collab or something sometime
soon,
all right?
No, I love a good collab. Let's do it.
All right, sounds good, brother.
Get
I'll
out
talk
of here.
to you guys later.
Get out of my space. All right, which is this space.
Take care, folks.
See you. All right. So slow new day. So I was going to get right into it without any real introduction. So I am Robert, also known as Lumen. I am Lumencast on Twitch, also on YouTube. Follow and subscribe to both of those. I'm also with if you've ever seen me with my co-host of the popular leftist socialist podcast, Good Morning Comrade. LGBTQ friendly. Liberals are endured, I should say. So you can follow us anywhere that you download podcasts. Good Morning Comrade. We are there. And on TikTok, we're also Good Morning Comrade. You'll find 2 accounts. Jeff posts just show stuff to his. Mine is with underscores, good_morning. You'll see it. You'll see them both. And then that's personal stuff and like whatever. That's like if you like to hear me rant, that's where I get down. But yeah, here we are on this space. The Lumencast this is kind of a vacation. This isn't like a 4-hour Twitch stream that I'm used to doing over on Twitch. So it's really fun to be here with you guys for like a tight hour. And slow news day today, apparently, right? Not a lot going on. Except I am absolutely terrified because, I did watch first, for those of y'all who hung around and watch Andrea today. And Andrea gets kind of I've known Andrea for quite a while, and she gets kind of a moniker as like a doomer, but like she's trans. Like she has a reason to be doomed because the federal government has literally said they're going to go after her for her very existence. Just like the federal government, since the Holocaust of the Middle Passage has gone after my ancestors, my whole ancestral line, and, wanted to decrease our numbers, but have enough of us to exploit our labor until that wasn't efficient anymore. And, they had to pay people something. So the plan turned into let's hollow out the South America and Central America, and now we'll exploit those people's labor because they'll have to come here because we've ruined their country. That's kind of the whole thing, right, of what's going on now. But yeah, she's terrified and I'm terrified too. And like I said, I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, well, we've been talking about, hey, let's it's not even like I've arranged my life in a way over the last couple of years to where it's not going to be easy if I decide to flee, right? But it's not going to be easy, but I'm not going to choose, convenience over death. Like if you give me if I have the option of, inconvenience or death, I'm going to choose inconvenience. I am a survivor. That's what I do. And my wife she's been kind of dragging her feet a little bit. And I said, look, if we're going to stay here in America, then we've got to do something. Like it's fight or flight. There is no freeze. And we have to get involved and get networked and get mutual aided up. I know it's a leftist cliche at this point, but we have to get involved with people who are going to be in the quote unquote fight and realize whatever that means to you, and it potentially cost you your freedom or your life. If we have to create, and not even create, these things are already in place by, I was going to say create an underground railroad system to get marginalized, hunted now people, Americans, to Canada like my ancestors did, or to Mexico like my ancestors did, then we're going to have to do something. That's one of the things like I'm looking into is, shuttling people around in the new Underground Railroad, trans people, Latin people, Latinx people, to get them the hell out of here, because it is no longer safe. But we have to do something, because they will come for us and they will pick us off. And she's been slow to kind of realize that. And I said, and finally we just had to say, here's where it's at. I go, look, it is what it is at this point. Like, they're going to come, like, subconsciously, because you're a white, you're a white, beautiful woman, subconsciously, and this isn't even something that you were doing actively out of spite, but we all just operate in the realm or the stimuli that surround us. Subconsciously, just like our last hosts were talking about the I've Had It podcast ladies, right? They can, and they shouldn't stop what they're doing. Liberal wine moms going hard, people with the complexion for the protection, as Paul Mooney, the comedian, rest in peace, used to say. They have hands on the levers of power, and the reason why they should keep going, they should not stop, but they need to understand, just as how my wife is now understood after, we've come to terms with this, is that those women on the I've Had It podcast can only talk as greasy as they talk, and is greasy and as sly and as slick as they talk, is because they know there is a firewall of people who look like me that the government will have to burn through before it's going to go after them, and they will have time to prepare for that. It is what it is. It's not a value judgment. It doesn't mean you've done anything wrong. It just is what it is. So you have to understand, when you see people, marginalized people, freaking the fuck out, this is why, because they know they are first in line. That's why, I told my wife, I said, look, my mom's white, my dad's black. I'm a biracial man, but America, I'm black. That's never, there's no way. Here we are, I live in New Orleans, right? We have something called, in Mardi Gras is 2 weeks. There's a phrase called deep gras. And what that means is you're like a week and a half into Mardi Gras. And it's kind of like you've settled in and you don't really kind of remember short term a time before Mardi Gras. And it feels like this is just your new existence. That's what we call deep gras. We are now in deep Nazism. We are not in the Weimar Republic, right? Oh, talk to me later, Looney Tunes, since you are also in New Orleans. Hit me up if you're in the This Space Discord. Yeah, I love it, because there's some other streamers that are also in New Orleans that I'd love to talk to. We are not in Weimar Germany. This is not hypothetical. We are in deep Nazi territory. And the closer you come to terms with that, you have to be asking yourself, would you be in the French Marquis at this point, whatever that means to you? Or would you, Kristallnacht just happened. You're a Jew. Are you hanging around, and why? If you have the ability to leave. Now, there's people who are not going to have the ability to leave, and those are the people, if you are staying, then we have to fight to protect, right? But there is no freeze. There is only fight, or there's only flight. They're going to come for you regardless. They're going to come through me to get to you eventually. That's why everybody's going to become Antifa, and it's going to be illegal to say fuck ICE or anti-ICE or whatever bullshit. They're going to come after y'all. And don't get it twisted. It's just, you understand that they're going to have to burn through me to get to you. So don't look at us crazy when we're freaking out. You don't have to freak out as well, but you should be able to stand with us and to help us make plans and decisions to do whatever we feel is right to do. So that's that's why I want to be like, well, how you doing today, Robert? Not great. Not great after today. And you can already see, we live in a 1984 world. if you are not familiar with what happened today, I'm pretty sure anybody who's tuning in at it's 7 Eastern, 8 Eastern, 8:11 Eastern, so 7:11 Central my time. A ICE van vehicle was shot up today, and actual detainees, political prisoners, were killed by a sniper. Now, even when cops, federal agents, whatever, law enforcement are not attacked in this country, somehow they're still being attacked, and somehow they will still blame trans people, queer people, people of color. And that's what I was going to say. And I think what finally got through to my wife is the conversation of this, and I'll scoot back around, was that I said, look, I'm an American citizen. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a law enforcement veteran. I work for the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office, right? There is a less than 0% chance right now, if it's 7:12 p.m. Central Time, if I go to my local Home Depot right now, there is a less than 0% chance that somebody in a van could grab me and throw me in that van, and I end up in an ICE, and I'm not calling it a detention center. I'm calling it what it is. It's an ICE death camp. There is a less than 0% chance as of right now that could happen to me. And I told my wife, now there is a 0% chance of that happening to you. That's why we're grinding here, because it's not your fault. It's just a thing you cannot interface with. And I'm trying to explain to you how I feel. And we worked it out. It was great. That's what's cool about being married. Y'all should try it. It's a goof. But yeah. So Texas today, political prisoners assassinated. Somehow it's attack against police. We are deep in 1984. This is, lies are truth. War is peace. Peace is war. Like, up is down, down is up. I think if Pastor Ben was to pop in right now, he would say something to the effect of, yeah, this is Revelations. This is how, as somebody who was brought up Baptist, it was always explained to me, is that, like, yeah, it won't make any sense. Like, everything that's good will now be bad, and everything that's bad will now be seen as good. And I think we are deep into that territory, and I am not religious at all. But some things, being brought up Baptist, like, stick in my mind. So let's watch a little bit of the grim news that happened today. Let me see if I can I'm still such a boomer when it comes to, because I'm so used to, Lumencast on twitch.tv. I'm so used to OBS. And for all you nerds who know what OBS is, so it takes me a little bit to figure this out. Did it get it? It says it's sharing, but I don't see it. Oh, is that it right there? There we go. All right, I'm gonna play this. I'm actually gonna get some more water, and I'll be right back. Enjoy the chair.
Here, wait 1 second. I think that doesn't have the audio coming through.
Oh, okay, hold a sec. Thanks.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm still here, guys, because apparently
share the tab and then.
Oh, see, I'm boomed up.
No, you're good. You're good.
Share the tab. Let me see. Share. And now it says stop screen, and then I'm gonna do. And I have to do share screen. Application window, Opera tab. Oh, it's only doing Opera. That's why. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Because it's a totally different browser, but I can make it work. Just give me a sec. I can keep going. Ooh. Okay, no problem. Because it's got to be the same thing it's in. So yeah, so I can tell you how, like, this, while I'm looking for this, let's see, CNN, nice Texas. This whole thing makes no sense to me. Not at all. Like, absolutely not. And we'll talk about, like, why this doesn't make any sense. Actually, okay, we'll just do. Yeah, here we are. Found it. Yeah, I just got to remember that. It's got to be the same browser. All right, cool. And
ICE facility in Dallas. At least one person is dead, according to police, and we are live with the very latest. Welcome to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Pamela Brown.
Oh, it's in
Blitzer has the morning
picture.
off, and you're in the Situation Room.
Cool, I did it. All right, BRB. 1 minute.
This is CNN breaking news.
And we begin with the breaking news. A gunman opens fire at an ICE facility in Dallas, killing at least one person and wounding 2 others. Law enforcement officials tell CNN that at least 2 detainees were shot. According to the deputy director of ICE, no ICE officers were injured and the shooter is deceased. We are told ICE employees, civilians, and immigrant detainees are among those at that facility. We are awaiting a news conference any moment, and of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as it starts. But let's go straight to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, what is the latest?
Well, Pamela, we're still gathering details as to what exactly unfolded here, but we are learning more from the Dallas police, which moments ago said what transpired this morning in a post on X. Let me read some of that to you. They said that they responded at about 6:40 a.m. to an assist officer call at this facility. They went on to say that the preliminary investigation determined that a suspect opened fire at a government building from an adjacent building, and went on to say that 2 people were transported to the hospital with gunshot wounds, as you mentioned, one of whom died at the scene, and that the suspect is deceased. Now, the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, on our air this morning, saying that the suspect was dead from a self-inflicted wound. And what my sources tell me is that at least 2 detainees were shot when this happened. Now, just to give you a little bit of context as to what the facility is, this Dallas ICE facility is generally a place used to process detainees. So they may be arrested by ICE, taken to this facility to be processed, where there are about 3 or 4 holding cells. So generally, there are a few dozen people at the facility before they are then transferred to a detention center. Now, we still do not know the motive of this shooter. We'll hopefully learn more about that in the forthcoming presser. But what we do know from Homeland Security officials is that no ICE agents were shot or hurt during this incident. That's what they have said so far. But they are also highlighting that there have been increased assaults, attacks, and threats on ICE personnel. In fact, this particular facility.
Well, I bet there have been, right? No, I absolutely bet there have been, because we're talking about, this isn't theoretical. We're talking about the modern day Gestapo, the modern day, not even brown shirts. Like these are SS troops, right? So that are literally, again, this is not theoretical, that are literally putting people into death camps. Over the weekend, I think, let's see, how many people? There was a group of people, trying to see here. Maybe full. Okay. Georgia, this is from NPR. Georgia senators demand answers on more than a dozen deaths in immigration detention. Georgia's Democratic senators are asking Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to provide more information on recent deaths in immigration detention centers, including the conditions of detainees. Since President Trump took office, 15 people have died in immigration detention. 10 of those deaths has occurred between January and June. Senator John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock wrote in a letter shared by NPR, the senators say that is the highest rate in the first 6 months of any year publicly available. Whatever our views are on border enforcement, immigration policy, I think the overwhelming majority of the American people do not want detainees abused while they're in U.S. custody, Ossoff said in an NPR interview. So we've moved past, these are just, I'm trying to think of another word besides detention, because I feel like there was a word before that. These are just processing centers to process illegal aliens, dangerous illegal criminals back to their home country. We've gone past that to setting up prisons, and now we've firmly moved into death camps. People are dying inside of these, and we don't know why. So, again, it's freak out time. It's freak out time. And I'm not telling you to run around like a chicken with your head cut off. What I'm telling you is it's time to sit around with your community who you can trust, not to snitch on you to these people, and to come up with actual solutions of, hey, what are you going to do to make sure so-and-so gets home from school or work safe at night. Hey, what are we going to do to make sure these trans people that we know can seek asylum in Canada, which is a real thing that's happening. We are now, this is unheard of in America, to where you can become a political refugee, an asylum seeker, and get granted asylum in other first world countries. Again, we have moved into deep graw, to deep Nazism. That's where we are. So yeah, I could see a couple ICE agents getting their fifis hurt because they're out here doing Nazi stuff. Boo hoo. But the main thing is, which is crazy, which I'm not even gonna say I can't get my head around it. What I'm saying is, it's deep. Again, I can't say 1984 enough. It's not a joke. It's not a game. But when you talk about, and I'll just give you the rundown so we don't have to like, we don't have to, you know, listen to the sad news, but I'll give you the rundown of what they're trying to do here. Let's see. Stop screen. Add the screen. Got the wrong one. Perfect. All right. Share it. Nope. Add to stage. Add to stage. I guess it's gonna load here in a sec. Maybe. We'll see. Who knows? Yay? Nay? Okay. It doesn't matter. We've all seen it. We've all seen it by now, right? We've seen the anti-ICE scrawling in magic marker or whatever on these rounds that the assassin left before he killed himself. And I made a quick TikTok about this today because I was so hot about it. And I said, so what you're, and I'm not a conspiracy guy. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. I'm a conspiracy guy, but on the things that are actually, we don't need to talk about space lasers when we can just look at the stuff that's actually happened in American history that we know is factual, and don't have to, you know, we don't have to imagine things or hallucinate things or tell scary stories by the campfire. We can look at the things that we actually know that are factual, right? The Gulf of Tonkin was a lie. The Maine was a lie. That's how we got in the Spanish-American War. Gulf of Tonkin was the Vietnamese War was a lie. Weapons of mass destruction in Iraq were a lie. We went after Iraq because Osama bin Laden, who was a CIA asset to help us fight the Russians, destroyed the World Trade Center. We don't even have to talk about what brought down Building 7. We could just stay with the stuff we know factually. And it's crazy. So what you're trying to tell me in this country that we all, Tuskegee experiment, we could go on and on. In this country that we know how they rock. They're in high school history books of how they rock. You're telling me I'm not telling you to believe this or not believe this. I'm telling you what the federal government wants you to believe about this shooting. They want you to believe that an Antifa super soldier scoped out a sniper nest super meticulously, planned this out, made sure the angles were right. They knew that you had to know you don't just pick a random spot as your sniper nest to do a hit if you don't know that your target is coming through there. So we had to have planned this out way in advance. They planned this out. Meticulous planning. They got their long rifle with optics. Unmarked van rolls through. Instead of trying to hit the guy driving, who, of course, the guy driving is going to be a federal agent. Like, of course, like a detainee is not going to be driving the prison van, the ice truck, right? Instead of hitting that guy or waiting for him to get out, you fire blindly into the unmarked vehicle that you knew was a federal agent vehicle because you had to have planned this out. This isn't random. This isn't the DC sniper from the 90s, right? Then you do that. You make sure that you've done all this meticulous planning, but you write on unspent rounds in scribble scrabble, colored marker, anti-ice, something that no one's ever said in the history of anything. They could have said fuck ice. They could have said ice out. I'm trying to think of all the things they could have said. They could have wrote anything on that. Anti-ice, the corniest thing ever. And that gives the biggest Black's Rule energy of all time. If y'all remember Black's Rule, the old guy who tried to be like, oh, BLM came and they tried to burn my house down. They spray painted Black's Rule on my driveway. Like, remember, and everybody said, Grandpa, you're drunk. Go sit down. And it turned out to be he did this to himself. But that kind of energy. So you're that meticulous. You're going to plan this all, but you're going to scribble that on there messily. But through all that planning, you fire blindly into the truck, hitting no federal agents, only killing detainees before you kill yourself. Brother, we can just leave it there. That is the most messiest. It's like the CIA and the FBI used to do proper hits. Like, we are no longer a proper country. Like, this is the same CIA and FBI that hooked up with, Oswald and got him trained. You know what I mean? This is the same ones that tried to pull off the Bay of Pigs. This is the same ones that did dirt in Panama. And now, because now we used to be a proper country, now they can't do a proper hit anymore. And I'm not telling you to believe that. I'm being funny. I don't even believe that. I don't believe that this guy, honestly, this is complete speculation. Ain't no way I believe this was some lefty, because that makes what I just laid out to you makes absolutely no sense. And that is the story the FBI is trying to tell you. It makes no sense. What I do personally believe, that this was a Charlie Manson type guy who was just like, hey, if you're going to do something, this is the Charlie Manson quote, leave something witchy. This was a guy who was trying to kick off Helter Skelter. He was trying to kick off a race war or civil war or something with this. Just another crazy guy. I don't think he was a Fed. I really don't. But the story that they're giving us, it's like the right wing lets no tragedy go, from 9/11 on back, or, way further than that. But in my lifetime, lets no tragedy go uncapitalized, right? They'll take it. So it's first thing, it's like, oh, they shot in the vicinity. This guy killed. Nobody cares about these migrants who've been exploited and abused and just absolutely treated like subhuman animals from the minute they cross the border from the countries that the USA has ruined. Nobody's concerned about that. It's just violence now it's not even, you don't have to, the left, we don't even have to be blamed for actual violence anymore against the state. If violence is done in the vicinity of the state, then that's enough reason to come take us away to their death camps. That's where we're at. And that's why people who are trans, queer, black, brown are freaking out, because the writing is on the wall as how hard they're coming at us for this stuff. And I'm glad that I got led into this, and we led into that, because I just really need to get that off my chest of just like why we are so absolutely spooked out here. Now on to some actual conspiracy stuff. Now that we've taken, half the show, talked about the conspiracy of the day of, you do violence or even around police, and that's enough reason for them to want to kill you. I want to say about conspiracy, this is going to be I guess this is the Alex Jones hour, brother, where we're going to the Lumen's gonna let you know about the New World Order and what else was it in the Zog in the 90s? Like, that's a funny thing too. Like, with as much damage, like Israel has been doing a genocide since 48. And like the scary thing for me, because I have Jewish parents, is like, yeah, there already is a rise in anti-Semitism. But if you're old enough, there's like 90s Zionist occupational government, like racist, like actual anti-Semites who are eating good right now, who are just doing the what's the dude from Titanic? Whatever. They're doing the meme where he's like in the chair drinking beer, just pointing at the TV. Like, they're doing that because they are eating good. They're like, see, told you. And that's Israel's whole thing, is to stoke anti-Semitism and try to make it so they want Jews to feel unsafe, so they'll back Israel and eventually come to Israel and boost their ranks and all that. And that's a whole different thing about religion and whatnot, but I don't want to get into. But what I want to say about conspiracy is there's a lot of people that no, it's not from Titanic, Rich. The meme is not from the Titanic. It's from Leonardo DiCaprio's like other movies. And I'm not a Leonardo DiCaprio dude, so I haven't watched a ton of Leonardo DiCaprio. But I want to talk about how there's a conspiracy going around that everything we know so far, everything we've been told, you're fine. Everything that we've been told about the Charlie Kirk murder, assassination, RIP to a real one, RIP to a real racist. Everything we know about that is false and a lie. And a lot of this stuff is being perpetuated by the right wing. Now, I could show you videos I just saw this morning from a right-wing gun guy, and I'm not going to do this. I'm honestly, I'm amazed this video is even on YouTube, because he's got it like kind of digitally blurred out, but it's showing like the entrance wound, like as it happens, and then it's not showing, and then it shows the exit wound. And as kind of like a Marine Corps vet, I'm not a gun guy, but like I kind of understand how bullet drop and gravity works. If this footage that he has is not doctored, like I'm like, oh, that is like, bullets don't enter low and then come out high unless they're like pinging around in there. But even then, it's like a straight line. Like, that's not how gravity works. But that's all conjecture. That's all like stuff that we as leftists don't have to touch. That is a dog turd that we don't have to touch at all. And I saw a little bit of the Vanguard today talking about Anna Kasparian and how her and Candace Owens are doing the whole like, yeah, this could be a total hit on Israel. And it's like, let Candace dip into that. Again, this is a dog turd that we don't let the right fight over that. We don't need to get involved in that. Just like the same thing with Charlie Kirk. Was he a good man? Was he a bad man? Oh, you shouldn't make fun of his death. Oh, I don't have to mourn him because he was a terrible. You don't have to get involved in any of that. All you have to do is, all you have to do is say, if you want me to care about Charlie Kirk, then let's find out what the man actually said, and let's read his quotes. And then all of a sudden they'll get mad at you for actually looking in to what the man actually said and thought that we're supposed to deify at this point, which makes no sense because they know that. But we don't have to get involved in this. All we have to do is talk about the stuff that we know is confirmed and that isn't like super conspiratorial. With that being said, stuff like, let's see, did I bring it up already? I did. Let's take a look at what Charlie Kirk's best friend, apparently, according to The Hill, this isn't Lumen's conspiracy hour, according to The Hill, had to say about what Charlie Kirk thought about Israel. Are we there yet? It says it's sharing. Please share. There we go. It just takes a sec. All right.
Charlie's position on Israel was very clear. I like them more than I like Hamas. I just wish I was free to criticize Israel and not be labeled an anti-Semite, because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American.
Right.
But why do I have more freedom to do, that and not criticize, a foreign government?
Andrew Colvett, best friend and producer for Charlie Kirk, expressing his late friend's frustrations with criticizing Israel and shedding light on the conservative influencer's true position regarding the country.
Colvett went on Alex Clark's podcast, Culture Apothecary, amid swirling conspiracy theories spread by fellow influencers like Candace Owens that Kirk had received threats for softening his stance on Israel in recent months, even going so far as to claim a federal conspiracy was behind Kirk's shooting. But Colvett says that despite Kirk's frustrations around criticizing Israel, he was a staunch ally of the country and also of the Jewish community.
Charlie was a friend of the Jewish people and a friend of Israel. Did he have opinions about the prosecution of the war, he thought their PR was abysmal, thought they were doing more harm than good in many ways for their own cause. He has a lot of great Jewish friends and, and some people that maybe some not so good ones, right? But I think it's just a nuanced thing.
Clark also asked Colvett about allegations that Kirk was offered $150,000 from Israel. Take a listen.
Was Charlie offered $150 million from Israel?
As far as I know, no.
I had never heard anything like that. Everyone I've asked has said the same thing.
And by the way, just for what it's worth, it doesn't matter the amount that would have been coming down. We would have said no.
And there's evidence that is true.
Turning Point Charlie would not accept foreign money.
Exactly.
We only took American money.
Yeah.
There was money sent to us, like practically in multiple instances where they're trying to cram it down our bank account. And we said no. We canceled like money wires and things.
150 million.
Yeah, big.
I don't think he was getting out of bed for 150,000.
His salary was more than
big organization that received a lot of money, but a lot of money from America.
I wanted to ask you to paint the picture though, because I think, and Colin, my partner, was breaking it down for me, like in the weeds, because
has he been following this?
He's following very closely. Well, he kind of just knows exactly what's going on, and I kind of refuse sometimes to get in the conspiracies with her, so I'll just be like, okay, just let me know. I'll read the write-up. But he kind of reeled me in a little bit, and we talked about it loosely that there are some conspiracy theories. So paint the picture for the audience that maybe didn't want to go down the rabbit hole.
I don't like to use the phrase conspiracy theories, because that
implies that we're kind of mocking.
Very dismissive and very mocking. And it is a little bit more complicated. That, first of all, I appreciate what Andrew Colvett said. I agree with it entirely. He was well representing Charlie's views. He's well representing my views. Exactly what he said is correct. Well, obviously, we're not on Hamas's side vis-a-vis Israel, but you should be free to criticize Israel. You can be free to criticize the conduct of the war. You're free to criticize American support for the Israeli government. All of that is true and correct and right. And I thought Charlie and Turning Point was doing a pretty good job of navigating those waters, because it is the case that a lot of older conservatives are extremely supportive of the Israeli government and everything they're doing, if you talk to them. Younger conservatives are not. Younger conservatives are Israel skeptical in the way that he outlined. So, Turning Point.
That's good enough. We don't need anything else. So, what I want you to take from that, you don't have to take sides here. What you should be doing is you should be popping your microwave popcorn and just going, keep going. Well, that's cynical, and I've got a mean streak in me, right? It is what it is. You don't have to have that. But in all honesty, what you should be doing, and I'll repeat this over and over, is that when these right wingers, I call them Tim Dillon voters. And anybody, like, my wife's really into comedy. I'm kind of not really, but like, if you've seen Tim Dillon stuff, he's doing anti-Semitic stuff, but he's also doing like, why are we sending so much money to Israel? When the Tim Dillon voters, who are kind of apolitical, because a lot of apolitical guys voted for Trump. I'm not saying we should cut them slack for that. I'm not even saying they're not racist. I'm not saying they're not sexist. I'm saying they're apolitical. The same guys, it's the same guys. I call it it's the Obama to Trump voter, which is definitely a thing, because Obama won Ohio easily. The same kind of voter. Same mindset. I don't care what the United States does. as long as there's a chicken in every pot and 2 cars in the garage, I could care less, right? They don't care. What we need to be doing, if you have contact with any of those type of voters, any of those Tim Dillon type guys, you need to be steering them towards hating Israel. 100%. 100% is 2 birds to Israel all day. But steering them away from anti-Semitism, breaking the connection between Israel, the genocidal ethno-state of Israel, that is the U.S.'s colony, where our tax dollars go there to support that bullshit, and the hashtag Jews, the hashtag brackets Jews, globe emojis. Those 2 things, no. Absolutely bad. You're bad, Joe Sixpack. We're not doing anti-Semitism. Jews are cool. Israel is not. Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. Because that's your only real job here. Because if we let this thing fester, then it's after they come for me, there'll be a new night of the long knives, to where they will come for Jews. And that we cannot have that. Bad. We've done that once in history. I don't want to see a repeat of that in my lifetime. So we need to be stirring these people away from anti-Semitism. Absolutely, 100%. But keep them on the path of the things that are real. The USS Liberty, this was real. 100%. This isn't conspiracy. This happened. The USS Liberty was attacked by Israel, and there was no accountability for that. Why does that happen?
The USS Liberty, a U.S. naval spy ship 70 miles off the coast of Egyptian-controlled Gaza. Hours later, the ship was under attack. The Israelis and American governments say the event was a tragic case of friendly fire. Some survivors are skeptical and have accused both governments of a cover-up. And that, unfortunately, is exactly the kind of language that galvanizes conspiracy theorists. So what really happened to the USS Liberty on that fateful day?
Have we never heard of the USS Liberty? Should I devote my last 15 minutes of the show to it? Oh, okay.
And how did this war?
It's Lumen's learning hour.
Time tragedy become the foundation of decades-long conspiracy
No, this
theories?
is not a conspiracy.
To start, let's walk through the details of the incident and look at the points on which survivors disagree with the official story. In May 1967, with tensions rising across the Middle East, the USS Liberty was sent to the Mediterranean to intercept Egyptian radio transmissions. By June 8th, Israel was on day 4 of the 6-day war, and the crew aboard the Liberty found themselves unwittingly in the midst of a war. Israeli forces first spotted the Liberty at around 5:55 a.m., but they weren't sure whom the boat belonged to, so they left it alone. According to the Israeli investigation, the vessel was marked as a neutral ship, and after a few hours without updates on its movements, the ship was cleared from the board and was forgotten by the ship that came to replace them in the morning. At 11:24 a.m., Israeli forces reported a huge explosion at El Arish, a town on the coast of the Sinai Peninsula that was recently captured by Israel. When they looked to the water for the attackers, they spotted the Liberty. But according to Israeli reports, the Liberty didn't have any markings or flags raised. In hindsight, it's obvious the Liberty wasn't attacking anyone. It had just a few .50 caliber machine guns, basically pea shooters for a ship. But the Israelis didn't know that at the time. They saw a foreign boat and grew suspicious. At 1:48 p.m., Israel sent 2 waves of fighter jets to attack the Liberty. The first jets reached the ship at 1:58 and began firing. Immediately, the Liberty's crew tried to radio for help. They couldn't reach anyone for 11 minutes. Some survivors believe Israel jammed their signals, but Israel disputes this. A second wave of fighter jets also attacked the ship, this time with napalm. The pilots noticed the ship wasn't firing back and stopped attacking by 2:11 p.m. They also saw Latin script on the side of the boat, but the pilots didn't get a good look at the markings and thought it said CTR-5. In fact, the C was a G, which is a designation of American spy ships. This is a good point to stop and look at one of the biggest disagreements between the survivors and official government reports, whether or not Israel really couldn't tell that the Liberty was American. Everyone agrees that there were multiple American flags on the Liberty. The first wave of the attack knocked down the stern flagstaff, but according to the Americans, they raised another bigger flag after that. What's also agreed upon is that the Liberty was marked with Latin script, not Arabic, but markings can be easily painted on as a decoy. Keep in mind, the jets were also flying 3,000 feet in the air and as fast as 800 miles per hour, so it's reasonable that they had difficulty spotting the American markings. After the fighter jets left, Israel's torpedo boats entered the fray. According to one official Israeli report, the Israelis asked the foreign ship to identify itself. Suffering some equipment failure, the Liberty responded with a signal, AA, which meant identify yourself first. This made them suspicious. Some Israeli commanders recognized this response from a hostile Egyptian destroyer from years earlier. On top of that, some crew aboard the Liberty, unaware of their captain's do not shoot order, decided to start firing at Israeli torpedo boats in self-defense at around 2:30. The shots didn't do much, but the Israeli boats interpreted this as an attack. Identifying the Liberty as an Egyptian ship, the El Qasir, the captain of the Israeli boats responded with 5 torpedoes. Only one struck the Liberty, but it caused significant damage. At 2:47, less than an hour after the attack began, Israeli officers ordered their boats to stop firing. They started questioning the ship's nationality again, and eventually learned that they had attacked Americans.
Now, the thing I want you to take away from this, with all that being said, is that none of that matters. None of that matters at all. Why is that still up? I'm such a boom. Hide. None of that matters. What you need to understand, the only thing that matters here, did they know the Liberty was an American ship? Did they not? Was there flags flying? Was there Latin script? Was there Arabic? None of that matters. The only thing that matters is how the United States covered this up to protect Israel. It's the United, whether Israel's at fault for this or not. Like everything else, this is just a microcosm of everything else since the founding of Israel. We will do whatever it takes, sacrifice whatever American lives have to be sacrificed, whatever Palestinian lives must be sacrificed to protect this rogue colony, to have it, as my co-host Jeff would say, an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East. We will sacrifice our children's future. We will, by sending them money, by sending them billions of dollars so they can have free education and free healthcare. We will sacrifice our infrastructure because we don't have money for infrastructure. We have to send that money to Israel. That's all you need to stay at when you want to talk to these Tim Dillon people. And again, we're not talking about Jews. We are talking about the Israeli government, which is under control of the United States government. They do not do anything without our approval. They might bend the rules and test us, but at the end of the day, we could make a phone call and we can make them stop whatever they're doing immediately. It's time to wake up, apparently. It's 7:50. My last thing I want to get into, and be like, oh, well, could Israel have assassinated Charlie Kirk? Most likely not. Most likely not. But what is not in doubt is that, how do I get that? Oh, I don't have it up here, do I? Let's see if I can get it. One sec. Ooh, throw that phone on the ground because it's making me mad. Nope, wrong one. Sorry to be. I'll let that play while
They spotted lifeboats with American markings, correctly identified the GTR-5 marking, and finally saw the American flag. Israel then sent helicopters to help rescue the survivors, but the captain of the Liberty rejected them and sent them away. By the end of the day, 34 Americans died, and 171 more were wounded.
All right.
The Israeli government quickly acknowledged the mistake.
Now, what we're talking about is, could Charlie Kirk been assassinated by Israel? I highly doubt it. 100%. I'm not even being like, well, I don't know. I'm like, no. But we are talking about a government. We are talking about a government who brags about, if you are enemy, we will find you and we will kill you wherever you are in the world. No government will stop us. No United Nations will stop us. The United States has no control of us. We are our own hit squad. They're the only government in the world that is allowed to act like this. And the reason why is because the United States allows it. They've been doing this since 48, folks. Nope. We're not doing that.
Nazi war
One sec. We're not doing that.
Criminals to the elimination of terrorist masterminds. The Mossad has a long.
I've got a lot of windows open, so I don't know if y'all heard, but it said to protect the Jewish state. We're not doing that to protect the Zionist state, not the Jewish state. One has nothing to do with the other.
Long and storied history of clandestine operations. Their methods are often ruthless, but their goals are clear: to protect the Jewish state at any cost.
The Zionist state, Israel is not a Jewish state.
Today, we're uncovering the top 10 deadly assassinations carried out by this enigmatic agency. Let's get started. Number 10, Yehia El-Mashad. It's June 13th, 1980, in Paris. In a room at the swanky Le Méridien Hotel, something shocking unfolds. Dr. Yahya El-Mashad, an important figure in Iraq's nuclear program, is found dead under mysterious circumstances. Now, get this. Some say he was beaten to death, while others whisper about multiple stab wounds and a slit throat. The plot thickens when just a few weeks later, a car hits and kills a local prostitute rumored to be linked to Mashad's death. The twist? French investigators have their eyes on the Mossad, Israel's secret service, but they can't pin anything on them due to a lack of evidence. Meanwhile, Israel makes a cryptic comment about Iraq's nuclear.
And again, even if they could, Israel brags about it. Like they brag about it. Like, because they know as long as they have the United States has their back, Israel is that friend, the worst friend at a bar, right? And they're going to go talk shit to other dudes at the bar. And as soon as the fight breaks out, they're going to look for you to be there. And when I say you, I mean the United States. And nobody wants to fuck with them because they know the United States is going to jump in. That's why they feel they have carte blanche to do whatever they want in the world, even another genocide, even another Holocaust.
Nuclear program grinding to a halt after Mashad's death, but did not.
This. I want to highlight this before we go. So Latino Mafune says, there needs to be a more public conversation about the ways Israel is a national security threat to the U.S. Absolutely. And that's what I'm talking about. We don't need to do Jewish global conspiracy theories, which are anti-Semitic and garbage. We don't need to dip into that at all. Just talk about the factual stuff that Israel is doing currently and has done in the past. And you stay on the truth and you stay in the facts and you stay away from racism and anti-Semitism. And that will be more than enough to convince the average Tim Dillon voter, Joe Sixpack, of, the reason why your country sucks is because we sell we give away your children's birthright to this colony for some ungodly reason. I have no idea. I mean, the reason is why to have an unsinkable aircraft carrier in the. Good morning, comrade. We should get that on a shirt because Jeff says that so often. He's got me saying it so often. But that is the absolute reason why we let them get away with this. But we have to have this conversation, this link between Israel and Zionism and the United States. If we want to forget a new American century, forget a prosperous American century. If we just want to have the next American century, this link must be broken. And this genocidal ethno-state must be forced to stand on its own. I'm telling you, you want a one-state solution? You want a peaceful Middle East? That will come when Israel has to stand toe-to-toe with their neighbors in that region. And it'd be like, Israel has said, well, if we don't have the Americans backing and if we don't have our doomsday weapons, because they don't even talk about nukes, This is the same country that tried to get nuclear weapons to South Africa because, game recognized game, and they love apartheid states over there too. And they're like, look, if we don't have our nukes and if we don't have America's backing, then, Hamas will just overrun us and kill us. Egypt will come and kill us. Saudi Arabia, the Emirates have said, we will guarantee your security. We will guarantee your security against these other nations if they try to step to you. You don't have to worry about it. That is the quickest way to have peace in the Middle East, is to break this link with our colony. And it will happen. Here's the thing. It will happen one way or another. And it's like the easy way or the hard way, because like every other colony that's ever gotten involved with the United States and think they're on equal footing with us, we will betray them. We did it to the South Vietnamese. We did it to Iraq. We did it to not Gaddafi. I'm trying to think who else we screwed. Absolutely. Just been like, we did it to the Kurds. Speaking of Iraq, the CIA told the Kurds in Iraq, hey, if you do an uprising against our old friend, who now we've decided is our enemy, Saddam Hussein, then we'll back you. And as soon as they had that uprising, we didn't back them at all. But eventually, what will happen with Israel is, it's already happened. The war drums are being beat so loud here, and there's so much anti-Israel sentiment for the absolute best reasons on earth, that people are going to say, the United States government is going to say, we don't want to play with you no more, and we're going to drop you like everything else. And without a plan of what happens the day after that, yeah, I could see a world where like Egypt just does overrun Israel, and they get a nuke off. And they will too. They have something called the Samson Doctrine. We're running out of time here, but please look that up. And that's the Samson Doctrine. The reason why Israel has nukes is not to defend themselves, not to as a deterrent against other nations. It's to lead us around by the short and curlies to say, hey, if you don't do what we want, then we will nuke other countries. That happened already. That's not hypothetical. That happened in the Egyptian-Israeli war, where they were losing, about to get overrun, and they made the boss call and said, we will nuke Egypt unless you come in here and give us arms right now. And Nixon asked Kissinger, do you think they're serious? And Kissinger said, anything's possible. So that's why we backed Israel in that war. But we are almost out of time. Let me look over here. We got KT over here from Movie Runtime. Looks like we got Letterhack in here. This is a show, honestly, I have not watched before. I do not know why. I'm a bad person. I'm not a good guy. I'm going to take the night off of politics. I'm going to go on twitch.tv and play some Resident Evil online, stream it out while I watch KT and the Letterhack right here on this space. You guys take it from here. What do they say? I'm not taking back my time, but I'm giving you 30 seconds. And I don't know how that works. To do that, do I have to add y'all?
Hello and welcome. I'm the Letterhack, and you are watching Hey Funny Book on this space. We've been going since 1 p.m. Eastern today. Kicked it off with Boston Brian. We will probably be here till 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. That'd actually be tomorrow morning. Anyway, I digress. Look, I want to thank Robert and Lumencast of Lumencast, who you were just watching for the last hour. That's our brand new live show every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Coming in hot. That is a lead in that I will happily take. Got me all fired up. I'm ready to rock. And I'm not going to put too much delay into my intro, or I'm not going to delay things with an intro, because tonight I have a guest. On the show, we're going to be discussing a type of nonprofit and how one person can be a social enterprise.
Joining me now to discuss not for profit actor Michael Sheen is the returning guest, the most frequent guest I've had on Hey Funny Book, as a matter of fact, and contributor to this space through Movie Runtime, and the host of What If I Don't Like It podcast. Please welcome my pal KT Baldassaro. KT, hello, how are you?
Good. I love being on this show. So yeah, that is why you will find me often on this show to talk about fun stuff with you.
Awesome. That is so cool. And even though that you have said, I've got you on the record saying, even with no notice at all, just come on. I'm not going to do that. You're on the record saying that. I appreciate it. I'm going to try my best not to do that. I want to give you time to prep, but that's the thing. This is why I bring you on. You need no prep. You are a wealth of knowledge. It never ends. And every time you put out a new video or post a new video on Instagram and TikTok, I go into it thinking, okay, this is probably something I didn't know previously. There's a very good chance. And you did not disappoint with your latest about Michael Sheen. People may not know Michael Sheen. He sort of gets lost in his characters. Just want to show everyone who we're talking about here. This is Michael Sheen. It's been Twilight. He was recently he played Prince Andrew in one of those movies about that interview that totally wrecked his case. He's Epstein's buddy long term. So look, Michael Sheen is, am I saying it right? He is a one-person social enterprise. He works as a non-profit actor. Let me be cynical for a second here. Bullshit. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No one exists. There are no multimillionaires hooking it up in that way. But tell me how wrong I am.
Well, and it's so funny because you're like, character actor Michael Sheen? That's like finding out that Margot Martindale is also doing this. Like, when you brought me in, you're like non-for-profit. I feel like I am not often a for-profit actor because I'll be in my friend's stuff for free. But like, you think that you would have to be really, really, really famous to do something like this, and not to belittle Michael Sheen, who's been in a bunch of really great stuff, but you don't expect it of someone of his caliber of notoriety. What it means, and because you think like, oh, there are plenty of philanthropists. Leonardo DiCaprio works with the environment. Angelina Jolie works with all these human rights and trafficking groups. But what they don't do is go the full step that Michael Sheen has, and he is so incredibly vocal about this. He doesn't profit from his acting anymore. He has done enough acting that he is good for the rest of his life. He has invested and saved, and he will be okay. And to a certain degree, like sometimes when he needs to raise money for things that he's doing, charitable things that he's doing, he'll take his own houses and put them up as mortgage and put his own collateral up.
Let's talk about this. There is such a thing as a homeless World Cup. This is what they call it. It is a World Cup, a soccer tournament like the World Cup for people who are unhoused or just, down and out, right? And they even have like entertainment provided by like street vendors, street performers and stuff like that, street musicians. It's really cool. So the cup came to his hometown in Wales, Cardiff, I believe, and it cost like $2 million a year to put this on, and they were coming up short. They didn't have any money. Michael Sheen goes and sells a house in the US and sells a house in the UK to fund it, to make sure that it goes on. And like in the interview, they were like, you're pulling back on acting, aren't you? And he's like, well, I'm going to have to go out and find some work now because I spent a little more than I thought I would on this. Sold 2 houses. So the guy can just go, like, why would somebody play Prince Andrew? Maybe he really needed the money this time. But like, what does that mean? Need? He's not just trying to get as wealthy as he can get. It's amazing.
And you think about that because we often say, oh, this is one of those pieces that Jamie Foxx is doing so that he can go do another piece that's more independent and pays him less. And what we're talking about is like, it'll pay him $250,000 instead of $2 million. Like, that's so much money. At a certain point, you have to assume you won capitalism. You're good. You're done. You don't need any more. You can give it back to other people, especially because what he does in his other philanthropy, which is something that you've seen John Oliver do, is you can purchase debt. You can purchase debt for like it can purchase $10,000 worth of debt for $300. And of course, you could then have that debt and then try and squeeze it out of the people who owe it to you, or you could do what he did and destroy it. Using like 50,000 pounds, he got rid of 500,000 pounds worth of debt.
They call it writing it off, but it's not like a tax write-off, right? It's something like just writing the debt off. But here's the thing, like, is there a tax? There's got to be a tax benefit to this, right? Like,
if there is, he just puts it right back. He just puts it right back in.
There you go. It's so like public facing what he's doing. It's not like, well, we give to charity, but we don't really talk about it because we don't like the virtue signal. He's like, what do you mean? People need the money. He like got, what was it, like 900 people in his hometown? He like cleared their debt. That's amazing. Like, it's not virtue signaling. It's on a different level, right? It's on a completely different level. But I have to assume there's some sort of like, okay, let me just be as cynical as possible, right? No one in their right mind would make $1 million. Okay, I will tell you right now, if I had $1 million, I would donate half of it. Mm-hmm. Now I got the $1 million. Well, maybe not half of it, right? Like, let me think about this. But when you're a multimillionaire, and this is an argument that we always make, right? Like, at speaking in terms of bottom-up politics, we always make the argument that you're not going to spend all that. There's no way you're going to get that money spent. Why do you have to? Elon Musk, you could fix the world's problems today. Like, you literally could, and you would still have more money than you will ever spend in like 3 lifetimes. So more than that, probably. So what do they say? $1 million is 11 seconds, but like $1 billion is 30 days or something 30 years or something crazy like that.
Yeah,
So,
once we start to get into billions, it's really fathomably different.
Right. Yeah. But like, so maybe he's just at this position, and this is me just being cynical. Maybe he's at a position where he's like, oh, I have enough money. I can donate and I'll still be a millionaire. And that's fine. Is that what he's doing? Because he's not chasing wealth, but like,
well,
he's not living within his means, but is he donating within his means, I guess? Is that a weird
What happens when you have a certain amount of money that is so much larger than what most people can fathom? We're not even talking about single millions. We're talking about like hundreds of millions. When you have that much money, your money makes money. So you don't really have to work anymore. So you can reach a point where there's a stasis amount where your investments in things that give off dividends that are very low risk can pay off the cost of your living if you live within a certain means. And you can calculate these figures and figure it out and then know what of the amount that you have saved is truly unnecessary should you continue to live exactly as you do live. And that's kind of the way that this works, where like, look, as long as I keep this much in and this much invested like that, we'll be fine. I'm still going to act because I love acting. But at this point, it is almost gluttonous and rude of me to keep more money than we could possibly ever need. And I know what you're saying, like, there's no such thing as altruism, true altruism. And here we are talking about this guy being like, he's so fucking awesome. So at the very least, he's buying goodwill to his name. But I truly think that it's just chaotic good. I feel like if I had this much money, this is the kind of stuff that I would be tempted to constantly do. Find ways to give back to filmmakers, find ways to create art, find ways to get people, like families in your hometown. If you could buy your entire hometown out of debt and know that it doesn't affect your day-to-day life at all, why wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, people like us, KT, do this and we don't have the money, right? We're still finding ways to be like generous and support people and prop people up and launch a media collective and whatever. But like, there's I'm just patting myself on the back a little bit, but anyway, the deal is that he does get something out of it. He feels good about himself. He can walk down the street of his hometown. Everyone's like, how many people do you think would jump in front of a bus for that guy? Right? If he needs help, how many people are every doctor in town is giving him free checkups. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's got his pick of dentists. No one's going to steer him wrong. They all have his back. That's thousands of people. It's amazing, right? That's something.
And he's does things like puts there was a BBC show exactly showing how they bought the debt from the town. And some people in the chats are saying, how does that work? You can go see the £1 million giveaway with Michael Sheen, which is a BBC show, and they work you through the entire process of finding that nonprofit organization and getting the money back to the people. So if you're truly curious, you can watch that. But Groove Dragon has done a decent explanation as well. You can purchase for much cheaper amounts people's debt if their accounts go into default. The idea being that I would then be a debt company and like want to get the money for them. Most people don't forgive it. But yeah, going back to that, he's purchased such goodwill, and I hope that he inspires other people, because I'm seeing things where community churches are pooling their tithings to relieve debt in their town between the people in their community.
I appreciate that, but they shouldn't have to. Let the millionaires do this shit. Seriously, they should say, attention, everyone with this X amount of money and more. Watch this Michael Sheen thing for like 20 minutes. Okay, now, if you don't do this, jail or something. We're just going to take the money. You know what I mean? Like, because the truth that everyone ignores, it's all about like, oh, climb the ladder, get to the top. There is no top. You just go and go now, right? People just go forever. And oh, who's going to be the first trillionaire in the world? Are you kidding? Why are we even allowing that? And we're sitting here like eating popcorn, waiting to see who it's going to be. Give me a break. But like business wise, and I mean, I'm not a financial guy. I don't know if you are, but like, what is keeping? Does he have to be an official nonprofit? Does he have to have? Because when we say he's a personal social enterprise, it makes me think he doesn't have like a board of directors. Like, you're kind of supposed to have that if you're a 501c in the US. You need some sort of board of directors. They don't have to be paid. You have to say, here's how we're educational and charitable or whatever. But I guess this is just him using his money how he sees fit. You don't really, I mean, unless there is some sort of like massive tax incentive, like,
it varies for project to project. Like the one with Cardiff, the football league, he was just making a massive donation to an organization that was already a nonprofit and existed.
Right.
With the relieving debt, the £1 million giveaway, that he did need to find an organization because of all of the implications that are going on, and you can't like just go buy debt as a human individual. It's a little more complicated than that, but nonprofit organizations like churches can just go buy debt. You can make yourself a nonprofit organization. I do not know to what extent you need to have a full board, because he's also doing this in the United Kingdom, and I'm not super up to board on what their nonprofits work like. But, you know, I'm also like such a, I guess, socialist that I've been watching Survivor, and this is a tangent that will come right back. Okay. And I look at things like, okay, so the person who wins gets $1 million, and the $1 million is taxed at a rate that we determine. I don't know what the exact rate is. Is there a figure that is lower than that would be a better tax incentive? Like, is there a certain amount of the $1 million that the winner could give to the other players without and then still receive more than if they took the $1 million with the taxes? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. That, okay. See where your mind goes? Maybe you are a finance person, because that's pretty smart. They're not going to do that.
I think if a contestant could get us the numbers, could sit down and actually figure that out, make it to the merge of 12 and pitch that to the group, I bet as a group they could come to consensus that whoever the hell won would do that, because you would literally get more money by giving money away. There's a certain threshold point where that would be, and that's not really altruism, that's just common sense. So you can even get horrendous people to agree with that. Like, I guess I get more unless they're the kind of people who are so messed up that they're like, I don't want that experiment where you're like, you can have 2 marshmallows, but this person gets 1 marshmallow, and you're like, I want 1 and they get none.
People do live by, you know, as long as somebody else doesn't have it, I'll go without. It's a greedy world. Look, this guy, Michael Sheen, is directly addressing systemic inequality, right? Vulnerable communities, his own community. but also vulnerable communities and cultural programs. Like he is a one-man opposition to everything being undone at every time you look around, right? Especially now in 2025 in the US. The World Cup thing that he did, that was 2019, I think, but he's been at this for like a long time. And that World Cup's been going since 2003. Nobody knows about it. It's one of the coolest things. I think it's great. We should be more excited about that than the World Cup, but I don't want to alienate all the soccer or football fans out there. But look, I always get upset when I watch a horrible movie, right? And the first thing I think is not because it was horrible. I mean, you can have fun with that, right? That's no reason to get upset necessarily, but I get upset thinking of how much money went into it that could have been used for anything else. And I'm just saying, like, if more actors did this, go ahead and make all the shitty movies you want, as long as you're going to use the money you made or treat your own self as a social enterprise and nonprofit. Like, by all means, make crap movies and just, because at least I know your money's going. So that would kind of curb it for me. I don't know. What do you think about that? Do bad movies piss you off?
Well, I think exorbitantly expensive movies piss me
That's what I mean. Like Transformers 5 or whatever the last. I don't know. That's stuff.
Or even like, you can't tell me that there's a degree to, like, we want to get mad at Elon Musk. I hate him. He's horrible. He shouldn't have that much money. But think about how much money each fucking avatar cost. It is not, you're not getting that value of enjoyment out of it. Shut up. We're not. The latest, the one that's coming out, just shut up. Do you know how many people could be saved if we don't make an avatar? That makes me angry. That makes me so damn angry.
Yeah. But they're like, no, I'm going to be the guy that makes the world's greatest movie, part 3 or whatever. It's
part 17.
Yeah. It's so, okay. Do you think anybody is this negative to any of the studio executives who maybe, like, would Michael Sheen be blacklisted for this at all? Could it go that way? It not just like, hey, what's this guy doing good? Get rid of him. But like, I don't know. Are there certain investments out there, or I don't know.
I can't imagine a way that would happen unless I got like super into a conspiracy where, like, for some reason some board of a movie theater or a movie studio overlaps with a board of a competing charity. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's his money. He can do whatever the hell he wants with it.
I heard that. Okay. I don't have you for much longer tonight, so thanks again for coming by. But I do definitely want to get some recommendations from you. I know that you're obsessively watching, right? I love it.
Yes. I got my list right here.
Okay, great. I have some stuff that I've seen recently. Last time you were on, I asked if you had seen 28 Years Later yet. It is now available. Have you seen this?
See it. Yes, I did.
This is a potential spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen it. What was the guy's name? The doctor? Ralph Fiennes?
Oh, Ralph Fiennes, yeah.
Ralph Fiennes, yeah. What was his? I forget his character's name, but he's covered in iodine,
he's the like creepy bone doctor, or whatever you want to call him.
Now, have you seen Trailer Park Boys?
Yes.
Okay, so when I saw him covered in all that iodine, he looked red. This is the first thing I thought of. Okay, George, or not George, Mr. Leahy. Remember the one where he got real sunburn on that island?
Yeah.
He was running around drunk. This is the first thing I thought of.
Oh my God. It's so good.
Yeah.
Wow.
So now, if there is a good use for AI, go ahead and swap those characters out so I can have Leahy sunburned and drunk instead of Ralph Fiennes. But okay, what have you seen? Give us some recommendations. I'm dying to hear them.
Like, straight off the bat, I'm just telling people to watch Jeopardy because it's never been available streaming until like the last 2 weeks, and they expire after 5 days, so you don't get to watch them for very long.
Oh.
And I love Jeopardy. I love sitting down and eating dinner and watching Jeopardy. And
how far back does it go?
It goes back to the beginning of this season, and I believe it is 13 episodes, but it only goes back every 5 days because they don't want to keep a massive because it's a syndicated show. Most of the money it makes is through syndication off of live television. So by putting it on streaming, they could I did a whole video on this. They could wind up messing up their major revenue source. So they're kind of like teasing with coming into the the now by doing this, but also they're trying to respect the fact that they don't want to do that, ruin their syndication.
Okay.
But you can get the last 5 episodes on Hulu or on Peacock, and it's just so much fun to watch that show. I enjoy it so
I
much.
remember one of my favorite movies ever is The Burbs.
Yes.
I want to watch Jeopardy with Tom Hanks and Carrie Fisher so bad.
Yeah.
That would have there because they're sitting there like watching Jeopardy while the neighbor's like, "Hey, come on." Anyway, what else you got?
You should be watching the newest season of Peacemaker. I really find I'm not usually when people
got
are
fans
like,
of that.
there's a new multiverse. I want to flip a table, but this time I'm like, damn it, you got me. It's actually quite interesting.
I want to flip a table. I'm going to use that if that's cool.
Oh yeah, and when we're done, I'll send you the old early 90s emoji for flipping a table when you were texting somebody. It's so pleasing. It's like a little face going like this and then a table falling over. It's
that's awesome. Okay.
All code. But yeah, I can't get over how fantastic John Cena is. I did hear something really interesting, which was that this role was originally written for John Batista.
Oh yeah.
And he couldn't do it because of conflicts with another project he couldn't get out of. And that blows because I thought he would also be very good.
Batista approves of Cena's performance, I've heard. He's like, hey, it was great. I wonder what the other project was because Game of Thrones was over. Could it have been Guardians? I don't know.
I don't remember. He didn't allude to which in the interview I was listening to, and I'm sure if you Google it and you search a little bit more, you can find where the times overlap, but I bet he didn't want to throw shade.
You got any movies that you've seen?
I have a couple of good ones. First of all, I am really excited to go see the Paul Thomas Anderson movie that's coming out this week.
All right,
I haven't seen yet. Have not yet.
Out. Excited. Inherent Vice it's in my, what did they give you? 4 on Letterboxd?
Top 4.
I love it. It is. I love the book. Huge Thomas Pynchon fan. I just heard Matt Leck on Majority Report today said this new movie is based on a Pynchon novel, and I was like, I knew I was gonna love this. So I am really, really excited about this.
It was the secret screening, or one of the 3 secret screenings at Fantastic Fest that was just going on this weekend, and a bunch of my mutuals went and saw it, and they didn't know that they were sitting down because it was like a mystery. Who knows what the secret screening is going to be? And they were totally floored. They were like, "Oh, we got to see it in 70mm projected." I mean, I want to punch them in the gut. It's also playing in some places in Los Angeles and some places in New York in original VistaVision print, which is the first time since the 60s, I think it's 1967, that a film has been filmed and shown in that way.
Okay. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm so excited. I saw Superman in the theater. First movie I've seen in the theater since The Batman, which was the first movie I saw in the theater since Joker.
Wow.
I just do not go to the theater. But it's got to be a big screen thing. But they showed the preview for it in Superman. I was like, okay, I should just leave because Superman is not going to top that trailer even.
Exactly.
There's no way. So,
what'd you do to me?
Yeah, and it didn't. I was like, oh my God, that's what I should be watching. So maybe I'll go see that in the theater. Have you seen Mission Impossible Final Reckoning yet?
Not yet, but my friend has just put it on his Plex for us to watch along with all of the Mission Impossibles.
Okay. Just make sure you review it on Letterboxd. Okay.
Okay. Will do.
But my review was, the stunts are good.
They always are.
They are. But people are giving Tom Cruise shit now, and they're like, he's deflecting from his Scientology stuff by suddenly being the stunt guy. And everyone's always like, oh my God, Tom Cruise, you're so good at the stunts. But hello, all stunt people are also good. Why? Just because Tom Cruise is risking his millions and millions of dollars? Big deal. But they are good. There's a couple of stunts where I was like, oh, that's fucking real. There's no CGI.
Does a lot of his stunts in a way that, if you were a normal stunt person, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yeah,
he goes past certain safety rules that, and that's why people are like, I can't believe he did that. And they're like, yeah, because no fucking sane person would. You don't have to.
Yeah, outside of a cartoon, no one's doing that on a plane, right? Like that's
Mhm.
crazy. So, but it was exciting. Anything else?
Yeah.
What else? What else you got?
I would definitely, and I know this is incredibly divisive, but I would go see him. I saw it. I really enjoyed it. I didn't check my watch once, which I haven't done in a movie in like 3 freaking years. Even movies I like, I'm like, Jesus, is this 7 hours now? It was a tight 90 minutes. I loved it. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was gorgeous. I thought it was well acted. I've heard all the complaints, and I can't help but feel like, are there different versions of the movie? And did I see a different
feel
cut?
like that. Yeah, I feel like that sometimes. People like hate movies where I'm like, the movie was fine. And then I just wait for them to praise a movie that had all the things they hated about the other movie that I loved and call them out on it and go, haha, how can you hate Game of Thrones but like Marvel? It makes no sense. Right? Like, I don't know.
Mhm.
That's just a weird example.
Well,
But
that's exactly what I did with him. Everybody
Ah.
loves the substance. And I really feel like if you put those pieces of film on a table and compare them, there are some beat for beat matches here. Yes, I
Okay.
think that the story is a lot more diffuse because it's covering multiple topics than the substance, which does it kind of like precisely and crisply. But if you liked the substance and you didn't like him, I'm genuinely surprised.
I'll check it out. I don't know anything about it. It's not on my radar. Or though it could be the kind of thing where I see the movie poster and go, oh yeah, I just forgot it was called him.
It's
Is it
the
the
one
one with
where-
Daniel Day-Lewis?
No, it's the one that everybody's calling Jordan Peele's next film, but he only produced it. It's actually a different writer. It's the NFL football horror
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But this is what I liked about 28 Years Later was it was beautifully shot, and I think they did it on an iPhone.
I believe
Did you hear
so.
that? There was
I mean,
but like the soundtrack, it was so good.
Whenever people say that they are filming on an iPhone, I do want to let you know, especially even Baker with Tangerine, they are using retrofitted lenses that are
Yeah.
put onto there. They are using auxiliary audio devices. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it feels so good and so crisp. You can use that as your base camera, but you can't use it alone.
And they're professionals, so like it's not the kind of thing where it's
Yeah.
like, well, I have an iPhone. Can I make a movie look like $1 billion budget without it? No, you can't. They're all professionals. You also need actors that hit their mark and the effects and all that stuff. So you're right. There's a lot more to go into it. But when they say that, I imagine them kind of holding the iPhone next to like the regular camera. You know what I mean? Or it's attached somehow. So they're like, oh, film the whole thing with an iPhone. Didn't use any of that footage, but we did film the whole thing with an iPhone.
Yeah.
And then we
right
tossed
next to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, look, KT, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. Thank you for educating us on not-for-profit actors. It's really just actor, I think.
Right
it can't
now.
be plural yet, but like people need to pick up on this big time.
Yeah, especially as movies continue to be as bloated as a budget. Either we need to start pulling back and paying people less because they don't need it, and like you said, I wish we could get to a version of society where people didn't have to pay, like one individual didn't have to pay for everyone else's good lives. Like, why can't we do this as a society with our government and everyone, like, bleh, all that. But also, until then, I hope more actors step up.
God, just imagine if Michael Sheen was donating all that money on top of like, and they were like, we don't really need it. And he's like, that's okay. Have a surplus. Why not? I mean, is that why? It just goes to show that people going without is a feature, not a glitch.
Yeah. Once we get to Star Trek in the future where there isn't any money.
Right. Exactly. Oh God. Don't get me. I just check out and zone out and begin fantasizing about the utopia that Star Trek is. But look, we have been putting links to all your stuff in the
Thank you so much.
in the chat. Also, thank you for being a contributor to this space. I love watching movie runtime videos between all the heavy politics of it. So it's like the perfect palate cleanser. We cannot call it filler. It is additional content which people can see all week long, but also just follow KT, watch her What If I Don't Like It podcast, follow on TikTok and Instagram and see all these videos. And look, I'm always learning something. There's no reason that can't be true for everyone. So thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Have a
Love
good night.
being on here. You too. Bye, guys.
Take care. KT Baldessaro from Movie Runtime. This space contributor, pal of mine, regular guest on the show. We've got more show for you. And then, of course, Left Past 10 is coming up at 10 p.m. Maybe not on the dot, but somewhere around 10 p.m. Eastern. You can watch Left Past 10 tonight. That'll be the final show of this space. But like I said, we're Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays from like 1 to 1, sort of like 1 to 10, 1 to 10:30, 1 to midnight. Who knows? But we're 3 days a week trying to hit that 10, 12 hours a day. I mean, it's going strong. We're like in our 4th month. I feel pretty good about this. Okay. I want to turn your attention to some, you know what? I mean, it's Wednesday, right? So, of course, I'm going to be talking about art, which means, of course, I'm going to be railing about AI, so-called art. I want to show you an image from the August 2025 edition of Vogue magazine. This is a Guess advertisement. Guess Jeans. This is their advertisement. Here's a model, right? Here she is again. Here's this model again and some more outfits. Oh, wait, what's the small print? Yes, it was all generated by AI. It's not real. It was all fake. And that has got some pushback and led me to an article on the topic by The Conversation. The Conversation is a great media outlet, which is all like, it's brought to you by the experts, not just somebody that was like, what am I going to write about today? Nope. This is what these people want to write about. So let's check it out. AI has passed the aesthetic Turing test. It's Alan Turing. I'll tell you all about this. And it's changed our relationship with art. Pick up an August 2025 issue of Vogue, and you'll come across an advertisement for the brand Guess, featuring a stunning model, yet tucked away in small print is a startling admission. She isn't real. She was generated entirely by AI. For decades, fashion images have been retouched, but this isn't airbrushing a real person. It's a, quote, person created from scratch, a digital composite of data points engineered to appear as a beautiful woman. The backlash to the Guess ad was swift. Veteran model Felicity Hayward called the move lazy and cheap, warning that it undermines years of work to promote diversity. After all, why hire models of different sizes, ages, and ethnicities when a machine can generate a narrow, market-tested ideal of beauty on demand? This new reality is not a cause for doom, so they say. However, now that it's becoming much harder, if not impossible, to tell whether something is created by a human or a machine, it's worth asking what's gained and what's lost from this technology. Most importantly, what does it say about what we truly value in art? In 1950, computer scientist Alan Turing wondered whether a machine could exhibit intelligent behavior indistinguishable from that of a human. He proposed his famous imitation game. There's a movie, Benedict Cumberbatch. In it, a human judges whether they're conversing with a person or a computer. If the human can't tell the difference, the computer passes the test. If AI can master conversation, can it master art? No, it can't. The evidence suggests it has already passed what might be called an aesthetic Turing test. And that's just because people don't pay attention, if you ask me. But anyway, it's an ad in a magazine you're flipping through. Okay, maybe you didn't spot it as AI. First, AI has become an expert forger of human patterns. These models are trained on gigantic libraries of human-made art. They do nothing forward. It's all based on the past. They just steal. They have analyzed more paintings, songs, and photographs than any person ever could. Second, AI has bridged the uncanny valley. This is not in every case. In some cases, maybe. You always got to look in the hands. This is the term for the creepy feeling when we get something that looks almost human, but not quite, like a humanoid robot or a doll with vacant eyes. That subtle sense of wrongness has been our built-in detector for fakes, but the latest AI is so sophisticated that it has climbed out of the valley. It no longer makes the small mistakes that trigger our alarm bells, and that is a problem because they're going to be using this for everything. AI does not just copy reality, it creates a perfected version of it. The French philosopher Jean Baudrillard, and that is not how you say that, called this a simulacrum. Simulacrum? I think it's simulacrum. A copy with no original. The AI model in vogue is the perfect example. She is not a picture of a real woman. She is a hyper-real ideal that no living person can compete with. Viewers don't flag her as fake because she is, in a sense, more perfect than real. The German thinker, at least, this is their intention. The German thinker Walter Benjamin once wrote about the aura of an original artwork, the sense of history and human touch that makes it special. A painting has an aura because you can see the brushstrokes. An old photograph has an aura because it captured a real moment in time. AI-generated art, so-called art, has no such aura. It is infinitely reproducible, has no history, and lacks a human story. This is why, even when it is technically perfect, quote unquote, it can feel hollow. We have a built-in mirror that reflects our own creativity back at us. And now we must decide, do we prefer perfection without humanity or imperfection with meaning? Do we choose the flawless, disposable reflection or the messy funhouse mirror of the human mind? You gotta love an article that ends with a question instead of like declaring how you should think or feel about an issue. But anyway, this show we haven't talked about comics at all. And this show is big on comics. But I'm just telling you, it's art politics in comics, art politics and comics, art politics of comics. Look, a magazine's a periodical. Comics are periodicals. It's in the family. But now let's shift to comics. And I mean, look, I'm always thinking about AI. I'm always thinking about the harm it's doing. I'm always thinking about how it's running rampant, unregulated. All the ways I detest AI-generated images and so-called art. It is everywhere. I hate it. And so it's always on my mind, even when I'm thinking of other things. There is a clear and present threat in the entertainment industry, and especially in the comic book industry, that AI will be used to take over the creative jobs. Colin Kaepernick has already tried this, funding a company that allows writers to use AI for the images, literally because they said it's too difficult to work with an illustrator. Dear Colin, Mr. Kaepernick, literally, thanks for nothing. You fucking jerk. Fortunately, the industry has so far been resistant to using AI in place of actual human creators, to the point where they have gone so far as to kick vendors out of Comic-Cons for selling artwork without saying it's AI or claiming it's not when it obviously is. They've fired comic book cover artists and interior artists for providing AI art in place of their own art, passing it off as their own. This is the thing. If it didn't cost you anything to make it, why are we paying you? Like, if they did make movies purely of AI, is it still like a $20-some ticket? Like, to go see it? Is it now? Are movies cheaper now? Because you didn't pay shit to do it. So anyway, I like that comics are taking a stand. And it's a tough business. Like, modeling comics is job to job. It's hard to break into, and once you're in, you got to pull your weight or you're out. Look, every industry has legends, but we can't all be legends, right? So let's take a look at another case of the comics industry putting its foot down. It's DC Comics in this case, and this time related to the ongoing discussion around handling the commentary around the topic of political violence. Okay? We're not talking about political violence. We're talking about this conversation that has come up in relation to how we should talk about it or not talk about it. I'm gonna tie it back to labor. I'm gonna tie it back to Jimmy Kimmel because he tied his ordeal back to labor. So stick with me on this, okay? We're anti-censorship here, but solidarity is my priority. Okay, so the first article is from The Hollywood Reporter, and I should tell you This goes back to, I believe it was just the day before they caught Charlie Kirk's alleged murderer. DC cancels Red Hood comic book series after writer shares inflammatory post following Charlie Kirk shooting. Red Hood is a remember when they killed Robin? They brought him back, and he was a little bit different, and he was really violent, and they called him Red Hood. Okay, so they just kicked this off. The first issue's out. It's amazing, and they canceled it. Okay, because the writer said some inflammatory shit. Gretchen Felker Martin was behind the title with DC, and she would be, and said would be pulled post or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence are inconsistent with DC's standard of conduct. DC has shelved its Red Hood comic book series following writer Gretchen Felker Martin sharing post on Blue Sky that joked about the shooting of Charlie Kirk, who was killed by an assassin's bullet Wednesday. Hope the bullet's okay after touching Charlie Kirk, read one post, though thoughts and prayers, you Nazi bitch, read another by Felker Martin. The writer is trans with Kirk, while Kirk was known for his anti-trans stance. Felker Martin's Blue Sky account is now deactivated, but those posts were screenshotted and widely spread before DC canceled the series. At DC Comics, we place the highest value on our creators and community and affirm the right to peaceful individual expression of personal viewpoints. Post or public comments that can be viewed as promoting hostility or violence are inconsistent with DC standards of conduct, a DC spokesperson said in a statement to The Hollywood Reporter. Any post viewed as promoting hostility or violence would break the company's social media policy. Okay. I want to now switch over. Damn it. Here, let's switch over to I don't like the ads where if your mouse goes over it, it kicks off audio. That's why I mute all my devices. I'm not kidding. So let's go to the Comics Journal. This is a more recent article. This all happened very quickly, and I personally have noticed what I perceive as a mix-up in intentions. It's one thing to safeguard against advocating for political violence, and everyone was, rightfully quick to do that, but it spilled over into outright censorship in some cases where it was suddenly looked at as simply disrespectful of the dead or something like that. I know Trump censored Kimmel, but that was I think your average person is doing this and they're accidentally censoring. And I mean, whether you have cases of that, this is the sort of thing that happens. People just lean into it a little too much. Okay? It's a weird thing to go through life worried about what a political party is going to say about some shit that you said, but this happens. Political backlash is something that everyone feels like they have to take into account now. But isn't that weird? I have nothing to do with politics, but I have to be wary of political backlash because I comment on it. I don't know. I think that's weird for the average person who doesn't even comment on it to have to endure. But like the article said, this may have been the straw that broke the camel's back for DC Comics. And sure enough, there are other comments available that demonstrate what that may be about. It definitely is. I'm going to kind of avoid them because this isn't something that I want to promote. But let's look at this article from the Comics Journal's piece on the same topic, where we actually do get some quotes from the creator. And I just cruised on by the parts I didn't want to share. So in reference to the statement that DC Comics put out about that I just read, they don't advocate or allow for anything promoting hostility or violence. It's inconsistent with their standards. This was not the first time that the outspoken Felker Martin had come. Oh, shoot. And then, I mean, you cannot avoid. They are just putting all of the bad stuff up on screen. Okay. She said that she was, she agreed with bin Laden for his choice to blow up the World Trade Center. Okay. I mean, wow. Okay. Just super edgelord stuff, I guess. Like whether you actually mean it or not, it's just a quick social media post, whatever. You can see how people would be like, huh. And stuff about Zionism, you can imagine. So anyway, according to Felker Martin, however, none of this was expressed concern of DC at the time that she was approached by DC editor Ariana Totoro to write the Red Hood book early in 2024. So she's saying, I've said some horrible stuff. They gave me the job anyway. So what are their standards? Quote, we had a conversation about it, and I told them, as soon as you hire me, you're going to get between 5 and 500 of the craziest people you've ever met in your life screaming for my head and yours. Yes, because you've said some inflammatory shit, so there's backlash from literally everyone who disagrees with you. Guess what? Social media. That's kind of how it happens, okay? That's not like a bug. It's a feature. So, according to Felker Martin, there were no terms or limitations placed on the writer's public comments or use of social media. As far as DC was concerned, a spokesperson for DC, however, said that all creators working for the company, including Felker Martin, are given a written set of guidelines for social media use with which they are asked to comply. To other DC creators contacted for this article confirmed that this is the case. They go on to say, it just doesn't strike me as an especially hot flashpoint, she said. This is such a loathsome person, speaking of Kirk. Everyone on the entire internet is talking about how pleasant it is that he got his. I saw that he had died in the middle of spreading more of the bigotry that he spent his every waking moment promulgating, and in a way that he had advocated for others to die and felt nothing but contempt for his life. I mean, this is a man who I've watched for years go on television and on enormous stages and convention halls and say that me and everyone like me should be stoned to death. She does, however, concede that under the circumstances, quote, I can only put it down to really just a moment of poor impulse control. Had I thought for another second, of course, I would have known that it would be a problem for DC, and naturally, as soon as I had said it, I did know. So this is the thing. Impulsiveness, right? That's what I want to talk about. This impulsiveness that comes with social media. I cannot tell you how many times I have personally composed and deleted tweets, blue sky posts, whatever. I want to rage, but I fight the compulsion. I have the need to make myself heard in the moment, so I rush to social media, and then I stop because I have successfully trained myself not to do that. Do I say dumb shit? Yeah, but that wasn't me trying to be an edgelord. It's just me saying dumb shit. Last weekend, I posted on Blue Sky, did Disney even watch Andor? Banger. Got over 100 likes, which for my Blue Sky, that's good. That's a banger. That in the moment, off the cuff, very witty, if I do say so. But trust me, when I say there were a handful of other posts about Disney that I refrained from sharing that were downright inflammatory and would have pissed people off, for sure. While I think it's perfectly fine to feel angry and to have angry thoughts, I mean, let's face it, the world is making us angry, but do we have to contribute to that? And there's nothing that says we need the rest of the world to hear all of our angry thoughts in their most raw and unfiltered form. But social media gives us the impression that we have a platform, that we each have a soapbox to stand on, that everyone is listening to us, that we are worth listening to. And look, that may be the case for a lot of people. Like I said, every industry has legends, but we cannot all be a legend. Speaking for myself, I think social media should be used as little as possible. It's easy for me to say. I have other outlets for such a thing that are sometimes filtered and sometimes unfiltered, but the content itself is at least prepared, except for left past 10. I prepare what I'm going to say, like right now. I'm rarely in raw form. Those are the members only videos. And I'm rarely so off the cuff that I may say anything without any consideration. People do that. It's fine. But what are the consequences outside of yourself? Are there any? And if there are, what are they? So I was thinking about, recently about Trump probably wants to replace late night hosts like Jimmy Kimmel with someone like Greg Gutfeld, if not himself, right? You can imagine Trump taking over saying, people just found out Johnny Carson used to do this, right? Oh, I'm better than he ever was. Now I think maybe they'll just AI it in, like phone it in. They'll just AI it in. They'll just have all AI late night hosts. When Kimmel went back on air, he made it clear that there were actual jobs at stake. If he's canceled, hundreds of people lose their jobs. Maybe 100. I forget what the number was. Over 100. And that is something that we know this fascist administration doesn't give a damn about. They cut jobs in the blink of an eye by the thousands at the federal level right away. I mean, look, if they can cut food programs, which resulted in avoidable deaths, not to mention tons, literal tons of wasted food and supplies, then why would they care about something like employment? If they don't care if people live or die, why would they care if you have a job? Let's just really think about it for a second. It would make no sense. Those priorities are out of line. Kimmel made it a labor issue, in a sense, and that is the right move. When the comic book series Red Hood was canceled, that was a loss for the artist, the letterer, the colorist. Think of all the people associated with the new DC comic book title that's going to be popular, right? What about the retailers who now have disappointed customers? I am a comic book customer. I've been there. I've seen customers be like, well, I want my money back. What do you mean they canceled it? Oh, fuck DC. They shouldn't have done that. Now I'm not buying DC books anymore. And the retailer's like, fuck. I'm trying to sell DC books, though. See, it's a labor issue, you see? Here we have people fighting to break into an industry, fighting to keep their jobs, and one person's comments on social media, which they admit were impulsive, have put their role and perhaps their livelihood at risk. That's no exaggeration. Because when it comes to contract work and creative contract gigs, you're essentially living job to job. Who knows what arrangements you made for being the new artist on a hot title, a new series? Who knows what other jobs you didn't take? So I ask you, is this a question of censorship? Is this a question of politics? Is this a question of about social media? Is this a question about decency even? Or is it a question about labor and what it means to be working class in the United States of America, where your job and your income can be snatched away at any moment, where you can suddenly be at the very bottom after working years to get to the top, to get somewhere, to get anywhere, and they take it away. And it's not like it gets easier out there. Why are we calling Jimmy Kimmel, a multimillionaire, getting his job back a win? I'm just asking why. Personally, I don't give a fuck. Hey, Jimmy, you're right. Censorship sucks. But we all face it. And I don't know, somebody tells me like you can afford the repercussions. But that's not fair of me to say. And ultimately, all censorship everywhere is wrong. And it's more than just Jimmy Kimmel. But you see my point. We need to fight this. We need to fight this. No matter what you think about it. And thankfully, Kimmel made it about his employees, amongst other things. But he did mention that. And I was telling my wife in the days leading up to that, if he comes back and he doesn't do that, shame on him. And he did it. So kudos. I mean, but he's no Michael Sheen. If you don't know what I mean by that, go back to the beginning of this episode. Solidarity is the key. I think it's worth noting. that no one person's social media or your social media platform that you think you may have, it's an avatar, a username, and you just start firing stuff off. We all do it. But that's all it is. No one person's social media platform is so precious that we should sacrifice other people's jobs just so we can share our next impulse. If showing solidarity with the people who are censored or the unemployed or the unhoused, all that stuff, after it happened is so important, then surely it's important to take it into consideration on the front end. Let me just repeat that. If showing solidarity is so important to do with the people who are censored and unemployed after it happened, then surely it's important to take that into consideration on the front end. If your actions are going to affect somebody else, just stop and think about it. Don't be impulsive. Where is the solidarity on the front end for the people who are affected by the consequences of firing off an impulsive tweet or blue sky post by not sending that tweet, by not posting that? That's solidarity. You not being impulsive is solidarity, because you being impulsive resulted in someone's loss. There's a lot to be said for ego, self-importance, and a lot of people way smarter and more well-read than I will be able to make you hip to that. I'm not the one. And I get it that I almost can't talk about this stuff without in part realizing that I've yet to realize all my flaws in that regard. Like I just said, people have said this better than I have, for sure. But social media is toxic, and it doesn't bring the best out in us. And I'm just saying, if you're in a position where people are relying on you, maybe don't be so impulsive and ruin it for everyone else. Have the solidarity on the front end. And I mean, also stop censoring people over what you perceive to be inflammatory if it isn't. But also, don't be inflammatory. Thanks for watching Hey Funny Book. I'm the Letterhack. Next week's guest will be founder and editor-in-chief of the all-trans journalist outlet Assigned Media, Evan Urquhart, to discuss an upcoming art contest that's very interesting, and their recent article entitled Charlie Kirk is Dead, Here's Why I'm Celebrating. Left Past 10 starts right now. Where's Jake?
He'll be here. He's got to restart his router.
What Letterhack said.
Likely story. Anyway, that's good because he usually talks over the intro, and I hate when people talk over the intro. So at least we'll avoid that this time. Finally.
Can you imagine talking over this hard work?
Well, that's the thing. And Jake is a chatty Cathy. You pull that string and he just rips. He just does not stop.
He really doesn't shut the fuck up. It's kind of
I wasn't going to put it that way, but I'm glad somebody did.
Same show with that guy.
until he gets here, we can keep talking smack about him too. I don't care.
I fucking hate that
guy. Damn. Okay. Well. Oh, geez. Where's everyone?
Where's everybody?
Rude.
Well, here we are. Jake will be here. He wrote that he has to. Oh, there he is. He's
there
here.
He is.
Yay.
Okay. Real quick. I'm glad to see everyone. Before we all get started, it's the first time I've seen Sandee since her first show, her debut last week.
Yeah.
Excellent job.
Yeah.
Excellent. You don't need us. You don't need the three of us.
Just wait till
this is
tomorrow.
ridiculous.
Yeah, on that note,
do it yourself.
I'm out of here. You guys got
see you.
it.
Sayonara. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
But that, I mean, you did great. I really perfect compliment to the lineup. I'm
Thanks.
so happy about it.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be pretty good too. Just wait.
Nice. There you go. That's
right.
what I was hoping for.
So we are
Excellent.
not live on my channel. I want people to get to this
probably
space.
are.
No,
I think
I
you
just,
are.
It's just
It says
I
you
see
are.
you live. I'm
It
looking
is?
at you live right now.
Oh,
and
it
then you're
is.
like, I'm not live.
Oh, it is live. Well, I don't see it, so I guess I didn't set it up. Nick did. Oh, I
You're
see
good.
it. Okay, I can fix it now.
Producer Nick for the win. Who is that guy anyway? So
He's a real piece of fucking shit, is what
Just
he
like
is. We found him on the
some
side of the street.
rando.
We found him in a
Huge
dumpster,
rando.
actually. He was eating dumpster juice. He was slurping it down like spaghetti, all that
Okay.
dumpster juice. And then we're like, hey, buddy, you wanna come over here for this space? And he's like, because that's what he sounds like when he's got a mouthful of dumpster juice. And now we got him. So pretty good stuff.
Great.
All right. Yes.
I think that maybe that guy just needs to get paid more. You know what? They say money talks. Mine just waves goodbye.
Oh, I don't have any to wave goodbye.
It's to the point where I had a credit card stolen and I didn't report it because the guy was spending less than I normally. I was like, yeah, keep it. You can buy all the crap you want. Just keep it under what I would normally spend on comic books.
And then now, we're saving cash now.
Okay,
I have
see
a
it
note
now.
in my wallet in case I get robbed that just says no backsies.
Nice.
No backsies. All right. Well, then I guess let me see if anybody's joined on my channel. It's good to see all you guys. And yes, I really did
Whimsy.
I really loved doing it last week. I mean, it was just really special. And this week I will be actually having videos and graphics because I'm figuring out how to do it. So
We're evolving.
Yeah, I'm evolving. I'm evolving.
New level.
Yep. All right. Well, we've got 7 people watching on Environmental Coffee House. Very cool. Very cool.
Dumpster juice.
Good
Ugh.
evening, everybody. Good to see you all. All right. I was setting it up. Yeah, it's good. Good.
How's the energy level tonight, Sandee? Are you tired? Did you get some sleep, or should we?
I'm always tired.
Well, should we be concerned? Like, wow, how's
No.
Okay.
I'm concerned.
Lay off the dope.
I'm
you'll
really
be fine.
concerned. I'm scared to fucking death
Of what?
of whatever Matt was talking about. I don't know.
My dad used to tell me, I wish we lived in this world where this advice was as sound as it was then. He said, you know what, Matt? And Matthew, he didn't call me Matt. This is me in high school. He goes, you lay off the cigarettes and the porno magazines, you'll probably be okay. And I was like, oh, is that all?
I should lay off the cigarettes. I can do that.
Had found
That's funny.
my room was so messy. It's true. I've told this story. I came home one day and there was a Playboy with the centerfold open and he just wrote, clean your fucking room in magic marker. I was like, that
Clean
is
your
perfectly good magazine.
room.
But also, you're
Yeah,
busted.
those are going to be worth
for-
a lot of money in the future. I'm holding on to those as an investment.
Those
I mean-
signs behind you, Andrea. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
What?
I was just gonna say that will eventually, if you keep doing shows and you keep saving the signs, that will eventually be a very cool piece of art you can just have behind you. With all these.
Oh
Latin
yeah, I got a
phrases.
bunch up there.
Yeah, that's gonna.
I
I
got,
like
like,
what you're doing
yeah.
with it.
Oh yeah.
It's a dead language, I always say.
Well, not yet.
So I liked your
Nihil
last.
no way
Oh,
sub soul is
I
a
liked
phrase
your
that has
last
burned
show.
into my mind.
By the way. I didn't mean to interrupt. I liked your show, Matt. It was good. The last one, just before.
Oh, thanks.
With the acting.
That was a good one.
It was okay. The first half was a lot better than the second.
Well, I like it, and I was thinking about my daughter and the little studio that she works for, well, she doesn't work. I mean, she acts, but I don't know if she actually makes money.
I don't want to send that to all actors.
No, I mean she works. Oh no, they'll do weekends where she has to spend every weekend filming, but
I know, I'm just teasing.
Yeah. Anyway.
You know, Deter, McBizness, he was on fire today.
Never heard of him.
Really?
I missed him today.
Did the firefighters help him out?
I caught part of his show.
Yeah, he was.
I missed the.
How did the kids say he was on one? He was fired up. It was good.
I was last night.
Feel like
very fired up last night.
I think
he's got some good stuff.
I think my Michael Sheen joke from earlier
What?
was underappreciated.
What was it?
He did a bit where he pretended as though he was going to be cast for The Hobbit, but Kate Winslet is responsible for him not being cast.
Okay.
So yeah, it's little Michael Sheen referential humor.
He's good. He's a good man.
He is good.
Like wow.
He is I was really impressed listening to that. Very much.
He made a show with his on-screen paramour. What's the guy's name? David Tennant. During the pandemic. That is one of the cleverest shows I think has been made. What's it called? Why can't I remember?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I can't. We need KT to come back. KT Baldassara knows all this stuff.
Staged.
Yes, that was it.
It's like a Zoom call. Yeah, Matt's seen it. It's like a fake Zoom call. I honestly was looking at that for like stuff we could rip off, given that our format is that. I didn't come up with anything, but still, Michael Sheen. That's a great show you did.
Sandee,
one thing that Jake is great at is copying other people.
Did I know?
Mm-hmm.
Did I know?
Did you know that we didn't get this off the ground, but I was really into this idea, and I think probably too into it. Like, don't know enough about video games.
Into it. You were really
people are
waking
like,
up at 2 a.m. writing
it's gonna
notes.
be
Like, ooh.
No, but I think people are like, Matt, it's gonna be boring. You don't even know. But what I wanted to do was find one of those, I forget what they're even called, video games where you dropped into a world and there's other players, multiplayer. But like this is how we get you back on the show.
Hear me out. It's a world.
Okay.
And then you get dropped into the world.
We're avatars.
And then there's and then there's other players.
And we'd have to try and meet. We'd have to try and find each other on the map.
But like there's multiple players. And
but you don't have to play a game. You could just hang out in a bar.
We're not actually playing a game. We're just
hang out in the bar.
We're not actually.
Well, but I was gonna say.
Told me I'm not allowed to drink.
And there's other players.
It was gonna be left past 10 virtual
in a world, and it's it's gonna be there's a bar. Yeah, and I'm obsessed with the bar. There's nothing else. It's just the world is just.
I think we should have a whole season about this. A whole season where we're in a video game.
Maybe we could get some of the other players involved.
I wouldn't
just doing our avatar.
Massively multiplayer online world.
I would so do that. I think that would be
we should just also known as play. We should play Minecraft is what we should do.
Dan from the Intersections here, everyone. Hello, Dan. Remember that time Dan was on the show from his car?
Yeah.
Dan from the power company.
I love that.
And he's got a report for us. The prices are up.
He pioneered the running out for snacks midstream.
He was one of two people to do it. You're right. Yeah.
He walked so that someone else could run. Let's just put it that way.
To the
member
store
for 24 months. Look at this. He and Donald James.
A member of Letterhack's show, which he is illegally restreaming on his channel.
If you support me there, you support me everywhere. That includes this space. And think about all the other people you're supporting by supporting me. Right? So if you're a member on the Letterhack, that there's an obvious like full transparency ripple effect. You are supporting the collective. Like that is a big deal. Your money goes a long way. Thank you.
Yeah, you're supporting the collective, also known as the Letterhack, by giving him money and not this space. This space, we are all starving. We're all suffering. We're all dying on the inside and the outside. And Matt is profiting off of us once again.
I would say
Hurting,
you
yes.
need to live within your means,
back
but
pain.
as the great
We
Oscar
have
Wilde
neck
once
pain.
said,
We have red spots above
anyone
our brow,
who
our
lives
eyeball,
within their means
on our
suffers
eyebrow
from a
region. We have
lack
red
of
spots.
imagination.
Not me, someone else.
Feels awfully specific.
It's very weird. And all the while, Matt is profiting off of this, and it's quite painful to be a part of.
Jeff Waldorf bought everyone a one-way ticket to Fuckville today. That intro continues to be my favorite. That we got Jeff Waldorf to say those words, and he has embraced it. That's a reason we have to keep this alive for that. Everything else is a
that's part of it, really.
We kind of just glossed over. Should I be concerned about the red spots? Is that a thing? I don't know. I just thought it was eczema.
No, that's what
dry
happens when you
skin.
get old.
I don't know. I don't know if you should be concerned. I am, but I don't know if you should be.
Oh shit.
Fair
I'm
enough.
very concerned.
On the making money thing, I do have business updates.
Okay.
I'm not joking about that sauce I was talking about with the asparagus the other day. I made a couple of batches just to test it out. I'm taking it to some farmers markets this weekend, and I'm going to try to sell sauce. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Veggie glaze.
Good for you.
Or
Yeah.
asparagus?
I
No,
love
with
it.
asparagus.
Am I allowed to say that we should get Letterhack to draw you a fancy logo and you just
I was gonna absolutely.
Oh, I have to
peer
say it
pressure.
on stream so that Letterhack is pressured into it by public peer pressure.
I'll do it for free, but I want 10% of your first million.
I do have a pitch for that for the This Space folks. Not obviously on This Space because it's
All
not
right.
a commercial free.
We're gonna
yada,
start
yada,
selling
but-
sauces. It's gonna be called This Sauce.
Sauce.
I was gonna say think of names because if it sells at the farmers markets and people actually do like it. Right now, because of the laws, I can't sell it across state lines, but I can sell it at a farmer's market.
Well, that's a
If
good omen for Jake's burgeoning enterprise.
Whose law?
Legally speaking, can't cross state lines with it. Good.
No, you're telling me you don't want a mysterious
Under
black
18.
sauce in a jar that I put there? with
Only if
questionable
Sandee
labels.
can-
Sounds like
Sandee
we should
can-
call this shit dumpster juice. I'm
Dumpster
just
juice, holy
call back
shit.
and the
Wait,
way
hold
she-
on, everyone. Hold on. I got to call back.
phone bit.
No, I think that's very
So-
cool, Jake, if you do something like that.
Well,
Call
thank
it
you. What I
fever
was going to
dream.
say is that what my ideal thing is not unlike Pinkerbell's artistic cake boxes. I would very much like to just start selling. Like I want to do what I want to have what Alex Jones has in fake ass diet pills, and have a product that we can push relentlessly. So that's my version. Any vegetable that you cover in this thing and cook is delicious. Tried it with cauliflower, asparagus, carrots, all delicious.
How do you sell it to make sure it doesn't go bad or
No idea.
You've got to do
Quickly,
some
that's how you
research 'cause
sell
you
it.
can't make people sick. You have to be careful.
So in Michigan, there's there's like a cottage food law where if it's not going to be held in a truck for a week while it's shipping around, there's less stringent regulations. It's basically keeps as well as soy sauce or jam. Hello.
Okay, because I mean here at all the farmers markets, the Amish are selling all of their stuff. And it's all, it's nothing, none of it is mass
kinda
processed.
hypocritical.
Well, I mean,
Very
it's not
hypocritical.
mass processed.
Are they using cash registers?
No.
The Amish market
no.
is
These
like
are
a
little-
corporation. It's a store.
Not here. It's farmers.
Oh, you got it legit. Oh, okay.
Weekend farmers markets. They come, they bring their stuff, their vegetables, their whatever, but they make homemade, stuff, food.
Yeah.
And they sell it, but some of the stuff is in jars. They do have sauces and things. Oh, look at that eye. The eyes have it.
Godzilla.
The eyes have it.
Yeah, very smoochable cheeks. That's good to hear, though, that they're doing it at the Amish technology level, because that's about what I have at my disposal.
Is it salty, Jake? Is it a salty?
It is salty. It is sweet and salty. The main ingredients are soy sauce and jam.
Call it your old pal condiment.
Your
Getting there.
Condiment.
Your old pal fever dream.
I do want in the name, in all seriousness, I want its implication. I want its use to be derived easily from the name. So it's a veggie glaze,
Spread.
I think.
Oh, glaze.
Sounds
Kind.
cool. Send me a jar.
I will.
You can
got it,
mail
buddy.
it. I mean, just wrap it up good. Send it to me so I can test it, and maybe it's something that.
Dude,
Hey,
can
never
you
know.
get it? Can you get the color to be more purple? Call it purple glaze.
Purple glaze.
I don't like
every farmer's
I don't
market
find
is gonna
jokey
freak
names
out.
to be very clever
Oh.
or fun.
Are we trying to be serious?
Damn, Jake just shot
On this
that
show?
down.
I'm gonna be serious.
Jake
Can you
was like,
imagine?
I'd rather kill myself than do that.
The dog snout.
If it's a genuinely funny joke, that's one
Can
thing.
you put
so
some-
many people do.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it's subjective if it's funny or not. I mean, let's just because you don't
Sure.
like purple glaze doesn't mean the rest of the chat isn't like freaking out
Sure.
over that's the best idea.
I'm
But,
enjoying
like,
Max.
But that doesn't imply its use, the thing I was saying earlier. I want its use to be understandable from the name.
Right. Okay.
veggie glaze. Then,
I like
right?
veggie glaze, yeah.
It goes with veggies. And
Or
how would you
Glaze
spell
of it.
veggie?
How about glaze of edge? Glaze of edge. Glaze of edge.
Oh, in like a scripty font.
No,
Put some
something
unnecessary
cool.
accents on there. Glaze of veg. That
glaze
sounds.
of veg.
Or that reminds me of Vegemite for some
Yeah,
reason.
right.
But so
Lucy-
Jake, was
have
this
a picture? Have a picture of Lucy on your.
was
chart.
it an accident? The way
Vegemite.
you were like, oh shit, I
Vegemite.
just mixed soy and jam. Oh, I'll try it.
No. But it was I didn't expect it to taste as I just had a hankering for asparagus randomly. And I made a sauce that was so fucking good. I was like, stop everything.
Right.
I'm gonna literally bottle this and sell this to the world.
Cool.
Now, if this
Well, I think
sounds
it's very
bizarre to
interesting.
anybody, like as a combination, it's not. A lot of people will use jam or jelly and like barbecue sauce, and
Mhm.
those have
Oh
flavor
yeah,
in them as well.
absolutely.
So
Absolutely, people do.
not
Now
thick and
I
sweet.
make.
it's a refined taste, maybe, but
I make.
I gotta say,
pickles.
it sounds good as fuck. I'm looking forward to trying it. In fact, I'm gonna go on down to the Infinity Dome, get myself some Jake Bucks, and I'm gonna
Bring
go
your
buy
Jake
myself
Bucks.
Jake
a
Bucks.
6-pack of the asparagus sauce, and
it's
and,
purple
it's
glaze
gonna be great.
night. Bring your Jake Bucks and get half off purple glaze.
I'll bring my
This
pickles.
goes into
That
production.
Now I make
Everybody
pickles, not like
Who
everybody
is a
else's
member of the What You Can Do Patreon is getting a free bottle. So all two of
Oh.
you hold on to your butts.
pickles.
Free
No.
As
bottle.
long as you don't live across state lines, of course.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'll break the law for them.
Drive to Michigan or fly to Michigan. I'll give it
Yeah.
to you. You consume it right
a
there.
personal courier will deliver it to your doorstep, known as Jake, for free.
I think that's cool. I do.
Dude, I desperately
What's
want
wrong
you
with my
guys
internet?
to try some veggies made with this stuff. It is sincerely one of the best things that has been in my mouth ever. I wanted to make a foul joke, but then I chickened out. But imagine I said something humorous after that.
Oh no, I've got like as soon as you said that, I was like, he could have said one of 68 different foul jokes. There-
68.
I think that homemade sauces are awesome. Like my wife was in California visiting friends and had matcha, which is like a kind of
Oh
salsa.
yeah. Yeah.
And then but I mean, like calling it a salsa is misleading. It's
Right,
not
because
like
matcha is sort of I make matcha shakes. Actually, there's a like
Okay,
a matcha
so
protein powder I could get.
this like
I get.
matcha tea is what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
right,
I'm
and
talking
I
about
have
a
a matcha
very
powder.
this is like roasted peppers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
she's
like
got
ground
some-
up and
Yep,
it's oil based. It
Yep.
I'm putting it on fucking everything. It's one of these things like it's either hot. or not. It's based on how hot you want it to be. But like, I'm putting it on everything. I'm eating it with everything, not smoothies or whatever. But you know what I mean?
I
Like,
love
have
sauces.
it with breakfast.
Every single day, you got to make a new sauce.
Yeah, with
you
no
throw
sugar,
that
though.
shit in there. You
No
throw that in there.
sugar.
You buy 17 sauces. You go right, and then you fucking put them all in there. You get the thing, and you go woo. Then you start dipping. Whoop-a-doo-to-doo. You got to try it out. Maybe we got to put some more hot sauce in there. You know, and then you just you finally craft it. It's great. I love sauces. I'm a huge fan of sauces, and I'm looking forward to this sauce enterprise that's growing. It's being birthed right now.
Thank you. As I bear down and
But
violently
yours has
give
no
birth.
sugar. It doesn't have sugar in it, right?
It has a ton of sugar in it.
Oh, yours does. See, I slipped this summer and had sugar too much, and I'm done because it's not good for me. And that's another thing. Sugar makes you feel like shit, and I'm completely knowing that it's not good.
That's I actually think it's incredibly healthy overall, because 2/3 of a cup of this thing, which is it only has 1/3 of a cup of jam. 2/3 of a cup makes 4 what I call Lithuanian-sized servings. So you could feed basically a small town with just this very small amount. And it's because the soy sauce disperses it so well. And the veggies soak up so much of the flavor while they're
wonderful.
cooking.
Oh my God.
Yeah, a little rice in there. My word.
Yeah, that sounds
I
really
just
good.
imagine you like years from now, or maybe months, and they're like, the marketing team is like, dude, none of the names we've come up with are resonating with the test audiences. We don't know what to fucking do. Do you have any other clues? And you go, oh, God, you're gonna make me throw out that one stupid suggestion, purple glaze, and then they're
Veggie
like,
sauce.
what
Oh,
did
yeah,
you say?
purple glaze.
Hold on, get the graphic designer in here, hanging out. Oh my God, show the test on it. Oh my God, this is it. And then cha-ching, cha-ching,
OMG.
It didn't have to be a good idea.
I've been making a lot of sun-dried tomatoes, and in fact,
Are you drying them in the sun?
Well, I did the first round.
No, they're
I
food
had them
dehydrator
in my
dried tomatoes.
Would you let me talk? I had them in my greenhouse. Okay, but then I got nervous about something breaking into my greenhouse, some like bear or something. So
yeah.
No, I now they're in the dehydrator, but I make a lot. I've made a billion jars. And this morning it was so foggy. It was so foggy out.
How foggy was it?
It was very foggy. I walked from the house to the garden. I went to go pick tomatoes because I didn't have enough to fill up the dehydrator. So I went to go pick tomatoes, and from my house to the garden, you could not see. And there was actually a warning on the weather, but I made more. I've got them dehydrating now because I love them the way I make them with the, but when you make sun-dried tomatoes, the way I make them with the olive oil has to be very authentic Italian olive oil. You have to use dried seasoning. You can't use anything fresh, or you have to keep it refrigerated. If you want to keep it on the shelf, you have to use dried seasoning. So I've been working on garlic and basil, all the stuff that I've grown, but it's a lot of work. I'm tired from that. When all this season is over, I'll have time for more things. Plus these kittens, still, I got 4. They're still here.
How many are left? 4?
4. There's 2 more weeks. The 2 fuzzy ones are going in 2 weeks. The black one is my daughter. She's not 100% sure, but once there's only one left, that's fine. That little one could come up with the rest of them. I've been bringing them upstairs to play with the other cats and running around up in the house. The problem is I've got firewood stacked in the living room, some of it, and already they're climbing up yeah, I got to keep them away or restack it so that
all over.
Right, I know, but it's very cute. But I mean, I am so Matt asked, am I tired? Well, I'm tired. I have so much shit going on, but not too tired to do a great show for tomorrow.
Well, that's good. You got to get some of the cat cams. Get
I have a lot of them.
GoPros.
I've got
and attach them to the collars and see when they interact.
Oh, I don't have that.
People can like throw money at it, that they're going to interact by this time period.
I've got the Ring cameras downstairs, and then I've got my iPad in the kitchen, and I can see what they're doing at all times. And right now they're to sleep. They're locked in their catio part of their area. So
well, let me just say really quick, and yes, I alluded to this, or maybe I didn't articulate it clearly last week. I'm joking with you about being tired because you just show up ready to rock. It's like you're not tired. I mean, you say like, I'm tired, I'm never gonna make it, and then like
the week before,
it clearly doesn't affect you in a way that's gonna like diminish your
show
but I mean, or the content you're presenting.
No, but I was tired the 1 week. What was it? The week before when I had the pink robe
No,
on?
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying I'm giving you like a backhanded compliment.
Oh, you're a backhand.
I don't want to outright compliment you. It's a sign of weakness to be emotional, so I'll.
Okay. Oh, right. Can't have empathy either. Empathy is just a terrible thing. It's a liberal incarnation.
Whoa, buddy, we're gonna have to fire you if you go any further.
I did take an hour nap today, though. I mean, I did. I took a power nap.
I took an hour and a half.
I had to. I didn't sleep.
I feel
well.
great. I feel refreshed. I'm ready to stay up all night
after a nap.
Well,
even like for 20 minutes, I wake up and I'm like, oh no.
Well, 20 minutes is garbage. You barely
rest
even
of the day.
sleep.
Well, however long. It just. Ugh.
See, what you got to do is you got to nap you got to find out your sleep cycles, and this takes many.
I don't need.
So then you just
I don't need
you're
that.
an idiot.
So if I just happen to fall asleep in the middle of the day,
you have to sleep for like one entire sleep cycle. That's what you got to do. If you wake up 10 minutes before it's over, you wake up like feeling like shit. You got to get that entire sleep cycle. It's very important.
Behind. If I sleep anymore, I'm gonna fall behind.
You're barely keeping up.
Yeah, sleep is interesting. It's not something I ever like relied on. And eventually just didn't need it. Like I was always like, oh, I stayed out too late. I got to work in 2 hours. Fuck it.
You've been sleep fasting.
Yeah. For almost, I'm going to be 51 in a couple of months or a few months.
Jake, I just put 4 pictures in the Discord if you want to show them. Because I still don't know how to do it in StreamYard. I got to learn tomorrow. I how to do it.
Oh,
but
these
I
are
put
good pictures.
Yeah, they're cute, aren't
I'll
they?
show you right now.
This is great.
Yeah. They're really sweet. They're just such sweethearts.
But Sandee, just click present.
Oh, you just print. Wait, where's present? I don't want to. Well, actually, if I was going to screw up anything, it would be perfect to screw it up tonight, right?
It says present or invite, and then you
What
go
is
to image file.
What are we
and
screwing
then...
up here, and why?
If I bring I don't see where it says.
What
present.
might you bring up on accident? If you were to make a mistake, what would that entail?
I don't have a clue. I'm just learning StreamYard. I don't know where I don't even know where present is.
I prefer stream meters.
Let's see.
They're so cute. I mean, really, I just love them so much. But I'm going to be, when the one went, I was very emotional. I was like, I cried.
Oh, I don't know how you could do it.
Stupid cat. Yeah. And now I've got 4 more but I mean, I've given them the best little life possible to start out with.
Oh, yeah.
They are absolutely fabulous kitty cats. And I'm going to put one more picture up of that cat, of the catio. It's cute. And then when they all go, my regular cats can go down there and play. It's freezing though. That's the problem. It's so cold in that basement. It's hot as hell upstairs. It's freezing down there. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. My basement is freezing.
Freezing. I got to have the heat on.
It's not even underground.
Oh, mine is. Well, sort of half underground. It's underground in the front and it's not underground in the back.
Yeah, that's how.
But it's very, very cute. And when they go, all the other cats can then go down there and just do whatever they want. But right now I keep them out. But it's very cool. I won't be fostering again during the winter because it's too cold down there and I can't afford to run the propane heater for them. I'm not going to do it. But it is nice. It was very nice. It's been since July. I cannot believe I've watched these things grow up like this. I've never actually... I always had kittens that were already weaned. Any kind of kitten I had was older. Here, let me show you this one too. All right, Jake, I put all these pictures up. You got them. That's it. They're in the Discord. I'm not fucking around with this StreamYard right now. So if you want to play with them, you can.
I've been showing them.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
was farting around.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. There they are. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's the room. And that's all the stuff I had. It's siding. I had extra siding. It's wood. All this stuff was in my basement, and they have an amazing area. So I am a perfect person to foster. I just can't do it in the winter.
It's a lot of work. Yeah.
Yeah. In the back there's a oil, one of those oil heaters, you know, those roller oil heaters. That's in the back of the catio. So that stays warm I don't have to put on the big heat. But yeah, isn't that cute? Yeah, there it is. There it is. I just did everything
They're
for
so cute.
them. They really are. And my other cats, they're not so bad, you know, with them. They don't mind because I've been bringing them upstairs to play. And they all have so much fun. But it is a lot of work. And it was something I didn't expect. It just happened, you know, to me. And the mom's doing well. The lady the girl that had the mom, you know, that mom went home at the end of August, went back to its rightful owner.
Oh, good.
So they were weaned at 7 weeks. So I had to be extra mommy, like, you know, extra mommy. I love animals. Don't we all love animals here?
I fucking love these guys. They're awesome.
Yeah, I have like 2
Thanks.
to 12 deer in my yard every day. Every
Isn't that
single
wonderful?
day. We have rabbits that just sit there chilling.
It's great.
We of course had bats. We had a lot of bats. Haven't seen them for a while. That's good. But armadillo come out every night and like dig up the yard.
Nice.
Yeah, you were
That's
saying about
once
the
during the day.
armadillo.
Yeah, I saw 6 of
I
them
don't
once
have
during the
any of
day, but
them.
it's supposedly rare.
I've got raccoons. I go back in the back with the trail cam and I go sit down and I see what's on the trail cam. And I haven't seen any bear this year. It's just deer and rabbits and fox. Raccoons. My neighbor Lori's cat comes, you know. And
Jesus.
what else?
Look at
at
this.
Bex.
This will be ominous. I won't hold this against you. Should
Ooh, we
anything
get to
happen?
reuse my
Ooh.
intro from the time that
Shit.
Matt almost killed that guy.
Follow
Matt's gonna
Jeff.
go on a fucking
Okay.
killing spree.
Oh,
Follow-
no, we are
Another
prepared.
hurricane.
We are
Follow-
more than prepared.
Follow
for
Jeff
that to happen again.
Baradelli. Jeff Baradelli from Tampa, but he's a meteorologist, but he also has a PhD in climate. He's in the Tampa market. And amazingly,
Was he on your show at all?
Jeff Antonio interviewed him years ago. Jeff is
Oh, okay.
amazing, but he's on Blue Sky and he
Okay.
will post. His posts are great. He's a fantastic person, and it's amazing that he talks about climate change and everything he does in the Tampa market, and nobody shit can him. He's like amazing. So Jeff Baradelli, that's the person. That's the guy. So for all the hurricane shit, you know, follow him. Or I also like this Vince does tornadoes. Vince Willetti. He's got something called now Project Weather Eye, and he's on Blue Sky, and he's not a right winger. Like he's not an idiot. He's all right. I like him. I've been following his tornado chasing for years, ever since they come up to my area for snowstorms. And the one year they actually, I was laying in my living room with the wood stove on, and they're driving in a blizzard to Niagara Falls. And I used to hang out up there. So they're showing us the lights on the falls and the snowstorm. Nobody was there. That was it. I've been following Vince Willetti since then. So he's pretty good. Yeah.
All right. I'll keep an eye out for Vince Willetti.
Welty, I think. Waelti, Welty. And he's a first responder kind of guy. I like him. He's not an asshole, you know, and he tries not to be political, really, because he wants to have people like the Blue Sky crowds, you know. And I will take his post. Nobody's sharing his shit on Blue Sky. I'm doing it. So when he puts up there's storms, he puts up where the storms are around the country, I will share it.
I love the idea of keeping your politics secret, or else Blue Sky people might find out. Wouldn't want that to happen.
I don't know. He's just very. He's good at what he does.
Yeah,
you know, he really is. And he'll do things like not just storm chasing. He'll give us videos on EMT stuff and first responder stuff and what he carries in his vehicle to help people. And I remember there was one not long ago this year, and he was a first responder on where a woman's house was like smashed in from a tornado, and he was right there with all his stuff. I was very impressed because a lot of them are not like that. They're not experienced like Vince Welty. And he's a young guy. He's not that old, but I like him.
All right. Shout
All
out.
right, I'm done.
This
I'll
was
let
a
him know.
sponsored segment by
No,
Environmental Coffee House.
No, not really. Just I like him. You know, he's not Ryan Hole.
Nobody say.
Is that a new Atari hat?
Yeah, I have a few of them now. I leaned into it.
So
they keep emailing me.
I have a suggestion for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
This here is from a video store that I believe is no longer around.
Where
what
was it?
do you think is in this rental case that I've had for easily a decade?
I assume it's a
well, DVD or Blu-ray.
VHS.
DVD.
Oh, that's a shame. Okay, well,
Video exclusive. So you rented it and just never took it back?
Yeah, I didn't find this until I was moving into this apartment, and now that I'm getting ready to move again, it's
Oh, really?
falling out. Yeah,
Sheesh.
where are you moving?
another cheap ass apartment, because one that is presumably above the ground would be ideal.
Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely.
That radon's gonna
Yeah.
leach in all that stone.
Wait, how many
Can't stress
guesses
enough.
do we get? How many guesses do we get about this?
I think infinite. I think, but you have to
Oh,
guess. the
is it
correct
Independence
movie.
Day?
No,
Oh, but you can see how if it was, that would have been like,
that would have been amazing.
That would have been pretty
Wow.
cool. Yeah.
but it wasn't.
I take it back. I think you get one guess per person as of now.
I'm trying to see this. Jake, are you on OnlyFans? Johnny, too
I am.
late. You are? Are you really?
I sure am. I asked you if you wanted
That's
to be
right.
in,
That's right. But
the
are you
thing.
seriously on it?
I genuinely can't figure out how I'm supposed to
I'll
put
be on
content on there,
Old lady
but I
only.
am trying to figure out how one puts up their videos. And then when I figure that out, yeah, I got one I'm going to put up.
Oh God. Old lady
Anyway,
only.
I'd like to take my guess. Now I would like to.
Okay.
So you said you rented this 10 years ago?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give a hint.
Can you show it again?
It was filmed. It was filmed before royalty changed in England.
Oh my gosh. So when before royalty changed.
Well, now and that would affect the title of the movie because there's a king now in England.
Yeah. Okay. I
think that's actually a hell of a hint. And I bet somebody's gonna
not
guess
me
it.
because I
Is
don't
it
know
the
any
Queen
of it.
comes to town?
You're
The
on the right
king-
track.
The King's Speech.
It's not a bad guess, but it was you've gone too far back.
Oh, somebody else.
I would never know.
Magic Kid said
A reference
same
frame.
thing.
Wait a minute, Jake. Do mustache combing content on OnlyFans. I don't know if it's like gross out humor,
Mustache.
but the
comb.
things that'll fall out of this mouth crown, my word.
I've never even seen an OnlyFans website, so I've never even been on it. I don't even know what really
Well,
happens.
my understanding is that it's for fans.
This is a
of,
whoever
anything.
smelt
so-
it dealt
like-
situation. Thank you for
so, like,
volunteering that.
if I wanted to do an OnlyFans every time I got a pedicure and for feet people, I could actually literally just video my feet and people
I
give you
guess,
money
yeah.
for this. People pay you to see your feet.
You know, it's
Yeah,
like
or
I
if
was
you're-
saying
If you have
earlier.
nice
There
feet.
are legends in every industry, but
Don't give it away.
we can't all be legends.
Give it away for free.
I was at one point voted 5
shit.
stars on Wiki Feet at the
Wiki
point in
Feet.
time.
You can't all be legends, but some of us are.
Wiki feet. Oh my God.
I'm
That's funny.
I'm sure people would be like, "Ooh, Matt, Eesh. It's all enthusiasm.
I'll do
no talent.
How about environmental porn? I don't have a clue.
Is that like
First of
space
all-
porn where it's
first
just
of
like
all,
endless stars?
Anything I would do like that would be 30 years ago. So forget any of that.
I mean, I don't see why you couldn't do porn on it, but I my understanding.
I
is
don't
it's
know what
just for
OnlyFans is.
fans. Yeah, just
So
if
if-
you
if-
enjoy cinema, I suppose you could do like movie runtime on there. Sure.
I have no idea.
Sports, I'm sure has a. I haven't browsed much.
So it's
when I
not.
have-
I thought it was a porn thing. I really did.
I think it's
I'll admit I've
X-rated,
seen
right?
some naked ladies on there when I looked around. I didn't look for
Okay,
very long, but I did look intensely.
OnlyFans.
It's like you had to pay.
I'm
to
gonna look
see.
at
I just
OnlyFans.
automatically never go anywhere where they're like,
OnlyFans.
you come on over. You have to pay to see whatever content there is. I'm just not that kind of guy.
OnlyFans on Instagram has 3 million followers. God damn. Oh, I see. Okay. So there's all different kinds of, but a lot of the women have bathing suits and shit. You know, they're all from the, yeah. Okay. I got you.
Environmental cat house. That's actually really good. That's good. Also, somebody
Oh,
correctly
Jesus.
guessed the film.
Well,
Last chance. Anybody have any guesses? It was Epic Moo. They got it correctly. It is
Epic
on Her
Moo?
Majesty's Secret Service.
Oh, that
Oh.
was, she said, I even knew that one. By the way,
Wait,
I
is
am
that
gonna-
Nicolas Cage?
What? Nicolas Cage.
I wish.
Mm.
You know,
He
it's not
was
like
in a
it's
Secret
George
Service
Lazenby, actually. An Australian.
I never
You
would have
got,
guessed.
here's an actual recommendation. The filming of this was fine and dandy, but it was more interesting than the movie itself. Go on Hulu if you're no longer
Oh.
angry with Disney. I would highly recommend
I don't
you,
even have Disney.
you
or
watch
Hulu.
the documentary made about it, because they do it like I don't even know how to describe it. It's a mix between interviews and people acting out the interviews, but it's very,
Oh, I've
very
seen that.
funny. And George Lazenby's story is fascinating. Basically, he became Bond by being a con artist, more or less, and they liked it. They said, oh, okay, you know what? We like this dude conning us a little bit. And they even acknowledged it as it was happening. They're like, oh, this is perfect.
Oh.
But then they essentially, and he gave, it's the everything you'd expect. He gave up a chance at like a humble life with somebody who genuinely loved him. But then they wanted him to like essentially act and be like Bond outside of the movies constantly. And they went as far as like they had private eyes stalking him. And then he just said, all right, I'm done being a movie star.
Wow.
He wasn't even an actor. He was a model before that.
Oh, could he have been on OnlyFans? Oh, shit.
Hold on. Someone's calling back to that joke.
See, now
And
I'm
then
looking at all the kitties right now in their little catio, all locked in, and they're all fast asleep. All fast asleep. I love Ring cameras. Oh my God.
I'm chewing gum right now.
You are?
Yeah.
Is that what we hear? All that slurping.
Can you hear that?
Chewing? No.
Oh,
Yes,
there we go.
Now we can. And that is the most
I gotta tell you,
disgusting-
buddy.
That's the most disgusting sound. I
Yeah.
hate that. Growing
Okay,
up,
I got
if
one.
I ever.
Jake.
Oh, what do we got?
Ooh.
In this video station rental case, I have what movie? Oh, you may
Video
have seen it.
station.
It's on the side. Yeah, the
I'm
video
video
station
I'll be
from
right back.
Boulder, Colorado.
I'm going to get something.
They went out of business.
Okay.
They went out of business in probably like 2017,
Okay.
maybe 18.
So it's a film in there. Is that what we're
yeah,
saying?
yeah, it's a DVD, but yeah, it's a film. So yeah,
Can you give me a hint?
You were kind of going there right for a second. I was like, oh, that's definitely the right direction. But if I was going to give you a hint, how on the nose, or how close, how
Smash it
helpful of
right
a
on the
hint do you
nose.
want? Okay.
I still won't get it.
Midnight.
Ooh. Midnight Run?
John Lennon.
John Lennon Midnight.
Yoko Ono.
What? Well, I'm not familiar with anything Lennon and Ono made together, and I don't. It's just it was less famous, so it wasn't shoved
No,
in my.
they introduced the movie, which became a midnight movie classic, the original midnight movie cult following. They introduced it.
Rocky Horror Picture Show?
No.
Oh, I love that. That was fun.
I am stumped. What about you all?
It's by filmmaker Jodorowsky, Alejandro Jodorowsky.
And you thought this would be easy for us to get?
It is like it's a classic. No one's got it. It's El Topo. Have you not heard of El Topo?
Shoot.
Oh my god. Okay.
How about this? Anybody got anything like this?
Look, hold up.
Ooh, that looks cool. The 6 Wives. Oh, and there's 6 volumes.
Oh, I've got lots of stuff like that. You want to talk about book sets?
Well,
Yes,
yeah,
I love
it's
them.
not books. This is VHS. I don't even have one.
Oh, no shit.
That's
Oh,
how
wow. I
old
thought they
this
were
is.
books.
No, this is old. I've had this forever. I
awesome.
used to watch it every year. I'd watch all of them every single year, and I loved it. It's from the 70s, and each wife, Henry VIII, was just such a pig.
He was not fun. Not a good guy.
I do have to say real quick, I'm not recommending El Topo. It's very graphic. Like,
that.
look into it before you watch it. But like,
I'm old.
kind of a must see if you want to watch like very artistic, like solid artistic.
All right, so I need it for El Topo and the wives thing. Give me the 6 wives. Give me the elevator pitch. What is El Topo?
Yeah.
Oh, El Topo is written, directed, and starring Alejandro Jodorowsky as a lone gunman in the West, who travels only with his infant son.
Ooh.
And they go through a psychedelic madness. It's one of the bloodiest movies of all time. That's part of the pitch.
Whoa.
One of the bloodiest
Sounds good.
movies of all time. That's the pitch.
I love
What movie
blood.
is it?
I love movies.
up.
I love
It's a
gore.
What movie is it?
I love blood. I love
Topo.
violence.
El Topo. Is it on? Can you get it on now anywhere? El Topo.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I'm
I don't know.
putting a name.
But look,
And-
the whole
and-
reason I brought it up again was because I'm not
Right.
necessarily recommending it. It's a
I
very
love
graphic,
veins,
like, look, the
preferably
world
veins that are
is
open
tough
and
and
exposed
ugly.
to
And
the air.
I like some of those kind
you
of
don't
movies.
necessarily.
I love
need something
arteries.
that's
I love
gonna-
capillaries.
I
It's a
haven't been
weird
able to
movie.
watch any movies or take any time to do anything for myself for a while. So this winter, I am definitely
You're
going
hunkering
to-
down and you're gonna watch some blood. Some
I'm going to watch some
gore,
freaking movies. I
some
haven't done
artery
any of that.
explosions.
Yeah.
Well,
Some
wait a minute.
arterial.
Give me the
Go
elevator
back
pitch
to true crime again.
for
explosives.
6 wives.
Yeah, what's the elevator
Is
pitch?
this a series? Is this
The
a
6
bunch
Wives
of
of
movies?
Henry VIII. It's each one is a documentary, but it's not a documentary. It's acting. It's like a play,
a
but a
dramatization.
show. But it's so good. This one's from the 70s. They've done it, but it is the guy. This was Catherine of Aragon, starring Keith Mitchell. His name was, and the original was geez, what year? I don't know, 1970s. This isn't that old, but because I know I rebought it, so I'd have it. I don't know what happened to the original one, and I don't have it on any way I can watch it on anything. I don't have a
Elevator pitch. So it's
But
a
anyway.
dramatization of, and each one covers a
A
wife.
wife. Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So good. So well done. It was a public broadcasting. It was done on PBS first, but I think it was even before it was called PBS. Back in the day when I first saw it, it was Channel 13 in New York, which was the public broadcasting. But it was English, but it was shown here in the United States. I'm pretty sure it was English, done in England. But yeah,
probably.
What did they used to call did PBS used to have some other name before PBS? Before it was public broadcasting? I don't know.
Not to my knowledge.
I thought it did, but I don't remember myself. You know, I don't remember. Lots of shit. All right, I'll put it back. There we go. But it's like a collect. This is like just looking at it. You know, it's on the bookshelf. It's collectors.
That's cool.
I wish I could watch it. I probably could find it on YouTube. You know, probably find the videos, but I don't have a. Who has a VCR?
I don't have a VCR. I had the VCR
I don't even have a DVD
combo for the longest time. That was like
I don't
the
have
smartest
one of
thing they ever made, and then I
Hmm.
think I traded it actually for like
Oh
a
wait,
sweater.
I do have a DVD or a player. You know the person that's in our chat, Bella. He's not here tonight, but he sent me one. That's right.
Bella
I do have one.
Lugrisi, sure.
Yeah, I have one. I do. He sent it to me.
Yeah, it was like this skeleton hoodie. It was like all black, but like skeleton printed on it, white. And I was like,
My
That does sound pretty good. That sounds like it's worth a VCR DVD combo. That's what it sounds like.
I don't know. What a sign of the times that machine is. A thing that in and of itself talks about an era in history. I don't know that I'd let that go for anything. That's not true. I would let that go for not a shirt, though.
it was. I mean, at the time, it was like 2004, maybe.
He needed that sweater.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, the things I have on VHS are like the Godfather trilogy, Star Wars, the original Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special.
Oh.
I don't know what. And Akira.
Oh hell yeah.
I have this, but I've got a whole box of CDs downstairs. I have to go through that.
I have VHS. This
stuff.
this isn't that big of a
This
deal.
is old though.
Check it out.
VHS.
I have actual VHS tapes
Yours.
of when September 11th, on the original September 11th.
Oh,
I put
shit.
I just kept recording everything that was on the news.
Oh my
I just kept
God.
putting in
Save
blank
that.
VHS tapes.
That's cool.
I have like
yeah.
a box of them.
You want to watch those sometime?
Yeah.
I would love to do.
What would happen
like,
if you played
something
it
with that.
online? Would you get in trouble for playing that? Since would
I
it be a
kind
copyright?
of assume like we've seen all of that.
Yeah.
Like that's all
Yeah.
out there. Because
Okay.
I was
Well,
just
here's-
recording, I guess it was
Yeah,
like
the
CNN
TV.
all day.
But it's
First thing that
still
jumps to
very
mind
cool.
is
I'd
that
like to
it
see
would
the
be
commercials and stuff.
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
fun to do a watch along and use it as a jumping
Yeah.
off point to talk about, all right, this is how people were reacting on the day of the tragedy, the day of the horror. What did we now have the benefit of looking back on it and saying, this is what it led to? It led to 20 years of war. This was used to distract us, blah, 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 blah.
I had to
It
move
would be
my
great
employees.
training for people to behave differently next time around. Side note, it
you
would also be fun to
imagine?
pretend like we've gone back in time.
If Trump
and
had a
I'm doing our show.
9/11, could you imagine what this motherfucker would do if he got a nice little 9/11 Christmas morning, wakes
Good
up on
Lord.
December 25th, and there's a nice big old 9/11 right on
I
his
believe he would-
doorstep underneath the tree?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
what would he
would
do?
he be screaming
Wow.
that everybody in Jersey City was dancing in the streets like the lying sack of shit he is? Oh my God! Don't you get me started on the UN? Well, you didn't. I talked about that yesterday on my show, but he's disgusting. I really fucking hate this guy. Oh my God!
You're gonna
His
have to
takeaway
get a
was
new name
that-
for him. Recently, he's
Orange
been
turd.
more the blue turd recently.
The blue turd.
Why blue?
Yeah, because his blood
Skin.
is pooling
Ah.
in his extremities, and it's causing his extremities to look blue.
Well,
He gave
yeah.
such a boring, nonsensical speech at the UN that even the right half of his body was falling asleep.
It was pissed me off. I mean, it pissed me off. I talked about it yesterday. Go back and watch my show, my channel.
was
Tomorrow I'm
embarrassing.
actually
The fact that they even
name the
let him
channel.
in there is quite.
Oh,
quite
they almost
impressive.
didn't. According to Fox, the escalator was on purpose. And Jesse Waters says, well, why don't we bomb the UN, that motherfucker? So how do you
you
say
them-
that on Fox with all the crazy idiots watching?
They're so
Mark my
desperate
word, in the next
for-
week, somebody's going to try to bomb the UN because of this. Because
they are so desperate
he should be in trouble
to be the victims. Did you hear how they were taught,
Sure.
like blowing up what a huge deal the escalator was?
Well, that's because Trump did that when he did his speech. He was
He's the
fucking
they I'm talking
whining
about, yeah.
to everybody at the UN. I mean, it was so embarrassing. I am so
For those
embarrassed.
that don't know,
This is so
all
embarrassed.
that happened was the escalator was moving when they first got on it, and within 3 feet, it just stopped. And then they walked up like normal stairs, or they took other stairs. It doesn't matter. That's all that happened. It just stopped.
I would like to remind everyone that we currently reside in Fville, and that this is the most important thing to talk about. Is Trump's escalator?
No, it is actually. It is
Really like that's
pathetic.
he's made it an important thing. He went
Yes,
to the
he did.
UN and to talk about the goddamn escalator.
Well, he didn't
This is
go
what
that
we're
far.
doing. This is what we're doing here in Fville.
I know.
You know, we're having
I
UN
wanna-
speeches
Ridiculous.
about the fucking the goddamn bullfuck.
I want to make Republicans who support this motherfucker deal with this for a moment. This
hate
guy took a escalator breaking down, aka a thing that happens all the time in all sorts of places.
Yeah.
And he decided to, like a soccer player flopping down on the field, he decided, I'm going to pretend like my wife's life was in danger. I'm going to imply that my life was in danger.
No, he was just thinking it was a conspiracy that
No,
somebody
he was
did
not
it on
thinking
purpose.
that. He was
Yes, he
spreading
did.
nonsense. He was being what do you call it when somebody is exaggerates to try to stir people up? Demagogue. He was being a
rebel rat.
demagogue.
Oh.
He wasn't sitting there thinking it was a conspiracy, because of course he didn't actually think his life was in danger, because why would you? He was being a giant floppy, and that's who represents America. Deal with that.
He is a
I did
perfect
put up a picture.
encapsulation.
If I add something to the stage, what happens? It just goes over
We all
everybody?
die instantly in a painful
I'm
way.
going to click it because it's the first time I'm going to.
Oh.
Whoa, look at that. Yeah, that was pretty easy. Yeah, that's exactly what this was. A great comic. I thought.
Yeah.
Do you,
That's us
Matt,
right
do
now.
you know who that is? That name? I could not.
Donald Trump.
No, Camerly. Who drew it? You silly.
It says
no.
Who drew it?
K.A.
Boom. I know. I tried to look for.
They don't want you to know who they are, obviously.
Oh, well, I thought it was a good one. All right. So now I learned.
It is
Now
good.
I could do this
Yeah, it's good.
tomorrow. That's pretty easy. It's very easy. It moves this everything over by itself. Ecamm is a little bit different. Oh, a lot different. All right. Cool. I didn't ruin everything.
I am personally barely capable of recovering from what just transpired. Sandy?
Andrea, I have something that I
The climate stuff really gets me.
wanted you to see, but it doesn't have anything to do with the show, but I just put a link in Discord for you that you should just look at that. Just tell me what you think of it without showing it or.
That's
Well,
strange.
now I'm going to be a looky-loo.
Wait, where in Discord is it?
This is
In our
here.
I
forum?
need access. It says I need access.
Is it in
I'll have to
ours?
circle back with
Our
you then.
Discord for just
You're
four
giving
of
me
us?
fake links. Just take a
Yeah, I'm
picture.
not
What are you
seeing-
doing? What is this? What are you doing? Just
Where
give me
is it?
access. What are you doing? Why are you
It's
doing
not
this?
in ping cord. It's
This is
in-
weird. This is weird. I mean, if anyone's watching this, you know this is weird, right? This is strange. Letterhack's doing like these clandestine operations, and then they don't even function. I don't even have access. What is that? That's strange.
I'm so
That's
excited.
weird.
I learned
That's
how to
really
do
weird. I
something.
don't know why he's doing that.
So
I
when
don't feel
so
comfortable.
tomorrow when I play a video
bozy.
and I put a video in, it'll just come up all by itself. My screen will move over and the video will play.
Maybe
I hope so because I got 4.
you'll have a
will be there.
producer though, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
experiment with it.
Well, not now.
Learn
am
from
I?
Carlos. There's nothing wrong with taking a moment and not knowing how it's going to look and just clicking around.
I have no
It's fine.
idea. I mean, I could do that. All right. So what do I do to get rid of this picture? I just grab. Oh, it says remove from studio. Boom, it's gone. Okay. So if I wanted to do a little quick test, then right now I could too. Oh, okay. I don't necessarily want to wreck the show with doing a test, but
Wreck this show?
yeah.
Just do the thing.
How are you
Do
worried
it.
about?
All right.
We got nothing but time. We're goofing around as pals.
Yes,
This is
true.
the ideal situation.
Okay, so let me bring up something, and I'll just
Okay, new link, Andrea.
let's see.
This is weird. I need access, you dumb fuck. You gotta make it goddamn public.
You are not sending this in the private chat. You're not sending this in this space.
It's a secret fucking link, and it doesn't even goddamn work. I'm getting mad.
I don't even see the secret link
because you're not
I just
involved.
feel left
You're
out.
not in on the secret. It's a secret to me, and I can't even fucking see it. All I get is a link. It doesn't work.
Okay. Can I click? I'm going to click this and see if it works. I'm testing. Okay. All right.
To go extinct as a species. we're kind of like, look, maybe the plan that's clearly better.
Yeah,
than
I hear
the
you.
suicidal plan. There's one plan that is let's commit a global suicide. That's the big beautiful bill. The other plan of let's.
Oh, is this the goddamn?
Whoa! We'll go in the opposite direction.
100%. I love it. That is exactly what we need to hear. We need to do everything and anything we can.
Sandee. See, it's that simple.
So I wasn't being a doomer, though, if you heard me. I was saying we need to do everything we can. But anyway, that I'm not using that, but now I know how to do it all. I'm happy. I won't be scared tomorrow.
Boom.
All right. Boom.
Boom.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
thank you.
There's a producer.
And that's, I know, that's Antonio, by the way. And he's probably going to eventually, I hope, get it together to have this space.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah.
I think Antonio was the first guest ever on Left
with
Past
us.
10.
He's incredible. I mean, he's
I'm gonna
so
use the
brilliant.
bathroom. I'll be right back.
Thank you for announcing. He's so brilliant and so smart. And I love doing shows with him. I just do. I really do.
I love that you do.
I do. Yeah. Okay, so he's writing me back right now something I'll have to look at later. I asked him a question and he's writing me like this page of information. Well, you know, he studies religion and history and all of this.
Wrote a book recently on conspiracies regarding Jesus, and let me see if I get this right.
The Temple Podcast.
Jane, I pasted that link for you to check it out.
I never would have thought.
Thank you.
Where are you putting stuff in? Where? Because I don't see it.
I didn't send it to all of us.
Oh, you're just doing it to each other. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna trash all those pictures I put up because that way. Well, because it takes up so much
This is
space.
Awesome.
I'm learning all this.
Organize your Discord with Sandee Shellis.
You can't
every
see
Wednesday at 11:03 p.m.
Yeah, but you can't see it. I'm just moving it so it's not. We don't have all this shit on the Discord.
What I like to do is I'll go back and like just delete.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that right now. Okay, that way our Discord is not so messed up when it's the four of us. That nobody writes anyway. I write more. But although Jake did write on it tonight, he had a slight internet issue resetting his router.
I surely did. I thought I wasn't going to be here for a second.
Well, we're glad you are. Yeah, we're glad you are. So look at that. Very cool. All right, everybody in the chat. How you all doing out there?
So, I'm trying to have this is the thing. I'm just going to speak kind of off the cuff about having
coming back
a media collective that's not monetized. It's like you keep thinking of all the ways that you could be treating it, just trying to make it more successful. And to me, successful always translates to, well, are we getting a return on investment? And, you know, success is like more like monetary or just profit, and
instead of intellectual and teaching and educating and sharing.
So I'm just constantly trying to like shift gears into not thinking about it that way in the traditional sense, right? Which is tough because that's kind of like you have to in life, you know. I didn't make the rules, but those are the rules. So okay. But I think that I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Yeah, it's just like I keep coming back to this whole
viewers. for this space.
Yeah, I and Andrea will tell you right away that's not it, but or maybe not live views, but yeah.
No, I think specifically live viewers, and the reason why I use that as a measure is because we simply don't. It's changed from when we started, not this space, but from when we started being on here. Number of subscribers means less every day because there are so many bots and so many bot purges. You just can't get an accurate representation.
Yes, and
The
we
only
talk
thing you
about
know
this often. Yes, because I
for
hate
sure.
that.
Hello?
My
The only
accurate
thing you know for sure
representations.
is how many people are watching live.
Yeah. And my mailing list and Buy Me a Coffee is 225 people I send notifications and things to.
I don't think I've talked about this on air. I think this happened last Thursday. We put a video out. I can't remember when this happened now. Everything's such a blur. But we published a short on this space and it hit 700 in the first 6 minutes, right? Views. I talked about this at all?
Yeah, no, it went up and down. It went up and down, right? Didn't it?
No, check it out. It was like in 6 minutes because I was watching it because Jet's like editing these amazing shorts.
Oh, thank you, Jet.
And when we're putting them on, I'm always sharing like these are the hashtags and take note of this. This is when we put it on. This is the video I linked it to, all that stuff. But it hit 700 in like 6 minutes, and I was looking at YouTube Studio, so I saw a higher number than what you would see on the actual YouTube channel if you just kept refreshing it, right? So, anyway, it gets to like I was like, oh, wow, that's really that doesn't happen with us, right? Unless somebody is rage viewing.
I assume it's a short before we continue.
It is. It's a short. Yeah.
And
sorry,
I thought I suddenly utterly stopped getting any views at all.
Oh, it wasn't live. Okay.
Yeah, and it came to a screeching halt at like 703, and it got 3 over like the next hour. And so I was like, whoa, that came to a screeching halt. And then even in studio, it went down to like 603.
Yeah.
And then it got up to like 640 something and just leveled off. And I was like, wow, that feels like definite suppression.
I don't even look because I'm disgusted that I can't even make 1,000 people on a video, and it's like, well, I can when I have a guest. Just they don't.
Well, but am I being conspiratorial?
Yeah, it's always.
I would much rather have 10 people that watch the entire thing and are truly, genuinely interested.
Yeah, but
than a
people
million
are.
motherfuckers just watching some horse shit on their second monitor at 2.5x, not listening to a goddamn word I'm saying. That's how most people watch all this garbage. I'll take 1 or 2 people that actually give a fuck.
And Matt, you're not crazy, but that's normal behavior for any short. It does seem weird, but
no, I mean, well, both of those things can be true. Matt can be crazy, and independent of that, that's typical for a YouTube short.
I watched.
Yeah, there you go.
I watched Boston Brian. That was today, right? Boston Brian. Yeah.
Yeah, Boston Brian gave us some new conspiracy theories.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun watching him today. Everybody's been very animated. I was last night. Holy shit, I was hot over all the shit.
Can you
Well, that's because I was talking about all the morons in the administration. I made that graph. See, I made the graphic for the thumbnail and made it bigger. But it's not AI. I worked hard on this because I put Trump's mouth on everybody in his cabinet. That's like using Canva. That's taking pictures and doing it like we used to do it, not AI. I don't do that. So it took me a long time. I didn't even know I was going to skewer his whole cabinet, which I sort of did. But then the UN thing happened. I was like, oh, breaking news, I have a show. Oh, I was mad.
It's pretty good when breaking news happens and you have a show, and that show involves you not looking at chat. That's really good too.
Did I look at the chat? Yeah, I did at the end last night. We always do.
As happened with a good friend of mine while she was trying to give a discussion.
And something was like majorly breaking.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah. Well, the horrible thing with Mr. Kirk happened.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Andrea.
Yeah,
I missed you there. I don't know where I was. I mean,
someone
I was here,
shot up the school during my show. It was very, very big news. Everyone was talking about.
Very big news.
Oh, it wasn't the Kirk thing. I'm
So
sorry.
I wasn't with you live.
No,
This
it
is
was.
cool.
That's my way of downplaying.
Well, it was.
Oh my
shooting
God.
too.
Oh, that
It
got even
was.
darker.
Yeah.
It's very dark.
Ugh.
I saw
Frozen.
right away. I saw the videos on Twitter with, where, and they took them off. They took them off, except for people that downloaded them, which I did not do. But it was now, when wasn't Brian talking about that today? How the bullet went in, and then I started thinking about that. My ex-husband had a 30-06, and that was one of his hunting rifles, and I was thinking about that.
That video is up there with fucking our Bud Dwyer in terms of I'm going to be watching that shit at least every 6 months for the rest of my life. I'll tell you that.
You downloaded it?
I didn't download anything.
No.
I don't download.
Oh.
I have an eidetic memory.
All right.
Whoa.
Big words. Yeah.
Oh.
Eidetic memory is the fancy way of saying, what do you call it? Photo memory.
Yeah.
Anyway, neither exists.
Well, whatever. I have whatever the polar opposite of that is. I have that.
Jake's just mad as hell. He doesn't have an eidetic memory. That's just Jake. He's coping. I sense a slight amount of seething, a very small amount. It's in there.
Shot from behind, and the
It's
next
dissolved into the concoction.
I actually.
Ooh.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind what. It had to be good now if you're never minding it.
I was gonna.
Never mind.
I'm working on gags to entertain y'all.
Oh, that's why
but
we're
it's
seeing
not
you
going
go.
so good.
Hey, this is how you look. Well, we're listening. You're looking at
Yeah,
the screen.
this is Jake.
Looking at the screens.
when I-
yeah, but
when
I
I-
do that too. I go.
When
well, I'm
first said
slightly
that-
worried that I'm gonna crash as well, and I really can't right now because I need those watch hours.
When I first
I'm
said
just closing
that
everything I can close. Go ahead. Jeff.
Oh.
when I first said that, I posted a link and everyone was like, "Wait, where?" We went into the look for the file bit. I didn't even mean for that to happen, but like, I'm gonna go back and rewatch that. It's just occurring to me that everyone was like, "Hold on, wait,
Unintentional.
where?" And like we were all going, "Wait, where is it? Hold on, I don't see a file."
We all
I don't
just
see a
like
link."
we turned into.
I don't have
animals in
access
the
to this.
zoo.
I don't have access.
And I didn't have access. You fucking trolled the shit out of me. Imagine if I sent you a link and then you click the link and it says, "Sorry, you don't have access." And then I said, "Click the link, click the link." And I'm looking over here like, "This is you." You're like, like you're just excited to show me.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just a neat-
imagining it.
It's a neat little
I
animation.
can see that happening.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. Could be better, but it's good. I like, it dawns on me that I said I would do that on the first week, and I never actually created anything. And now,
All right.
So
Let's start a poll to see who the most right wing is now.
God damn.
I'd love this poll.
Of the four of us?
4 of us.
Oh Lord.
I'm
Let's
gonna
do it.
lose. I just want to see how bad I lose because
Well,
every week somebody says.
Why don't we make the poll a little bit?
Do it in
different?
this space.
How
Do it
about
in-
who is the most centric, democratic type?
Nah, who's the biggest right wing bastard ass fuckface on this show?
None of us.
Just put that in there as the text. Put it on this space TV. Put it on there. I'd love to see this poll. I'd love to see.
Why do they say it's Matt all the time?
Because it's obviously not.
But it's
voted
I
for
know,
George
I
W.
know.
Bush.
That's why it's funny.
funny. Pretends to like
It is.
Atari. It's all
Well,
starts.
wait a minute.
saw-
That's right. You were a Republican in the
saw-
before life. That's right.
I mean, but look, I
You
can't help but
evolved.
qualify that in all
You
seriousness.
evolved.
I was
I've
like,
heard your story.
no, but I was like a very socially conscious person. Believe me, I
Just
protested
in the wrong
war. I
party.
volunteered.
Then you were in the wrong party. That's all.
No, I barely gave a shit about politics at all. Like, did not care. It wasn't until, there's a lot more to it than I was a Republican. You know what I mean? I saw the same.
I mean, it sounds to
atrocities
me like
everyone else
you're
did.
Were you a
Republican, but
rhino?
that's fine.
Were you a
That's
rhino?
No, I wasn't like.
A rhino.
Well, I just wasn't sold on one party being
Right.
the answer. But I finally decided that there's a party where, and everyone thinks this, they think this in both parties, but
You always think like, well, there's a fighting chance over here to get to kind of shape this party into what it should be. You know, everyone has that.
Well, they did it on the right. They got MAGA. They got
But
the
even
white nationalist fascist.
even still, they
authoritarian
think they
dream.
can massage it into, you know, there's still a fighting chance over here when it's just, there's only a fighting chance on one side. But anyway, I wasn't like a Republican, like I voted
Let's
for
get this
Obama
poll up.
twice.
Where's
You
the
mean
poll?
you weren't a
Show me the
Rush
poll.
Limbaugh follower?
No, that's what I'm saying. No way.
No.
My parents would listen to that. I was like, this is
They
bullshit.
did? Really? Seriously?
Or they
Oh my
would,
God.
not like faithfully. But
Oh,
I think his book was on
no.
the nightstand at some point.
Nope. I
Oh,
was
boy.
always I don't think there's ever been a Republican in my entire family, even until well, maybe there are now, but there used to not be.
Well, so this was back when, you know, just being a Republican didn't mean that you had
You were
co-signed
garbage.
everything the president
Right.
was saying or some shit. You know what I mean? You weren't
Right.
like, I don't know. It just,
No, you were just the other party and
it
more
didn't even
conservative.
mean you would vote that way.
Conservative values is what Republicanism.
Sounds like a lot of coping. Let's get this poll up. Where's the poll?
Stop.
I'd love to see this
Oh.
poll.
Matt loved Bubba the Love Sponge from Howard Stern. Bubba the Love Sponge? Wasn't that Howard Stern? Definitely. I heard Howard
I believe
Stern.
so.
I listened to Howard Stern from the time I was a kid. I was from the area, and he was on a channel in Briarcliff Manor, I think it was. Goddamn, before he was ever anybody. Forgive me, but I'm addicted.
Does it taste good?
No, it just keeps my mouth from being really dry. I got to go get another drink. I do have this illness. It's very weird, but it's called Sjogren's. It's a one autoimmune I have. Attacks your moisture producing glands, so you're always dry, and that's
Okay.
why I always have swollen glands because of Sjogren's. I hate them.
Poll is
They're
up.
always swollen. All right.
Poll is up. I'm
So
at
that's why I'm a
67%. Oh,
What
wait,
what
let's
chat
see.
is this poll in?
Yeah, where's the poll?
It is in this space. I'm at 75%.
Come on,
I
I'll
told
see it.
you.
It's not
Let me
looking
go to
good.
this space.
I mean, they know what's up.
80%, 75%.
I'm noticing
I should have put
that-
Carlos's name on there.
I had 0 votes. Oh, wait. I went from 12 to 0 to 10. Who's
It's
voting
in the
for me?
this space chat, huh? Okay, so most right wing,
88
I can vote.
or 32 people watching, 10 votes. Come on. And like,
I got 0. That's right, because goddamn, I don't
should
think
have
there's
voted for
ever been
Sandee.
conservative thing in my body. I don't know.
we've got like 70 people watching if you combine all of our channels. Go over to this space.
Yeah, this space. Yeah.
And look, if you
really
guys
nice.
don't know me, don't vote, okay? Because you don't know me.
Well, I think it's a smart
Oh,
default.
sweet.
I think it's just
I gotta
common
tell-
knowledge.
I'm going to put the link down so everybody from environmental. Did you put the link in to go to this space? I'm going to do it again. So everybody from environmental.
Here's the
Coffee
thing,
House,
though, is that Sandee's
go
a real
over
sleeper cell
there.
on this one.
I'm a sleeper cell, huh?
Because you always, every
Uh-huh.
time we do one of these shows, your chat's always calling me the T word.
Oh,
and
my
stuff like-
chat's horrible sometimes.
Oh,
It's
yeah. So
because
I
it's-
think
but that's
Sandee's
not
a
my-
real
That's
secret
not my
Republican,
no.
actually.
That's not
That's what I
my
think.
regulars. That's not my regulars. You know, that's not.
Right.
They're usually people that I don't even
Okay.
know who they are because the regulars. Well, tonight's good. There's no problem tonight, right? There's nothing going on.
I'll give you that
no,
one. Your
no
chat's
bots.
behaving.
Yeah, everybody is normal. And see, there's people I've never seen before that are ignorant. But when you have a climate channel or an environment in the words, Andrea, you automatically, if somebody's surfing YouTube and they're looking to be obnoxious and horrible or angry or nasty,
Oh,
they'll
yeah,
find
they'll
something
search
with
it, yeah.
climate or environment. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Either way, a little bit of a sleeper cell situation going on here, in my opinion. If you're to ask me, I know no one's asking me.
Well, maybe doomers have a right wing. Some are right wing.
I'll tell you, as the premier doomer of our
I'm so
generation,
sorry.
Yeah.
I can
Anybody
tell
ever
you that's
brought that
definitely
phrase.
true. It's rough out here.
It's rough.
Look, I think we should somebody should be the prosecution, somebody should be the defense. For
I mean, I'll
most
take
right
it
wing.
because where I live, if I was Republican, I would fit right in.
Again, sleeper cell situation. She lives in Republican County. She invites Republican men over to tend the garden.
Oh God, no! That's. I think that maybe they're more not political. I don't think
they're more not political. Well,
my client has to build a community wherever she can. I think
Sandee
it's
is. She used to work in HR, which, as you know, HR is pro corporate.
Yes.
So she was pro corporate her entire. She dedicated her career for
I
several
was in
years of her life.
academia. I was in
She
academia.
dedicated her career to corporations, defending corporations against the people.
No, State
and
University,
I haven't done
whatever.
that. I'll tell you that right now. I've never even had a job, let alone corporate America defending corporations. So, I mean, if you were to ask me, I think that this is a layup here. I think Sandee's actually the most right wing. If you were to ask me, that would be my response.
But Andrea, do you think Research Foundation sounds corporate? It's academic academic, higher ed. Higher ed, the university system is like a small city. Literally, it really had the hierarchy of the provost and then the provost's office and the deans. I mean, it definitely it was corporate academia, but public. It was public New York State school. And then I actually work for the Research Foundation, which was a private, actually 501c3 nonprofit. We handled all the research for SUNY. So for my campus. So I guess, I went to HR conferences and all that. Yeah, I was I had lots of suits, but I
Sounds
also
like a confession.
I rode my Harley to work. In business suits.
Once again, a demographic
my client,
known for
quick.
its right-wing bent is the biker gang.
Andrea, you have outed me as a closet Republican.
I think not a closet,
and yet that is still
more
the
like
most right-wing.
a porch Republican. You're hanging out on the porch, with your shotgun in your rocking chair, just waiting for liberals to accidentally touch the property.
Hey, real quick, hold your hand up if you've ever designed the clothes worn by fascists.
What?
Matt,
How
did
do
you
we
not
know-
did you not design ski equipment that was then worn by
the
horrible
athletes?
Fascists? Not athletes. Didn't you tell us that politicians were wearing?
Yeah, I thought you meant uniforms, like you're like designing their insignia or whatever. No, we saw the whole Trump family. Not the whole.
Yeah.
It was
All right, you got 60.
it was the two sons. And
if you're gonna get a couple of Trumps wearing your stuff, literally the two worst.
And their wives and all their kids, and they were all wearing ski wear from Spider.
Right.
Oh, and like Ivanka was there, or whoever, the daughter. I don't know their fucking names, but
The
like they were
daughter-
all wearing Spider.
The daughter wife?
And the kid, like there was this, I don't know, like a little boy was wearing stuff that I had designed for kids his age, and I was like, well, he does look fucking cool out there. Like he does look good. So like at least the one thing I exactly designed, just me, was like being worn by an innocent child. So you can't really.
An innocent child.
He wasn't a
An innocent
fascist.
child.
He's not a fascist.
Still,
Like, hey, kid,
however,
I'm sorry.
noticeably,
Bad
I
news.
have never done any
You're
of
on the
that.
hot
I've
seat
never
now,
worked at a
Matt.
corporation. I've never designed clothing's material for.
I
Adolf
designed
or
ski
any
wear
of his
that they
acolytes.
wore. It wasn't for
I've
them.
also
You know what
never
I
worked
mean?
for the news
Or
media,
with them
which
in
is
mind.
right wing. Jake is a former consultant of working in the news media field, a right wing.
There you go.
Hack career
State propaganda.
position.
Might as well
The
be.
enemy
that has-
to the corrupt
actually,
if I dare say, contributed
would.
to
Yep.
what we're dealing with. So
minute.
you can thank
There's
Jake
that-
for that centrist media slant that's allowed fascists
you.
to stay cold. You can
Now
thank
who's the
Sandee.
most right wing?
Wait a minute. Are
Sandee was
we?
definitely working to maintain status quo with the corporations. Matt was out there designing their clothes. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here and
I was designing clothes.
video games. I don't know, man. I think that if we were to
I'd like to
be
point out that Andrea is coming to us from a time from before when gay marriage was legal in the United States. By default, she's lost. Overton window, more right wing in her area.
Again, a small dash of seething has been added to this recipe, and I think it's uncalled for.
You know what I think this calls for?
A drink.
Urinate.
Oh.
By all
You better
means.
come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. I'm
supposed
looking,
to
trying to see
say
what Emerald View. I've seen some fascist 5-year-olds. Emerald View. Maybe they spout if they're running around spouting what their parents are saying.
We need more votes. We have less votes than people watch.
Andrea made a very compelling argument as to why I could fit. I really enjoyed that. Yes. I can actually act. I can act it. I have a plan for what I want to do here where I live.
Sandee has a plan. She lives in a Republican county, and she has a plan.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Sounds like
plan the work the plan. Plan the work the plan.
Well,
you got
maybe
time to lean. You got time to clean.
Can I? My friend Debbie says I could never do it, but could I assimilate and look like? Do I look like a Republican? Can I assimilate?
You look like a Republican.
I could go to the town, not here.
Your personal history is that of a Republican. In some ways, you sound like a Republican.
No, because on campus, everybody was a Democrat except for the few upper echelon weirdos.
Yeah, the people that went to go work for the corporations. But I think I rest my case on this one. I think Jake is the most right wing.
But I really enjoyed this. Your analysis was so good.
I tried.
It's so fun. Yeah, you're good at it.
Me, on the other hand, once again,
Andrea, you're the youngest.
I'm clean. I'm serene. I wish
I don't know.
More lean, but
so wait a minute. Video games. There's no Republicans that play video games, Andrea. There's no people that stay home that are from a right-wing family that sit home and play video games.
Not the games I play. No,
she's giving a cop out now.
They play shitty games. They play that corporate garbage. I play independent games made by small people, poor people. People doing it for free. They play that corporate drivel, similar to your world, Sandee.
Corporate drivel, yeah. Andrea.
Me, on the other hand, no, I don't do that kind of stuff.
I'm trying to remember the corporate drivel. I remember all the legal drivel. Holy fuck. Oh, legal. There was a lot of that. I mean, actually, I really could pull it off. I did pull it off.
I think you could too.
I did. For 20 years, Andrea.
30 years, yeah.
No. Not 30, 40 years. What do you
mean?
think?
Just, your entire career as
no, my first career was, no. I didn't start all that until I was in my 30s. My 20s, I was a bartender at strip clubs. That's how I got through college.
Is that how you managed to make all your connections with people such as Melania and so forth?
No, but I worked in, you made a lot of money wearing black shorts and a white top and cowboy boots. Yeah.
Jake
libertarian.
Libertarian.
You don't want to be libertarian. That's the scorched earth party, the party of no regulations.
I'm a little bit of a libertarian. I'm a little bit of a libertarian.
Not environmentally. Not environmentally.
We're going scorched.
Yeah, I personally love dumping poison in my neighbor's backyard. It's a lot better than my backyard. Shit. Like if I have all this poisonous chemicals and I have a nice clean backyard, I'd rather just go right into my neighbor's backyard, hop the fence, bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
I love being a libertarian, man. This is awesome.
I mean, there is an argument to be made.
I mean, it doesn't rule because rules are fake.
Turning more right wing because I've started using an AI assistant during my streams.
What?
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
You're turning into
what is it called?
Well, no, I just asked Pixel Jake.
I asked Pickles, the newest AI.
Yeah, I asked Pickles. No, I asked Pixel Jake to get me an AI assistant, and It works.
Okay.
You just voice control it, and it basically brings up whatever you want. That's the kind of right wing thing.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Let's see. I want to see this.
It brings up stuff in your StreamYard. It's your assistant in StreamYard in your software.
Yeah, Jake, tell us what's going on here.
All right, you just ask it, you just ask it for anything. Bring me up an image of
Bring me a beer.
of the sluttiest baboon in the sluttiest orangutan in the sanctuary.
Pretty good.
That's good.
Beautiful AI. All right.
It does not.
Wow.
That was
I
cool,
love
though.
the generic, the pink and
I'm,
yellow,
like,
so
falling
generic
for this
that it
shit.
could be like somebody's attempt at being
It's real.
all
No,
original.
That was real. Yeah, that was very impressive.
Come on.
But I do think that does confirm that Jake is definitely the most right wing. I mean, he works intimately with AI, working on these programs, helping destroy the world. Really,
I have a
Essentially,
second
you're
poll
helping
going.
accelerate the destruction of our planet, Jake. So when you really think about it, this is a
Jake.
right wing show. This is an entire
did-
right-wing show. I feel trapped.
I did the same poll.
We're in the Daily
my
Wire
chat,
now. Are we
and
being paid by Ben Shapiro?
I'm at 62% most right wing in
Matt's
this
still
space
there.
chat. 67.
Run the
'Cause
poll
Sandee has
again,
0.
George Water said. Well, go to this space and go vote in it, George. All right, I'll get the
Oh, I
space.
ended it. Oh, I ended it.
Oh, you
I'm
ended it? Oh,
basically-
well.
Yeah, I'm coming in.
So
I mean, if you round
got
up, I'm 70%.
I got 5%. Thanks, Andrea. I was at 0.
Well, it's people. Well, think about it this way: most of the votes were cast before they really knew about Sandee's checkered past.
Yeah.
So let's factor that in. If we were to do a second round, and again,
A
we
now
are
that you
lefties
know vote?
ostensibly, so we should support multi-round voting. So if we were to do a second round, I really feel like now that this information has come
This
to
is
light,
right. This is right
that,
wing too. Right?
exactly. That's
Tempers-
extremely
that's
right wing.
all
Look at that.
right-wing
You
shit.
just might as
Whoa.
well have Adolf.
What's it
It's like-
say?
I got all. That's just
Might as
it's
well,
a,
yep.
it's a heart and
Says
It's a
Reagan was
heart that
right.
says, I love Mussolini.
mousse, chocolate mousse. No,
Reagan knew.
no, it's a heart, and then it goes all the way up to the power hand.
Oh, so
Yeah.
Yep.
so I basically came in with 61%, Jake at 24, Andrea at 10, Sandee at 5, and then my personal chat, I had 67%, Jake 22,
5%.
Andrea 11, Sandee.
I'm gonna have to start calling myself.
It's
the
interesting that
right-wing
people are trying
political
to
coffee house.
vote for me, and I find that to be an example of the fact that
How do you think I feel?
we have right wingers among us, and hold on,
Poor Matt.
and right wingers, what they do is they laser focus on making the lives of transgender people terrible, and they know that voting,
You know,
for me
you
in the
are right.
poll is going to make my life worse, and
That's
so that's
horrible.
why they're doing that. That's
Who
all.
did that?
fake votes. Those votes actually aren't real. No
It
one
better
actually
not have
thought
been from my.
because
it
the
was
answer
not.
is clearly Letterhack. He is the most right-wing member of this show. If anyone voted for anyone but Letterhack, I could see voting for Sandee. That makes sense. And just who even remembers Jake? You know, whenever anyone talks about Left Past 10, they always
He came in second. He came in second. Most of the votes for me were a joke. So I have to think whoever came in second is a lot closer.
Andrea convinced them
guy,
for
if
me.
he can't remember Jake's name, I don't think anyone can. So
Okay,
just
how
put it that
many?
way.
What's 5% out of what was the total pool? So let me know. I want to figure out what 5% of the total pool was.
21 votes.
So there was total 21 votes. So
Yeah.
5% of 21. Oh, 21. Okay, well,
That means there's like 10 or so
so
people watching who
1.05
are
persons
driving,
voted
and
for
they
me.
did the right
One
thing by
person
not fucking
voted
with their
for me.
phone.
All right.
DJX.
They made
Wait
it-
a minute.
What?
I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Thank you, that one person.
This?
I'm outraged. That
But
first
Jake
of all,
did make a cartoon of you with gray hair, and in the picture you look the old. Okay.
No, I
James has
have
been
gray hair.
relentless. You're killing me. Second of all,
Of course I had gray hair.
Matt has gray hair.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's dark gray.
You know who else has
but
gray
I don't
hair?
Really not.
You know who else has gray
Alright,
hair?
let's see
Donald
that
Trump. And he's hiding from it desperately. Similar to Matt. That's why he's wearing this hat all the time.
I
What
like
are we
Matt's
even
hair. It
talking
looks
about?
good.
It's
I
gorgeous.
think it's cute.
It is
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah, it's cute.
You got blonde, yeah, but you also have gray, and I have a
When it
finite
curls
color
up like
palette.
that, it's looking
It
very,
looks
feminine.
lighter or darker on screen than it is.
Really?
I
Fair
haven't
enough.
dyed my hair in
But it is,
2
I mean, yeah,
years.
it's gray. It's all
No.
gray. And there's no mistaking it.
I'm
Donald
excited.
Yeah, but it
for
looks
the
good.
gray hair arc. I'm
It looks
looking
great.
forward to it. I'm not looking forward to the other parts that are associated, but the gray hair. If I
Shave
could
them.
go gray
You
tomorrow,
won't
I
know.
would love it.
Shave them, you won't know. I have I use
Oh,
a shampoo that has a like a tint, but that's it. I don't like color my hair. I haven't done that. When was
So you
when I
dye your
first-
hair with shampoo? How does that work?
No, it's maybe it's got a tint in it. Like it just makes it a little silvery. It's a little silvery. It's hard to tell with these lights, with the lighting. But I guess it's gotten gray though, pretty gray. Because remember when I used to do it lavender? I did that for a long time. But I was always blonde. I was always a blonde. So I'm closest to blonde, I guess, now, but I was always a blonde back then. Back in the day. Blonde.
I was blonde
Oh,
too
mercy.
when I was 3 and 4. My hair turned this color when I was 5.
That happened to my daddy and
You
my
had-
sister, actually.
So you were a blondie? A little blondie?
At 3 and 4?
Yeah. I bet you were cute.
No.
Oh, come on. Give me that.
Terrible.
Donald James X, I'm going to be 51. Like, I think it's perfectly reasonable to have gray hair at
Right.
that age, right?
And it's nice the way it's coming in on you.
not
It's
very
not,
reasonable.
it's not.
No.
It's not.
It's not coming in. It's like
Okay, but
in.
it looks good. It looks like
It's just
when
getting lighter every day.
people
but-
go to the beauty parlor to get the highlights done like that.
Oh, really?
Yes, they
Not
do.
unlike Trump when he sees a homeless person get hit by a car. He came. It came. Damn it. Oh, so close. It has come in already, though, but it
I
looks
don't do my
fantastic.
nails anymore.
Yeah.
I used to have nails, or I had nail polish.
I kicked my pinky toe against the wall a couple days ago and ripped the
Oh.
entire goddamn
Ow!
but like 80% of it just like bloop, and then it like landed and it went like it made the little sound, then it taps back onto the floor. And
Oh,
then
we
bounces
know
up,
this,
yeah,
or
reverberating a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
My
Orb
toe is
Rumor,
ridiculous.
we
Could you
weren't
tell-
advocating for AI.
Could you
That was a
tell?
bit.
Could you tell Orb Rumor to look at my show from last
Yeah, watch
Thursday?
Political Coffee House from
Right.
last Thursday.
Last
This
Thursday,
space.
I did an entire hour on data
Fifth
centers.
hour.
And it was on Environmental Coffee House, and it was on this space, 5th hour, right? And we
5
are
o'clock.
completely under the assumption that it's not good. And I understand it being a rural person because of the fact that they're building them in rural areas. And I will be going to, I think, October's Republican board meeting here to actually hopefully get a slot to be able
Isn't
to
that
tell them
interesting?
about
Sandee's going to the Republican board meeting.
Yeah, because I don't want any data. I don't want them to get greedy and think a data center would be great
Gotta
here
get 'em.
because it won't. It'll ruin everything here.
Really makes you think.
Yeah.
Good job.
You know
I'm
what?
looking forward to tomorrow.
Ah, Orb Rumor, what a sweetheart. Thanks. I watch Sandee. I know she knows she schools us. Yes. Then my job is done. I've done it.
It just occurred to me there's no need for us to do the poll and all that. We can literally just ask the computer, hey,
Okay.
AI, what is the most right-wing
who's the
member of
oldest.
left past 10? Oh, well, okay.
Ask who's
Easy
the
peasy.
oldest.
That looks like someone I
Who's
know.
the oldest?
Wow, AI
is-
it really does know everything.
I'm not telling you.
Whoa, dude, amazing.
That's
Dad.
fair. No, who
AI
is the
companion
oldest
with your
member of
J-Cubs.
left past 10? Oh,
Yeah.
still?
No,
I didn't
that's
know
the
that.
biggest bunch of shit ever.
The AI has
Your AI is so wrong. I'm old enough to be his big
AI.
big sister.
Wah, wah.
Big older
Come on,
sister.
AI.
Like the other decade older. Yeah. I'm grandma, but I'll never have any grandkids, but I have kittens.
What if
got a lot.
AI? What if like? Did you ever watch Charles in Charge?
No.
No.
Yes.
Scott Baio.
Of our days and our lives.
Yeah.
I want Charles in charge. Nobody else?
No.
Yeah. Oh, I want Charles in charge of me. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never watched it.
Of our
What
days
decade was that?
and our nights.
What decade?
90s, right? I guess.
Yeah.
Was it 80s?
Then I was in
Anyway,
school if it was 90s.
what if it was Charles in charge, but like instead of Charles, it's AI in charge?
I gotta go get another job.
Right? Like that would be.
How do I do this?
See how they launch right into just AI copy everything, reproduce everything, instead of trying to like, they're like, oh, now AI is this, and oh, here's some fine print, and here's our new terms of agreement and whatever, and AI's in your life now. Haha. Instead of that, they didn't even like, oh, I guess they did.
We all
I
fell
guess
for a
now-
marketing ploy.
But I think there's a lot of like AI and robot pop culture and sci-fi, but I don't know if they specifically. But now I'm thinking of all the examples, like Knight Rider was just like a voice. That was like an AI, right?
What?
Knight Rider, Kit, remember?
Yeah.
Kit was a computer, but it was like a living thing, right? It was like an AI, wasn't it?
I mean, that's the problem, is that AI doesn't mean anything. We fell for a marketing term.
I speak for yourself.
Oh, no, I get it, but
speak for yourself. I've been saying this shit forever. As
It's
someone
not-
who's been saying AI since I was like 3, because that's what we call bad guys in video games. You know,
Yeah.
like when they start calling this shit AI, it's a fucking little text chat bot. I remember doing that shit in like 2008 when I first got a fucking computer. You go on the fucking internet and you talk to the computer and it says, "How are you?" And I say, "I'm good." And then they
Yeah,
say,
I just
"Real
mean the
good." And then I say,
marketing
"That's
side
good."
of it.
And then
just-
the bot
I don't
says, "Is you still at that outfit?" And I say, "Yeah." And like I
Hey,
was
all
doing that shit
right.
a long time ago. And now
People
here
pop, people
it's
pop.
artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
okay.
Now here's the thing though, and I
Real
will
good.
say this:
Good.
most people are dumb as fuck. Like the average
Understood.
IQ of motherfuckers is like 6. Okay, so any chatbot is going to
How-
be smarter
let's
than
see
the
that
average
chart.
motherfucker. Okay, so when you type
That's
in
not a
like
graph.
"How does the world work?" into Chat GPT and it answers the question, you don't know how to read, so you're just looking at, wow, look at all the words. They must be right.
I
Because
used it
most
once.
people are dumb as fuck. They don't have
did
any sort of mental thing going on up here. It's just like at all times, that noise, that strange sound that I just made.
What's
That's
the
how-
misunderstanding, Steven?
That's how I feel about Twitter.
About Twitter? Well,
Seriously.
I stay
We
in
gotta
one lane, one lane pretty much over there, and that's the climate crisis.
I'm in every lane.
Climate crisis club.
Fair.
I've met some amazing people, and they do it. And I've told you about it on Saturdays. They have
I
space, and if
can't-
I'm
I- it just-
outside,
It's insane that Twitter's necessary for those people
know.
to come together. Like,
but they're
is
from
there
all over
no
the
other way?
world. I've
Uh,
asked. Listen, I've asked a million times. Okay, I've asked Alex if he wanted to do that. Let's look for another platform. But it just seems to be the easiest, where everybody
People
just
are
goes to the
content
space.
with their own little shitholes. That's why we
Well,
are
when I
here on
lost-
YouTube. We're
Listen,
here
I
on
lost.
YouTube,
Right,
everybody. Welcome.
I
to our
lost my
little
YouTube channel, and
shithole.
not a lot of people wanted to change and come to Twitch, and that's what happened. But I was streaming on Twitter. I still am.
Are you
Fair
streaming
enough.
right now?
No, not this. Just my like shows to piss people off if I, do my political show. Actually, hopefully
Political
I'm
coffee
teaching. Maybe I'm teaching something to somebody about something.
Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Political Coffee House.
Tomorrow's a good one
Sandy,
too.
Think
show us.
the
Tomorrow
main
it goes from data centers, but think
Mm.
energy and think the United States and think about energy and politics because it's going to be tomorrow. It's a
I
good
think
one.
the main thing we offer for people is the ability to summarize our beliefs quickly. By the time they're at our chunk of the internet, for the most part, they know what's going on. Sometimes we inform, definitely Sandee informs at a deeper level. But when I look at what is our real world
Not always.
effect, I'm not sure that we're getting people in here that have not considered our perspective before.
Right.
I think the thing we're doing is giving people who probably already agree with our perspective a way to phrase it quickly for normies.
It
I
depends
can't
on
do
the
that.
show.
I take
It depends on the show, definitely. Because there's a couple, I can think of a couple where it's like, oh, their audience is like they've come into our chat and they go, careful, these 3 are total right wingers. They just hate watch me. And I was like, okay, I'll make them mods. You know what I mean? But like, there's plenty of
from some of the other streamers on this space.
yeah, but there is other. It depends on the show.
We
But
all
I
have
hear your
different
point.
audiences.
I understand your point, Jake. I see what you're saying.
We all have different
And
audiences.
part of that,
obviously, Andrea's been offended by some clueless fucking morons in
Did
mine.
anyone hear that?
yes, but I think
Andrea,
part
what are you
of
doing,
it is
Andrea? Typing?
What is that? What is that sound?
It's just like a soda bottle or a water bottle.
It's not me.
What do you think about doing debate coverage, New York mayoral?
I would love to do that. That sounds like so much fun.
Can we stream NBC? Because we can't stream Telemundo or Politico.
Well, I don't know.
I will on my channel. How about that? We can take the risk. It's
Why don't
wise.
you just write to NBC and ask them what their copyright? Where they have a customer service kind of thing where you can just ask what their copyright rules are.
Worth
Why
a
not?
shot.
Or take a clip from an NBC news thing.
That's what people say to
upload
do.
it onto your other channel, like I
Jake?
do before I play anything, and then run it through YouTube's copyright. And if there's a copyright, don't use it. But that
I
that
just
didn't work on Facebook. Facebook,
yeah, I'll look it up and
I had a copyright on something. I just deleted it.
I'll look it up and I'll ask in terms of like live streaming. Like, can we restream a live stream, which is basically what we would be doing.
Oh, sorry.
You know what I mean? That's not like uploading a video
or anything.
Huh?
Is it?
I don't know.
There's not. And I was going to say, I think that's something that as progressives we should collectively be pushing for.
Don't we have that one fucker that lives in New York? Fucking Alex. Just him go down there and stream it on his cell phone.
Yeah, Alex. Ha ha.
Yeah, we would put that on TV.
Alex.
We would put that
So
on.
here's
Alex,
why.
why
Here's
not?
why you can't. I'm going to cut all this out so we don't waste our time on
Here we
on
go.
nothing.
Right wing
The-
news, man.
Oh, we have like
NBC
another hour.
Defend the media.
is holding this. That means they have got the agreement from the
Right.
people. That also means they're undertaking all the expenses, which means they intend to pay for it by way of
So we
people
can't-
having to go through them. So no, you will not be allowed to hold up your phone and stream this thing. I would recommend.
Wait a minute. I've gone to a million things, and
Not
all
obvious.
of a sudden now it's
Oh, I
not
thought it
like
was.
so now
It
now
isn't.
because you
'Cause
used to be
you
able
should
to
be-
do that.
Instinctually, you should be allowed to stream a political debate.
I guess maybe they weren't political debates, they were town
This
hall.
is the news media environment that Jake helped build over the last 10 years.
Not wrong.
Wow.
Not
So
wrong.
Oh, Jake went out there. He gave them his labor. He
We all
worked for
love
them.
Alex.
They wrung him dry. Now look at him. He's a mess after what they did to him, and the world is worse off afterwards as a result. It's terrible what they did to Jake. It's terrible.
Thanks for changing the responsibility there. But no, you're not wrong. I participated in that industry and am partially responsible for the injustices that exist within it today. That's not something I can just wash my hands of just because I was a peon, basically a pawn. But it's still
You
on
were
for
a
the bad guys.
peon in the sense that you let your bosses all over you.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree. I wouldn't lay that on you, man. I wouldn't be like, Jake.
I don't feel
you-
bad about it because I was learning.
Well,
the
you should
industry
feel
at the
bad
time.
about letting them, what they were doing.
I don't, because I was learning the industry at the time, and
it's like-
when I had full knowledge of what the industry was and where it was heading, I made the conscious decision to leave and do this, which I think is more moral. But it doesn't change this because I don't feel guilt. Doesn't change the fact of it, and the fact of it is yes, I did participate in that. So she's telling it like a joke, but it's not a joke. I think
It's not a joke. It's serious.
Did you really
Yeah.
want a career?
Well-
You really wanted a
And
career
I think it's
as
crucial
a
that
news
we
journalist?
normalize taking responsibility for things, regardless of whether or not even the person who's responsible deserves punishment. It doesn't change the fact that there is responsibility there.
And
What
in
did
this
you
case,
ask
it's
him,
very
Sandy?
interesting and easy because Jake does deserve punishment. So, it's
Sandy, what did
easy
you
to
ask
start
him?
If he actually wanted to be a news journalist on broadcast TV.
No, I wanted to be a producer.
Producer?
I wanted to. I wanted to be the boss of the news journal.
Okay, so if you were a producer, wouldn't that give you more leeway then to maybe make it more like you wanted it, or
Yes.
and
Yeah.
make it more like this, like open or whatever?
I think
So that's a
if
shame.
Jake were my local news guy, I would be. I mean,
Happy.
come on, like in the morning, right? Like the
Yeah.
Would not
local news
trust
guy in the morning.
In the
any of
morning,
news
did
use.
someone say, oh, Wake and Jake?
Wake and Jake, bring your Jake bugs down to Wake and
I
Jake.
actually, when I got
We're
to the
back in
place that
Purple
I wanted to
Blaze.
be, was like the dream was already dead by the time I was there.
Oh,
Because
that's really a drag.
yeah, because you get,
It
and I'll
is.
tell you why it wasn't what I was hoping it would be. They never mention the conglomerates. They don't mention, like, now everybody, I guess, is familiar with like how Nexstar Media works and Sinclair Media. But like when you think of your local TV station, most people think of like, oh, the boss probably works in the building.
No, yeah.
But that boss then has a boss,
Right,
and their
right,
boss then has
right.
like 6 bosses. And when you get
Right.
to the top, it is a
Mhm.
billionaire who owns a couple
Yeah.
of dozens. It is a
Yeah.
billionaire. It is a billionaire
Mhm.
who, say nothing, owns a couple of dozen owns a
Right.
couple of dozen stations.
Like apartment buildings. There's the people that these landlords are extremely mega wealthy, and they own these buildings that people are beholden to live in and pay the rent that gets jacked up.
Like private equity firm. you mean.
Yes. Some
Yeah.
and some just landlords with multiple buildings too.
They're buying a lot of real estate apparently.
And it's not unlike how you own a. You're half right, because it's not unlike how you own a McDonald's for the real estate. But crucial understanding is that the real estate they own is a frequency. So they don't just. It's not just the building that they're trying to buy. Crucially, it's the towers that they're trying to buy. And to get a sense of how valuable they view that frequency, they have to pay, in terms of essentially rent, the power to run the things, tens of thousands of dollars a month. But they're willing to eat that cost because being the people in the area who are the only ones who are allowed to control that frequency is invaluable.
And that's FCC.
That's who monitors it, but
Yeah.
the people who are allowed to broadcast on it, that's where
Right.
the money is.
Yeah.
And they horse trade it. They just sell it to other billionaires. It's the craziest thing.
So is that the same thing with all these internet ones? Like, I don't have Disney or Hulu or any of those. I have none of them, so I had nothing to cancel. I have Netflix and YouTube.
Yeah. What about them?
I mean,
in terms of canceling?
No, in terms of who owns like Roku,
Unsubscribe.
or is it billionaires that own?
Oh, I mean, the further up, it's the same people across
Yeah, it's
the
all
board.
the same people. Yeah.
I
I have Roku TV.
I was talking about specifically things that have a finite amount of frequencies. So like a terrestrial radio, if it's run off, his example, or television. But if it's run off the internet, that's a different thing entirely.
Sure.
But I can't answer your questions. Alphabet owns YouTube. That's the people who own Google.
Yeah, Google.
And Hulu is owned essentially by Disney. Same people that own Disney.
And that's why people were getting Jimmy Kimmel on Hulu.
Yeah,
'Cause
well,
I
that's why
never
people were
watched
quitting
it.
Hulu over Kimmel. Yeah.
Right. I
He
only
is a good
watched it
fellow.
on YouTube. I watched his YouTube
Same.
channel.
Same.
I like Jimmy Kimmel, actually. He made me laugh out of all of them.
Yeah, I gotta
he's
stick
back.
up
I
for
also
Kimmel.
like,
I've
and
heard-
I love Guillermo with him. I mean, it was like comfortable to watch them and laugh and enjoy, not, I don't know, just laughed. He made me laugh. Not all of them do. Mm-mm.
I think he's funny. And I also think, well, he has never been a leader in terms of social movements. He does not irrationally stick by cruel opinions just to please the worst of his audience. That is where he differs from Adam Carolla. And post The Man Show, I was delighted to see those two head in utterly opposite directions.
I can't believe that show lasted as long as it did. The Man Show.
I
That seemed
loved it.
like
That's a long time ago,
truth
isn't
be
it?
told.
Yeah.
Well,
I
it
never
was a
watched
long time
that
ago. It was like
either.
20 years.
I
30
remember it,
maybe.
but I never watched it. A lot of things
I mean, it
did
wasn't
not watch
hilarious.
ever.
It was one of those things where, like, you, at least if you were in my household, when it was on, it was good for a chuckle. But you never I never was like, oh, The Man Show's on. I better drop what I'm doing and go watch it.
What if it came on right now?
I would.
Ooh,
I would
can
be
you
so
watch?
interested in Woodstock.
Can you watch that?
Would it be like considered right wing?
Now, yeah, but we should do a progressive version because I think there's no.
Why? We're doing it tonight. We're not.
We'll do it. I'm
we're
in. I'll
with
fund
women.
it. I will produce
Oh,
it.
here
I
the
will
man.
film it. I will
The
participate.
Man
Just tell me
Show.
what it
I
is.
put the and I put M, and right away it was the first thing searched for. Holy shit! It's a popular search.
Oh,
Wow.
it's only because your microphone is on and they're listening.
Probably.
Always.
They are. They hear me talk to the cats and they go, "Fuck that," and they don't. They turn to somebody else.
Yeah, Natchiket's saying it well. It was very frat, bro.
I'm looking at it. The Man Show. Okay, I don't believe I watched
Carolla
it.
was gauche.
1999 to 2004. I definitely didn't
Yeah, I
watch
didn't
it.
like
I
it.
was career oriented.
get into it.
mom, not watching a lot of TV.
Trying to think of what else would have been on or what my work schedule was
It
because
was
there were other
definitely
reasons.
one of those things.
And Adam,
there was anything
so
else on.
Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel, Joe Rogan, and Doug Stanhope. Okay, there you
Doug
go.
Stanhope's awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the two, Adam Carolla and Joe.
So
Rogan.
I
Wow.
was reading a Task Force X
It was on
comic,
Comedy Central.
which is the Suicide Squad from DC Comics, and I was reading a story from probably 2022. It's called Get Joker, and it's like Amanda Waller sends the Suicide Squad to get the Joker, right? And fuck, why did I start talking about this? God damn it! What were we literally just talking about?
The Man Show and the people, the people on it, and
Yep, the bingers have arrived in the blue.
Why did I? Damn! Why did I bring that up?
Wow,
That-
it's 2
that's
hours
such a
already.
weird connection.
2 hours over.
I completely spaced what I was gonna say.
What do I have to get up in the
Not like
morning
a
and
bit
do?
either. What was I gonna say?
Let's try to rejigger the memory
Tomorrow's
there.
the 25th already.
We were talking about others, what you were doing from 1999 to 2004. You didn't
Yeah.
really watch it.
Right. What were you doing?
If other stuff
Nah.
was on, then I rudely interrupted to agree, but in a way that also interrupted.
You're not rude. That wasn't rude. Come on. This is this show. Nobody's rude.
But why did I start talking about that comic? Man,
Look at the feet.
I
Crack me up. Max feet. Nice feet.
Oh, you're
Very
giving it
well
away for
maintained.
free again.
Lovely maintained feet. Matt, you know this is recorded. You
you
could
could
just
just go back. You can always go back.
Go back. No, who wants to go back? Oh fuck no.
All right, so here's what I liked about the Man Show. Again, I want to be clear, it was never even a major, like, it was not my favorite show ever. But like somebody mentioned, girls jumping on trampolines. That was one of the segments they did. It was sort of tongue-in-cheek, making fun of what it's supposed to be
Right.
a man. So beer
Right.
swilling, ogling
Sure.
ladies, really easy jokes.
I see the
But
humor in
it's-
it.
Yeah, it was like the cotton candy of
was probably fun.
of television.
It was probably fun.
Television. Yeah, fun, not
Yeah,
serious,
to watch.
extremely light.
Mhm.
Especially in an era like it was the sort of it would make a good stream. It would make a good like Joe Rogan style podcast. But it wasn't ever something where I was shocked that either of them had much of a career after the Man Show, to be honest.
I never started watching Jimmy Kimmel till only a couple of years ago. Honestly, I didn't. I didn't watch
Yeah.
any of them. I wasn't.
I mean, there's
late
no
night
reason.
TV.
I will say, Adam
No,
Cole
to
did have a funny
laugh.
boxing movie.
Yeah, but didn't he turn into a right-wing trolley kind of guy?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
Who
And
did?
he
Or
was
maybe
never.
he always was.
Yeah, and he just neither of them were side splitting hilarious. I will
Right.
say Jimmy Kimmel got funnier and funnier as time went on, but it's not like when you were watching the show 20 eyeballing 30 years ago, you would have been like, "Oh, these guys are going places." It was like, "Oh, look at that. They still have careers. Good for them."
Right.
Mm.
God damn.
Mm.
I love these seltzers, but I'm glad that you can recycle these. 5 cents.
Oh, lovely.
Yep. They do use this material over. Mm-hmm. Nadia's in the audience. Hi, Nadia.
How would
She
we do a
boycotted
left-
TV in 1991.
A left version of that show? I don't know.
Of the man show? Well, I wouldn't be in it, and neither would Andrea.
I'm not sure that that's so.
So then, aren't we doing that right now? The man
Kinda.
show left past 10. The left
So
man.
it would have to focus on masculine things that are not shameful or destructive to others, but crucially to do it as the man show, it would have to be light and fun and inconsequential.
Curb
So
your
you'd still do
enthusiasm.
beer swilling.
Playing
Yeah.
basketball.
I
Going
like
out to the
beer.
park Playing basketball.
I still
There you
like
go.
beer.
Ogling pretty people. You just no real changes needed there.
Ogling. You say ogling?
Ogling.
Yeah.
Ogling.
Wolf whistling.
In the Midwest, they call it ogling. In New York, they call it ogling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ogle their ogles, sure.
Andrea, are you with us? She's feeling her face. I'm losing my voice.
Oh, no.
I am here.
Oh,
Hello.
I'm talking too much.
Gang, we made
Yes,
it
Andrea.
to midnight.
Yeah, we did.
It's 12:02 a.m. on
It
the East
is
Coast.
12 hours
Can you so that
and 2.
in a business suit, in business attire, with a briefcase?
Yeah, no.
Like,
well,
yeah.
strapped on the back of it on the luggage rack. Yeah, little You had to. Well, I had saddlebags too. All that crap.
Nadia is in Germany.
Yeah, she
trying
is.
beer. She says it's 6:02 there.
Okay.
Are you
AM?
drinking?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yo, jeez. Some
She's
sleep.
up. She's up early.
What are you doing?
She's up early. Well,
Drinking beer at
we love
6 in the
Nadia.
morning.
We do
That's
love
what
Nadia.
God and Jesus intended. And you know what? I gotta say, I love Jesus. You
I had
know,
Nadia.
Jesus and I, we go
I
way
had
back.
Nadia on as a guest, and she sent me this incredible write-up of all this
Great crime movie.
history. Whoa, it was amazing when I had her on. She knows her history, COINTELPRO, and all these things that happened during what was it, Nadia? JFK and Allen Dulles, and oh my God, it was pretty good.
Nadia does know her government
Mm-hmm.
conspiracies real well.
Completely.
I'm attempting.
Completely. Yeah.
She's turned me on to a conspiracy regarding the overthrowing of the Soviet Union. And to be
Ooh.
frank, I've read a little bit now of what she recommended. I don't understand it.
What's the year that it took place, or is it
From the
something that-
60s through the end of
really?
the 80s.
Really?
The whole
And
time, basically.
before that? Then yeah, okay. Before Putin.
I mean, as far
Ooh.
as we know, straight up through 91. But
Putin.
and I also think it's not
Oh.
a conspiracy to say that governments were in a clandestine manner trying to sabotage.
That still happens all the time. It's happens.
Yeah,
all
that's
over the
just
world
how
all the time.
governments are. But
Right now,
specific
Nepal is it Nepal?
Governments are just
they're rebelling.
It's military and warlords.
It was Nepal.
They are not legitimate.
Covert action. Perfect. Yeah, she's right. She's right.
Nowadays, all the
Now I
covert
forgot what I was
actions are
gonna-
just Donald Trump posting on Truth Social. Hey, dude, we just blew up like 10 fishing
Yeah,
boats.
there's nothing covert.
Yeah.
It's not even funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just
What else
disgusting.
hilarious? Watching
know?
snuff films posted by the government, innocent
my
people just being bombed,
Yeah,
to
and they're-
smithereens, their
and they're-
bodies vaporized, their bones put into dust along the ocean line, their families finding out that their mommy and daddy was on that boat. Little Timmy's not Timmy, some other name that they have in Venezuela, I suppose, is gonna cry themselves to sleep that night. Scrolling through and just everyone's joking at the snuff films. We're all
This
just
is not a
watching
drug
snuff
war.
films.
It's because Venezuela's got minerals and oil. And don't let any of those right-wing fuckers tell you they don't know about climate change.
They
because
got
we know about
minerals,
the
they
shit
got
to make the
oil.
minerals. The batteries.
There's laughter. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, better said, don't let the fossil fuel industry give
Mm.
you talking points or use talking points on
God, no.
people who've. Yeah.
I let the fossil fuel industry do whatever they want to me personally. If
Well,
they
they
want
don't
to
do
poison the
anything for you.
atmosphere, I let them do it. If they want to make candles out of their byproducts, I'll buy the candles. What are you going to do?
Is that what candles are made from? Yankee Candle
laughter.
is a byproduct of
From laughter.
of fossil
From laughter
fuels.
and tears. Unicorn tears.
I think the laughter in this scenario, Andrea was
Laughter.
pointing out that it's people's deaths that people are laughing at. Yes, but I think the laughter comes from folks who already, as we were just saying, we all knew this stuff was happening constantly. Doesn't even make sense to call it a conspiracy. It's simply covert action. Laughter is coming from the fact that apparently none of that was necessary. Apparently, if you're just an absolute and you brag about it, that's all you have to do.
Yeah, I mean,
Crazy.
I feel sick to my stomach, like I'm carrying dread and impending doom. I feel stuff like creeping up on me. It's just the way the world is. It's fucked up, and you can't
live
think
in a
about
time
it
of
even a little
despair,
bit
of
without being
agony.
like, it's as if I have a personal
Yeah.
ailment. It's as if something is
We're
happening
gonna
to me
deal with that.
physically or whatever.
We're gonna deal with that next Saturday.
No one should be
We're
able
talking
to
about
just like
stress of
fucking
today. We're doing one of those support shows next.
You're like
Saturday.
on the same application you use to get your news.
No,
you
next
you
Tuesday.
scroll by dead
Tuesday.
babies. Then it's like, oh look, someone's making a birthday cake. How nice. Oh look, it's a kid walking for the first time. Oh look, it's a dead baby. Oh look, this is not healthy for anybody. I mean, this
No,
is
you
not
have to
good.
limit. You have to
I'll
limit
tell
where
you
you
that.
can. That's why I like canning channels and Jackson Galaxy cat videos, because after you consume so much about
After I consume
climate
7 hours of dead babies, I like
and
to go watch
but
some cats.
climate and environment.
That's what people do. Hold on though. So I did a lot of episodes on this with guests. So it's not just my commentary. I was
I'm
trying
really
to get
burnt
people
out.
to be experts. And I totally spaced what I was going to say again.
Again, holy fuck, that's twice.
the experts. We
You're
do.
binging it up tonight.
You
Holy
bring the
shit.
experts onto your channel. I bring the experts onto my channel.
Holy
Mhm.
fuck, man. You know who doesn't bring the experts is Matt, the Letterhack here.
And that's why I do.
The spurts. You bring the spurts.
Ooh, yikes.
Oh, I
Spurting all
I'm just
over the
going
place.
long periods without talking, and then when I do, I forget. I don't even remember what we were talking about. It's crazy. It's
We're
like, oh, I
talking
can
about
respond to
how
that.
every
Wait, no, I
single
can't.
day you wake up. Does anyone look at their phone when they wake up? Like, ooh, I'm in the dream world. Oh, I know, I'm awake.
No.
Let's not even get out of bed. Let's just go like, oh, where is it? Where's my, oh, there it is. And then you get the phone and then dead babies.
No, I started
child
looking at the
without
phone to
head,
look
up
at the cats
child bleeding,
downstairs.
up child with no body. Like as soon as I wake
Andrea
up, it's
logs off
amazing.
of you porn.
And I do it every day.
Your algorithm is showing you everything bad all the time.
No, it's not the algorithm. I just go to deadbabies.com. They got a lot of material.
That sounds like a
That's what
band.
I'm saying. Like,
sounds like a band.
obviously it sucks, and we all know it sucks. Like,
Yes, it is.
you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Every decade of my life, there's been something suckier and suckier going on. And we've been, it's not like we haven't been down the road before. It's just so much more in our faces. It is so much more apparent and corrupt. And statistically, as the climate's gotten worse, so has the government. So has what everybody can get away with. It's all correlating. It's all going in the same direction. The scatter plot is up. So that's why it's next Tuesday. Tuesday is the show to talk about how to deal with all this stress.
I'm stressed. I got cortisol production factories working overtime.
Does anybody else wonder how
Oh.
we're going to explain this to future generations? I have.
I won't be here.
I will
No,
be
I mean-
explaining it in so I was doing the show. There was a guy
Explaining
who
is
was
like
fake, and it was
convincing.
all
Like
his
you're
fault.
not explaining it.
They're
You're
gonna
trying
be
to convince them
amoebas.
it's not what they think.
Future.
That's
How
what
many
it's gonna come
future
down to. It's
generations?
going to be making a fucking argument. Everything is going to be an argument from now on.
Here's
If we
the
can't
thing,
agree
though.
on core truths.
A
Hold on.
lot of people
I
don't
actually
understand-
remember what I want to say. So
You're
just let
right.
me-
Okay, go. It's precious.
As long
It's
as we
real.
can't agree on what truth is, not what the truth is, but what truth is and what facts are. If we can't agree on that, everything going forward is going to be an argument. So trying to explain the state of affairs to somebody, Uncle Matthew, why is it this way? I mean, I would have to argue with him that his reality is not what he thinks it is because everything is propaganda. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it's only going to get worse, then everyone is going to be duped, willingly or not, to the point
They
where
already
it's
are.
the
That's
new
why
norm.
Trump is our
It just doesn't
president.
matter.
They're
Well,
already
yeah, and I'm not talking about way off.
So we're here.
Like the next like 6-year-olds now, like 5th graders now. You
They're
know
fucked.
what I mean?
They'll never know anything.
Are-
When we grew up in an era where like people at least like said like we were taught
How
at
would
least,
you
know,
explain it?
that like history is like a thing, like the Holocaust happened, it was bad, but like that is not a thing in any other point in history. The idea that history is some truthful, objective reality thing, that is a very small sliver of humanity that we happen to be born and raised
No,
in.
because they
What?
tried with the Bible.
here's
Bible
kind of here's like what they do is they'll just reword everything into the ground. Like I thought of this when I was reading this is a TV guide blurb for The Wizard of Oz. The Wizard of Oz is like 85 years old, by the way. But it was this is from 1998 TV guide. And they say Rick Polito wrote the greatest one-line description of a movie ever for listing on Turner Classic Movies, TCM. So this is what I think they'll do with history. Listen, tell me if this sounds like The Wizard of Oz. Transported to a surreal landscape, a young girl kills the first person she meets and then teams up with 3 strangers to kill again. Like, do you
Sounds
see what I'm
accurate,
saying?
yeah.
Like classic propaganda just
history will
writes
just
the
keep
same
it
thing
in.
from
I
all
got
the
you.
bad
I
sides
got
of it to make it seem like, oh, she's a murderer, right? But what they did in TV Guide in 1998 for The Wizard of Oz, which you don't need to know. I mean, everyone knows what that's about, right?
Mhm.
But if that was the first time you ever read about it and then you watched it, you'd be like, would it skew your opinion or not? You know what I mean? But now we're not talking about a movie that you can reference. It's not like a review where you can watch the movie and verify that or the write-up was misleading. It's history. So like if they keep trying to erase whatever it is, I mean, fortunately, there's a lot of like adaptations of real stories like in media, right? TV, miniseries, movies aplenty, like biopics, you know what I mean? So
Yep.
historical accounts. And I think that, there's liberties with that kind of stuff, but really what it comes down to is like, if you also don't trust anything except a single source for information, you're heavily skewed against literally everything. And
Well, that's
propaganda will
the Fox
narrow
one.
you in on just the propaganda. And so whoever's giving that to you,
Yeah.
in this case, it might not be just Fox. It might be the right.
Russia
You know
is
what I
like
mean? It
that.
might be like whatever the movement is, like whoever's agreeing on it, just like it is now, but to the extreme. because it's been going on for so much longer. So like exponentially worse. And so I think that if people really do grow up in an era where they see that it's okay, or not okay, but commonplace to ban books, then I'm just guessing. It's not my field, but I'm just assuming they're going to grow up to be the kind of person where they don't care if a book is banned, like at a minimum, like as the most minimum offense of what they could become.
I mean, people growing up, they don't even know how to read.
All we need to do.
But I get the
is look
worst would
at-
be pro book banning and now full on.
This
like,
is Russian culture. They're living under that kind of society where it's very vanilla, and that's why they have so much alcoholism, though. They only have.
But I just don't you
propaganda,
see
state
that
television.
though, like. But like I feel like
I see
Russia
it.
has been going on for, I don't know. That
Well,
seems like a
Putin's
longer
Russia.
game to me.
Sure, but we're getting that. That's what these people that want to run the show here, corporate, Peter Thiel, all these AI, these tech people, they want that. They want a subservient, vanilla populace. They want a white Christian nationalist populace. They don't like diversity.
Unthinking, zombified,
Right.
fucking idiots.
Exactly. That's
That-
what they want. And
Yep.
and not that I'm saying Russia's like that. It has 9 time zones. It's a very diverse country. But if you look at the culture of, let's say, city Russians in cities, and not rural maybe, or not indigenous, but the average Russian, they have very little TV, and it's gotten worse since the war. So they don't have the freedom to go on YouTube like they used to. I think they have to have VPNs. Learn about how they live. That's where we're going. We're not going to have. We may not even
What do
have.
you think
this.
about Kamala Harris saying that Trump is acting like a communist dictator?
She's
Well,
a fucking moron.
I
Her
did-
Like,
fucking
come
dad
on.
was a Marxist professor. She
I
knows
didn't
what
see
that
it.
word means. She's
When
just
did she
saying
say this?
garbage.
I missed it. So I
Like a
can
day or two
Rachel
ago.
Maddow the other
No,
day.
I didn't see it.
Stupid fucking
So
idiot.
what did
Just
she
stay
say? She
gone,
said,
bitch. Stay
wait.
away.
She said that Trump is acting like a communist dictator. She said the word communist.
That's right.
Yeah.
He's not acting like a communist.
She knows what that means. She's just dumb as hell.
Yeah.
She thinks that we're stupid, and you know what? To
Communist
some extent, she's
dictator.
right. She's already trying to campaign to do. her
Didn't
next
she
little
say
fucking
something
project.
like I'm not gonna pull it up,
I
but
don't
she
want her
said
back.
something like she really wishes like the wealthy people had stepped it up or something like that. I was like, what?
Wait, for her?
Didn't she say something like that?
I don't know. I didn't see any of this. I want
She's
not
just
her.
a disaster. She's a horror show of both
Well,
a
I
human
don't know if
being
I
and a
s-
political
I don't
persona.
believe that she's a
just
horror show like
disgusting.
that.
She's
No, she's
evil. She's a
not.
loser. She had a generational chance to just walk her way into the presidency, and she chose to fumble because she's a
Well,
fucking
She said
loser.
she probably-
she
She
believes
fumbled.
in nothing. She has no value. She believes in fucking.
She was gonna
fuck
pick
off.
Pete Buttigieg over
Ugh.
Tim Walz, and she implied that Tim Walz, or said Tim Walz wasn't her favorite choice, her first choice.
But we loved him.
She
Me
said
for
she doesn't.
Presidents loved him.
She didn't think she could win with a homosexual running mate.
Well, look at our
That's what she
country.
said. I mean, this is ridiculous.
But yet,
like,
Peter Thiel is gay. So I mean,
no, well, but my point is that this is so. Here's how I look at it. Whatever the primary was, where Bernie and Buttigieg were neck and neck. I think it was like after Nevada or something. But
Mhm.
then
Iowa,
everything shifted.
when Pete Buttigieg lied about winning.
There was like a phone call, right? They reported that Obama called people or something like that. And like the next day, people are dropping out and backing Biden. And it's like, what are you doing? That's
yeah,
weird.
that was pretty
Why?
ick,
It's too
Biden, the
abrupt.
whole
And I
thing.
thought right there, and this is just, I don't know, but I thought, and this must have been the commentary at the time, because I don't know where else I would have got this from, but it feels to me like all this time later, like they made deals and they were saying like, don't worry, Kamala, you can be the running mate. Oh, and Pete, we got you next, because
Yeah, forget
he's not
you,
going to make
Bernie.
2 terms.
Forget you,
Kamala's going to
Bernie.
take over. You could be her running mate.
Mm.
Like they
These
definitely
people are
had
fucking
promises.
losers,
Well,
man.
this is-
They're all
Yeah, I
evil.
don't-
They're
I
all
couldn't
That's
disgusting.
how
care
it
less
works,
about any of
Matt.
this.
You're pretty
No,
much.
I mean it's nothing to care about or not, but I feel like if you just in terms of like what Kamala says in like one of the first interviews sounds like it backs that up.
Well,
Kamala
no,
in your fucking
I didn't
stupid
hear it.
dumbass fuckface book
Okay.
was talking about how like, oh, I
didn't
would
see the
never
book.
abandon trans people. In the same fucking chapter, she's shitting all over trans people about how like,
Well,
oh,
yeah,
everyone's
and I mean,
concerned and they
but
proper
also
to
it could be
I didn't read
relevant
it.
fucking
because
snake-faced little fucking fuck. She's
I didn't
evil.
read
She's
it.
gross.
Okay,
She's
but then-
stinky. She's ugly.
I get it,
She's
I get it.
fucking
But, like,
disgusting.
Andrea,
you
you're
gotta.
giving me anxiety.
I do think
I'm
that it
anxious.
is worth at least noting. I mean, not for entertainment's sake, but like noting that how the Democrats were shifty and potentially making deals. Like, I mean, I know it's known politics or whatever, but that's, I mean, if you could just see it happening again. You can see them, they won't back Mamdani in a way that it's like, obviously that's the Democratic candidate. You just back them.
Yeah, all this is being talked about in the sense of like, oh, what will Democrats allow us to do? Oh, what will
Fuck
enough
them.
already?
Fuck 'em.
Of where I'm coming
they
from?
either become our servants or get crushed as our enemies. But the days of trying to appeal to even your state Democratic Party, it's over. There's no point in them. And in the best you could hope for is that if you run as a Democrat, people who don't really watch politics will take you seriously, having nothing to do with what side you're on, but just that you're serious enough that a major party will let you run with them. But that's literally the only thing of value they offer, because anybody who follows politics even a little bit seriously is not going to take notes about who you are from what party you're associated with anymore.
No, because Palantir will have it all on computers and data centers, and they can
Irrelevant. I don't
snitch.
care.
I know.
It has nothing to do
I
with
had to suck that in. You're right. I give you that.
I
But,
hate
there
Democrats,
are-
man.
there
I'll tell you
are-
what, I hate these motherfuckers.
No,
I
but
might
I
even
do
hate
think-
Democrats more than Republicans. It's hard for me.
Jake,
It's
what do you
flip a
think?
coin
What do you
kind of
think the
situation.
majority of Democratic voters are? People who are registered Democrat voting, they take they participate in primaries. What do you think their view is of the Democratic Party? Like, this is our team, we can
They
do
want
it.
it to
Like, do you think
change.
there's more of them? Maybe just to generalize it, there's more blue no matter who than there are more principled people who are going to withhold their vote, or who?
Yeah, the person you've described is all over the place, even within the asking for the definition. The
But what do you
average
think it's like-
Democratic voter does not participate in the
Well, that's
primary.
what I said. I was generalizing.
The average
it, but I'm trying
Democratic
to
voter
figure
is
out.
a hostage. We're hostages to this fucking.
My point is, I'm
regime
trying to
what we
figure out
are.
what you think the average voter is, or
I'm going to
anybody.
tell
is.
you where I live.
In the
how
Democratic
Dem-
Party,
I will. I'm going to tell you.
are they
this is a
pro-Democrat, or are they just
Yes,
like, fuck, all right, I
but
gotta
they
vote.
want the party to change here. The Democrats here in rural Western New York.
I'm saying the
are
majority
lovely.
of
Well, I'm trying
Democratic
to
voters.
sort of take. Well, we
Just
have
in
to
terms of, is it worth talking
the
about or not?
majority. They like
Like
their party.
standard politics
They
and
want
party
their party to succeed.
making deals.
They want the party to succeed. Well, that's business within the way parties are
It's
set
what
up,
they would
right,
call the
Jake?
cigar-filled back room or cigar smoke room or whatever. I don't know.
No. They
So
have
I would say
meetings.
the
They vote.
average-
They have consensus. They have to have minutes. They do all that. And these, I've been part of it. It's to how you. Run
Maybe
meetings.
I'm just not being clear enough, I guess. So what I'm saying is, do you think that the average Democratic voter is weary of backroom dealings that go nowhere and keep us
wary.
stuck in a rut, or are they?
No.
We can fix this party that needs a lot of work. Like, just
Yes.
between those two camps, what do you think?
I'm gonna
Or
sneeze.
do
I'm
people
gonna-
not even? They're just like, oh, I vote Democrat. Is that person really still out there?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. How can you be anymore with social media and the way things are? If you are, you're just very busy with kids or a life or working, something that takes you away from looking at or
The average
consuming.
Democratic voter, as in the person who has
Yeah,
voted
Jake.
Democrat most often, exists in a mindset where they react to politics constantly, but they don't follow politics at all. They have only the broadest idea of what any of this stuff is. I think the people that we more have to worry about are the people who do vote in the primaries, and I think you have people who believe that they know how politics works, and they watch a lot of TV news and TV talk shows, and they only know about politics what major corporations have prescribed for them to know. They're just north of useless. But we can reach them. We can sway them. We can sway anybody who's ever been convinced to vote for a Democrat, because Democrat leaders pretend to have our morals. They don't have them, but that's their selling point, is that they are pretending to have our morals with some fictitious practicality that isn't actually practicality at all. It's just the means by which they take bribes.
Like
So
Eric Adams.
If we clarify that they are in fact taking bribes, and crucially, that they are sacrificing our morals that they don't actually have in order to take their bribes, I could give a less what that person has to say. Get rid of it. Thank you. I would just say that that is how we get them. We force them to acknowledge that they do not have our morals and they are pretenders. And whether we are Democrats when we are doing that or not, at this point, it doesn't even really matter, because we're not losing anything. Only they can lose by failing to support us if we make the conversation about that. Start now.
So
I
that's
would also
what I was
add-
saying.
I
The
would
majority
add
is
that most
bringing up the rear.
Democratic voters are also pretenders. I think most Democratic voters also like feeling like other people perceive them as caring about people, but they don't actually. That's my opinion.
It's like the
Well,
majority of
it's
voters
really hard
are.
to lump everybody in one brush, though. You know, I just.
Oh, I
don't-
love
don't
lumping. I love
see
painting
the-
with broad brushes.
I don't. I know.
I love lumping. I love coalescing.
Well, the
I love
progressives
talking about people I've never met. It's great, actually.
seem to be a lot different than what you're describing, you know, but they still vote Democratic, but they see
There's so
the
many
people.
good people out there trying to get in government. So many good candidates.
Yeah.
Got one in Washington, and he's running again. First for a non-political position, and then
Truly.
she's running for a state position again later. There's one bright spot.
What do you think about what happened to Kat Abou-Ghazal? Oh boy.
Cataboo. You mean with ICE?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
That
like
was some
anytime
pretty
I see
hairy
that
video.
like
They really threw
that's
her to the
excessive,
ground.
if you ask me.
No one scoop me.
I don't know how to
And
pronounce
look,
her name.
this is the thing. Even if somebody can make the argument that, well, technically it's not excessive because they're trained to. Okay, that training is excessive to me. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm not saying it's technically.
What
over it.
training?
I don't know.
What's taught? What are we
Like
talking
to, suppress a protester or whatever. You know what I mean?
I don't
like,
know how to
but that
spell
was.
her
I have no idea what we're talking about right now.
Oh, so you didn't see this? Do you know who Kat Abu is? Kat Abu-Ghazal?
That's
No.
it. Abba Gonzalez.
Where's she running? She was like a podcaster who's running.
I'm looking.
Oh, isn't
Chicago.
she like 30?
It's Illinois.
She's young for this.
Yeah, it's Midwest.
Yeah, she's young, but she was protesting ICE at a facility, and
I give her a
yes,
lot of.
the guy, like, this guy's like dressed for literally dressed for war.
Illinois 9th district.
9th, that was it. He
Yeah.
pushed her and then tripped her, and she fell right on her
It was
ass. It
pretty
was like-
awful. She's just.
But,
Oh,
like,
the
they're-
leg
they're
sweep.
just-
I did see this.
doing
I
the
didn't know
right
she was
thing.
a podcaster.
But they're all doing, or yeah, just like maybe it was just Instagram or something. I'm not sure.
She's
But,
on
like,
Instagram.
like the that use of
dude.
force at all, especially in that case, seemed like
I mean, these
just
people
more of what we're seeing. I
love
mean, this is
abusing
happening
women. That's
everywhere.
their whole
Yeah,
thing.
it's
That's
all-
why they become cops, is because they want to legally get away with beating the fuck out of bitches. That's what they do.
But because
they
she's
love
in
slapping
politics,
them, getting
I
the
wouldn't
baseball
say-
bat,
advantage
smashing
of
their
this
skulls
moment.
in,
So
throwing
right
them
now,
off the fucking balcony.
right now,
etc.
a famous person just got assaulted in the way cops are used to assaulting people.
We
They
got
always
the
get
same
away
thing,
with
Matt.
this. I'm gonna just steamroll past it because I want you guys who are watching to consider doing this. Right now, ICE is doing the same thing Trump did. It's the normal scam, but they do it like clowns so that we can actually see the problem with it. They just assaulted a lady on camera. They shoved her down, could have broke her hip, could have harmed her. It's irrelevant whether or not she actually got harmed. That's still assault. So the thing to do about it is to put that person in a court of law. And if you can't, make note and publicize of the people who prevent you from doing that. And use this from this moment on as campaign material for a fundamental change to the United States. But don't just say, ooh, this is a bad thing. Say, what was that officer's name and why don't we know it?
Yeah.
And I don't know if you were asking this, Sandee, but I don't think that because she's involved in politics that it was in any way performative. Not that she knew she was going to get tripped and get that on tape, but like the protest in the first place.
This is how these people behave.
No, but like her protesting in the first place seemed very legit, like authentic. Like she wasn't just out there like, get the cameras ready. You know what I mean?
That's what I.
She was like a protester.
People are doing.
That's
The
what I
ICE
feel
people
about this
know that when
girl.
there's a protest, there's a bunch of news cameras. They're gonna go out there, swing their fucking cock
They're gonna be
around, and
worse.
beat the fucking shit out of somebody. They're gonna get picked up. They're gonna go to the fucking bar later that night. They're gonna say, "Hey man, you see that fucking video, man? Yeah, that was me." They're gonna knock back a couple cold ones. They're gonna go home and beat the fucking shit out of their wife.
what's a cold one?
Then they're gonna
I
take a
haven't
belt
heard of
and
cold
fucking
ones.
attack their children, and then their children are gonna
I
fucking
like my
cry themselves
brewski
to
at
sleep
room
that night.
temperature.
That's how
Do
this
you
shit
think?
goes.
Do you think that the next No Kings, October 18th, will be as good as the first one? Since
No, that fucking shit's still happening.
There's going to be a
Okay.
big march, big protest.
looking forward to
People
it.
are going out. I mean,
We can make it fun.
I know
Get your
people
friends,
that are
play
actually
some music.
artists. A tattoo artist I know made a T-shirt. He's selling for that, and he's a biker and he's a tattoo artist. But it says 8647, and he wrote it as its tattoo flash. Really pretty cool. Selling the T-shirts. You know, there's a lot of people that are wanting to get out there, but
I would
nobody
point
wants
out-
to get hurt.
Even if you're sitting there wondering what it no. Look. Even if you're sitting there thinking, well, what's the point of a march? Whoa, what am I accomplishing? If nothing else, you are denying your place of business a day of your labor. It's good training. Get them used to the fact
But
that
it's
you
also
are
bringing things
hold
out.
things higher than your employment.
Going to a protest is called recruitment. That's what you're there for.
Yeah.
You're not there to get selfies. You're not there to pose for Instagram. You're not there to fucking shout and chant. Although you can if you're new.
Do
and
all
you still
those
wanna do
things
that.
though, including
have
post
it.
on
But
Instagram.
that's not the whole
Advertise.
thing. You don't just go there and scream for 8 hours straight. You were there to talk to people and to get them on your side. That's what you're there for. Because what those rallies and marches and all that stuff. That's normie central. Those are where the dumbest little fucking most clay-like
gone to them,
malleable
and I'm not
dumbass
that.
fucking what's going on?
No,
Those are
I
those
don't
motherfuckers
agree
that
with
are out
you.
there.
I'm out there. I've been there, so obviously that I'm.
Well,
one of them.
I'm not saying
Not
100%,
saying,
but on average, those
There's
are
a
large
lot of
events.
awesome people.
Most people are uneducated on how politics works. A lot of people that go out there.
But
and that's
this
their
is
first
like
time.
criticizing somebody's physique on the way into the gym. Do you know what I mean? Like they're there. Like
That's my
let's.
point. I'm describing.
That's
the
like
whole-
saying you
the
don't know
whole
how to
thing
eat
is
ice
they're very
cream. It's
willing
like
to listen.
okay.
You have an audience of people that wants to learn. They want to learn, and you have to be there to teach them instead of some like guy like fucking Hakeem Jeffries or one of his little fucking.
I would
drones.
assume there's always pulling people left. But that also means, and this is why I like these rallies, because even if people are like, we're just sitting around, it's like, I'm having some great conversations over here.
Conversations and honking cars and
I'm not just
feeling like
there-
you're together with people that feel the same
That's
way
the
you
important
do.
stuff.
Like I
Building
wore the
community.
Bernie Mercury, the Bernie Sanders, this Freddie Mercury t-shirt
Yeah.
to the last one, and like huge conversation started, right? But then people wanted to start talking about Bernie, right? So that's very good, right? Because now it's my opportunity to pull people left, or maybe they're going to pull me left, right? So like there's a give and take. So when I'm in those situations, I'm very much like, I want my finger on the pulse. What are we doing here? What is this event for? I go from like cynical or skeptical about who's putting it on to what are we getting out of it? And like, what's the general vibe? And I think that you have to gauge those. You can't just be like, biggest to splash, most important, the rally. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay if it was not, look, I mean, you want to get something out of it. I agree that No Kings might make demands of the DNC or whatever, you know, or try and get some concessions out of these massive
that we're going to be out
events,
there
but-
when we still can.
But if the one in your area doesn't feel massive, it's okay.
No,
because
it wasn't. I live in
so much to
rural
gain
America.
from these.
Through a
People
tour-
should just be. We should just call it fucking Saturday. People should be getting together by the millions once a week to like protest the shit out of whatever.
That's how it
No,
started.
you would
Or
say
Friday. There you go. Take a
of people that can be trained and
Now
taught
it's a
to do
general
that.
strike.
Yeah.
Most people
Every
when you go to
Friday.
protests-
Oh,
most
you
people when
get
you
all
go
your
to a
work done.
protest, you want to be led. You don't want to get out there with the megaphone and lead the thing. You want to look for who's the guy. Who's the guy? That's the guy.
But
And then
these
you follow
aren't
the guy.
happening,
That's
but-
how protests work. You got to become the guy that people follow, and you got to get them to learn how to fucking do shit.
I have been thinking
This is-
that it might be beneficial to
This is accurate.
start implementing the general
Right.
strike immediately by doing it once a week. That way you don't have to, you're not limited in paying your rent by yada yada yada. But if you simply say until X thing changes, so for example, until the minimum wage throughout the country is $25, let's say, I'm not working Fridays, and the price of Fridays is that. I think there's something to be gained there, but I don't have a full plan.
Yeah, all you
Also,
need to
I'm
do
not
is
the
get
leader
the
of
40%
There
of
are people
collaborators
here.
on
I
board.
know where I am. There's people here that go to Congressman Limp Dick Langworthy's office every Friday.
Lamp Dick
In
Langworthy.
Corning, New
He
York.
ain't worthy
It's
for
like the
anything.
same group of maybe 10 or 15, maybe 20 people because people
Is there
have to go
even
to
a good
work.
story behind that nickname?
That's what I call
sorry,
him.
what are
'cause
you
I
saying,
look at him,
Sandee?
he just looks, that's what I look at him, and he just reminds me of a wet noodle. He's just
But I missed what you were
blah.
saying. I'm
That
sorry.
they go out to his office, his campaign headquarters every week. And there's a coordinator. They've been doing it for months and months. His votes are horrible. He's a terrible person. He's a Trump ass licking toady. And there are people all over doing these things. We don't always hear about them. There's people out there.
So
but
unite and put them under one banner so that they have one demand. I think there could actually be some significant
the
change.
demand is to ask him, have a town hall and talk to your
Fuck,
constituents.
missed the
Tom
point, but
Reed
that's
used to. Say it again.
Well, the point being, if there are many, as you say, many people out there protesting at a regular set of intervals, but they're all protesting different things. If you were to unite them and say, look, we can do this, but we have to do one issue at a time, you suddenly could have a bunch of people out there protesting in regular intervals and make an impact. If you have 100 people who refuse to go to their jobs every Friday until you solve an issue that say the people affected by these 100 all have in common, there's something there. It's not impossible.
So they do it at the
could do this sort of thing
congressman.
with one
they,
union.
they have to do it at their Congress. Just a concerted effort for
Not there. No, they don't. They do not
They're-
have to just do it at their congressman. They can do it
Well-
for anything.
Well, yeah, but where are they physically protesting? The physical location would be their representative's office, and it
Could
would
be.
be all over. That's what annoys them. They don't like it. They have to pay attention to their constituents.
That would
then.
be great advertisement, especially if it's something that their congressman could vote on. I would say you should be protesting within view of the people who have the ability to do the thing that you want done.
Right.
So you're
Well,
right.
that's-
If it's your
that's
congressperson who
what
could
is
vote in a
happening.
certain way,
Here's
or
the
make
ideal
certain
way to
proposals,
protest.
then
So you-
that's the person who you should be protesting outside.
Yeah, that's
So
what
here's
I
what you do.
say.
You get the guy who knows the schedule, right? You need the guy on the inside. You get the schedule. So you get student driver, right, to like know when they're about to pull out, like get in front of them 5 minutes early and then just drive real slow. They're on their way to a meeting. Sorry, I'm a student driver, right? They're going to be stuck in traffic. That's what you got to do. You know, you got to make their life a living hell every time they're going somewhere.
Yeah,
they
but
got to
that-
get home to fucking their family, you know, or whatever the
Right.
fuck they pretend to care about. Sorry, mister, I'm 15. I'm trying to get my license. You know, it's going to be up and there goes the tire, you know, and that's what you got to do. You got to troll the shit out of these people. You know, showing up with a sign outside of their office or whatever, they tune that out, you know, like they don't give a shit about that. You're wasting your time.
I disagree.
But if you
I
troll the
disagree
fuck out of
with
them,
that too, because trolling
you got to
just
troll
pisses
them.
people
You got to
off,
get
and then
their
the-
attention.
And then the right wing media picks it up and says, "Look, this is not productive." But you know, but I don't know. I don't
And
know.
I know you're being humorous, but the thing you are recommending, even if that was all literally done, what you are recommending would be less effective than just standing outside their office.
I
Because
disagree
if you
completely.
were doing all that, they would think, oh, look, some individual really hates me. But if you're standing outside their office, in particular, if you have a news crew, because you inform the local news folks, hey, we've got an easy
We're
one
there
for you
every
today,"
Friday.
that
and the
will
news-
embarrass them. They
I
will
disagree
think,
with that.
this is embarrassing to me because I'm being seen being hated, versus the other thing you were
I
describing,
don't
which
think
is,
so.
oh, somebody's inconveniencing me.
Well, and
That's
that
totally
does
different.
have its
I disagree
merit,
completely because they
that
still
in
do the
civil
town halls. They
disobedience-
get protested. They post the videos on social media and talk about how the loony left is after them. They thrive on people protesting and embarrassing them. They don't have any
And the
shame. They don't.
protests
They're
aren't clear.
psychopaths. They don't have any.
But
of
if
that.
you have a clear demand and the protest itself has a clear cost, for example, every Friday's productivity.
Oh, I
think
agree with
changes.
that.
I think a
I agree
mix
with
of
that,
both
too.
of these sound like an effective actual strategy. A mix, you know.
I think you got to
A
troll the
mix.
fuck out of them. That's what I think.
I'm always down for that, if only because
And then that's going to be
why.
seen as harassment, and somehow this government, I don't know. I don't know. I don't trust them. That some masked idiot will come up with no ID and whisk you away. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
if we lived
reference
in a
frame,
normal
little
world, normal
local
humans, I agree
local
with Jake.
news.
But these people have no shame. They don't care. You know, you go to you see those Republican town halls, and everyone's like yelling at them and saying, and then they just repeat the talking point, and then they go, "Let's move on," and then everyone's like, "No," and then the next guy asks the same question, and then they get the security, and then they, they thrive on this shit. They love being yelled at. You know, I don't know.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, Tom Reed. I don't think he loved being yelled at, but he handled it well. He was one that did town halls. I didn't like him, but he was our congressman, and he came out to the dirtiest town garage to do a town hall, a farming community. He actually showed up.
A garage, like a warehouse or
Yeah,
industrial
yeah,
size?
Yeah, it was muddy as shit. Yes, it was.
What was it
not-
used
it's not
for?
huge. The town garage, the 2 plows or whatever in this small little rural
Oh,
farm
like
town.
parking.
Yeah, it was. We were all getting money in the parking lot, but he came. You know, they don't even do that now. He showed up, even though there were people. You know, he got harassed, like Andrea says, but he did them.
I did not say harass. I said trolled.
Well, trolled. Okay.
Trolling is
different.
harmless. It's fun. It's entertaining. I
There
would
you
never
go.
suggest harassment to
No.
anybody for any reason.
You're right.
Also, I love Trump and I love Israel.
That's the qualifier. Yeah, that's the
Just in
wait.
terms of
The
things not
algorithm will pick that up.
Trump, for the record, Jimmy Kimmel, when when they released that clip of his welcome back speech on YouTube, within an hour it had 1 million views. Could not have made all he has to do is show up and be mildly funny for the next year, and he is going to be an advertisement against Trump. I can't wait. Oh, I hate that I care about this
because
stuff.
this time ABC is not going to capitulate. They're not going to pay a ransom.
Oh, they don't have
They're
a choice now.
They're
Yeah.
not going to do it. They're not going to do it.
I think Trump's willing to go to war on this issue because he's truthing
Good.
out. He's truthing out. Like, I see that ABC didn't listen to me.
What if he
you know?
became like the
Maybe
host
I'll
of
have
Late
to
Night?
sue him. You know,
Yeah,
that's
but
he
it's not
freaked
going to
out
work
like
this
today or
time.
something.
What if he
Nobody's
was the
buying it.
president of Late Night?
Everyone's buying it.
I'm the
course,
president
love
of
him.
late night television, and he goes up there for 4 hours a night. Sometimes he's like an hour and a half late, and they just leave the camera. Like
Rotten eggs and
prefer
tomatoes.
that to what he currently does.
I love the comment in your chat. Rotten eggs and tomatoes. Bring them with us to the congressional town hall. You
Yeah,
know,
I was thinking
now you
though
get
about
arrested.
replacing. Like, would they bother? Because he's like a big ratings guy. He's always he acts like he
Who?
was in TV. He knows all about ratings. Donald
Oh,
Trump. So,
yeah.
like, you could see him. I don't know, keeping like instead of just saying, okay, no more late night TV. Fascist, haha. He says, get that guy off air. Well, obviously somebody's going to be on air. So what's your approval process, or is there one? Are you gonna install your own guys like Greg Gutfeld? Is he gonna get like a late night spot?
Yeah. You are obsessed with this one, and I hope it happens because that would be awesome.
But that's when I started thinking, no, he would probably just do it himself. But I don't know. Jesse Waters.
He's not a comedian, is he? He's pretty
Does
bad.
that matter
He
to be
calls
talk show
himself
host?
one.
Yeah.
He is
pretty
not a
funny.
comedian. He's an attempted comedian. It's like how you can't call, like, if I were to shoot at somebody, you could charge me for attempted murder if I've failed to hit them. I don't think Jesse Waters has ever actually made anybody laugh, but he is an attempted comedian.
Oh my gosh.
Good metaphorical analogy.
But like, I think, if they're choosing late night host, be like Jim Brewer. I don't know. I mean, how ugly does it get? How quick? Or like, I don't know if it's a question of ratings. Do they just start lying about that or withholding? I mean, how quickly does it become? And we joke that, well, we don't joke, but we comment on that it's state-run media now. It's like basically just.
Well, yeah, to a degree. The right is definitely propaganda more. Well, I don't know. I see clips and clops of things, but
I just wonder how weird it gets before. I don't know. I just feel like it could get weird. Like
It's already pretty weird.
I mean,
it's
yes,
pretty fucking weird.
I'm
out
talking
there.
about late night. It will go from this sort of whatever it
didn't
is
make
now
that-
to.
It's gonna get weirder. Yep.
I think I got a
hate
bot
this era.
in
We're in
my
a stupid
chat.
era.
I think we're in a pretty
Yeah,
fun
we are.
era. I'm having
Sandy.
a great time.
When you use the chat from the studio here, it goes to all of us.
Right, but
It
I
makes
was
it look
no,
like
I
we
was
all.
I was looking. I
It's
wasn't.
not a
I
bot.
hardly.
No, I'm just
no,
saying.
no, mine.
Oh.
There was something in mine that was retracted, but it looked like it came from Environmental Coffee House, and I didn't make that post. That was
Sandy
really
probably
weird.
got hacked. I think
And
we can
it's
all agree.
retracted. And if I'm, that's really weird. It's
No,
retracted
it's because Jake typed into
Oh,
the
you
chat
did
in
it.
studio. and
as
it-
me.
No, just when you do it, since we're all streaming, we're simulcasting.
I know that. This wasn't that, Matt. This was something completely different.
No, Matt has it completely correct. Yeah,
Really? You
I,
retracted that? You put that in
I
and
did.
retracted it that fast? Okay.
I sent
so
it to
don't
your
have it.
channel and to Letterhack's
All right.
channel accidentally, and then quickly clicked.
Oh, I
delete
thought it
now.
had I thought it looked like it came from Environmental Coffee House.
It did.
It
Yeah,
did.
it
This
would
is
have.
my
Yeah,
favorite
mine looks
part of the
like the
show.
Letterhack.
This is
All right.
awesome. I love this.
You
shit,
did it
man.
that way. All right. You did it from okay. Well, I didn't know you could do that.
And then I tried to gaslight you
have-
into thinking you were
Well,
hacked.
who-
so
yeah,
that I
who's
could
the one
escape
that had it?
responsibility.
Who's the one that had their
Who's the
channel
most
taken
right wing
down?
on this show? Jeez.
It's
And who's the
definitely
one that had the
it's
channel
definitely
taken
Jake.
down?
I think we figured that out.
Yeah.
All right, but have you?
I had my channel taken down.
I was
Jakes
just
it.
gonna say, I think we're in fever dream right now.
Yeah, it's
Fever
getting
dream
late.
mode.
It's getting late.
Andrea is playing video games. She keeps turning her camera off. She's clearly given up. She doesn't
Yeah.
care about the stream anymore.
Well, I'm going too soon because I can only sit so long. And I have to do my show tomorrow for you at 5, so I need to get some sleep.
Not for me.
No, for this space, for us.
Us. Yeah.
Not me, us. Not me, us.
Not me. You.
Us.
Is that how it goes? Not me. You do it.
Us. Yeah.
Okay, so real quick. What do you guys got going on? What do you got coming up? Sandy, tomorrow, 5 p.m.
Yep.
Eastern.
Yep.
Political Coffee House.
Yep. Oh,
The
yeah.
second. So, it's weekly.
Yeah.
So
Yep, yep,
I
yep.
did my 15th
Wow.
Hey Funny Book episode tonight. Those have been going great.
yeah.
I'm
Have
loving
we
that
been
show.
doing those for the same weeks? So does that mean I'm on 15?
Yep.
I haven't been counting.
Yep. We're in our 4th month here. Just barely. And it's fun. We've got a new live show. I don't know if you guys saw Looming Cast today at 8
Oh, I
p.m.
saw
Robert?
that in the thing, but I didn't watch it, so I'll have to.
Robert is the co-host of Good Morning Comrade that you can also see here. And he is doing his own live show. It's awesome. It's like just so refreshing to have like so much live content in
Yeah,
the
I like
lineup
being
right
live.
now.
Yeah.
It's
I like
pretty
the
good.
doctor that you bring on. I think he's a virologist.
Mark Allen Drary, yeah.
A lot. Yeah, I like him.
Infectious disease.
Yeah, I love his show. I do like him. Absolutely.
He has his own radio station. That's
Yeah.
where Good Morning Comrade comes from
Very cool.
in New Orleans.
Well, I like that.
No, it's literally called
this is
WHIV.
Moving
Radio.
and shaking. Well, he's passionate
Oh yeah, he's amazing.
about public health, and he's wonderful. And you got a coup right there. No, it's like really great. Boston Brian was a hoot today with all this, talking about bullets and guns, and it was a good day. I listened to Sandee. She came in.
I know
as,
it's a great episode.
She came in as her. What's her alter
Minuet.
ego? Minuet. She came in as Minuet. Yeah, she comes in.
Andrea.
Yep, I listened to Andrea.
I didn't
today.
see the comments while you were on, Andrea, because I was drawing. But did
Are they any
anyone
good?
say anything like, "No, I didn't see them"? That's what I'm saying.
I think
But, like,
Groove Dragon was having a mental breakdown.
A
this
little
week.
bit.
Yeah.
I think there was something that triggered.
Sometimes you get
upset?
comments where people are like, "Well, this doesn't sound rational," and I'm like, "Why are you?"
You notice there's never
Like-
any argument. There's never any attempt at trying to converse, to dispel. It's always, you're wrong. You're projecting.
I just
That's
think
rude.
the title
I
says
don't
a lot
tell you that
about the
ever.
show. People should get
I'm
the
not talking
show.
about you,
you know?
Sandy.
No, I would never do that.
But
I-
I've got,
she's not
I've got
accusing
something to
you.
present.
No,
have something to
I'm
present.
I'm only trying to look at my own behavior to make sure I'm not doing it.
I have.
All right. I'm gonna say goodnight. I love you all.
I
You
have
can all
something to
stay in the
present.
chat if you want. I'll tell you, but I'm tired and I gotta get up.
You did good. Thanks. Thanks
See
for
ya.
hanging.
See ya.
Peace
Goodbye,
out.
Sandy. Now it's time imminently for my presentation.
What presentation?
So I am hosting a competition on my website. This is doomspeedruns.com. And this is the totally tubular teledirect speed demo competition.
Wow.
And there's currently 7 players. We started over the weekend. This is for the yellow guy Doomwad that I was posting trailers of on this space here a couple of months ago. Here we have tabs. Yesterday was Telly Tuesday. Everyone loves Telly Tuesday. Look at this yellow border. Isn't that amazing?
Nice.
Here we got, look at this. This is the whole game
Oh,
here.
wow.
Isn't that amazing? You got the stats page. Look at this. It's Telly Direct.
Did you make
Play
this
some Doom.
website?
Yes. And this is it's updated with speed runs that we're speed running. And as you can see, I am currently in first place on my own contest. There are prizes also, I should mention, because I'm on webcam right now. There
I
are
like that
prizes.
calendar. Can we put a calendar up on?
I will give away
thisbase.tv?
these things. These are Teledirect company lapel pins from the 1980s or 90s. These are the prizes. So as long as I'm in the top 3, I have to give less of these away. If you get top 3, you win a free, I will pay for shipping, lapel pin from the original company. Teledirect, totally tubular. Go check it out.
Wow.
That's my presentation.
Good looking website.
Yeah. It's pretty good website.
It looks like what you see when you're watching a movie and they show somebody's computer screen. You're
Yeah.
like, what is that?
Yep.
But like it makes sense to somebody.
Yep. It makes sense to me.
So it doesn't have to make sense to anybody else. Yeah, that's cool. But it looks good. I like the design, I like the colors a lot.
Yep.
Very like dark side, very dark
A
branded.
little bit, a little
stiff
bit.
Oriented. No, what is that color
Never
scheme
seen it.
though? Why'd you decide on red and
Well, I like red.
black? You know why that's why they call him Dark Brandon, right? Isn't that why?
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that? Because of the
That's-
dark side, because of Sith Lord and the colors and
It's because of that one
he was
speech
on.
he did, yeah. Where
But
it had that red
wasn't
light.
that tied back to Star Wars? Or am I crazy?
I don't know. I've never seen Star Wars. So
Well, that's what it looked like that red and shadows. And
Yeah,
everything.
you're obsessed with the red. I noticed because you couldn't read anything. You don't have the ability to discern words or text. So you're just looking at the colors and shapes. Is that what you were doing? Like, ooh.
Just
pretty
now,
colors.
oh, it was. I don't have my glasses on. It was
Oh,
way too
you don't
small
have your
for me to
glasses
read.
on. You couldn't. Oh, okay. That makes sense. It was just the vague shapes.
I could tell what was probably words and figures and numbers and whatnot.
Anyway, teledirect, tele, I made levels 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 91, 2, 3, and 99.
Very cool.
I think I made a lot of levels for tele. So
Whoa. Hey, folks, did you all know Andrea Rovenski has done 140 Doom speedrun records since last Wednesday? Holy fucking shit. Congratulations, Andrea. Watch them all here. There's a link, folks.
You could do that.
YouTube.com/Doom speedruns.
I mentioned on my
Plural.
episode of Fuckville that this is what I do. I sit in my hovel, in my cold, dark hovel. It smells like rain and darkness, and I sit here all night.
Hello,
in darkness, and I burn candles, but not good scents that make it smell.
Do you know that
good.
song?
I just burn candles. Yes, I do. And
Who
so
does
I
it?
sit here and I play Doom all day. So that's what I do.
Who sings this song?